In the mountains, Huai'an has just turned 5. He is a child of the mountain tribe, harboring secrets. Since the age of 3, memories of another person named Jiang Huai'an have gradually surfaced in his mind. This individual, seemingly youthful, resides in a place called Huaxia, and his experiences initially appear enchanting and yearnful. To Huai'an, Jiang Huai'an embodies kindness, talent, intelligence, and an eagerness to learn. He holds a deep affection for his elder brother Jiang Huai'an, and in his dreams, he perceives Jiang's life and studies from a third-person perspective, which starkly contrasts with the world of ninjas he knows. Jiang lives in a realm devoid of ninjas. However, in Huai'an's recent dreams, his brother Jiang has begun to smile less and grow increasingly silent. His friends have taken to bullying him, and although Huai'an is concerned, he feels powerless to assist the elder brother in his dreams. He can only watch helplessly. Huai'an struggles to comprehend many facets of this situation that he simply feels that Jiang, who loves to dance and adorn himself beautifully, should not be sent to an uncle who delights in inflicting electric shocks. In one dream, he sees Jiang bound to a wooden chair, hands and feet restrained, mouth covered. While a masked uncle grins as he pulls a metal switch, Jiang appears to suffer immensely, his body convulsing, cold sweat drenching his face, and his eyes wide, staring into the void. Huai'an feels as if he has crossed through time and space to lock eyes with him. A profound sense of helplessness and sorrow fills his heart. Unable to contain himself, tears stream down his face as he sleeps. This dream recurs incessantly. Due to Huai'an's nightly tears, his parents, the mountain couple, are compelled to return swiftly from their duties to comfort him. Huai'an finds solace only when he clutches his parents' garments while sleeping. Yet today is different. Jiang Huai'an has perished, and his parents are not by his side. A pang of anguish grips Huai'an's heart. He yearns to save his brother, believing that Jiang should not have lost his life in such a manner. In a daze, he murmurs Jiang's name, as if an obsession lingers incessantly. His voice grows hoarse before exhaustion finally claims him. When the mountain couple returns from their mission, they find their precious child curled up, pale, with swollen eyes and a feverish forehead. Alarmed, they rush him to Konoha Hospital for treatment. Given Huai'an's frail health due to premature birth, he is swiftly admitted to the intensive care unit. The attending physician, familiar with the mountain couple, observes their weary faces and sighs. Huai'an's condition has suddenly worsened. His emotional turmoil has placed undue strain on his heart, which is quite perilous. He needs to be hospitalized for a few days for observation. During this time, you must care for him diligently. The mother gazes at her weak child on the hospital bed, tears streaming down her face. Doctor, please save Huai'an. He is only 5. How can his emotions be so tumultuous? The father embraces the mother, casting a hopeful glance at the doctor. The doctor appears troubled. We can only nurture him as best we can. The cause remains elusive. The most viable treatment may require the expertise of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. The couple shares a silent glance, their determination solidified. We shall seek Lady Tsunade and implore her to save Huai'an. However, the doctor furrows his brow. I advise against haste. It is best to wait until Huai'an's health stabilizes, and you should inquire about the experiences he has endured. As for finding someone, Lady Tsunade's whereabouts are unpredictable, making the prospects slim. The mountain couple looks at their frail child, nodding in agreement. Very well, we will stay by his side. The following day, upon waking, Huai'an sees his parents, still clad in their ninja attire, at his bedside. Tears spill anew as he hoarsely calls out, "Daddy, Mommy." The mountain couple quickly gathers him into their arms, their hearts aching. "It's all right, darling, we're here. Do not be afraid." Huai'an cries sorrowfully, "Mom, I had such a long dream. The brother in my dream died yesterday, and it makes me so sad." The mother exchanges a glance with the father, gently patting Huai'an's back to soothe him. "Are you upset for that, brother?" "Yes, Jiang Huai'an is so pitiful." Suddenly, the father speaks up. That child is also named Huai'an. Though Huai'an is still young, he often shares his dreams with them, but they had not taken it seriously until now. The situation feels different. What kind of dream could persist so consistently, affecting his health? As they encourage Huai'an to recount his dream, he speaks haltingly, yet due to his unique constitution, he articulates himself clearly. However, The story of Jiang Huai'an is lengthy, and Huai'an primarily focuses on how wonderful, clever, and talented his elder brother is, unable to provide further specific details. Nonetheless, the mountain couple feels a sense of unease from his descriptions. They fall into silence, harboring a vague suspicion about the child's plight, yet hesitant to broach the subject with their son. For a child of Huai'an's age to dream such extraordinary things feels reminiscent of reincarnated souls, retaining remnants of past lives. The father gently strokes his son's head. Huai'an, the brother in your dream has gone to heaven, where kind-hearted people reside. He will find happiness there. Seeing his son gaze at him with hopeful eyes, he feels a pang in his heart and quickly adds, "Your brother will be very happy, but darling, you must stay with us. Your mother and I cannot go to heaven just yet." Huai'an tilts his head, puzzled. "Why not, Daddy? You and Mommy are so good, why can't you go to heaven?" The mother shoots the father a knowing look. "Because, sweetheart, your father and I must help more people. We need to accumulate enough good deeds before we can go to heaven." Huai'an nods in understanding. "I see. Daddy, Mommy, I will also gather good deeds, and one day, our family of 3 will go to heaven together, and we can see Brother Huai'an again." The mother embraces her child and playfully pinches the father's waist, causing him to wince in pain, yet it doesn't deter him from holding his wife and child close. "Indeed, we shall always remain together." In the mountains, Huai'an's spirit found solace upon realizing that his elder brother had ascended to paradise. Although a tinge of sorrow lingered, he clasped his hands in prayer, wishing for Huai'an's happiness in the afterlife. The Shanzhong couple gently advised their child, "Little one, this dream is a secret between you and your father and mother. Do not share it with others." Instantly, Huai'an covered his mouth with tiny hands, affirming, "I won't tell anyone but Mom and Dad. My brother said one should speak less and act more, so I shall remain silent." The Shanzhong couple embraced their child, feeling a sense of relief wash over them. Sunlight bathed the trio, creating an aura of happiness around them. Outside, an unfortunate golden-haired child with a bruised face passed by, casting a wistful glance at the family within the hospital room before walking away in despondency. During Huai'an's hospitalization of over 10 days, he experienced no further dreams, and his heart condition showed signs of improvement, stabilizing his overall health. The Shanzhong couple finally felt a sense of complete reassurance, advising Huai'an, "Dear, no matter what happens in the future, you must always share it with us, or we will worry." Huai'an nodded obediently, replying, "Okay." On the day of his discharge, Huai'an held his father's hand with his left and his mother's with his right, beaming as they walked forward. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. The recharge system is activated. Please recharge promptly to obtain rewards." Startled, Huai'an clutched his mother's leg tightly. "Mom, there's a voice in my head," he confessed. "Ding. The system exists and cannot be spoken of. We hope the host will recharge soon to acquire rewards." His mother stroked his head gently, asking, "What's wrong, Huai'an?" He tilted his head. "Mom, I'm saying there's a voice in my head." "What is it, sweetheart?" His mother inquired. "Dad, there's a voice in my head," he repeated, wrapping his arms around his head. "Does your head hurt, little one? Let us hurry back and have Dr. Yu check it out," his father responded. Huai'an underwent a series of brain examinations, ultimately growing parched and silent. He finally understood that the voice in his mind was yet another secret he could not divulge. As he pondered this, the voice of the so-called recharge system resonated once more. "Ding, the recharge system has been activated. Please recharge promptly to obtain rewards." "Recharge system, brother. How do I do that?" Huai'an inquired aloud. His parents noticed their child speaking again, but could not discern his words. Huai'an covered his mouth, and the system chimed again. The host may think through what they wish to say, and the system can read it. Huai'an tilted his head, remaining silent as he thought. "System brother, I am not called host. My name is Shanzhong Huai'an." "Hello, Shanzhong Huai'an. I am the recharge system," the system replied. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Recharge system brother, we can truly converse in our minds." The system fell silent, yet Huai'an continued to ponder extensively. He understood the meaning of recharge. His brother Huai'an had previously played a game where money was required to acquire beautiful outfits. Upon reflecting on the marketplace presented by the system, Shanzhong Huai'an joyfully returned home. After greeting his parents, he hurried to his room and retrieved his little piggy bank. "System, can the money I have here be recharged?" A notification chimed. 500 taels detected. "Do you confirm the recharge?" With a nod, Huai'an confirmed, only to be astounded as his piggy bank suddenly became empty. No, it's gone. The system is incredible. Tears nearly welled in his eyes, but he managed to praise the system. Recharge successful for the first time. You have received the novice gift pack for the premium system. Please check your rewards. With the mention of a gift, Huai'an wiped away his tears, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a super luxurious gift pack, a 100 square meter planting space, several seeds, 10 chakra points, and 50 units of Senju bloodline purification. Keep up the effort and continue to invest. Huai'an's eyes lit up as several colorful orbs of light suddenly floated in his unseen mind, gradually merging with his being. He glanced around, eager to discover the source of the gifts, but found nothing. Just as he was about to inquire, he felt a warm sensation on his wrist. To his astonishment, a circle of emerald green bamboo-like markings appeared on his wrist, surrounded by shimmering orbs that matched the hue of his eyes, which he found delightful. Unfazed, a sense of joy welled within him. Is this the planting space that the system mentioned? He gathered the other colored orbs into his palm, feeling a sudden heaviness as a package of seeds materialized in his grasp. After the two green orbs integrated into his body, he distinctly sensed a warm surge enveloping him. Previously, when his father had taught him to extract chakra, he could only manage a small amount. Yet today, the system had granted him an additional 10 chakra points, more than he had accumulated over 6 months of training. With bright eyes, he employed the chakra extraction technique taught by his father, noticing that the process felt significantly easier and more fluid. Is this due to the Senju bloodline? What exactly is the Senju bloodline? He could not recall any ninja from the Hidden Leaf village with the surname Senju. However, he decided not to dwell on it. System, I feel stronger. Huai'an exclaimed joyfully. Host, by continuously investing, you can purchase additional talents, chakra, weapons, and other items from the marketplace, enhancing your strength. The system rationally encouraged. All right, system. Let me save up enough money before I recharge, he replied. System, how do I use the planting space? You may place your finger upon the mark on your wrist and silently invoke planting space. An image of the planting space will then manifest in your mind. You can plant seeds within this space, which boasts optimal conditions, reducing the growth cycle by half compared to the outside world. Wow, how marvelous. The flowers in our home take several months to bloom. In this cultivation space, will it mature in half the time? The system's planting space is limited. Host, please strive to invest more to expand it. Huai'an sighed. I will work hard to save my pocket money. Holding the seeds in his hand, Huai'an pondered another question. How do I dig the soil, system brother? How do I plant the seeds? Host, you can utilize mental energy to control the planting within the space, the system replied. All right. Following the system's instructions, Huai'an carefully dug holes using his mental energy and placed the seeds. Lacking knowledge about farming, he merely followed the system's advice to plant one seed, then leave a 5-meter gap before planting another. With a total of 20 seeds, it took Huai'an quite a while to finish. By the end, he was drenched in sweat. System brother, my head hurts a bit. Ding. The host can purchase a mental relief potion in the marketplace to alleviate fatigue and hidden injuries from excessive use of mental power. Upon hearing this, Huai'an said, System brother, I would like to buy a mental soothing agent. The system displayed the marketplace interface before him, highlighting the potion. Huai'an exclaimed, Wow, just one drop costs 100 taels. It's so expensive. Mental damage is irreversible, and the system's pricing is entirely justified. Please do not question the system's fairness and impartiality. Huai'an was momentarily taken aback. All right. System brother, please give me 1 drop. Ding. Purchased 1 drop of mental soothing agent. 100 taels deducted, remaining balance for 100 taels. Suddenly, Huai'an felt a sweet sensation in his mouth as a blue droplet, resembling a candy bean, dissolved within. Before he could savor its flavor, a refreshing coolness enveloped his throat, and clarity returned to his mind, revitalizing his entire being. Filled with renewed vigor, Huai'an felt ready to practice the shuriken throwing technique his father had taught him. With determination, he pulled out the scroll and began to study earnestly. When Mama Shanzhong arrived, she saw little Huai'an sitting obediently on a small stool, engrossed in the ninja scroll. His delicate face occasionally furrowed in concentration, melting her heart with his adorableness. However, noticing Huai'an's slightly pale cheeks, Mama Shanzhong worried he was overexerting himself. She gently knocked on the door frame. Sweetheart, take a break. Let's have some snacks. Mama made your favorite tricolor dumplings. Upon hearing his mother's voice, Huai'an immediately set the scroll aside and hugged her leg. Hom. Thank you, Mama. Today marked the day of Huai'an's discharge from the hospital. The Shanzhong couple, rarely home together, prepared a healthy meal for him and bought some pastries. Sitting around the table, Papa Shanzhong looked at Huai'an and asked gently, Sweetheart, do you want to go to school? You can have many little friends to play with. Huai'an's eyes lit up. I want to go to school. Sister Jingye said there are many handsome boys at school. Jingye still had a penchant for attractive individuals, which made Mama Shanzhong smile. All right, Papa will go to school today to enroll you. We'll ensure you and Jingye are in the same grade so you can look out for each other, suggested Mama Shanzhong. Papa Shanzhong hesitated, but will Lord Hokage allow this? It might not be appropriate. In the mountains. Mother Yamanaka perceived no issue at all. The first 3 years at the Ninja Academy primarily focus on theoretical knowledge and chakra extraction. Concepts we have already imparted a year in advance. The little one is quite astute and has been excelling. Surely, Lord Hokage would not take umbrage at this. Beside her, Huai'an languidly savored the small dumplings in his bowl, carefree as an innocent angel. Mother Yamanaka affectionately patted her son's little head. Do you wish to attend school with Sister Ino? Yes, I suppose. Huai'an hesitated. What is the matter? Don't you like Sister Ino? Mother Yamanaka inquired, taken aback. No, I do like her, but every time we meet, she pinches my cheeks until they are red. Huai'an admitted, a rare frown crossing his face. The Yamanaka couple exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. That is simply because Sister Ino finds you adorable. Notice how she never pinches Shikamaru. Reflecting on this, Huai'an nodded uncertainly. All right, then I am willing to be in the same class as Sister Ino. Father Yamanaka laughed heartily. That girl, Ino, just loves to tease those who are cute. Indeed, one wonders from whom she inherited such traits, Mother Yamanaka mused. After their meal, Mother Yamanaka took Huai'an to practice, while Father Yamanaka ventured out to finalize Huai'an's enrollment. Recently, Huai'an's health had improved significantly, which brought relief to the Yamanaka couple. As Mother Yamanaka instructed Huai'an on the nuances of chakra extraction, she also prepared several outfits for him to wear to school. Given Huai'an's delicate, fair complexion and his exquisite golden hair and azure eyes, Mother Yamanaka always selected charming and vibrant clothing for him. However, as he was about to attend the Ninja Academy, where interactions with other children might lead to soiling his attire, the brighter outfits would have to be set aside. Fortunately, Mother Yamanaka possessed some crafting skills, and that very day fashioned 2 sets of darker short-sleeved shirts and shorts for Huai'an. When he donned the clothes she made, he felt not only adorable, but also quite dashing. That evening, upon Father Yamanaka's return, he specifically took Huai'an to their room. Little one, tomorrow marks your first day at school, bringing you one step closer to adulthood. You must study diligently, heed your teachers, and refrain from bullying your classmates. At this, Huai'an interrupted. Daddy, I would never bully anyone. That would be wrong. Father Yamanaka nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is not permissible. Well said, my dear. Yes, Huai'an affirmed. Observing his innocent and endearing child, Father Yamanaka felt a twinge of concern. He continued, Sweetheart, while bullying is unacceptable, should anyone attempt to bully you, you must stand up for yourself. If you cannot, come home and tell Daddy. I will always protect you, understand? Yes, I understand, Daddy. I must learn to resist. Huai'an recalled the instances when Jiang Huai'an had faced bullying, each time wishing to rush in and chase away the troublemakers. He learned the importance of standing up for oneself. Yet he pondered whether such bullies existed in the ninja world. Indeed, he had yet to encounter any. Father Yamanaka spoke at length, noticing Huai'an rubbing his eyes in fatigue. With a gentle smile, he ceased his discourse, lifted his precious boy, and carried him back to his room. As Huai'an was cradled in his father's arms, he drifted into a gentle slumber, nestled against his father's shoulder. The following day, both his parents donned formal attire and roused the still sleeping Huai'an. After he washed up and had breakfast, the couple took him by the hand and headed to school. Upon reaching the entrance of the Ninja Academy, the couple paused their advance. Huai'an's mother embraced him tenderly, saying, My dear, from now on, your father and I will not accompany you. You must come to school on your own or with Sister Ino next time. Here are 50 ryo for your pocket money. If you feel hungry, you can buy something to eat or enjoy the bento your mother has prepared. Make sure to eat well and avoid strenuous activities, understood? Huai'an nodded, waved goodbye to his parents, and entered the ninja school with a cheerful demeanor, unburdened by any feelings of parting sorrow. As he walked, he communicated with the system in his mind. System brother, I have pocket money now. Beep, Detected 50 Rio. Does the host wish to recharge? No, no, system brother. Why are you so obsessed with money? This is meant for purchasing items, not for recharging. However, I will save it gradually. The system fell silent. Unperturbed, Huai'an tucked the coins into his pocket and noticed a small classmate with a sorrowful expression. He blinked but hesitated to approach, recalling his mother's advice to give unhappy children their space. Surveying the expansive ninja academy, Huai'an sought familiar faces to ask for directions. Suddenly, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Startling him, he instinctively exclaimed and turned to see a familiar face. His eyes brightened. Shikamaru, it's you. Shikamaru, hands in his pockets, glanced at the beaming face before him, his eyes slightly drooping. Ah, let's go. I'll take you to class. You really are a handful. Having grown accustomed to Shikamaru's remarks, Huai'an felt no offense. He happily followed beside him, exclaiming, I was just about to ask for directions when I ran into you. What good fortune. Shikamaru stared ahead, stifling a yawn. TCH. It's because Ino said you wouldn't find your way, so she went off to play and left me to fetch you. Huai'an replied as they walked. Well, I've never been here before. The ninja school is so vast. I was quite lost upon entering. Thank you for coming to get me. Shikamaru responded succinctly. Are you sleepy, Shikamaru? It's still morning. You should be just waking up. Huai'an, encountering a familiar face, chattered away. Shikamaru squinted. Ah, with such beautiful weather. It's only natural to want to lie down and sleep. Huai'an mimicked Shikamaru, taking a deep breath of the sunshine. Yes, the sun has a delightful scent. As if infected by Shikamaru's demeanor, Huai'an yawned too, suddenly feeling languid. Shikamaru led him to the classroom, gesturing toward 2 empty rows at the back for him to sit wherever he liked. Choji, seated on Shikamaru's other side, was munching on snacks. Upon seeing him, Huai'an immediately greeted, Good morning, Choji. As Ding Xiai munched on potato chips, he beamed at Huai'an and said, Good morning, Huai'an. Have some snacks. Huai'an declined the offer, finding the chips too dry for his liking. Ding Xiai shifted to the side, and Huai'an obediently walked over. Placing his backpack on the table, he glanced around the classroom, which was arranged in tiers, ensuring no obstruction of view. Where is Sister Ino? He wondered as he diligently took out his books. Shikamaru had already laid his head down and fallen asleep, seemingly worn out from a previous outing. Ding Xiai replied. She went with Sakura to see Sasuke. Not knowing who Sakura and Sasuke were, Huai'an simply nodded and patiently awaited the start of class. In Huai'an's memory, teachers were formidable beings, and the teaching profession held a sacred aura, rendering him instinctively respectful and subdued. He was a well-behaved child. While the other students chattered animatedly about various topics, Huai'an quietly sat between the slumbering Shikamaru and the snacking Ding Xiai, engrossed in his book. Having received an early education, he could read and write most characters, and the knowledge within these books had already been imparted to him by his father, Yamashiro. Together, they had reviewed the material, making it easy for him to comprehend. As a newcomer with striking features, Huai'an's golden locks instantly captivated the attention of the students entering the classroom. He silently focused on extracting chakra, completely oblivious to the 2 girls in front of him, whose faces flushed with delight as they admired his cuteness. Who is that? So adorable, even more delicate than Sasuke, and with golden hair. How beautiful. One exclaimed. Yes, he is stunning. I wonder if he knows Shikamaru and Ding Xiai since they're sitting together. I heard Ino mention she has a cousin who is exceptionally handsome. Could this be him? Another speculated. Look at his chubby cheeks, even more charming than a doll. I wish I could have a life-sized figure of him. The classroom buzzed with chatter. The commotion stirred Shikamaru from his slumber. He opened his eyes, turned his head to glance at Huai'an, who was diligently extracting chakra, and clicked his tongue, feeling a twinge of regret for allowing Huai'an to sit between them, foreseeing potential trouble ahead. Unaware of the stir he had caused, Huai'an continued his earnest practice. After a while, the class bell finally rang, and Ino dashed in alongside a beautiful girl with pink hair. Upon seeing his sister, Huai'an greeted her with enthusiasm. Sister Ino. Ino paused, noticing her brother's lovely face, and immediately approached to ruffle his hair. Ah, little Huai'an, so adorable. Is this a new outfit made by Annie? You look so dapper. Ino, as a girl, quickly recognized Huai'an's fresh attire. Yes, Mom specially made it for me, he replied. Ino exchanged a few words with Huai'an before being pulled away by the bashful pink-haired girl, leaving behind a parting remark. Huai'an, study well. If you have any questions, just ask me. Huai'an nodded silently. Students gradually filled the classroom, sitting upright in anticipation of their teacher's arrival. The first to enter was a blond boy, whose face bore 6 faint whisker-like marks, giving him an endearing appearance. Due to their similar hair color, Huai'an found himself stealing glances at him, although he couldn't help but notice the child bore some scars, which seemed somewhat unsettling. The boy jumped over and took a seat directly in front of Huai'an, fidgeting restlessly like a child with hyperactivity. Perhaps due to Huai'an's heightened sensitivity, he sensed an aura of fear and aversion emanating from his classmates towards this boy, who appeared to be largely ignored. From the golden-haired child, Huai'an felt an echo of Jiang Huai'an's own experience. If this child elicited avoidance from the class, the striking dark-haired boy who entered later captured everyone's attention, both boys and girls alike. Huai'an observed that the newcomer was adorned in the attire of the Uchiha clan. His mother had once mentioned that the Uchiha clan was renowned for its beauty, and it proved to be true. He was undeniably handsome, exuding a cool and refined demeanor, in stark contrast to Huai'an's warm and delicate appearance. Yamashita's mother was genuinely astonished. She had merely imparted theoretical knowledge, yet Huai'an had grasped it so swiftly. In truth, many adult ninjas, lacking talent, would never comprehend such concepts. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with delight at the praise, and then, as if sharing a secret, he leaned closer to his mother and whispered, "Mama, an inn can make flowers bloom." Yamashita's mother lowered her gaze to her proud son, her heart racing. "An inn? What do you mean by making flowers bloom?" Huai'an extended his index finger, and in the blink of an eye, a beautiful little white flower blossomed upon it. Yamashita's mother immediately grasped his finger, her voice unusually stern. "Huai'an, who else knows you can make flowers bloom?" Startled by her tone, Huai'an stammered, "No one, just you, Mama." Yamashita's mother looked down and embraced Huai'an. "All right. And then, you must not show this to anyone else, understood? This is a secret between you and me, okay?" Sensing his mother's blend of excitement and fear, Huai'an wrapped his little hands around her. "Can I tell Daddy?" Yamashita's mother nodded. "Only Daddy and I can know. No one else must be told, or else Huai'an cannot stay with us." Upon hearing this, Huai'an quickly promised, "Mama, I won't tell anyone. Please don't leave me." Yamashita's mother held him close, affirming their bond. Seated together on a plush chair, Yamashita's mother began to narrate a long and distant tale. "Anin, let me tell you a story. It's all right if you don't understand." Sensing his mother's sorrowful emotions, Huai'an wrapped his arms around her waist and softly replied, "Okay." "Huai'an," she continued, "I was once a member of the Senju clan, albeit of mixed blood. Yet, the Senju lineage is immensely powerful, manifesting not only in physical healing abilities and affinity with plants, but also in the clan's most secret bloodline limit, the wood release." Huai'an, with a sense of bewilderment, inquired whether it was akin to the unique power of the Uchiha size. His mother from the Yamanaka clan nodded, affirming his curiosity. "Indeed, the wood release bloodline limit is quite extraordinary. It has the ability to suppress the Sharingan." The legendary sage of the Shinobi world, Senju Hashirama, possessed such a bloodline limit and triumphed over the rebellious leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Consequently, the prominence of the wood release bloodline surged. However, after Konoha fell under the jurisdiction of the daimyo, the Senju clan resorted to intermarriage to foster connections with the various families within the village. As a result, the Senju bloodline gradually dispersed, and presently, there seems to be no resurgence of the wood release bloodline in the public eye. Huai'an asked, "Mother, is my ability to bloom due to this bloodline limit?" His mother sighed, affirming, "Indeed. I belong to a collateral branch of the Senju and did not awaken the wood release. After marrying your father and giving birth to you, we believed ourselves to be ordinary ninjas. Little did we know you would possess the ancestral Senju bloodline and awaken the wood release bloodline limit. Although your chakra is feeble, I have come to realize that you indeed possess the wood release." Huai'an listened intently, admiring the resolve of the Senju clan. "Mother, did the intermarriage dilute the bloodline, causing the loss of the wood release?" She replied, "Yes, other prominent families maintain the purity of their bloodlines through internal marriages. The Senju clan is different. The original clan leader permitted intermarriage with other clans to unite the various ninja families. While the intent was noble, it ultimately dispersed the Senju bloodline. Anin, the wood release is immensely powerful, and many are secretly coveting it. You are still quite young and would merely become a pawn in the hands of others. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate your abilities. Only by becoming strong yourself can you avoid being controlled by others. Though Huai'an did not fully comprehend, he understood that his mother always had his best interests at heart. He did not wish to be a mere toy, for that would strip him of his freedom, a sensation he despised. His mother felt both joy and concern, her mind wandering throughout dinner. When his father returned later that afternoon, his mother instructed Huai'an to practice extracting chakra alone. She then conversed with his father for 2 hours, and when they emerged, both appeared weary yet content. His father, noticing Huai'an diligently refining his chakra, approached and lifted him high, proclaiming, "My son is truly remarkable. Unin, you shall undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja." Huai'an, inspired by his father's smile, replied, "Yes, I will become a ninja even more formidable than you and mother." The Yamanaka couple felt a sense of reassurance. Yet from that day forth, they placed greater emphasis on Huai'an's studies and training. They had him memorize the foundational scrolls at home, later taking time to explain their contents. By the end of the year, Huai'an's overall progress aligned with that of third-year ninja students. He also purchased a few drops of mental and physical enhancement potions from his system brother. Though each dose was merely a single drop, its impact on Huai'an was significant. The system revealed that this is due to Huai'an's relatively young physical age, indicating that an increase in both mental and physical energy would lay a solid foundation for him. In the future, his physical capabilities are expected to surpass those of ordinary ninjas significantly. However, Huai'an is somewhat disadvantaged by a congenital heart issue, which may hinder his endurance. Fortunately, the system has identified a special remedy that could remedy his heart condition, albeit at a cost that would require an exorbitant sum of money, far beyond Huai'an's means. Over the course of a year, Huai'an emerged as the most beloved child in his class, even more so than Sasuke. The latter, affected by familial circumstances, became increasingly aloof and withdrawn, rendering him less approachable. In contrast, Huai'an exuded a gentle demeanor and a cheerful disposition, treating everyone with equal respect. When others sought his advice on training techniques, he would respond earnestly, earning him the reputation of a model student in the eyes of his teachers and a radiant presence among his peers. Through conversations with classmates, Huai'an learned of Sasuke's tragic backstory. His entire clan had been annihilated by his brother, leaving him as the sole survivor of the Uchiha lineage. This revelation piqued Huai'an's concern for Sasuke, as he understood that enduring such cruelty often leads to physical ailments and a profound need for companionship. Huai'an attempted to engage Sasuke in conversation. However, the latter remained cold and unresponsive, often regarding him with an expression of annoyance. Despite feeling disheartened, Huai'an could not dismiss his feelings, considering that Sasuke was merely 7 years old. Noticing that Sasuke's diet was monotonous and lacking in nutrition, Huai'an shared his thoughts with Mama Yamamoto. Although she was initially reluctant for her child to associate with the Uchiha, she recognized Sasuke's plight. Consequently, she began preparing lunchboxes for both children, ensuring that if she had to be away for a mission, provisions were prepared in advance. Huai'an found joy in helping others, and he decided to write encouraging notes, inspired by the concept of soul food he had learned from his brother. He affixed these notes to the lunchboxes and placed them on Sasuke's doorstep each morning. After school, he would part ways with his friends and retrieve the lunchbox. Huai'an soon realized that Sasuke was a stubborn child. Sometimes he would eat, but other times he would refuse to touch his meal. Initially, Huai'an's efforts were in vain, as the lunchbox would return untouched day after day. However, one day, out of ideas and feeling a bit overwhelmed, he simply wrote, "Eat well to grow stronger." To his delight, that day the lunchbox was empty. Mama Yamamoto had previously advised him to let go of his concern for Sasuke, asserting that he was well cared for in the village. Yet, Huai'an could not abandon his desire to make a difference rather than merely observe. The fact that Sasuke ate that day filled Huai'an with exhilaration. It was a significant breakthrough. Following this, Huai'an's confidence surged, and he continued to leave succinct notes. Realizing that not everyone could appreciate the soul food concept, Sasuke, for instance, did not seem to enjoy it. Consequently, Huai'an devised 2 versions of notes based on whether Sasuke chose to eat or not. If he dined normally, Huai'an would leave a note the following day saying, "Excellent, Sasuke. Eating well is essential for becoming stronger." Conversely, if he had not eaten, the note would read, "Sasuke, that won't do. Good children must eat properly. Those who neglect their meals cannot grow strong." Though such motivational phrases may seem trivial, the mere presence of becoming stronger and not becoming stronger would greatly encourage Sasuke. Consequently, on that same day, Huai'an and Sasuke, who ranked first and second in their class respectively, would engage in a physical combat match. Huai'an always sensed that Sasuke fought with gritted teeth, seemingly infused with a bit of anger, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. While discovering Sasuke's troublesome nature, Huai'an also encountered another exuberant, yet problematic child. He met Naruto Uzumaki at a training ground, as Huai'an's home training area was under renovation, and he was sent out for practice. Upon encountering Naruto, he was struck by the sight of him dragging a paint bucket, splattered with various colors, resembling a little calico cat, darting about with abandon. A few middle-ranking ninjas from the Leaf Village followed closely behind, as if engaged in a game of tag. Huai'an, initially standing quietly on the side, was suddenly struck on the head by the descending paint bucket. With a swift motion, he reached out to stop the exuberant Naruto. Uzumaki, Naruto, please apologize. Positioned before Naruto, he seized the boy's arm, only to be met with Naruto looking up at him. Momentarily stunned, Huai'an, oblivious to this pause, firmly grasped Naruto's arm. After a brief moment of surprise, Naruto, upon seeing Huai'an's vividly painted face, burst into laughter. Ha! Now the girls in Class 1T call you an elegant little prince anymore. Ignoring Naruto's words, Huai'an was about to pin him down for an apology when he noticed that Naruto was being firmly grasped by two ninjas behind him, who promptly lifted him away. You little rascal, do you realize that because of you, the Hokage's face on Hokage Rock needs to be cleaned again? Come, we're taking you back to clean it. If it's not done today, you won't be going home. Fine, I want to go home anyway. No one else there, Naruto replied nonchalantly. You little brat, it's your own mischief, one of the ninjas couldn't help but retort. Huai'an, taken aback, released his grip on Naruto. Then he observed another ninja, speaking sharply to Naruto with an undercurrent of animosity. However, when he turned to Huai'an, his expression softened. You must be Imashiro. Hurry home. I'm truly sorry for getting your clothes dirty. Turning back to Naruto, his demeanor instantly shifted. Hurry, you little rascal. Apologize to Yamashiro. Naruto glanced at Huai'an, then lowered his gaze, disregarding the ninja's words. Huai'an, momentarily stunned by the ninja's sudden change in demeanor, instinctively replied, It's all right. He watched as the two ninjas sternly escorted Naruto away, pondering the scene with a hint of contemplation. He chose not to continue his training, but to return home directly. After cleansing the paint from his body, he recalled the beautiful blue eyes that seemed to convey a silent plea for a comforting embrace. Huai'an sighed, pondering the myriad of children in Konoha who seemed to grapple with their own issues. He gazed at the sunset still lingering in the sky, obediently sharing the day's events with his mother, Yamakami. Mother, I believe Naruto is not as mischievous as he appears, and the villagers' attitude towards him seems rather harsh. Huai'an expressed, listening patiently to her son's narration. Yamakami regarded him thoughtfully. Indeed, Huai'an, you are a kind and perceptive child. However, you do not know much about Naruto's mother. Can you tell me how you wish to proceed? Mother, it's getting dark outside. Isn't it unkind for a child to be alone? Huai'an replied, following his heart's inclination. Yamakami nodded. Yes, it is indeed growing late. After a brief pause, Huai'an earnestly added, Mother, I wish to check on Naruto. Without objection, Yamakami gently stroked Huai'an's head. Would you like me to accompany you? Huai'an looked up and shook his head. No, Mother, I can go by myself. Am I doing the right thing? He inquired. Yamakami smiled softly. Whether it is right or not, I cannot determine for you. What matters is whether you feel comfortable and happy with your decision. Yes, I will feel happy. I do not wish to treat Naruto as the villagers do. That feels wrong, Huai'an declared earnestly. He did not comprehend the reasons behind the villagers' disdain for Naruto, but his young mind could only conclude that such treatment was unjust. Yamakami embraced him. Yes, Huai'an, follow your heart. Your father and I will take care of everything else. So do not worry too much. Huai'an nodded vigorously, then shyly turned to Yamakami. Mother, could you prepare a bento for me? I would like to bring it with me. Yamakami chuckled. You're not angry, even after he got paint all over you, and yet you wish to bring him food? It's all right. Naruto did not mean to. Before he was caught, it seemed he wanted to apologize, Huai'an replied. Yamakami shook her head. My dear child, why is it that your friendships revolve around food? Perhaps I should teach you how to cook. Contemplating the delectable pastries and dishes he had dreamt of from Huai'an, Huai'an suddenly found a new goal. I shall prepare many delicious meals for mother, father, and my friends, he declared, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Wonderful. I look forward to it. Yamakami said as she helped her son prepare some simple dishes, including a few rice cakes shaped like rabbits, a dozen sushi rolls, and an assortment of fruits, filling the bento box to the brim. After bidding farewell to his mother, Huan set off towards Hokage Rock, carrying the bento box. Along the way, he paused to exchange a few words with acquaintances, and by the time he arrived beneath Hokage Rock, over 20 minutes had passed. Huai'an stood on the ground, gazing up at the chaotic hues splattered across Hokage Rock, slowly coming to understand the reasons behind the disdainful attitude of his ninja brother towards Naruto. As he surveyed the area around the rock, he finally spotted Naruto, perched on the bridge of the fourth Hokage's nose, diligently scrubbing away the paint. Noticing the boy's earnestness, Huai'an's eyes flickered with mischief, and after gathering his breath, he called out, "Vortex Naruto." His voice echoed, reverberating as if it had pierced through an invisible wall. Huai'an was surprised by the strength of the echo. He glanced around, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. But upon confirming that he was alone save for the chirping birds in the trees, he finally relaxed. Naruto, mumbling to himself about how he would make Hokage Grandpa's face even more terrifying next time, was startled by the sudden shout. His heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively replied, "I'm working. I'm cleaning off the extra paint." His tone carried a hint of frustration and fear. While he enjoyed pranks, they were always within reasonable bounds. He never dared to be overtly provocative. Although the villagers often looked down on him, he refused to give up. One day, he would earn their attention and recognition. Huai'an bit his lip, unsure of his feelings at that moment, finding the boy's foolishness endearingly charming. "Naruto, over here," he called softly, waving his hand. This time, Naruto finally followed the sound and spotted a golden head below him, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A delicate white arm waved enthusiastically, as if eager to make his acquaintance. Naruto recognized Yamashiro Huai'an. He had a pair of gentle parents and had seen them together at the hospital and school. Their interactions radiated a warmth that deeply resonated with him. Huai'an seemed to have grown up in a happy family, sunny, cheerful, and kind-hearted. To him, everyone appeared equal. Unlike that Uchiha Sasuke who looked down on others with an air of superiority. Naruto envied him and wished to befriend Huai'an, perhaps seeing himself simply as Vortex Naruto, not just a demon fox. The village children had all been warned by their families not to play with him, a reality he had long grown accustomed to. He hesitated to take that step, as past painful experiences taught him to keep his distance. Yet today, he had inadvertently drawn the attention of the one person he both dreaded and yearned to be close to. Huai'an had witnessed his most embarrassing moment. Surely, he wouldn't want to befriend such a mischievous child. Despite the turmoil within, Naruto still felt compelled to apologize. He was not the kind of person to be rude. Blinking away the moisture in his eyes, he looked down at Huai'an, who smiled warmly at him. Wiping his face absent-mindedly only resulted in smearing another layer of dirt across it. Unbothered, he leaped down from Hokage Rock and hesitantly approached Huai'an, who stood patiently in place. He scratched his head and said, "Hello, I apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unintentional." Huai'an smiled gently. "I accept your apology, Naruto Uzumaki. Shall we get to know each other better?" Naruto, taken aback, replied, "You know me? Of course, I have heard many stories about you, Naruto. You seem like a very lively child. We've been classmates for half a year, yet we have not formally spoken until now," Huai'an stated sincerely. Naruto gazed into Huai'an's clear green eyes, vibrant like the essence of life, which complemented his ethereal features beautifully without overshadowing them. For the first time in their 6-month academic journey, Naruto found himself so close to Huai'an of the mountain. He could not help but marvel at Huai'an's striking appearance. A sensation akin to a tender blade of grass brushed against his heart, and with earnestness, he declared, "Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki, 7 years old, with a dream of becoming Hokage and becoming incredibly powerful, so that the people of the village will acknowledge me." Huai'an nodded, affirming his aspiration. "I think that's a wonderful dream. Hokage is indeed a remarkable title. You wish to earn the recognition of the villagers? That is commendable. You have great ambition." Naruto bashfully touched his nose and asked, "What about you?" "My name is Huai'an Yamashita. I am 6 years old, and my dream is to earn a great deal of money. I hope to be guided by you in the future." Huai'an extended his hand. It was the first time Naruto had heard a child's dream centered around making money, both ordinary and extraordinary. Considering how he often spent nearly all his allowance each week, he suddenly questioned whether his aspiration of becoming Hokage was too unrealistic. Perhaps he should adopt a more grounded approach like Huai'an. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at Huai'an's outstretched, fair hand, hesitating as he wiped the paint and dust from his fingers, feeling somewhat shy about shaking Huai'an's hand. Huai'an noticed his awkwardness and grasped his tentative fingers, saying, "Well, the paint is a bit sticky." Naruto's face flushed, wanting to retract his hand, but fearing Huai'an might misunderstand his intentions. He stared at their intertwined hands for a moment, and seeing that Huai'an had no intention of letting go, a smile crept onto his lips. As Huai'an noticed Naruto relaxing, he tilted his head, and they both chuckled while maintaining their handshake. Naruto thought he would forever cherish this moment, the warmth conveyed through Huai'an's delicate hand, a sensation he had never experienced before. Looking at the remaining paint on the Hokage rock, Huai'an, with a hint of eagerness in his voice, said, "Naruto, may I call you that? I brought some food prepared by my mother. Let us clean up the Hokage rock first, and then we can enjoy a meal together." Noticing Naruto's frown, as if he was reluctant to involve him, Huai'an feigned interest. "To be honest, I have never done something like this before. Let us clean it up, and then perhaps paint some patterns on the Hokage rock wall as a memento of our first day as friends. Please, Naruto, let us have fun together." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. "Huai'an, do you really find painting the Hokage rock wall enjoyable?" Huai'an promptly corrected. "It is not respectful to the Hokage to be interested in defacing the statue. Instead, we could sketch some small grass figures elsewhere, symbolizing the eternal vitality of the Hidden Leaf Village. The ninjas in the village might find that more acceptable." Naruto, perplexed, responded, "Is that so? No wonder I always get caught and beaten when I paint on the Hokage rock." Huai'an sighed. "Well, you certainly chose the wrong spot, and it is rather unsightly. The large splotches are indeed quite aggravating." Naruto, undeterred, suddenly had a brilliant idea. His eyes sparkled as he cast a friendly, inviting glance at Huai'an. However, Huai'an shook his head seriously, declining his suggestion. He quickly shifted the conversation. "All right, let us get to cleaning now, and we can have dinner together later." Naruto nodded eagerly. The two little ones each grabbed a cloth and a bucket, diligently commencing their task. A ninja, standing not far from the Hokage rock, explained to an elder, "Third Hokage, Naruto has been painting on the Hokage statue again, and we have punished him by making him clean up here." The elder, dressed in a Hokage robe and with a pipe in his mouth, gazed clearly at the two children without any inclination to question the ninja's explanation. "That is Huai'an from the Yamashiro family. Today he got splattered with Naruto's paint. I thought he would be upset, but it seems they have become friends because of it." The ninja replied earnestly. "He appears to be a good child. Naruto's energy is indeed boundless. I hope that after making good friends, he will have less time for mischief." The third Hokage remarked, taking a puff from his pipe. Indeed, the ninja agreed, observing the two children working together while chatting and laughing in the distance. Huai'an diligently cleaned his designated area and then glanced over at Naruto. To his surprise, he noticed that Naruto had also managed to clean up quite thoroughly, showing a level of seriousness that was quite unlike the careless image he had previously held. Once they finished cleaning, they washed their tools by the stream. After ensuring they were clean, they settled down on a patch of grass. Naruto's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he gazed at the lunchbox Huai'an had brought. He had heard from Choji about how delicious the meals made by Huai'an's mother were, and he had longed for a chance to taste them. With eager anticipation, he watched as Huai'an opened the lunchbox, revealing 2 layers filled with a variety of food, ample in quantity and neatly arranged, just the kind of cleanliness a diligent student would appreciate. Huai'an placed the fruits aside and arranged the dishes in the center, suggesting, "Let us eat first, and then have some fruit afterward?" Naruto had no objections, nodding vigorously at the sight of the food, with a heart full of gratitude. He took a bite of the sweet rabbit-shaped cake, finding it deliciously light and not overly sweet. Huai'an smiled upon seeing his enjoyment, saying, "I'm glad you like it. My mother was concerned that it might not suit your taste." With his mouth full, Naruto struggled to swallow before exclaiming, "I don't dislike any of it. I love it all. It's really delicious." Huai'an quickly urged him to drink some soup, lest he choke. After their meal, Naruto lay on the ground with his round belly, gazing at the stars above, marveling at the fortune of the day. Huai'an offered him some fruit, which Naruto eagerly accepted. Beneath the starry sky, they sat together, digesting their food while sharing tales of their daily lives. Huai'an discovered that Naruto, indeed the king of accidents, had left traces in every corner. Thanks to Naruto, he learned the locations of many useful shops in Konoha, which proved beneficial as he sometimes needed to buy items for the Yamanaka family. With his newfound knowledge of the village's intricacies, Huai'an regarded Naruto as a veritable omniscient being. Though he had yet to earn the villagers' full acceptance, he had certainly captured their attention, and it seemed inevitable that their perceptions would eventually shift. Once they had rested, Huai'an accompanied Naruto home, as Naruto lived farther away. The Yamanaka clan resided closer to the Hokage's office, allowing Huai'an to arrive home first, standing at the entrance. Noticing Naruto hesitating, Huai'an spoke first. "Naruto, do come visit my home sometime." Naruto looked up at Huai'an, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "Is that all right? Are we friends now?" Huai'an nodded assuredly. "Of course, we are friends. You can always come to play." Naruto, elated, sprang up as if struck by a wave of fortune. "Great. Then, see you at school tomorrow." "Yes, go home and rest." "See you tomorrow," Huai'an replied with a smile, waving goodbye. Naruto turned back multiple times to wave until his silhouette vanished, after which Huai'an turned to return home. Upon entering, he saw his mother in the living room sewing and his father reading nearby. Huai'an stepped inside. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." "Welcome home, dear. Did you see Naruto?" "Mrs. Yamanaka was the first to respond. "Yes, I did," Huai'an replied. Mr. Yamanaka shifted his gaze toward him as Huai'an moved to the kitchen, deftly washing the lunchbox before sitting in the living room to pour himself a glass of milk. "Naruto is a very optimistic and cheerful boy. We became good friends today, and I learned a lot," Huai'an shared. The Yamanaka couple listened intently, occasionally expressing their thoughts until Huai'an finished speaking. "Mr. Yamanaka remarked, Naruto seems quite different from the mischievous reputation he has in the village. He merely possesses an abundance of energy." Huai'an nodded. "Yes. We even made plans to paint on the blank side of the Hokage rock when the ninja school is on break." Mr. Yamanaka's heart skipped a beat. "Just ensure you don't end up painting on Lord Hokage's face, or I might be called in for a discussion." Huai'an chuckled mischievously. "Of course not. We only aim to paint some small grass and figures on the lower rock wall, clean and simple murals. We won't create a mess. This way, it would prevent others from thinking Naruto was merely defacing Hokage rock, allowing him to expend his energy without causing trouble for the ninja. Perhaps we can portray the serene and tranquil Hidden Leaf Village as depicted by our teacher," Huai'an mused. Being a child himself, he found great interest in such small activities, as constant training could be quite exhausting. Sitting nearby, Yamashiro's mother gently remarked, "What a wonderful idea, but do refrain from drawing haphazardly. That child, Naruto, must feel rather lonely as well." With a sigh, she offered no further commentary, instead advising Huai'an, "My dear, once you make friends, cherish those relationships and learn from one another." Huai'an nodded, finishing his milk. The following day, Huai'an completed his morning run and placed a bento box in front of Sasuke's door. Just as he was about to leave, a cold, youthful voice called out from behind him, "Your shuriken throwing technique still requires practice. Mere running 1T suffice. The agility and strength of your wrist are vital." With that, Sasuke tossed a scroll towards Huai'an, stating, "This is for your meal." Instinctively, Huai'an caught the scroll, intending to decline the offer of money for food. But before he could speak, Sasuke had already taken the bento inside and shut the door with a definitive thud. Confused, Huai'an gazed at the scroll in his hands and the firmly closed door before running home. Unbeknownst to him, a black crow had settled on a tree branch. Its head lowered as it observed Huai'an with a glint of humanity in its eyes. It took flight, trailing behind him. Upon returning home, Huai'an placed the scroll on the table before heading off to wash up. He was in no rush to go to school after breakfast. Curiosity compelled him to open the scroll Sasuke had given him. The first thing that caught his eye were the 4 large characters proclaiming shuriken throwing technique. The handwriting within was childlike, appearing as though a diligent child had carefully transcribed it, accompanied by numerous smaller notes of insights and reflections. As Huai'an examined the scroll, a smile crept across his face. He sensed Sasuke's awkward yet meticulous thoughtfulness. Although he had not anticipated any form of reciprocation, merely wishing to uplift Sasuke, he was pleasantly surprised by this response. It signified progress. Clenching his fist, Huai'an felt reassured that perseverance bore fruit. After a thorough inspection, he set the scroll aside for further study later, as he needed to attend class. Upon arriving at the school entrance, he spotted Naruto outside, waving with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. "Huai'an?" he called out. Huai'an responded cheerfully, "Naruto, good morning. Have you eaten yet?" Approaching naturally, he continued, "Did you have breakfast?" Naruto, with his backpack on, nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I had milk and bread. Isn't that a bit scarce? A little dry, perhaps? I have an apple. Let me share it with you," Huai'an offered, retrieving a bright red apple from his bag and handing it to Naruto. Startled, Naruto accepted the apple, feeling nervous. This is the first time a peer has shared food with me. Huai'an placed an arm around his shoulder, reassuringly stating, "It's all right. There will be plenty more to share in the future, so don't be too moved." Revitalized, Naruto replied, "Yes, we are friends now. And there will be many more opportunities to share. I'll remember to share any delicious food I come across with you, Huai'an." He rested his hand on Huai'an's shoulder, and his mood seemed to brighten once more as the two of them ambled forward, leaning on each other in a somewhat awkward manner. Their playful antics continued until they were interrupted by Ding Ci, who found their behavior inexplicable, prompting them to cease their childish frolics. It was yet another joyful and fulfilling day. Aside from his usual training and school, Huai'an had taken on an additional task, learning to cook alongside Mama Yamashita. To his astonishment, he discovered that his culinary skills had improved remarkably. Just a few days ago, while making sushi with Mama Yamashita, he realized he had developed a knack for cooking, which ignited an unprecedented enthusiasm for the culinary arts. Today, as he followed Mama Yamashita's guidance, Huai'an's fingers danced like nimble butterflies, his mind brimming with ideas. He shaped the misshapen rice balls into various adorable animals. While Huai'an focused intently on his creations, Mama Yamashita stood across from him, camera in hand, capturing his learning journey with eager snapshots. Holding up a vividly crafted puppy, Huai'an beamed at her, prompting Mama Yamashita to smile broadly, her joy evident as she snapped away, eager to immortalize her son's radiant smile on film. Huai'an, no stranger to his mother's penchant for photography, had become quite the seasoned model, effortlessly posing and showcasing his delightful creations for the lens. The lively little creatures, adorned with vibrant colors, came to life before the camera. Once the rice balls were steamed, Huai'an retrieved a piece of meat, recalling the recipe for braised pork. Intrigued by the culinary world, he had recently procured a translated cookbook of Huaxia cuisine from the system, a modest expense he could easily manage. His inexplicable affinity for Huaxia led him to use his spare change to exchange for various books and items from the premium system. Incidentally, he had been secretly learning Huaxia's language, unbeknownst to Mama Yamashita and her husband. Though he could no longer dream of his brother Jiang Huai'an, he found that with effort, he could vividly recall memories associated with him. This was, in truth, quite remarkable. In an unexplainable way, Huai'an felt a connection to Huaxia, igniting a desire to understand this place better. Time would reveal that his choice was indeed wise. With a tentative spirit, he added the right amount of seasoning and oil to the pot, allowing the meat to simmer. Standing on a small stool specially prepared by Papa Yamashita, he attentively monitored the stove, while Mama Yamashita, her eyes sparkling with encouragement, patiently assisted him. As the time drew near, she helped Huai'an retrieve the food, which gleamed a golden hue and emitted an enticing aroma, rendering it visually perfect in his eyes. Now, all that remained was to savor the results. Mama Yamashita carefully plated the meat and captured a photograph of the finished dish. Huai'an let out a sigh of relief, holding the food while gazing at his mother in the mountains behind the camera. "Mom, please come and taste it. Let me know if it's delicious," he urged. The mountain mother, embodying the spirit of supportive parenting, looked at the fragrant dishes before her and smiled, praising, "Our little one, you possess such remarkable culinary talent. You've done splendidly on your first attempt." She inhaled the enticing aroma of the food, filled with anticipation. "Let me savor the dish you've prepared, dear." Huai'an nodded enthusiastically. "Yes, Mom should try it first, then I'll let Dad have a taste." The mountain mother, chuckling, set down the camera and picked up a piece of meat to sample. But before she could express her thoughts, the mountain father approached, drawn by the delicious scent. "Darling, what delectable dish have you made? It smells incredible." The mountain mother was taken aback by the exquisite flavor of the food. Usually, her own meat dishes carried a hint of greasiness and a gamey taste. However, Huai'an's rendition of braised pork was anything but heavy. It was remarkably smooth and delightful. She took another bite, while the mountain father leaned closer to her, captivated by her enjoyment, and shifted his gaze to the aromatic plate in Huai'an's hands. "What is this? It smells divine." Seeing that his mother remained silent, Huai'an turned to his father. "Dad, you should try it too. I made this." At last, the mountain mother finished chewing her morsel and raised her thumb in approval. "Absolutely delicious. Our little one is a genius." Huai'an felt a bit shy. He had merely followed the recipe, though today his instincts seemed particularly sharp. He planned to sample his creation after his parents had tasted it, ready to make any necessary adjustments. The mountain father took the dish. "So it was made by you, my dear. I must have a taste as well." What a joy it is to see you showing such filial piety. Huai'an, caught between his parents, watched them eagerly as they shared bites. Realizing they were quickly finishing the meat in his hands, his expression shifted from anticipation to mild urgency. Mom, Dad, please save me some. I want to try it too. He hadn't had a single bite yet. The mountain father, with his mouth full of grease, caught the pleading look from his son and sheepishly paused his chopsticks. The mountain mother followed suit, turning to Huai'an. "Anin, the dish you made is truly delightful. After tasting what you've prepared, your father and I will feel blissful all day." Really? Huai'an was skeptical. He was beginning to understand many things and felt that his parents were still treating him like a baby, unable to deceive him any longer. The mountain father ruffled his son's fluffy golden hair, feeling its softness, and continued to playfully touzle it. "Of course, this is your heartfelt effort," he said earnestly. Though he sensed it was a bit of sweet talk, Huai'an couldn't help but feel a wave of joy within. In a fleeting moment, the last piece of braised pork was snatched away by the mountain father. Huai'an's expression froze, only to see his father smirk and place the final morsel into his open mouth. Instantly, Huai'an was enchanted by the tender, sticky braised pork, his eyes sparkling with delight as he chewed. So delicious. The mountain father and mother exchanged amused glances, both finding the scene quite endearing. Huai'an's inaugural culinary endeavor had proven to be a resounding success. In the following days, Huai'an's enthusiasm for the kitchen reached unprecedented heights. Aside from attending school, he abandoned his training sessions with friends, instead lingering in the kitchen, effectively usurping the position of his mother in the mountains. He diligently experimented with numerous Huai'an dishes. Although some did not turn out particularly well, Huai'an remained unperturbed. However, his infatuation with cooking led him to receive a fierce glare from Uchiha Sasuke, whose attitude towards him had already begun to shift. During their daily combat classes, Sasuke spared no mercy, leaving Huai'an utterly perplexed. Yet, upon returning home and noticing a food box that had been neglected for several days, Huai'an finally realized that he had seemingly overlooked his friends. He had been feeding little Uchiha for half a year, and in his recent culinary obsession, he had completely forgotten about the routine of delivering meals. Since acquiring the scroll, it seemed he had not visited the Uchiha clan's grounds. It had been roughly a week. Reflecting on this, Huai'an understood that his absence might convey the message that his kindness had ulterior motives. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly penned an apology letter, detailing the dishes he had been experimenting with, along with some charming little quips, hoping to bring a smile to Sasuke's face. He then prepared an extravagant spread of various dishes, portioning them out to share with his friends. Naturally, the first stop was the Uchiha household. After knocking on the door, Huai'an patiently waited outside for quite some time before a narrow crack slowly opened, revealing a pair of calm, dark eyes. Huai'an perked up at the sight. Sasuke pushed the door open a bit wider, his refined features betraying little emotion, yet his gaze pierced through Huai'an like a dagger. "What is it?" His voice was starkly indifferent. Huai'an felt a pang of guilt. He flashed a charming smile, lifting the food box and letter to present them to Sasuke. "Sasuke, I truly apologize for neglecting you these past few days." Noticing that Sasuke remained silent and did not step outside, merely scrutinizing him with those cold eyes, Huai'an felt akin to a neglected kitten, assessing whether its owner could still be trusted. Sasuke appeared unaffected by his apology, maintaining his silence as he continued to observe Huai'an. Fortunately, everything he wished to convey was inscribed in the letter. With a sigh, Huai'an placed the food box and letter down, bowed slightly towards Sasuke, and before turning to leave, remarked, "These dishes are all made by me. You are the first person, aside from my parents, to taste them. They carry my heartfelt intentions. I hope you enjoy them." Huai'an departed with a flourish, but as he rounded the corner, he immediately halted and turned back to glance at Sasuke, who was still inside, frowning in contemplation, silently hoping he would come out. The crows perched in the trees observed the two youngsters, their crimson eyes seemingly radiating a glimmer of helplessness. As Huai'an murmured to himself, Sasuke seemed to have overcome some psychological barrier, his expression sour. Yet, in a contradictory manner, he first picked up the letter from the ground. Standing there, as if lost in thought, he gazed for a while before bending down to retrieve the food box. Huai'an heaved a sigh of relief. Upon seeing Sasuke lift the food box, he immediately recoiled. Fortunately, Sasuke had a soft heart. However, he remained unaware that after picking up the food box, Sasuke glanced in the direction of Huai'an's south hiding place before heading home. Feeling at ease, Huai'an returned, while the couple in the mountains set out on another mission. Immersed in his culinary pursuits, Huai'an finally realized how much he had overlooked. He had neglected his morning physical training, which was utterly inexcusable. Determined, he resolved to resume his training with vigor the following day. Subsequently, he opted to recharge his account with 1,000 Rio from his brother in the system. This money was left over from his purchases, generously given to him by his parents as pocket money. Huai'an had spent a little and saved some as well. He intended to compensate for the unease stemming from his recent lack of training by enhancing his attributes numerically. He prepared to purchase some chakra and physical enhancement potions. He spent 700 Rio on 70 chakra and another 300 on 3 drops of physical enhancement potions, depleting his funds in one fell swoop. After utilizing these potential enhancing potions, Huai'an felt a sense of reassurance. Psychologically, he felt justified. In reality, Huai'an quickly performed several more sets of training, allowing for the full absorption of the potions while reacquainting his body with the intensity of the workout. The next day, Huai'an sought out Shikamaru and the others at the Konoha training ground, intending to share the food he had prepared. He was determined not to show favoritism. As Huai'an peeked out from above Shikamaru, he effectively blocked the sunlight that had been pouring down. Shikamaru, eyes closed, sensed the warmth above him dissipate and slightly relaxed his furrowed brow. Noticing that he remained sprawled in a comatose pose, Huai'an mischievously rolled his eyes and gently blew a breath of air down towards Shikamaru, the breeze caressing his cheek. Finally sensing something amiss, Shikamaru cracked open his eyes to see the delicate face above him, backlit by the sun. There was no surprise, only a hint of annoyance. His brow furrowed once more, and Huai'an could tell he was becoming irritated again. Just as their gazes locked, a sudden force struck from behind, and Huai'an, already bent over, was knocked down in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had no time to react. As the approaching face drew nearer, he instinctively turned his cheek away, extending his head to the side, feeling a warm gust of air brush against him. Luckily, Shikamaru was spared the embarrassment of a nosebleed. Ugh, crushed, Shikamaru grunted. Jolted awake from his slumber, he raised his hand slightly to protect Huai'an's waist, turning to inspect the object that had fallen from behind Huai'an, a small dog. Glaring at them with indignation. What are you two up to? Ino's round face appeared from behind a tree, observing the intertwined forms of Shikamaru and Huai'an. While enjoying his meal, he inquired, what new techniques are you studying? May I join? Eagerly, he approached Huai'an and his companions. Upon hearing this, Huai'an, not daring to remain sprawled across Shikamaru, slowly rose, rubbing his waist. There are no new techniques. Brother Dingxi, you mustn't learn this, for it lacks any offensive power. Dingxi responded with an "oh," standing aside while watching them, his eyes still brimming with eagerness. Huai'an, however, had no time to attend to him. He glanced at the object that had collided with him earlier, initially feeling a tinge of anger at such a forceful approach. Yet, upon seeing the adorable creature up close, his irritation dissipated. With its fluffy white fur, long ears, sparkling eyes, and a tiny pink nose, it was undeniably a canine embodiment of the Uchiha clan, handsome and charming. Huai'an resolved that if it consented to be held and petted later, he would let go of his annoyance. Dingxi, on the other hand, was drawn to the large food box beside Huai'an, promptly casting aside the earlier scene. He nonchalantly walked over, seized the food box, and silently retreated to another spot. Huai'an, accustomed to Dingxi taking food from him, paid it no mind and merely remarked, Brother Dingxi, do save some for later. His gaze lingered reluctantly on the puppy before shifting to a child running towards them from a distance. The child's bronze skin suggested he often trained outdoors, and he exuded a wild spirit, his face adorned with distinctive markings. Speaking with an easy candor, he sincerely apologized. Sorry for bumping into you. Are you both all right? I was just bonding with Akamaru and got a bit too carried away. Shikamaru propped himself up, sitting upright as he regarded Inuzuka Kiba. You truly are passionate, aren't you? Kiba chuckled. Well, it's not too bad. Akamaru is a bit shy. He then turned to Huai'an, raising his distinct eyebrows. Hey, it's nice to meet you, Yamashiro Huai'an. My apologies. Huai'an recognized Kiba from afar, but had never conversed with him, only just realizing that Kiba owned such an adorable dog. Hello, Inuzuka-san. Is your dog named Akamaru? He is quite charming. May I hold him? Huai'an shook his head, his gaze still fixated on Akamaru. Kiba, shaking his head, looked at Akamaru with a hint of reluctance. That might not be a good idea. Akamaru isn't very friendly towards strangers, so don't be deceived by his appearance. Huai'an felt a twinge of disappointment, but understood. After a moment's thought, he pulled a piece of jerky from his pocket. A homemade treat that could serve both as a snack and a means to soothe teeth. Crouching down, he tentatively tore open the small package and called out to Akamaru. Akamaru, come here, I have some delicious jerky for you. Kiba, hands on his hips, replied with a hint of pride. Akamaru wants to eat food from strangers. He only accepts it from me. Huai'an, hearing this, refrained from arguing, casually responding with hum. Oh, as he continued to extend the jerky in invitation. Uncertain whether it was the gentle aura surrounding Huai'an, Chimaru, who had been crouching in a corner, gradually rose and approached him. Inuzuka Kiba, astonished, gazed at Chimaru, feeling as if he were encountering his companion for the first time. Chimaru leaned closer to Huai'an, sniffing his fingers, seemingly satisfied. He then looked up at Huai'an, who regarded him with kindness, and let out a few soft whines, before playfully snatching the jerky from Huai'an's hand with his little mouth. Quickly, he retreated to the side. Huai'an's face lit up with joy. Chimaru, may I pet you? Chimaru, engrossed in his treat, responded with a bark. Kiba, observing with intrigue, felt a sense of bewilderment. Today, as Chimaru seemed unusually docile. Noting the puppy's lack of protest, Huai'an eagerly extended his other hand, tentatively stroking Chimaru's head. Oh! He felt the delight akin to that of a father petting his child. Chimaru remained still, quietly savoring the jerky, appearing to enjoy Huai'an's touch. After several strokes, Huai'an, thoroughly satisfied, offered more morsels of meat and even a few small eggs. Kiba, watching intently, finally succumbed to curiosity. What have you given my Chimaru? It seems to be so delectable. He too wished to partake. Huai'an, smiling as he looked up, shared some jerky with him. I made this myself. Though it might be a bit rich, dogs shouldn't indulge too much, lest it affects their sense of smell. Kiba quickly devoured it, smacking his lips. Convinced he could easily consume 100 more pieces, finding it utterly delightful. It won't impair his sense of smell. Rather, it's quite filling and satisfying, he candidly stated. Yearning for more from Huai'an. Pleased by the praise, Huai'an responded. I've been experimenting with recipes lately. Shikamaru, sitting nearby, yawned. You've been skipping training right after school lately to focus on food research. Huai'an, nodding and oblivious to the hint of resentment in his tone, replied, Yes. I brought a small portion of the recent dishes today for you all to try. My parents said they were delicious. He looked around and soon spotted a kimchi choji, his cheeks stuffed with food. Huai'an walked over, noticing the remnants of his meal, casting a reproachful glance. Choji, I told you to save some. Choji sheepishly scratched his head. It was just too tasty. I couldn't resist. I promise I'll do better next time. He always said this, and Huai'an found himself at a loss. He could only beckon Shikamaru and Kiba, inviting them to join him in the feast, as the notion of sharing with those present seemed fitting. Indeed, food proved to be a powerful catalyst for forging bonds, and Huai'an and Chimaru had established a connection through their shared culinary experience. As a lover of small creatures, Huai'an discovered many common topics with Kiba. Kiba spoke of the numerous dogs in the Inuzuka family, each possessing distinct traits, some fierce, others beautiful, lively, or adorable. From his enthusiastic discourse, Huai'an could discern Kiba's genuine affection for animals. Later, whenever Huai'an encountered teeth, he would share food with Chi-Man, and through his charm, he earned the privilege of receiving hugs from Chi-Man, which brought him great satisfaction. After Huai'an discussed the recent training sessions with Shikamaru and the others, he took his leave, feeling somewhat troubled by the burden of having many friends. He intended to visit his companion Naruto, as he had previously mentioned collaborating with him on some relatively normal murals. However, time had eluded him, and he had only asked Naruto to select a location in preparation, planning to find time to visit. Unfortunately, that endeavor had been postponed for another 2 days. Rubbing his forehead, Huai'an felt he had been rather inconsiderate in his affairs. The sky was still bright, so he made his way to Hokage Rock, only to find Naruto indeed there. His arrival did not disturb Naruto, who was engrossed in applying vibrant yellow paint to a clearly prepped smooth rock wall. Huai'an approached quietly, and as he drew nearer, the colors on the Hokage rock became increasingly apparent. Tilting his head slightly, he pondered what the 2 golden suns depicted on the wall might represent. Beneath the golden suns was a perfectly rectangular shape resembling a door, with slender branches extending from the doorframe, intertwining in a spiral fashion. Huai'an found himself at a loss as to how to interpret this mural. Were the suns a representation of mutual affection? It felt rather abstract. The crucial moment came when he stood not far behind Naruto, who enthusiastically exclaimed, "I've painted Huai'an in. How about we add Iruka-sensei next?" Huai'an contemplated for a moment and suddenly pieced it together. The two suns and the doorframe represented himself and the clever individual before him. Huai'an felt his artistic sensibility elevate, far surpassing Naruto's elementary aesthetic. He approached and gently tapped Naruto's shoulder. "I said, huh?" Naruto exclaimed, startled, jumping to the side and knocking over the paint at his feet. Huai'an quickly grasped the collar of his shirt, cautioning him, "Careful," as he pulled him back. Once Naruto regained his footing and turned to face Huai'an, his eyes lit up with joy. "Huai'an," he exclaimed, his tones soaring with delight. Huai'an was unsure why this reaction made his heart ache. He softly said, "Naruto, I'm here." Naruto nodded vigorously, his face breaking into a bright, unfettered smile. "Huai'an, I thought you wouldn't come today. I've been waiting for you. Look, I've painted so much." "Yes, I can see it. That's us," Huai'an affirmed, noticing the paint smeared across Naruto's small face, reluctantly acknowledging his efforts. At the same time, Huai'an detected the subtle insecurity in Naruto's words. He seemed to believe that not being friends with him was the norm, and that his absence was expected. Huai'an was not the type to disappoint a friend. He raised the food in his hand, saying, "Naruto, I've been experimenting with various delicacies these past few days, which is why I couldn't complete the mural with you in a timely manner. I apologize." Naruto, surprised yet envious, waved his hand dismissively. "Huai'an, you're different from me. It's fine. Is this food? For me?" Huai'an nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, all of this has been crafted by my own hands. I have devoted myself to the study of culinary arts these past few days and have neglected much of my training. Once we complete the mural, shall we arrange to train together?" With this invitation, Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Is that possible? I would love to train alongside you. This would be my first time training with a friend. Of course, you should eat something first. I will take over the painting from here," Huai'an said, deftly passing the food container to Naruto before gently nudging him aside to sit down. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to embark on his artistic endeavor. Naruto sat cross-legged nearby. Sensing that Huai'an's demeanor had not shifted, he was not repulsed by him as he had feared. He had thought Huai'an's previous words had been mere deceptions, leading him to refrain from approaching him. As a tear trickled down the corner of his eye, he hastily wiped it away and fumbled to open the food container, taking a bite. The extraordinary flavors instantly dispelled his melancholic thoughts. He gazed at the food within the container as if it were a divine offering, murmuring, "This is so delicious. I have never tasted anything like it before." A slight smile creased Huai'an's lips. "I made it myself. I'm glad you enjoy it." Indeed, Naruto relished it, quickly filling his mouth with morsels. Meanwhile, Huai'an focused on the design before him, contemplating slight modifications to ensure that Naruto's diligent efforts were not in vain. Instead of merely correcting the figures, he picked up green paint and began splashing it onto the rock wall from the bottom up. Soon, a lush canopy of green leaves appeared to dance upon the rock face, as if lifted by an invisible breeze. With the base completed, Huai'an painted a grand, ancient tree in hues of brown and green to the left of the figures. The two upright forms stood beneath the tree's shade, evoking a subtle sense of artistry. Unbeknownst to Huai'an, his dexterity was remarkable. His painting technique flowed with an innate grace. Naruto, seated beside him, alternated between observing the mural and watching Huai'an's fluid motions, nearly dropping the delectable food in his astonishment. The exquisite imagery emerging on the rock wall surpassed the 2 days of labor he had previously invested. However, he soon reconciled with the reality of his companion's multifaceted talents. Once the tree and figures were complete, Huai'an retrieved various paints, scatteringly dotting them across the wall. He meticulously perfected the bodies below, depicting their classmates from the Ninja Academy. He aimed to create a dreamlike tableau for Naruto, envisioning the mural as Konoha's laughter. In the distance, the students had been sketched to completion. Huai'an added familiar friends alongside the two prominent figures, the proud Ino, the laid-back Shikamaru, the round and lovable Choji, the bashful Sakura, the resolute Lee, and the wild Kiba. Not to forget the strikingly beautiful Itachi, as well as his other friends, such as Kisame and Minato. Naruto had finished his meal, his mouth agape in awe. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, he watched Huai'an skillfully execute his movements, while casually handing over the paints that Huai'an needed. Once their friends had completed their paintings, Huai'an turned to Naruto behind him and said, "Naruto, let me refine the depiction of us a little. It will enhance the harmony of the mural. Naruto, already enamored and captivated, gazed at Huai'an with admiration. He instinctively nodded in agreement, showing no intention of refusal. Huai'an delicately enhanced the features of the little sun to make them more lifelike, while also adjusting the rigid posture to appear more natural. Surrounding the two, he painted a circle of drifting petals, and at the top, a clear blue sky adorned with a radiant sun. The entire artwork transformed into a vibrant tableau, brimming with hope. Ultimately, Huai'an depicted the two of them hand in hand, smiling as they ran towards their other friends, for he believed that in the end, they would all become good friends. Naruto would no longer be lonely. As he gazed at his own image being led into the group, a wave of warmth and comfort washed over him. This was a scene that had once seemed possible only in his dreams, a moment he had longed for alone. To be part of a collective. Yet now, it appeared that due to Huai'an, he could engage in all the activities that children his age enjoyed, without facing disdain or ridicule. Once the painting was completed, there were no repercussions from the Hokage, and the area was even preserved. Many ordinary villagers and young ninjas began to frequent the site, enjoying photography and leisurely strolls. It had transformed from a solemn and unapproachable place to one of gentle inclusivity. Under the legacy of successive Hokages, the new blood of Konoha flourished, and this location had even become a point of interest in the village. Because of this event, Yamanaka's mother cherished Huai'an immensely. She had never anticipated that all the artistic talent in their family would reside solely in him, a prodigy at such a tender age. Neither she nor Yamanaka's father possessed any artistic inclinations. Yamanaka's mother specifically purchased numerous art supplies to keep Huai'an occupied. According to her, the noble class now adored the refined art of painting. During a mission, she had rescued a master and brought him back to Konoha. Even requesting this seemingly gentle teacher to instruct Huai'an did not disappoint her. He merely gained an additional mentor, requiring a bit more time for training. Fortunately, learning came easily to him, as these artistic endeavors seemed to flow naturally. He needed only to observe a few times and practice a couple of times himself. It was as if he had unlocked a hidden pathway within himself, and in just a few days, he grasped the fundamental logic. This left his teacher feeling somewhat unaccomplished. After just 2 months of teaching Huai'an painting, shamisen, waka, and even the so-called calligraphy, the once gentle and somewhat proud instructor voluntarily requested to leave, claiming he had nothing left to teach and wished to embark on a journey. This was quite disheartening, as it made his childhood of effortlessly playing the shamisen and singing 100 waka seem rather embarrassing. Moreover, this child exhibits a certain levity that simultaneously frustrates and instills a sense of pride in his teacher, a medley of emotions. Huai'an, however, is not particularly interested in such matters. He would rather ascend mountains for training. His rapid learning is not due to exceptional talent or an extraordinary teacher, but rather the profound influence of memories of his elder brother, Jiang Huai'an. Jiang Huai'an himself was a student of the arts. Thus, Huai'an has been subtly nurtured by this environment for several years. Although he did not fully comprehend it before, with his systematic study of the Huaxiao language, many dialogues from his memories have entered his mind as if through auditory learning. He even discovered that if he chose to recall memories of Jiang Huai'an in dreams, they would emerge with remarkable clarity. Huai'an is unsure why these memories have persisted in his mind, yet he does not feel fear. Instead, they have proven beneficial, particularly since he began school. Each evening, he dedicates time to learn alongside the younger Jiang Huai'an in his dreams, as he believes the educational approach of Huaxia is far more comprehensive and suitable for children like himself. The depth of knowledge imparted there fosters understanding, while the ninja school merely instructs him on what to do without elaborating on the reasons behind it. This often leaves Huai'an perplexed, as his teachers cannot elucidate his inquiries, compelling him to seek answers from the memories of Jiang Huai'an throughout this process. Huai'an has significantly refined his command of the Huaxiao language, and knowledge has entered his mind in a refreshingly novel manner. The concept of equality, which Huai'an learned from his dreams, is unheard of in the ninja world. He finds this notion profoundly resonant, etching it into his heart after just a single encounter, applying it in practice. Thus, when it comes to making friends, Huai'an endeavors to understand others on a personal level, irrespective of whether they hail from noble families or are common ninjas. He learned the basics of fishing net weaving from Island Kuan, crafted paper dragonflies with Moonlight, utilized shuriken under Sasuke's guidance, mastered grilling from Shikamaru, and distinguished various types of military rations with Ding Ci. Each individual is unique, living earnestly, and Huai'an is grateful for the memories of his elder brother, Jiang Huai'an. This spiritually enriching form of learning has rendered his mind complete. Without further ado, having bid farewell to the loquacious art teacher, Huai'an can finally immerse himself wholly in training. In their first year as ninjas, Huai'an and his peers primarily study the history of the ninja world, their duties, and the importance of obedience. Typically, Huai'an attends these classes using shadow clones, as he is disinterested in the content. At this juncture, his understanding of ninjutsu is still limited. His parents in the mountains only provide him with rudimentary guidance on physical techniques. After a year, having matured a year further, his father finally teaches him a few simple ninjutsu techniques, which Huai'an practices diligently and repetitively. Each time he unleashed a simple ninjutsu, he found his chakra reserves somewhat wanting. Nevertheless, in the eyes of his parents from the Yamashiro clan, his performance was already commendable. Who else, apart from a few prodigies from Konoha, could master a technique after just a single lesson, as he did? The potency of his ninjutsu appeared significantly superior compared to his peers. Regrettably, the comfort offered by his father was of little solace. Driven by a certain psychological inadequacy, Huai'an consciously purchased a substantial amount of chakra from his system brother, accumulating several hundred over time, which naturally depleted his pocket money. However, the results were remarkable. Huai'an could execute the Yamashiro clan's heart-turning technique continuously 4 times. He could only imagine the astonishment in his father's eyes upon witnessing his 6-year-old son perform this feat without interruption. Initially, his father aimed merely to have him quietly gather chakra, laying a foundation for the future without aiming too high, while eagerly anticipating the day he would learn new ninjutsu. Yet, Huai'an's exceptional performance ignited a newfound enthusiasm in his father. Ecstatically, he lifted Huai'an and exclaimed, "Anin, how about I provide you with specialized training next week?" Huai'an, being hoisted up and down, clearly heard his father's words and exclaimed with delight, "Special training? Father, what kind of training will it be? Will I become very powerful?" Without hesitation, his father nodded, "Of course. Anin is a little genius. With my specialized training, you will only grow stronger." "Then I want special training, father. I want to become very powerful so that I can protect you, mother, and my friends." "All right." His father placed Huai'an on his shoulder and ran several laps around the yard, echoing with Huai'an's bright, carefree laughter. This news quickly reached his mother, who, being more reserved, simply embraced Huai'an tightly, fully supporting their endeavor. His father had declared that this specialized training would allow Huai'an to encounter a wider array of ninjutsu earlier, treatment typically reserved for exemplary students. A few words were enough to leave Huai'an in a daze, imagining himself mastering countless techniques and reaching the pinnacle of a ninja's life. His expectations soared to new heights. As it was his first time guiding a young child, Huai'an's father, an elite jonin of Konoha, possessed ample knowledge on how to foster a child's learning. Their training sessions would take place at the Yamashiro family's outdoor training grounds. Knowing he would be undergoing special training with his father, Huai'an informed Naruto that he would be unable to train with him for the next few days. Huai'an was genuinely interested in his father's teachings, especially since his father had gone out of his way to showcase numerous ninjutsu techniques to spark his interest. This was the first time Huai'an had witnessed such a variety of magical techniques. Hence, on the first day of specialized training, Huai'an took a few days off, dedicating the rest of his time to this unique opportunity. Upon rising, having tidied herself without even partaking in breakfast, Huai'an eagerly urged her father, Shanzhong, to set off without delay. Shanzhong, equally spirited, walked hand in hand with her. Just as they were about to depart, Shanzhong's mother called out to them, "Wait a moment. You too." As the matriarch of the family, her words held the weight of command. Grasping Huai'an by the nape of her neck, she ushered her into the washroom. "Darling, you must wash your hands and eat first. Training can commence afterward." Shanzhong was similarly pulled aside by his wife, who insisted, "My dear, the child needs nourishment to grow. We need not rush the training, do you agree?" Her tone was laced with an unmistakable hint of authority. Shanzhong, ever compliant, concurred, "Indeed, there is no need to hurry." He then turned to Huai'an, encouraging her, "Take your time, go wash your hands. I will be with you these few days." Huai'an hastily finished her meal and hurried to her father's side, silently urging him to hasten. After much effort, Shanzhong finally finished his bun, with the hot porridge still cooling. He was compelled to rise, urged on by his impatient child, and quickly gulped down the porridge despite its heat. Wiping his mouth, he took hold of his eager child and headed outside, declaring, "Let us set off. My dear, we shall not return for lunch. To speak frankly, the courtyard of the Shanzhong residence could be described as modest, yet it was nestled by mountains and waters, adorned with their own flower fields and a variety of small animals. The yard seamlessly connected with the landscape, and Shanzhong led Huai'an towards the back mountain of their home. They chose a spot near the water, shaded by trees, pleasantly temperate. Shanzhong bent down to look at Huai'an. And then, our special training is about to commence. I must remind you, regardless of how difficult it may become, you must persevere. I hope you will be someone who can see things through to the end. Huai'an nodded earnestly. Yes, father, I will certainly persist. Having endured years of training, she felt confident that there was nothing in this special training she could not withstand. Shanzhong, pleased with her resolve, retrieved a chakra test paper from his pocket. Come, Anin, let us first test your chakra attributes. This will help me understand the direction you should pursue. Huai'an listened intently. This was knowledge not imparted by her school teachers. After explaining, Shanzhong did not immediately hand the chakra test paper to Huai'an, but took the time to gently educate her on the 5 chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. He elaborated on their interactions. Fire overcomes wind, wind conquers lightning, lightning defeats earth, earth absorbs water, and water extinguishes fire. As the name suggests, the chakra paper is designed to detect the attributes of a ninja's chakra. For fire, the paper ignites. For wind, it splits in two. For lightning, it wrinkles. For water, it becomes damp. And for earth, it crumbles. Once he had finished his explanation, Shanzhong finally handed the test paper to Huai'an. Anin, input your chakra into the paper and let us see. Huai'an nodded excitedly. All right. Having already mastered the art of chakra manipulation, she confidently prepared to channel a small amount of chakra into the test paper. A section of the test paper in Huai'an's hand was ablaze. Another was cleft asunder. Yet another became crumpled. One area grew damp, and a portion shattered. These 5 transformations were remarkably evident. Naturally, Papa Yamaguchi also observed the changes in the chakra test paper held by Huai'an and couldn't help but murmur, "My family has produced a prodigious ninja." Huai'an, filled with excitement, realized he bore the 5 elemental chakras. Upon hearing his father's words, he curiously inquired, "Father, what is a ninja bear?" Papa Yamaguchi, brimming with exhilaration, lifted Huai'an and spun him around, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "Anin, you have truly astonished me." Huai'an felt a bit dizzy. "Father, you possess all attributes." The second in Konoha to hold such a gift, Papa Yamaguchi's voice trembled with excitement. Huai'an responded, "All attributes?" Papa Yamaguchi gently set Huai'an down and affectionately ruffled his son's hair. "Indeed, Anin, you possess chakra of all attributes, allowing you to learn any ninjutsu." He continued, "The third Hokage is also of all attributes. Do you find the Hokage impressive?" Huai'an immediately shook his head. "Not impressive." Having trained alongside Naruto, he had encountered the elderly man. From the old man, Huai'an could only discern his gentle nature, and he was taken aback to discover the old man secretly indulged in risque literature. The thought made Huai'an scrunch his nose in distaste. Papa Yamaguchi paused and then, "Why do you say that?" "Because that old man reads inappropriate books, and even has nosebleeds. While he may not be formidable, he was quite kind to Naruto and had treated them to ramen." Papa Yamaguchi's admiration for the Hokage began to shatter as he sat dejectedly, a shadow of despair enveloping him. Noticing his father's despondency, Huai'an cautiously placed his hand on his father's head, attempting to mimic his earlier gesture to comfort the disheartened man. However, Huai'an was swiftly met with a playful smack on the rear from his father, who admonished him that children must not touch the heads of adult men or peek at the third Hokage's books, lest they face a similar fate. Tears welled in Huai'an's eyes as he nodded, acknowledging his understanding. After the initial excitement of discovering Huai'an's chakra attributes subsided, Papa Yamaguchi commenced the day's first formal training, tree climbing. He led his son to the tallest tree in their backyard, and then, "Watch closely. I will demonstrate the technique for climbing the tree. You will practice here afterward, understood?" Huai'an clenched his fists and responded earnestly, "Yes, father." With determination, he watched as Papa Yamaguchi ascended the tree with the poise of walking on flat ground, maintaining a perfect 90-degree angle with the towering trunk. Step by step, he gracefully reached the topmost branch. Standing beneath the tree, Huai'an gazed up at his father perched high above. "Wow, father, you are amazing. Please teach me." His words tumbled out in excitement as he clasped his hands together in plea, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Papa Yamaguchi. who felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment from his son's adoration. He gracefully descended from the tree, clearing his throat softly. Huai'an, did you notice the flow of my chakra just now? As a keen ninja, Huai'an promptly responded, Father, did you concentrate a portion of your chakra at the soles of your feet, thereby allowing it to adhere to the surface of the great tree? Mountain Dad immediately affirmed his son's observation, ruffling his clever little head. Correct, Huai'an. This tree climbing exercise is designed to help young children who are just beginning to engage in ninja training better control their chakra. For instance, when you compete with others, you should strive to minimize your chakra output, avoiding excessive force that could injure your classmates. This is a form of chakra control. Huai'an listened attentively during his competitions with Shikamaru and the others. He always endeavored to lower his chakra output. Otherwise, their bodies could be pierced by shurikens. His strength had been increasing with age, and even Choji was reluctant to engage in arm wrestling with him, fearing an accidental fracture of his wrist. This concern stemmed from an incident when Huai'an, unaware of his own strength, had shattered a solid stone platform during an arm wrestling match with Naruto, resulting in a broken arm for Naruto. Huai'an had stood there in shock, quickly tending to his friend's injury, realigning the bone, and healing him with the palm healing technique. Choji, who had been munching on snacks nearby, was so frightened that he could no longer hold on to his cherished treats. Consequently, Huai'an was promptly excluded from arm wrestling games. Any activity involving force or competition was off-limits for him. Father, I understand. I must learn to control my strength and ensure I do not harm my classmates. Mountain Dad was unaware of his son's heroic deeds among his friends. Although he found Huai'an's manner of speaking somewhat peculiar, the essence of his words was indeed about training to control bodily energy. Huai'an immediately set to work, quickly applying some chakra to his feet. However, compared to Mountain Dad's, the chakra he attached was uneven, with some areas heavily concentrated while others were sparse. As he attempted to take a couple of steps, he felt hindered by the energy enveloping his feet, as if bound by an elderly woman's foot-binding cloth, rendering his movements unsteady. Mountain Dad offered guidance from behind. Imagine the chakra as a part of yourself, akin to wearing shoes, creating a comfortable sensation while controlling the output. Though Mountain Dad's instructions sounded clear and seemingly simple, Huai'an was still too young to fully grasp the concept. Fortunately, his emotions remained stable as he consistently released chakra, akin to a scientist controlling variables in an experiment, determining the appropriate amount and distribution of chakra. After approximately 30 minutes, when Huai'an had stabilized the chakra at the soles of his feet, Mountain Dad observed his son's training. Recognizing that at his young age, Huai'an required supervision, it would be best to wait until Huai'an turned 11 and graduated from the Ninja Academy before delving into the intricacies of chakra control. At that time, everything was relatively stable, requiring no special supervision. However, Yamashita, the father, did not wish to hinder his son's growth. With Huai'an's current talent, nurturing him in the usual manner would merely squander precious time. Observing his son diligently practicing, Yamashita glanced around cautiously before delicately retrieving a book meant for adults from his bosom, chuckling in a somewhat indescribable manner as he read. Huai'an, engrossed in his training, paid no heed to his father's antics. Before long, Huai'an mastered the control of his chakra once again, and, emulating his father, naturally lifted his foot to step onto the tree. He ascended step by step, feeling an increasing pull of gravity urging him downward. A sensation of tension arose. Unconsciously, Huai'an released more chakra from the soles of his feet. The chakra energy became unbalanced, and he immediately plummeted from the tree. Although slightly dazed, he quickly flipped mid-air and landed gracefully on the ground. In that moment of Huai'an's relaxation, Yamashita diverted some of his attention. Seeing that his son had readjusted himself, he turned his face back to his book, advising, "You must relax your mind. Do not think about climbing the tree. Instead, envision yourself walking on level ground." Huai'an, unusually furrowed in concentration, instinctively pouted to his father, "But I always feel like I'm going to fall." Huai'an, you are still young. There is no need to rush. Take your time to control it, climbing steadily, step by step. Maintain your balance. Yamashita spoke gently. You can do it. Father is waiting for you. In truth, Huai'an's progress was swift. In such a short span, he had already learned to release a steady and adequate flow of chakra. He turned to continue his relentless pursuit. This time, he intended to close his eyes, maintaining a fixed chakra flow at his feet, striving to overcome the influence of gravity. Taking a deep breath, he declared to Yamashita, "Father, This time I will reach the middle of the tree. Let's set a small goal first. Yamashita was momentarily startled by the excitement in his son's voice, initially thinking he aimed to reach the top of the tree directly. To his surprise, it was merely a loud declaration. Yet, as a good father, he knew he must instill confidence in his child. For the next half hour, Yamashita watched as his son fell from increasingly higher branches. Although the initial goal was not achieved, each attempt marked a step forward, which was commendable. Yamashita calmly turned a page in his book. Huai'an felt as though he understood the essential points each time. Yet he could not fathom why he would suddenly fall at certain moments. Sitting on the ground, he infused chakra into his hands while placing his palms against the tree. With unwavering focus, his body maintained a vertical posture alongside the tree. In his mind, he pondered the reasons for his failures, gradually relying on the chakra in his hands to climb the tree trunk. Finally, Huai'an stood atop the highest branch, contemplating for a moment as he gazed at his small hands, then looked down at his feet. He sensed he had grasped the key, a feeling of connection. The chakra dispersed beneath his feet was too gentle, it needed sharper edges. Perhaps, like a rake, Huai'an swiftly gathered chakra at his feet, developing small protrusions. He then gracefully descended from the treetop to the ground, paused for a moment, and returned to the top again. Huai'an smiled, feeling quite pleased with himself. After several rounds of this back and forth, he finally mastered the control of his chakra. Below, his father stood beneath the tree, having already put away his books, watching Huai'an with a contented and somewhat surprised smile. Huai'an responded with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Father, I did it!" He joyfully called out, opening his arms to embrace his father. His father quickly reached out to catch him, lifting him onto his shoulders and then resting him on his neck. "Well done, my child, you are truly remarkable," he praised. Huai'an, beaming with joy, sat on his father's shoulders, happily taking in the surrounding scenery. Although it felt swift, they had actually been training for the entire morning. Feeling hungry, Huai'an asked, "Father, what are we having for lunch today?" "I'm famished." His father chuckled. "We're going to Uncle Rukyu's house for a meal. Rukyu is resting today, and it's been a while since we had a gathering, so it's the perfect opportunity." Huai'an playfully tugged at his father's hair. "Father, is Mother coming too?" His father shook his head. "Of course not. This is a men's gathering, and your mother has no interest in it." Huai'an curiously inquired, "What about Aunt Janae? Will she join us?" His father replied, "Aunt Janae won't be attending. It will just be me, Uncle Rukyu, Uncle Akimichi, and Uncle Yamamoto." Huai'an continued to ask, "Uncle Yamamoto is not working today?" His father reflected, "No. You seem to know quite a bit." Huai'an inquired again, "Father, what will we eat?" "Barbecue." His father replied with delight. "Wow, I want some. Will you bring some of our family spices?" Huai'an asked eagerly. His father steadied Huai'an's legs. "No need. We've already given them plenty, so there's no shortage." The two did not head home, but went directly to Shikamaru's house. Upon arrival, they found that Aunt Janae had already left, and only a few gentlemen were gathered around a barbecue grill by the pond. Upon seeing Huai'an's father, they greeted him warmly. "Hibari, you're here, and you've brought the little one." Huai'an's cheeks flushed. While his family referred to him as the baby without issue, he felt embarrassed when Uncle Akimichi called him that. Unconsciously pouting, he tugged at his father's thick hair. Huai'an's father lifted him up, noting that he had just finished training with Shikamaru, and brought him along for a meal. Rukyu, sitting nearby, already had a handful of barbecue in his hands, chuckled at Shikamaru's enthusiasm, remarking, "What a good child. Our Shikamaru isn't like that. He was just over there soaking up the sun, napping." Huai'an, puzzled, asked, "Is brother Shikamaru here too?" Rukyu paused for a moment. "Yes. I had to drag him out today. He's terribly lazy. We need to take stricter measures." Rukyu then called to the others, "Barbecue," and everyone shared a good-natured laugh. Huai'an nodded obediently. Just then, Shikamaru walked out from the door, holding a bottle of sake. "Old man, don't say such things. I was merely meditating quietly, not taking a nap." He handed the liquor to Uncle Rikuju and then turned his gaze towards Huai'an, who was perched upon his father's shoulders in the mountains, his eyes momentarily glimmering with envy. Huai'an urged his father to put him down, expressing his desire to play with his friends. Mountain Dad complied, tousling his hair, and in, "Don't touch the alcohol later. You can only have some juice." Huai'an nodded, "Got it, Dad." Uncle Chiodao observed the obedient Huai'an and immediately teased, "And is simply adorable. Compared to those other rascals, he is practically an angel." Uncle Hai sighed. "Indeed, he looks so delightful. My little cotton-padded jacket is a bit afraid of him. He treasures this child of his younger brother S. He is good-looking and clever. I heard he ranked first in the finals at the ninja school. He waved. Come here. Anin, I have roasted meat ready for you. Huai'an often encountered Uncle Hai. Although he did not smile much and appeared rather stern, Huai'an felt no fear. This was because Uncle Hai prepared gifts for him every year on his birthday, and he spoke to him in a gentle manner, despite his lack of laughter. Uncle, Huai'an called out sweetly. Hai patted the child's head. No wonder his cousin liked him. That fluffy sensation was simply delightful. Huai'an slightly raised his head. Accepting the roasted meat, his eyes filled with curiosity as he wondered why Uncle Hai displayed a satisfied and happy expression akin to when he stroked Sasuke's ninja cat. Confused, Huai'an took a bite of the roasted meat, a familiar taste. Shikamaru smirked, setting up a smaller grill beside him. He then transferred the meat Uncle Rikuju had grilled directly onto his own grill, sprinkling some seasoning that Huai'an had previously given him. Mountain Dad placed Huai'an next to Shikamaru. All right, you two little friends, eat here. Once you're full, go run around and play with the fawn. Huai'an nodded, taking a skewer of octopus and expertly flipping it on the grill. Shikamaru, have you played with the fawn today? Did Xiaohua let you get close? Shikamaru's family had welcomed several fawns a few days prior, but Huai'an had only caught a glimpse before the mother deer tucked them away. He longed to touch the newly born lives. Shikamaru chewed a piece of meat, mumbling, Not yet, the mother deer doesn't like to see humans right now. Only Dad feeds them daily, and she tolerates that. Disappointed, Huai'an bit into the meat Shikamaru offered, while his hands continued to flip the meat on the grill. Noticing his disheartened expression, Shikamaru pondered. If you want to see the fawns, it should be possible in about 7 days. The fawns need a checkup at that time. They will have to be separated from Xiaohua. Huai'an's face brightened instantly. Then call me when that time comes, brother Shikamaru. Shikamaru was speechless. Ever since Huai'an had started school over a year ago, he had changed. Previously, he would politely address them as brothers and sisters. But now he called them by their names like the other classmates. Only when he was happy or had a request would he revert to calling them brother or sister. Huai'an, regardless of his thoughts, found himself occupied once more. Shikamaru observed the faint bruise marring Huai'an's fair leg and furrowed his brow. How did you acquire that injury? Huai'an glanced down and replied, I got it during training today. It doesn't hurt, and there's no broken skin, so I didn't bother with treatment. Shikamaru, munching on meat, asked, Is your training particularly hazardous? After all, Huai'an usually manages to remain unscathed during our competitions. Huai'an responded, It's not dangerous for me. My father says it's generally risky for typical children, as it could lead to disruptions in their physical chakra. Shikamaru scratched his head, cautioning, Don't overexert yourself. If you injure your bones, you might not grow taller. Huai'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, Is that true, brother Shikamaru? Although his tone was tinged with skepticism, Huai'an's hands instinctively began to weave a more natural healing technique, mending the bruise on his leg. Shikamaru, towering over him, confirmed with a nod. Huai'an pondered aloud. But my father says children need to exercise to grow taller. How can you be taller than me when you always laze about and sleep? Shikamaru shot him a sidelong glance, teasing, You are rather blunt, aren't you? While I may sleep, do not underestimate my training. Huai'an shook his head, dismissing the notion. Shikamaru playfully poked at Huai'an's head, making him sway like a weeble. It was curious how this simple interaction captivated the two children so thoroughly. Meanwhile, the adults nearby had begun their meals, discussing topics that revolved around the children and their tasks. Huai'an paid little heed to their conversations, having satisfied his hunger. He noticed Shikamaru lying back on a patch of grass, eyes closed in rest. Contemplating for a moment, he followed suit and swiftly fell asleep. He awakened on his father's back in the mountains, rubbing his eyes and catching a whiff of the faint scent of alcohol. Father, has it already ended? His father adjusted him on his back, saying, Yes, it's over. We'll head home now and continue training tomorrow. Glancing at the still high sun, Huai'an wished to persuade his father for more training. Father, the day is still young. Let us train a little longer, he implored, wrapping his arms around his father's neck and nuzzling his cheek against his father's face. His father, amused by the soft touch of his child's fluffy face, was about to respond when he noticed a blond boy in the distance gazing their way. Naturally, he recognized Huai'an's friend, having welcomed most of them into their home before. Not to mention, this child shared Huai'an's golden locks. His father gently stroked Huai'an's cheek, saying, Isn't that your friend over there? Huai'an looked up Naruto. Indeed, Naruto stood not far off, seemingly approaching, though his appearance was rather disheveled. His little yellow duck shirt bore several torn holes, and bruises adorned his face and body. Huai'an was astonished. It had only been a day or two since they last met, yet this boy had managed to get himself into such a state. He hastily urged his father in the mountains to set him down, then said, "Father, let us conclude for today. You should return home to rest and resume training tomorrow." With that, he dashed towards Naruto. Perhaps he wished to shield Huai'an from witnessing his current state. Naruto, upon seeing Huai'an, surprisingly refrained from rushing towards him, hesitating in place with uncertain steps. Then, he watched as Huai'an approached him like a radiant beam of light. Noticing the two children had reunited, Naruto's father called out for them to head home early and departed. Huai'an grasped Naruto's wrist, asking, "Naruto, what is the matter? Has someone bullied you?" It can only be said that Huai'an was somewhat oblivious. Although Naruto experienced a degree of solitude in the village, he was not a pitiable child to be trifled with. Feeling somewhat awkward at being seen in such a disheveled state by Huai'an, Naruto instinctively retorted to her inquiry, "They couldn't bully me. I knocked out their front teeth." Huai'an, relieved to see him still brimming with spirit, replied, "They are just looking for trouble." Naruto explained, "They weren't looking for trouble. It was just that during my training today, they mocked me for lagging behind. I couldn't stand it and ended up fighting with them." Huai'an found it difficult to articulate Naruto's predicament. It seemed like a historical grievance compounded by parental influence. Yet, for someone as young as Naruto to confront such malice from so many strangers daily left Huai'an inexplicably discontented with the upper echelons of Konoha. The aversion to war and the hatred for lost loved ones being projected onto a child struck Huai'an as absurd. Such circumstances ought not to exist. Naruto was merely an orphan, yet everyone labeled him as the son of the nine-tailed fox. In truth, he was just a mischievous child seeking care and attention, growing up right under their noses. Despite the absurdity of such rumors, many believed them. Huai'an couldn't convince himself that this was not the result of the upper class's indulgence. Ruffling Naruto's hair, Huai'an said, "Well done, Naruto. You should silence them." Observing Huai'an's indignant demeanor warmed Naruto's heart, causing his lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Just as he was lost in thought, Naruto's stomach growled, betraying his hunger. He scratched his head and said, "I haven't eaten anything since this morning." Huai'an chuckled, "All right. Since you've learned something new today, let me treat you to a meal, Naruto." Instantly intrigued, Naruto turned his gaze towards Huai'an, who then cut off his curiosity. "Now, would you prefer ramen or sushi?" As a devoted aficionado of ramen, Naruto swiftly shifted his focus, exclaiming, "Ramen, ramen." Huai'an wore a knowing expression, and together they made their way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Once seated in the ramen shop, Huai'an took the opportunity to enlighten Naruto about the nature of chakra. However, Naruto was not particularly academically inclined. He often spent class time either asleep or skipping. Apart from his interest in ninjutsu and training, he was completely oblivious to all other theoretical subjects, often giving nonsensical responses. Huai'an feared that if Naruto continued this way for years, he might never graduate. At that time, all his classmates of the same grade had advanced to the rank of genin, while he alone had been held back. How distressing that must be. Huai'an felt that as Naruto's friend, it was his duty to assist his dear companion in shedding the label of being the last in class. For improving his grades was of utmost urgency. With unwavering determination, Huai'an gazed at Naruto, who was blissfully waiting to indulge in his noodles, aware that the path ahead was laden with challenges. Upon noticing Huai'an's gaze, Naruto beamed back at him, exclaiming, "Thank you, Huai'an, for treating me. Today must be my lucky day." However, a lucky day cannot be so easily determined, Huai'an mused as he mentally calculated the time. Having been exposed to numerous memories of Jiang Huai'an, he was particularly sensitive to such notions of luck and found himself quite intrigued, often recalling how accurately that esteemed teacher had calculated in his past. Regrettably, Huai'an had not mastered the skill, for his memories were but fragmented snippets. Ultimately, he chose to abandon his musings and jestingly remarked, "The weather outside is rather pleasant, but you seem to be facing a stroke of bad luck today. So it hardly qualifies as a lucky day. We should strive to find joy in each day, thus transforming every day into a fortunate one, making us all happy souls." Naruto would never contradict his best friend's words. Though he didn't fully grasp the sentiment, he nodded in agreement. Huai'an dined with Naruto and then spent 2 hours training alongside him before they bid each other farewell and returned home. Upon arriving home, Huai'an greeted his father, who was seated in the living room engrossed in a book, and then dashed to his own room. He retrieved his notes and meticulously reviewed them. then earnestly inquired of his system, "Dear system, is there anything in the shop that can replicate notes? I wish to prepare a copy for my friend, as he seems to be struggling academically." The system responded, "Ding. Recommended item, technological copy machine." Curiously, Huai'an clicked through the shop's interface and was met with a price so exorbitant that he likely could never earn such a sum in his lifetime. Just the zeros following the digits were in the tens. Quietly, Huai'an closed the shop. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, "Perhaps I should just copy the notes for Naruto myself. It will also serve to reinforce my own understanding." Without spending any money, the system automatically concealed itself. Lying on the floor, Huai'an glanced at his notes, feeling somewhat powerless. Being a doer, he devoted the entire night to reorganizing his notes afresh. The following morning, when his father knocked on his door, he found a pale child with dark circles under his eyes. Upon seeing Huai'an's state, his father immediately furrowed his brows in concern and rushed in to embrace him, asking, "Anin, what's wrong? Is your heart okay? Why do you look so unwell? Did you overexert yourself during training?" A pang of guilt struck his father. He regretted allowing such a young child to engage in these strenuous activities too soon. Having spent the night without sleep, Huai'an's gaze was now vacant, and seeing his father's worried expression, he weakly replied, "Dad, it's not about the training. I didn't sleep last night." His father's tone turned serious. "Anin, why didn't you sleep? What happened? Tell me, and I'll help you." His father's thoughts raced, wondering if something had transpired after he left the previous day. Huai'an immediately replied, "No, Daddy, I was merely organizing some notes, intending to share them with Naruto." Yamashita frowned. "Is that all?" Huai'an felt a twinge of unease, as his father rarely spoke harshly to him. Sensing his apprehension, Yamashita embraced Huai'an and realized he had been too stern. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I am simply concerned for your well-being. Your health remains fragile, and you must remember to rest. The notes can wait. I can assist you. Your health is of utmost importance. If your mother were to discover you stayed awake all night, she would be quite worried." Huai'an believed that after his physical transformation, he had recovered significantly. Thus, he had not paid much attention to his health. At this moment, he felt guilty for causing his father concern and was even more anxious about his mother finding out. If Yamashita's mother learned of this, Huai'an's evenings of freedom would be spent in her company. He tugged at his father's arm and whispered, "Daddy, please don't tell Mom. I promise I will go to bed on time and take care of myself." Yamashita sighed and retrieved some buns and porridge from the kitchen. "Eat your breakfast first, then have a good sleep." Huai'an had been looking forward to the day's training, and upon hearing his father suggest he sleep instead, he felt a wave of disappointment. "Daddy, aren't we having special training today?" Yamashita saw through Huai'an's subtle intentions and replied sternly, "Rest for the morning, and the special training will commence in the afternoon." Huai'an's eyes brightened. "Okay, Daddy, I will rest immediately after breakfast." Yamashita watched as Huai'an finished his meal before collecting the dishes and cautiously leaving the room once Huai'an had fallen asleep. Huai'an slept soundly until noon. Awakening with a clear mind, he tidied his bedding, freshened up, and washed his training outfit from the previous day. He ventured into the kitchen, planning to prepare some food to replenish his energy for the afternoon training. It seemed his father had gone out, while his mother was on a mission, which she had mentioned would take 4 to 5 days. Recently, Huai'an had developed a fondness for custard buns and sushi, so he prepared a 2-tiered food container and also retrieved several plump apples from his gardening space. After a year of growth, the crops he had planted had matured, some even producing a second harvest. The custard buns Huai'an made were crafted from flour and milk. Though young, he was adept at planning and understood that the seeds he planted would yield various foods. He had specifically consulted his father on cultivation methods and had successfully utilized all the available space in his gardening area. Now, it boasted several fruit trees, a patch of wheat, and vines of fruits. He also constructed a small storage room within, where he could keep the ripe fruits without fear of spoilage. Even without the use of storage ninjutsu scrolls, the fruits could be preserved. Realizing this was a space uniquely his own, Huai'an filled it with many of his belongings, including various training tools. Huai'an felt that the space was indeed quite limited, as he wished to cultivate some red fruits from the maple trees, along with an array of beautiful flowers to adorn a quaint little garden and orchard. The system had mentioned that with the expenditure of 6 zeros, he could double his planting space, but Huai'an had promptly declined the offer. The concept of 6 zeros was beyond his comprehension. Setting aside the food box, he prepared several dishes, crafted a few rice balls, and awaited the return of his father from the mountains. As Huai'an set the food on the table, his father arrived. Donned in a straw hat, a floral shirt, and flip-flops, with two long black rods resting on his shoulders. Curiously, Huai'an approached and inquired, "Father, what is this?" With a mysterious smile, his father retrieved fishing line from his pocket and proceeded to bind it to one of the black rods. "Unin," he said, "this afternoon, we shall go fishing, or rather, embark on a special training session by the river." Skeptical, Huai'an looked at his father and remarked, "Did you mean fishing, father?" His father playfully tapped Huai'an's forehead. "Not at all. This afternoon, I am taking you for specialized training." Then, with a twinkle in his eye, he whispered, "Once you master this technique, and then, you need to cross the bridge to get to the other side." Huai'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really, father?" His father nodded confidently, "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" Huai'an was eager to inquire about the method, but his father set aside the fishing rod and happily took a seat at the table. "Wow, what delicious food have you prepared, my dear? I am in for a treat today." Huai'an chuckled. "It's just a regular meal." After they finished eating, his father promptly grabbed a bucket, placed a straw hat on Huai'an's head, and led him toward the forest of Maple Village. The river here was deeper, teeming with a variety of fresh fish. With his son mirroring his appearance, his father greeted familiar faces in the village as they ventured out, drawing envious glances from those behind them. His father was serious about fishing and earnest in teaching his son. Setting the fishing rod and bucket aside, he stood by the riverbank and said earnestly, "We are about to enter the next phase of training, water stepping." "Water stepping?" Huai'an echoed. "Yes, watch closely." His father took a few steps into the river and stood firmly on the water's surface. Huai'an's eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming, "Wow, that's incredible, father. If I learn this, I can walk on the river." His father nodded and returned to him. "Indeed, but this is different from walking on trees. The water is deep, soft, and flows with the current. You must control your chakra. Too much will cause the surface to churn, while too little will make you sink." Huai'an adjusted his hat, nodding vigorously, ready to gather chakra in his feet to run across the water. However, his father caught him. "You cannot go into the river yet. You might fall ill or end up in the water, and your mother would never forgive me." Confused, Huai'an asked, "Father, how can I train if I don't go on the river?" In the mountains, Father Yamazaki pointed to a small pond that had mysteriously formed beside the river. Even if one were to fall in, it would merely wet their knees. "But, father," Huai'an protested, "this is far too small. It hardly offers any exercise." Father Yamazaki, holding a fishing rod, replied, "You must first engage in training. Practice is the sole criterion for truth. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to dismiss something outright." Huai'an nodded thoughtfully. "All right, father." He approached the pond cautiously, and just as he lifted his right foot to step in, he felt a chill as his entire foot sank into the water. Realizing that he had insufficient chakra to support his body, Huai'an maintained his hand in a mudra, channeling more chakra until he felt a semblance of stability beneath him before extending his other foot. However, the weight of his body caused him to suddenly release an overwhelming surge of chakra, resulting in a splash. It felt as though his foot had directly touched the bottom of the pond. He glanced up at Father Yamazaki, who was preoccupied with fishing, seemingly oblivious to his son's predicament. Unable to contain his curiosity about what to do next, Huai'an withdrew his gaze, determined to devise his own solution and think independently. Gradually, he reduced the chakra output, allowing his body to rise slowly from the depths until he achieved a balance with the water's surface. Huai'an discerned the approximate amount of chakra he needed to control. As he lifted his foot, he marked the chakra that kept it afloat. Unfortunately, any movement caused him to sink once more. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he persevered, striving to grasp the technique. After about an hour of practice, he finally understood the key, perhaps drawing from his experiences of walking on tree branches. He cautiously traversed the small pond back and forth. Father Yamazaki turned his head and was taken by the sight of Huai'an, who resembled a playful kitten, so adorable. Naturally, he retrieved a camera from his chest pocket and quickly captured the moment, eager to share it with Mother Yamazaki upon her return. After another 10 minutes, while Father Yamazaki was engrossed in fishing, Huai'an cautiously approached the center of the pond, accumulating chakra bit by bit. The deeper he ventured into the water, the more apprehensive he became, fearing that something might lurk below, a mixture of trepidation and curiosity enveloping him. When Father Yamazaki turned around and noticed his son was missing, he dropped his fishing rod in alarm and glanced toward the center of the river. To his astonishment, he spotted the bold figure of Huai'an, expertly channeling chakra beneath his feet. Huai'an was managing to walk steadily upon the water's surface. As relief washed over him, Father Yamazaki marveled at his son's remarkable talent. Realizing he had nearly mastered the skill, he stepped onto the water and stood behind Huai'an, watching as he confidently crossed to the opposite bank. Once Huai'an had successfully stabilized himself on the far side, he heard his father's encouraging voice behind him. "Unin, well done." Turning around, Huai'an beamed like a little son, exclaiming, "Father, I did it. I've walked such a distance," pointing proudly from the riverbank to his feet. In the mountains, Father Yamashiro nodded, affirming, "Indeed, splendid. Now, Unin has essentially mastered the usage of chakra. Next, I shall impart to you the art of ninjutsu. However, during the school competition prior to graduation, you must refrain from employing the techniques I teach you, for it would be unfair to your classmates." Even without his father's admonition, Huai'an would not resort to such tactics. Father Yamashiro then carried his son to the opposite side before producing a scroll of ninjutsu. He meticulously instructed Huai'an on his first water-style technique, the Water Dragon Bullet, classified as a C-rank ninjutsu, which served as an appropriate lesson. Huai'an leaped with excitement. He was genuinely eager to learn ninjutsu, having only been exposed to the fundamentals of taijutsu until now. Teachers and parents often prioritize establishing a solid foundation for children before introducing them to the intricate arts of ninjutsu. Premature exposure to ninjutsu could diminish a child's interest in taijutsu, a conclusion drawn from years of pedagogical experience. In truth, Huai'an could learn ninjutsu within the confines of the system space, but the skill books related to ninjutsu were exceedingly expensive. After familiarizing himself with the various ranks of ninja missions, he realized that unless he pursued a side career, he would never accumulate enough funds for a basic ninjutsu guide before graduation. This was primarily due to Huai'an's inability to save his allowance. He often spent his meager funds on various gatherings and useful ninja tools. Logically, the Yamashiro family was not short of money. However, due to Huai'an's age, Mother Yamashiro did not grant him a substantial allowance. He would receive a bit more during festivals, but such occasions invariably led to outings with friends, leaving him with little surplus. Father Yamashiro possessed a wealth of ninjutsu knowledge, and at last, Huai'an could learn without financial burden, which filled him with exhilaration. He memorized the hand seals and practiced diligently, even consuming several mental stimulants, discovering that his memory was remarkably sharp, almost photographic. After a single demonstration from Father Yamashiro, Huai'an could slowly replicate the seals one by one. Though his execution was not entirely fluid, Father Yamashiro recognized that Huai'an had grasped the fundamentals and merely required further practice. Indeed, Huai'an had touched upon the threshold. With each seal he formed, he felt a pathway within his body illuminate until all the hand seals were fully completed. He sensed an unusual activation of chakra coursing through both arms. Closing his eyes to attune to his inner self, he instinctively gathered chakra, and then, with a focused breath, he expelled a small water bullet toward a nearby tree trunk, successfully stripping away a layer of bark. Upon witnessing his success, Huai'an understood that he had achieved a milestone, and Father Yamashiro had silently acknowledged his son as a prodigy. Thus, what would take an ordinary child 3 to 4 days to master, his own son could accomplish after a mere glance and 4 to 5 repetitions. This was undoubtedly remarkable. Father Yamashiro, impressed by Huai'an's swift and proficient learning, proceeded to teach him the fire release, great fireball technique. Huai'an absorbed every bit of knowledge eagerly, and as the moon ascended to its zenith, the father and son made their way home beneath the shimmering stars. Huai'an felt a surge of strength within himself, particularly as he discovered today that when extracting and releasing chakra through his body's meridians, a more direct approach and the transformation of a single hand gesture could alter the flow. He was eager to revisit the fundamental hand seals, having only perused half of the comprehensive manual on hand signs that his father, Yamaguchi, had entrusted to him. Previously, he had not felt an urgency to memorize it entirely, resulting in only a tentative experimentation with a few gestures during his ninjutsu practice today. Unbeknownst to Yamaguchi, who remained blissfully unaware of his son's perilous exploration of chakra pathways, he relaxed entirely, even entertaining the thought of enjoying a small drink while his wife was away. Yamaguchi prepared ramen for both of them and shared a richly flavored salted duck egg. After satisfying his hunger, Huai'an strolled around the courtyard a few times to aid digestion before succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Yamaguchi, seeing his son peacefully slumbering, ventured out to enjoy drinks with friends. As for the special training scheduled for the next day, he harbored no concerns. The knowledge Huai'an had highlighted regarding chakra, hand seals, and human meridians would provide ample material for 2 days of study. Upon rising the next morning, Huai'an found a medical book and a scroll hastily left by Yamaguchi, who instructed him to study the foundational medical concepts within the book and the ninjutsu contained in the scroll while he attended to an urgent mission, reminding him to take care of himself and not to overexert. After his father's hurried departure to rendezvous with his teammates, Huai'an set the book aside, not immediately rushing to delve into it. Instead, he cheerfully prepared a meal. After dining, he took the book to the backyard. Finding a natural stone bench, he settled down, opened the hefty tome, and was confronted with an overwhelming array of densely packed annotations. It struck him as akin to a medical dictionary, and he realized that mastering its contents in just a few days was utterly implausible. At that moment, he perceived that his father likely had no further training plans. Hastily delegating the task to him, Huai'an puffed up his cheeks, feeling his father was rather cunning. Yet, as he unfurled the scroll, his grievances dissipated. The scroll revealed a plethora of basic ninjutsu categorized by attributes, even including the transformation technique that their homeroom teacher, Irika, had inadvertently mentioned. This seemed reminiscent of the content for graduation assessments, Huai'an mused. If he were to master these skills, would that not lead to his immediate graduation? He had heard tales of Sasuke's rogue older brother graduating from the ninja academy at the tender age of 8. However, after a moment of reflection, he set those thoughts aside. Captivated by the ninjutsu, Huai'an skimmed the scroll, and his mind settled into deep concentration. He understood with utmost clarity that mastering the hand seals was of paramount importance. He needed to thoroughly comprehend them, complementing this knowledge with the medical insights he had acquired, before pursuing ninjutsu to achieve efficiency in his learning. Although a fervent desire to immediately master all these techniques surged within him, Huai'an resolutely suppressed his impatience, choosing instead to diligently establish a solid foundation. Without a firm grounding, the path ahead would inevitably narrow. He took out his comprehensive collection of hand seals, placing it before him, and immersed himself in study, meticulously reviewing each one before proceeding to the next. Over the course of 5 days, Huai'an devoted himself to mastering the hand seals, ultimately achieving the ability to fluidly demonstrate them in sequence without the need for reference. His success was not solely due to intelligence. Rather, it stemmed from his ability to draw connections, recognize patterns, and his commendable memory. In the midst of his intense focus, Huai'an completely forgot about a small companion who had been left behind in his thoughts. Seated in the rocking chair crafted by his father, Huai'an was engrossed in a foundational text on medical ninjutsu, with a plate of fruit conveniently at hand for his enjoyment. A layer of chakra was coalescing in his palm, gradually taking shape. The book emphasized that as a medical ninja, one must adapt to various circumstances, such as treating comrades without medical tools. In such situations, it was advised that medical ninjas master chakra sensing, chakra surgical knives, and chakra threads. Though Huai'an had yet to determine his future career path, he was unwilling to confine himself, choosing instead to pursue whatever piqued his interest. He had once heard that passion is half the battle for success, a sentiment he wholeheartedly embraced, as he always threw himself into endeavors that captivated him with unyielding fervor. The green chakra in his hand grew increasingly vibrant and rich with vitality. Just as he contemplated the form his chakra tool should take, a tattered, pale wrist suddenly fell before his eyes. Startled, Huai'an instinctively reacted, and in that moment, the chakra knife he had been forming materialized. The surprise outweighed any joy. The newly formed chakra knife, resembling a dagger, was more akin to a weapon than a surgical instrument. It dissipated almost as quickly as it had formed. Huai'an noted the dissipating chakra pathway, committing it to memory for future practice. He then set the book aside and looked towards the center of the yard, only to find that what lay there was not a wrist, but rather a forearm guard. Rubbing his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings and utilized chakra sensing to gauge the area. It was peculiar. Moments ago, he had clearly seen a wrist, and no matter how poor his eyesight, he could not have mistaken a forearm guard for a wrist. Yet, he was alone in the courtyard, and there were no signs of unusual activity. Overthinking would yield no benefit. Cautiously, he approached and picked up the forearm guard, examining it closely. The Uchiha fan emblem on the inner side caught his eye, instantly bringing to mind Uchiha Sasuke. He recalled that Sasuke always wore a forearm guard. If he was not mistaken, this belonged to Sasuke, and it even carried the special fragrance that Sasuke had previously left behind. Though Sasuke appeared aloof, he possessed a prideful nature. While others might overlook such details, Huai'an, being from a family of florists, was particularly sensitive to various scents. Although he could not fathom why this forearm guard had suddenly appeared in his yard, he felt an unsettling concern that something might have happened to Sasuke. He decided to temporarily set aside his studies and immediately sought out Sasuke. Huai'an tucked away his book into his cultivation space and swiftly made his way towards the Uchiha clan grounds. Along the way, he encountered individuals who appeared serene and content, without a hint of unfamiliar faces or any unusual commotion. In Huai'an's perspective, the Uchiha clan seemed to consist solely of Sasuke and his brother, with Sasuke being the last remaining Uchiha of Konoha, likely under protection and care, thus drawing little attention from the general populace. Huai'an's current trepidation stemmed from the fear that Sasuke's brother might return to eliminate any threats. After all, he recalled the harrowing accounts of Sasuke's panic and resentment during their earlier encounters. Huai'an harbored doubts that if anything were to befall Sasuke, it would be at the hands of that treacherous brother who had brought ruin to their clan. The Uchiha estate now stood desolate, with only Sasuke residing within its walls, rendering the street eerily silent. Huai'an felt a chill as he rubbed his arms and hastened towards Sasuke's home. The atmosphere inside was equally quiet, seemingly devoid of life. Standing outside the door, he knocked vigorously. "Sasuke, are you home?" The courtyard remained silent, indicating that perhaps no one was present or capable of answering. After contemplating briefly, Huai'an turned to leave, but quickly reconsidered. He circled the perimeter of Sasuke's home, assessing which wall might provide a more feasible entry point, when suddenly a loud thud echoed from the courtyard. Without hesitation, Huai'an chose a lower spot to leap over the wall. Upon landing, he beheld a human figure sprawled on the ground, unconscious, surrounded by damaged training scarecrows. Just beyond, a shattered ceramic doll lay in disarray. Not lingering on the scene, Huai'an gasped and rushed towards Sasuke, exclaiming, "Sasuke, what has happened to you?" He gently turned Sasuke's frail body, placing his hand on his forehead only to discover that Sasuke was burning with fever. Observing the desolate courtyard, where wild grass had grown to waist height, he noted the scars on Sasuke's palms from excessive training. Furrowing his brow, Huai'an gazed at Sasuke, whose face, even in unconsciousness, was etched with worry and an indomitable spirit. He hoisted Sasuke onto his back and sprinted towards the hospital, startling the cats and dogs they passed. Sasuke murmured deliriously about his mother, expressing his discomfort and fatigue. Huai'an cradled him, soothingly whispering, "It's all right, it's all right." He struggled to comprehend Sasuke's plight, having his family close by, yet he understood the profound sense of love and support that family brings. If his own parents were to vanish, he would be utterly distraught. Sasuke had displayed remarkable resilience, and Huai'an secretly admired him. Not everyone could endure such adversity, transforming their deep-seated anguish into a driving force for progress. "Sasuke, you are truly remarkable. It's okay to rest now. Don't push yourself too hard," Huai'an gently encouraged, recognizing that he was still at a tender age of growth. Without delay, he navigated through the streets, bursting into the hospital, exclaiming, "Doctor, there's a child here with a high fever. Please help him." Soon, several nurses approached, intending to gently coax Sasuke down from Huai'an's embrace. However, unbeknownst to them, Sasuke had already secured his grip around Huai'an's neck with both hands, making it impossible for the nurses to pull him away. Instead, they inadvertently caused Huai'an considerable discomfort. "It's all right, doctor. May I stay with him?" Huai'an managed to utter, albeit with some difficulty, as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. The nurse nodded in acquiescence and took the two children to see the doctor, who prescribed medication, including some sleep aids. Curious about the necessity for such sedatives, Huai'an inquired, to which the nurse furrowed her brow, responding, "This child is overexerting himself. His ligaments are showing signs of strain. He hasn't been resting adequately, and if he continues like this, he may damage his health." Huai'an pondered, but he seemed fine before. "Eating normally," the nurse clarified. "It appears this has only recently begun. He seems to have been training continuously, with his hands covered in blisters from overexertion." Huai'an frowned, muttering to himself, "Could it be that with the school undergoing renovations and the break, he has had too much time to push himself?" The nurse, looking at the two children with a sigh, lamented internally, "They are so adorable, yet they neglect their own well-being." Shaking her head, she turned to fetch the medication and intravenous drip. With a heavy heart, Huai'an led Sasuke back to the hospital room. After a considerable amount of coaxing and gentle nudging, He finally managed to lay a relaxed Sasuke on the hospital bed. The nurse connected Sasuke to the 4-drip, adjusting the flow rate before addressing Huai'an. Little one, when the 4 is nearly finished, remember to ring the bell at the head of the bed, and I will come to remove the needle. Huai'an nodded obediently, receiving a gentle pat on the head along with a piece of candy. As Huai'an gazed at Sasuke, lying on the hospital bed, he felt a twinge of concern. It had only been a few days since he last visited, and somehow, Sasuke had managed to land himself in the hospital. Undoubtedly, the most despicable of all was Sasuke himself. He must be a heartless villain, cold-blooded enough to have not only slain his entire clan, but also his own parents. Huai'an gently patted Sasuke's head and whispered, "Sasuke, you must get better and defeat the great evil." Huai'an kept vigil by Sasuke's side throughout the day, and as evening approached, noticing that Sasuke had yet to awaken, he seized the opportunity to return home briefly. He prepared a meal suited for a patient and left a note for his parents. Expressing his intention to stay with Sasuke for the day, Huai'an had resolved that once Sasuke recovered, he would invite him over to his home, extending the visit until the ninja school reopened. As a top student at the Ninja Academy, he had never witnessed Sasuke skip class. Surely, with a structured routine, Sasuke would not fall ill again. Leaning against the side of Sasuke's bed, Huai'an found his thoughts drifting amidst the scent of antiseptic that permeated the hospital, and soon, he succumbed to slumber. When Sasuke groggily awoke, he felt his fingers resting upon a tuft of soft hair. Instinctively, he gave it a gentle tug, only to hear a yelp of pain. "Ouch. That hurts. You're pulling my hair." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Sasuke instinctively relaxed his grip, turning his gaze to the left, where a head of golden hair caught his eye. It was blindingly bright, and he instinctively squinted, only to find a delicate little face drawing closer. "Sasuke, you're finally awake. Don't sleep. You'll scare me to death." Sasuke found the exuberance rather annoying. How could this person be so lively every single day? Despite feeling somewhat disturbed by Huai'an's incessant chatter, Sasuke's voice carried a gentle tone of reliance and trust. "I won't sleep anymore. Just stop shouting. You've chased away my drowsiness." Huai'an chuckled softly and snuggled up beside him, tightly wrapping his arms around Sasuke's. This posture brought Huai'an a profound sense of security and comfort. Whenever he fell ill, he liked to cling to his parents, feeling safe and able to relax quickly. The moment he embraced Sasuke, the latter appeared momentarily stunned, his body stiffening as if he were not fond of such closeness. Huai'an sensed this but pretended not to notice, casually saying, "Sasuke, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that all my hair was pulled out, and I became less handsome. Now that I'm holding you, I feel a bit safer. You don't mind, do you?" The glimmering emerald in Huai'an's eyes seemed to hold a hint of tears, and his appearance was deceptively endearing, much like a little kitten. Sasuke turned slightly, his cheeks flushing. How useless. Although he was scolding Huai'an, he did not withdraw his arm from the embrace. Huai'an smiled, and, inching closer, rested his chin on Sasuke's shoulder. Chattering about the events of the day. "You don't know how scared I was. I saw you lying on the ground. Your forehead was so hot it could be boiled an egg." However, Sasuke's focus was elsewhere. "You said you found my wristband?" Huai'an nodded and handed the wristband to Sasuke. "Look, this is yours. It smells nice, just like you." Sasuke's expression froze as he regarded Huai'an, who seemed unconcerned. "Yes, that is mine, but I left it in my room yesterday." Huai'an blinked in surprise. "Then how did it end up in my yard?" Huai'an instinctively voiced his thoughts, then realized his words sounded peculiar. Not ran away, but appeared?" Sasuke furrowed his brow, not paying attention to that detail. "Perhaps it was the cat." Huai'an nodded in agreement. "Yes, maybe, but unfortunately, I didn't see it." The two engaged in a serious discussion inside the house, while a crow perched on a branch, scratching its feathers after observing them all day. Remembering his earlier thoughts, Huai'an eagerly invited, "Sasuke, would you like to train with me during the upcoming holiday?" Noticing Sasuke's lack of reaction, Huai'an leaned closer to his ear. "My father taught me how to become stronger. I'll only tell you. We can both grow stronger together." Huai'an had grasped Sasuke's mentality, quickly presenting the enticing offer, and it wasn't a lie. Sasuke looked at Huai'an with skepticism. "Really?" He then scrutinized Huai'an from head to toe, remarking, "You don't seem to have changed much, and your arm muscles appear to have relaxed. Have you not trained at all these days?" Huai'an stuck out his tongue. "Why bother about that? Look at Dingzi. He doesn't have much muscle, yet he is quite formidable. He always manages to win through sheer weight." Sasuke remained speechless. Noticing Sasuke's skepticism, Huai'an pondered for a moment. "Watch closely. Sasuke, I will demonstrate." Sasuke, lacking energy, lazily observed as Huai'an released his arm and walked toward the opposite wall. Huai'an tested the wall's strength and, as if traversing level ground, ascended from the corner to the top of the wall, ultimately standing inverted above Sasuke's bed, gazing down at him. To his delight, he saw curiosity etched on Sasuke's face. With a mischievous grin, Huai'an exclaimed, "Well, I didn't deceive you." He then leaped down onto the bed, startling Sasuke, who instinctively reached out to catch him. Huai'an smiled as he flipped in midair, only to be caught by Sasuke's arm, inadvertently landing on his legs. "Are you alright, Sasuke?" Seeing the frown on Sasuke's face from the pressure, Huai'an quickly shifted to the side. Sasuke brushed his arm away, muttering, "I'm fine." Huai'an awkwardly rose from Sasuke's lap and sat beside him. "Sasuke, may I massage your legs?" Sasuke shifted his legs slightly away. "No need, just sit quietly." This time, Huai'an obediently complied, sitting properly and tentatively inviting. "Sasuke, why not come stay at my house? The holiday is short, and there are only a few days left. We could train together and motivate each other." Sasuke, appearing to have regained some strength, maintained a calm and confident demeanor as he lay on the bed. "All right, but I would like to see your ceiling-hanging ability demonstrated again." Huai'an raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Sure, in a bit. Let us observe here tonight, and head home tomorrow." Sasuke did not respond, quietly fiddling with his wristband. However, Huai'an was restless. He stood up. "I prepared some nutritious meals for you earlier. I will heat them up. You should eat a bit." Sasuke nodded quietly. He lifted his gaze towards the small figure retrieving food containers from the bag, remaining silent. Yet his eyes followed Huai'an until he exited the room. After inquiring with the nurse about the food warming area, Huai'an returned in under 10 minutes. He set a small table on Sasuke's bed and meticulously arranged the food. "Here you go, Sasuke, enjoy." Sasuke looked at the high-quality meal of 4 dishes and a soup, silently picking up his chopsticks. True to his upbringing in a prominent family, his dining etiquette was elegant and natural, standing in stark contrast to Naruto's haphazard manner. Huai'an leaned on his hands, eyes fixed intently on Sasuke. Sasuke was accustomed to the gaze of others, though he did not particularly enjoy it. Huai'an's focused and straightforward stare was different. He observed Sasuke without any condescension. Unlike the pitying looks from girls at school or the envious glances from boys who preferred to ignore him, Huai'an simply regarded him with a calm interest, devoid of any ulterior motives. For Sasuke, this moment marked one of the most tranquil encounters since the tragic demise of his clan. Huai'an observed as Sasuke finished his meal, promptly offering him a damp napkin before efficiently tidying up the lunchbox. Under Sasuke's hesitant gaze, Huai'an naturally took the lunchbox to wash it. Upon his return, he carried a small container filled with cherry tomatoes, placing it on the bedside table and encouraging Sasuke to indulge in some fruit. Sasuke regarded the evidently freshly picked fruit and cast a curious glance at Huai'an, pondering that such fruits could scarcely be found in Konoha at this time. Huai'an blinked in response, acknowledging the thought and promising to bring different varieties next time. "These were brought back by my father after a mission. Go ahead. They're quite delicious," he remarked casually. Sasuke merely glanced at him, refraining from further inquiries. Huai'an then began to share his experiences from his special training. He spoke of the breathtaking vistas he encountered atop trees, which uplifted his spirits. The streams in Konoha were teeming with fish, easily caught. Yet his father insisted on the use of a fishing rod in the mountains. Huai'an recounted how he would fish until he dozed off, with his father explaining that it was an exercise in patience and observation. Though uncertain if he had truly acquired such skills, he personally found little joy in fishing. Sasuke leaned back against the bed's headboard, listening intently to Huai'an's tales. That day, his world felt enveloped in silence. Huai'an's soft voice in his ear reassured him that he was not alone in this world. The tension that had long gripped him gradually eased, and, lulled by Huai'an's melodious tone, he slipped into a peaceful slumber. Noticing that Sasuke had fallen asleep, Huai'an ceased his storytelling. With a faint sigh, he observed the furrowed brow of Sasuke, even in dreams. Carefully, he adjusted Sasuke's position, ensuring he lay comfortably. After tucking his arms beneath the covers, Huai'an gently patted Sasuke's head, whispering, "Rest well, and get better soon, Sasuke." He then turned to leave the ward. Unaware that Sasuke's brow had begun to relax in his sleep, Huai'an ventured outside to enjoy dinner, contemplating that patients in the hospital often received flowers. He decided to return home, delicately cutting several bouquets of lilies and wrapping them in the paper he had previously used for packaging. With his parents still absent, He pinned a note inviting Sasuke to stay at his home for a few days. Upon returning to the hospital, he found Sasuke still deep in slumber, clearly exhausted. Huai'an placed the flowers on the table, and their subtle fragrance quickly filled the room. He then found a small bed in the ward. Lying down beside Sasuke and drifting off to sleep himself. The following day, the doctor announced that Sasuke was fit for discharge. Huai'an, filled with joy, eagerly attempted to lead Sasuke to his home. Sasuke stumbled slightly at Huai'an's pull, managing to retract his arm. Slow down. I need to return home first to pack a few clothes, he stated. Huai'an had initially intended to offer his own clothes for Sasuke to wear, but hesitated. Recalling the vibrant colors of his garments juxtaposed with Sasuke's more muted attire. With ample time at their disposal, Huai'an decided to accompany Sasuke to his home to retrieve some clothing, as well as the weighted gear and ninja tool pouch that Sasuke would require for training. Huai'an interjected. We have plenty of training equipment at my place. You needn't bring so much. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at him, replying, I've used this for a long time. It's quite comfortable and specifically tailored for my physique. Huai'an nodded in understanding. Although he believed they were largely interchangeable, the thought of Sasuke's impressive throwing accuracy held considerable weight. Sasuke, with a small bag slung over his shoulder, followed Huai'an to the Yamazaki residence, which was not situated in the bustling center of Konoha like the Uchiha compound, but rather in a more secluded area of the village, allowing Huai'an's home to nestle against a small mountain. While the Yamazaki residence boasted numerous guest rooms, Huai'an preferred not to have his friend stay alone in an unfamiliar place, so he decided to set up 2 adjacent bedding arrangements in his own room. This would allow them to sleep side by side and chat through the night. It was Huai'an's first experience living with friends, and he smiled brightly, feeling a surge of joy as he prepared the bedding for Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke lingering outside, Huai'an called out, Sasuke, let us forego training today. I'll give you a tour of the Yamazaki residence to save you from getting lost. Sasuke placed his backpack on Huai'an's desk with a nonchalant Huai'an felt a twinge of regret. Now that Sasuke had recovered, the frail expression on his face had vanished. Ill Sasuke had been far more endearing than the stoic version. Huai'an organized Sasuke's belongings, neatly laying out disposable toiletries beside his own. Come on, Sasuke, let us start with a tour of the main house. He guided Sasuke through the main structure, showing him the kitchen, living room, reception area, and the courtyard where Huai'an's parents resided. Throughout the tour, Sasuke remained quiet. Yet his eyes meticulously followed Huai'an's descriptions, taking in the details of the residence. Unlike the Uchiha compound, which felt stark and barren, the Yamazaki home was vibrant with life. As they walked, Huai'an pointed out the many small trees and flowers that adorned the property, with greenery encompassing 60% of the courtyard, presenting a lively and flourishing scene. Next, Huai'an led Sasuke to explore both the outdoor and indoor training areas. Sasuke picked up a weapon that piqued his interest, inquiring, Does Uncle Yamazaki use these cold weapons? Hanging from a bar, Huai'an responded, Not really. Dad seldom visits the training grounds. Most of the ninja tools here were purchased from external shops. They add a sense of grandeur and prevent the place from appearing too empty. Sasuke shot him an exasperated glance before returning the knife to its rack. Since we've finished here, let us head outdoors. We can also check out the flora on the mountain, Huai'an suggested eagerly. Sasuke had no objections. Although he yearned to remain indoors for training, he decided to heed Huai'an's guidance on this first day. The two then dashed outside, where the weather was bright and warm. Crouching beneath a large tree to admire the colorful flowers dotting the distant mountainside, Sasuke gazed at the myriad of flower buds sprawling across the mountainside, recalling the faint floral fragrance that had pervaded the hospital room that morning, and slightly squinted his eyes. Huai'an, sitting beside him, had dug a small pit, intending to enjoy a roasted sweet potato for lunch outdoors. Sasuke, let us have roasted sweet potatoes for lunch today, Huai'an said, smiling at him. Sasuke glanced down at the small pit that Huai'an had constructed. However, merely having this will not suffice, Huai'an remarked, looking up at the mountain where wild chickens and rabbits, released by his father, were likely to have nested several times by now. With a glint of eagerness in his eyes, Huai'an turned to Sasuke and suggested, Let us catch some wild rabbits from the mountain. We could roast them or prepare a rabbit stew. Sasuke's eyes flickered with interest. Are there rabbits on the mountain? Huai'an nodded. Indeed, my father released them to maintain ecological balance. Sasuke shot him a skeptical glance. Are there bears? Huai'an shook his head. No. Sasuke pressed further. What about wolves? Huai'an looked puzzled. No. Then what kind of ecological balance is being maintained? Yet, Upon seeing Huai'an's bewildered expression, Sasuke rubbed his forehead. Shall we go now? Huai'an shook his head. Let us first bury the sweet potatoes. They then enjoyed a sweet potato together. Huai'an wiped his mouth and dashed outside, calling back, let us race. The first to reach the summit wins, and the loser shall take responsibility for breakfast throughout the holiday. Upon hearing the word race, Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and his figure swiftly vanished from the spot. The two sprinted up the mountain, with Huai'an maintaining a favorable position ahead, while Sasuke closely pursued him, just a couple of paces behind. As Huai'an neared the finish line, ready to smile, a shuriken suddenly shot forth before him. He was forced to halt, and just as he contemplated changing direction, he saw Sasuke effortlessly glide past him. Huai'an immediately reached out to grasp Sasuke. Sasuke, you're cheating. Sasuke deftly evaded Huai'an's grasp, nonchalantly replying, you started it first. Huai'an huffed in amusement, trailing behind Sasuke, but he could not surpass him again. Sasuke stood triumphantly at the finish line, looking down at Huai'an. I have won. Huai'an leaped forward, clinging to Sasuke's arm, feigning tears. Sasuke, I truly did not expect you to be this kind of person. My heart aches. What has made you such an unreliable adult? Sasuke furrowed his brow more tightly, utterly confused by Huai'an's words. He cut to the chase. This holiday's breakfast is your responsibility. Huai'an retorted. Ah, you rotten Sasuke. I won't let you have any rabbit. Sasuke twitched at his temple. Be serious. Were it not for Huai'an's adorable visage, Sasuke might have felt inclined to strike him. Oblivious to how close he had come to receiving a punch, Huai'an noticed Sasuke's rare, relaxed expression and smiled to himself, feeling quite charming, knowing he could elicit a smile even from the typically stoic Sasuke. Huai'an stood up, grasped Sasuke's sleeve, and declared, let us explore the mountains. He set a marker in that spot, and then pulled Sasuke to the right. On this mountain, there are no dangerous animals, which is why in the past, Huai'an did not prevent Huai'an from frolicking here, and Huai'an is quite familiar with this place. He led Sasuke to a lush area adorned with flowers and grasses, where 1 or 2 rabbit burrows could be found. Each of them held a shuriken, and Huai'an positioned Sasuke beside him as they both crouched down. Huai'an tossed the nutritious food he had prepared for the deer into the clearing. We shall simply wait, he said, exuding confidence in his culinary skills. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. The two were quiet, as the rabbits began to stir. Soon, a small head peeked from the burrow, its fluffy pink nose sniffing the air, looking irresistibly adorable. It swiftly darted towards the food, only to meet its untimely end with the sound of a blade unsheathing, courtesy of Sasuke's swift strike. Before Huai'an could act, Sasuke had already hit his target. Huai'an then instructed Sasuke to retrieve the rabbit from the ground, and afterward, they strolled around the mountain, collecting a few eggs and foraging for wild fruits. With their bounty in tow, they returned home, their stomachs growling with hunger. Huai'an skillfully skinned the rabbit and removed its innards, stuffing various spices inside its belly and coating the exterior with oil. He then wrapped it in a layer of foil followed by a layer of mud, placing it back into the small pit they had created earlier. Sasuke watched with wide eyes, captivated by the process. Huai'an glanced up at him and asked, do you find it troublesome? Sasuke nodded, replying, as long as the food fills my stomach, that is sufficient. Huai'an shook his finger. It is not merely about satiation. Exquisite food can uplift the spirit, not just fill the belly. Sasuke, however, seemed unconvinced. His desire for fine cuisine had waned since the passing of his mother. All he sought was sustenance to grow. Huai'an, focused on controlling the heat, waited an hour before triumphantly retrieving the rabbit. Sasuke, relishing this rare moment of leisure, observed Huai'an's unrestrained and infectious joy. A faint smile crept onto his lips. Huai'an handed a small hammer to Sasuke, urging, hurry, you can break it open, but be gentle. Sasuke took the hammer, examining the charred exterior. With a swift strike, the burnt shell crumbled away, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Huai'an gave Sasuke a thumbs up, exclaiming, perfect. Eagerly, he reached out to peel away the foil, only to retract his hand in pain from the heat. Sasuke seized his wrist, noting the reddening fingers, and remarked impatiently, what's the rush? The roasted meat won't fly away. Embarrassed, Huai'an rubbed his heated fingers and chuckled, I just wanted the rabbit to breathe a little. Sasuke released his grip, brandishing his shuriken. After a brief observation, he deftly peeled away the foil, unleashing a delightful aroma that filled the air with the sense of fruit and meat. Huai'an gazed at the rabbit in delight. It was a resounding success. Sasuke settled back down, and with Huai'an's culinary prowess assured, they savored their delectable lunch together, eventually lounging lazily under the shade of a grand tree. The sounds of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the songs of birds filled the air with the vibrant vitality of nature, allowing Huai'an to drift into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the rhythmic sounds of Sasuke training, each strike hitting its mark with precision. Swish, swish. Huai'an sat up, rubbed his eyes, and yawned. Observing Sasuke's intense dedication, he remarked, "Sasuke, you are incredibly diligent, resuming training right after recovering from illness." Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow and shot him a glance. "What else should I do? Sleep lazily like you?" Huai'an, reclining with a relaxed demeanor, replied, "One must learn to unwind. If one remains tense indefinitely, eventually it will snap." At that moment, Sasuke faltered slightly, causing his shuriken to veer off course. Not yet inclined to train, Huai'an settled beside him, watching Sasuke practice and occasionally inquiring about his techniques. Despite Sasuke generously sharing his throwing skills, Huai'an struggled to emulate his effortless grace. After a few inquiries, Sasuke, growing impatient, silenced him. With a chuckle, Huai'an leaned against a tree trunk and retrieved a book. Still engrossed in his studies. That day, they retired early, primarily because Huai'an wished to converse, while Sasuke found him bothersome. The following day, Huai'an began instructing Sasuke, mirroring the teachings of his father in the mountains, while he perched on a stone bench, engrossed in his book. Unfortunately, it seemed a second prodigy like Huai'an had emerged. Sasuke completed the training in tree climbing and water walking in just 2 days. Huai'an couldn't help but admire Sasuke, a true talent of the Uchiha clan. After imparting his knowledge on those 2 skills, Huai'an found himself devoid of further instruction to offer. As the son of a prestigious clan, the ninjutsu his father had taught him was well documented within the Uchiha lineage, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Thus, he dedicated his days to training with Sasuke and reading. Finally, upon finishing 2 hefty tomes, Huai'an was delighted to learn that his mother had completed her mission and returned. While the 2 boys were still training outdoors, a gentle voice called from the yard, "Baby, are you home?" Recognizing his mother's voice, Huai'an barely registered the curious gaze from Sasuke before rushing out of the training room. "Mom, I'm here." In the training room, upon hearing her son's voice, his mother entered through the gate and immediately embraced him. "Did you miss me?" Huai'an nodded. "I've been thinking about both you and Dad, but with Sasuke by my side, I haven't felt lonely." His mother affectionately patted Huai'an's head. "You've done wonderfully." "And Sasuke is here too?" Huai'an took his mother's hand and quickly recounted the events of Sasuke's illness and the visit he had arranged. As he spoke of the past few days, he became animated. "Sasuke is incredibly clever. He completed the special training Dad taught in just 2 days. He even shared his martial arts training with me. Mom, my body feels so much stronger." His mother listened with a smile, and as Sasuke approached, he caught wind of Huai'an's praise. He pursed his lips, his expression softening ever so slightly. Observing Huai'an as he shared his amusing anecdotes with his mother, one could see the childlike joy radiating from him. Not far away, Sasuke stood with a slightly somber expression, reminiscent of his own parents. "Mrs." Yamanaka approached Sasuke with a gentle gaze, affectionately ruffling his hair as though he were Huai'an. "Sasuke, you're quite remarkable. I appreciate your care for Huai'an." Huai'an winked at Sasuke, who glanced back momentarily before shifting his attention to the kind woman before him, responding graciously, "I should be the one to express gratitude. Huai'an has assisted me greatly." "Mrs." Yamanaka smiled warmly. "You both are wonderful children. I will be cooking dinner tonight, so let me know quickly what you would like." As it promises to be a sumptuous feast, Huai'an promptly listed his favorite dishes, and noticing Sasuke's reserved demeanor, he included those that Sasuke enjoyed as well. "Mrs." Yamanaka looked at Huai'an with a knowing smile. "Are you sure you're not just mentioning your own favorites?" Huai'an feigned a look of distress, his sincere green eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course not. I mentioned what Sasuke likes. I've been paying close attention to the meals prepared these past few days, and these are his favorites." Sasuke's ears flushed slightly, yet he nodded graciously at Mrs. Yamanaka. "Thank you, Aunt Yamanaka." Her smile was radiant. "All right. Make sure you both return home early tonight. Don't linger outside for too long." That evening, the trio relished a delightful feast. Perhaps due to Mrs. Yamanaka's return, Sasuke, who was generally reticent, had become even more taciturn. As Huai'an enthusiastically dug into his meal, he urged, "Sasuke, try this meatball. My mother makes it deliciously. You will surely love it, as it is sweet, just as you like." Sasuke reached for the dish, and Mrs. Yamanaka, seemingly unaware of Sasuke's subtle shyness, kindly encouraged him. Yes, Sasuke, do give it a try. Don't be shy. With Huai'an and Mrs. Yamanaka recommending various dishes, Sasuke eventually sampled a generous portion of each. And by the time he realized it, his stomach was quite full. Mrs. Yamanaka, observing the cleared plates, felt a sense of accomplishment as a chef. Are you full? Huai'an. There are some special treats from the land of whirlpools in the kitchen. Please fetch them, so you can enjoy them with Sasuke. Huai'an sprang off the stool. Sure. What kind of treats are they? A dessert made from unique flowers indigenous to the land of whirlpools, called hanwaku. Mrs. Yamanaka replied thoughtfully. Huai'an had never heard of it before. He retrieved it and placed it on the table. Mom, Sasuke, come and have some. He first offered a piece to Sasuke, then to Mrs. Yamanaka, while he directly popped one into his mouth. Sasuke took it in hand, and Huai'an urged him to taste it. Sasuke, quickly, try it. It was delightful, sweet yet not cloying, with a distinctive fragrance that invigorated the mind. Sasuke remained silent, while Huai'an, enthused by the unique flavors, continued to chatter, his ears growing weary from the endless prattle. Yet, this particular dessert seemed to be different. Sasuke took a bite and met Huai'an's gaze with an approving look this time. Huai'an savored the treat, grinning like a well-behaved Samoyed, while Sasuke averted his eyes, seated quietly as he continued to eat. As Mama Yamashita observed the interactions between the two children, she found it quite delightful. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved her portable camera and captured the essence of their camaraderie. In the photograph, Huai'an appeared charmingly innocent with a gentle smile, while Sasuke, with his gaze cast downwards, had remnants of pastries on his lips, the corners of his eyes subtly curved. With a chuckle, Mama Yamashita savored the pastries and, with the assistance of the two little ones, meticulously cleaned the plates. As evening descended, Huai'an eagerly took Sasuke by the hand, drawing him closer to Mama Yamashita to listen to her tales of the tasks she encountered. Although ninjas are bound by confidentiality, they often share their experiences with friends and family, provided they do not divulge sensitive information. Aspiring ninjas like Huai'an and Sasuke were particularly enchanted by stories of missions undertaken by seasoned ninjas. Mama Yamashita regaled them with anecdotes about the customs of the land of whirlpools and the myriad of individuals she met along her journeys, enriching Huai'an and Sasuke with invaluable insights. The two listened intently, utterly absorbed, until Mama Yamashita insisted they retire for the night. Lying side by side in bed, Huai'an mused. Sasuke, when we grow up, we will embark on missions too, leaving the village to explore the world beyond. Sasuke lay rigidly, his eyes fixed on the ceiling. Yes. After graduation, I shall seek vengeance. Huai'an turned on her side to regard his impassive profile. Sasuke, I believe in you. Her youthful mind, still untainted by the harsh realities of the world, simply thought that those who had taken so many lives deserved to be punished. Unlike that individual, Sasuke had not betrayed Konoha. His desire for retribution felt justified. Sasuke turned his gaze towards Huai'an's endearingly naive face, silently averting his eyes, realizing she perhaps did not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Upon returning home, Mama Yamashita relieved Huai'an of breakfast preparations, allowing her to joyfully train alongside Sasuke. They dedicated themselves to honing their ninjutsu skills, with Mama Yamashita imparting medical ninjutsu knowledge to Huai'an. Throughout this holiday, Huai'an felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Despite the joys of the holiday, she yearned for the camaraderie of ninja school, where she could meet her friends daily. Just 2 days before the holiday concluded, Sasuke moved back, and although Huai'an wished for him to stay with them, he respectfully declined. He even gifted her some money, claiming it was for pocket money. Confused, Huai'an wondered why Sasuke would give her money. Mama Yamashita, witnessing this exchange, did not pry further or request that Huai'an return the money. Instead, she smiled and said, "How wonderful, dear. If you feel awkward about it, remember to bring Sasuke a meal each day, and you can share the fruits from your place with your friends." Huai'an frowned slightly. "Mama, that doesn't seem right. I invited Sasuke to my home not for his money." Though tempted by the prospect of pocket money, she believed accepting it would taint the purity of their friendship. Mama Yamashita gently ruffled Huai'an's hair. "You make a valid point, my dear. So, after you bring breakfast to Sasuke tomorrow, kindly return it to him." With that, she pulled out 1,000 ryo from her bag and handed it to Huai'an. Huai'an stared in astonishment at Mama Yamashita. "Mama, what is this?" Mama Yamashita replied with a smile. "This is your pocket money, my dear. You have grown up and become more sensible, deserving of greater autonomy over your finances." Huai'an, feeling a touch of embarrassment, shifted his waist and, in an eager tone, said, "Mother, if Inen grows a little more and becomes a bit more sensible tomorrow, could I perhaps receive a little more pocket money?" Mother Shanjun smiled even more kindly, replying, "That's not possible, Inen. If you say that, the pocket money I just gave you will have to be reduced." Huai'an promptly fell silent, taking the pocket money and departing. He had money once more. Huai'an had steadily saved up 5,000 taels. He kept a small portion for himself and deposited 4,000 into the system. Joyfully, Huai'an addressed the system, "Brother system, I wish to purchase mental and physical potions, 30 drops of the mental potion and 10 drops of the physical potion." After a year of exploration, Huai'an had discerned that enhancing his mental and physical attributes was far more economical than directly purchasing chakra. With the activation of the Senju bloodline, he discovered that his chakra extraction became increasingly smooth, and his chakra reserves grew rapidly. While others could only mobilize 10 chakra in a day, Huai'an could extract 50. There was no need for him to spend his precious pocket money on this. Congratulations, host. Your investment has been successful. The mental and physical potions have been credited to your account. Please continue to strive and invest more. Huai'an wore a pitiful expression, lamenting how difficult it was to save money, especially since he couldn't earn any yet. "I will work hard," he replied earnestly, despite feeling down. With the new school year commencing, Huai'an followed his own rhythm. During morning training, he placed his boxed meal at Sasuke's doorstep, along with the pocket money Sasuke had previously given him. After leaving, he went to train in the back mountains, skimming the surface of the lake in his yard and climbing trees. He then collected fresh flowers, storing them in a ninjutsu scroll to sell later at the flower shop. A few days earlier, Father Shanjun had returned and provided guidance on the ninjutsu training for both Huai'an and Sasuke, resulting in swift progress for both. Huai'an placed the scroll on the table and then retreated to his room to wash up. By the time he emerged, Mother Shanjun had prepared breakfast. After eating, he shouldered his small backpack and set off for school. Upon arriving at the school entrance, a cheerful voice called out from behind, "Huai'an." Turning around, he saw Naruto running toward him, and he greeted Naruto with a smile. "You're not late today?" Naruto scratched his head and replied, "It's the first day of school. Irika-sensei said we need to learn the body replacement technique, so of course, I wouldn't be late." Huai'an nodded in understanding. "I see. I already learned the body replacement technique during the break, so it doesn't surprise me much." Naruto inquired, "Huai'an, how was your special training? Did you learn any ultimate techniques?" Huai'an chuckled, "Of course not. Ultimate techniques sound so formidable. We certainly can't learn those yet." He looked at Naruto, standing tall. "However, I've made significant progress, and I can now sustain my physical techniques for a longer duration." Naruto huffed in admiration. "I'm so envious." Huai'an immediately thought of suggesting that they train together during the next break, but then he recalled his training sessions with Sasuke during the holiday. By a stroke of fate, Huai'an encountered Naruto, and upon their first meeting, it was evident that they held an aversion towards one another, their demeanor reflecting mutual exclusion. However, during their daily training, Huai'an felt compelled to assist his companion. Recalling that Sasuke would not be joining him for training after school, Huai'an proposed to Naruto, "Naruto, shall we train together after class today?" Instantly, Naruto leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Really? Huai'an can train with me?" Yet, a moment of conflict crossed Naruto's face as he pondered. "Will Sasuke join us?" His tone revealed reluctance, prompting Huai'an to pat him on the shoulder. "Just the two of us. Sasuke will train alone." This news rejuvenated Naruto's spirits once more. The duo, filled with mirth, headed towards their classroom. Upon arrival, they found that many classmates had already gathered. Huai'an greeted those who acknowledged him with nods and waves, maintaining a cheerful demeanor on his way back to his seat. Shikamaru was slumped at the back, catching up on sleep, while Choji indulged in snacks. Observing the well-liked Huai'an, Choji remarked to the slumbering Shikamaru, "Huai'an is quite popular, truly deserving of his status as an honor student." Shikamaru lazily opened one eye to glance at Choji. "I don't think it has much to do with grades. Just look at his sunflower-like face. Who could resist that smile, especially when you think about the snacks you might lose?" Choji promptly became alert, hastily shoving his snack into his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late, as a devilish inquiry arose. "Brother Choji, are you eating tomato-flavored chips this time?" His sparkling eyes revealed a desire to taste them. Choji, momentarily disarmed and with a hint of struggle, placed the snack bag before Huai'an. "You have some." Huai'an smiled brightly. "Thank you, Brother Choji." He sampled just one chip, not particularly fond of snacks, but rather amused by Choji's protective behavior towards them, which prompted him to tease him repeatedly. Delicious. Brother Choji, your taste is impeccable, he declared after finishing the chip, giving 2 thumbs up. Naruto, standing nearby, looked puzzled and reached for a chip himself. Really? Huai'an, you like this flavor? But it's so mild. The cucumber flavor is much tastier. Choji turned his gaze to Naruto. The barbecue flavor is also good. The cucumber taste is even milder. Naruto replied, I think it's quite tasty. Huai'an added, I can accept it. They all seem similar to me. Choji and Naruto retorted in unison, they're different. Huai'an fell silent and took a seat beside Shikamaru, watching as Naruto and Choji engaged in a lively discussion about various snacks. With a resigned shrug, Huai'an pulled out a book. He glanced at the textbook under Shikamaru's arm. Shikamaru, today's class is on Teacher O'Hara's Chakra Theory 2. Your book is from last semester's General Studies. Shikamaru, lacking enthusiasm, looked at Huai'an. What a bother. Huai'an smiled gently, accustomed to his responses. Let us share a book during class. Shikamaru turned his face away. Oh. Sasuke passed by from behind, and Huai'an greeted him without turning his head. Already accustomed to the sound of Sasuke's footsteps. Good morning, Sasuke. Without pausing, Sasuke merely acknowledged him with a cool indifferent as he walked past their lively group. At that moment, Shikamaru glanced at Huai'an and remarked, it seems your relationship with Sasuke has grown a bit closer. Although Sasuke's demeanor remained similar to that of the previous semester, Shikamaru's rarely utilized intellect quickly detected a subtle difference. Huai'an turned to Shikamaru, confidently asserting, we've always been good. Shikamaru, observing Huai'an's unwavering confidence, felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, for Huai'an, nearly half of the class comprised friends, merely differing in the degree of familiarity. The first class on chakra was largely unchanged, filled with tedious theoretical principles. Practical knowledge, such as chakra attributes, was not covered in any lectures. It wasn't until the second class, where Irika-sensei explained the body replacement technique, that the students' interest was slightly piqued. The techniques of shadow clone, transformation, and body replacement are the foundational triad of ninjutsu. Among them, the body replacement technique is almost a divine skill, if utilized adeptly. It can serve as a crucial life-saving secret. Of course, this applies primarily to ordinary individuals. When faced with Sasuke's Sharingan or Byakugan, one would be readily discovered. Thus, in the presence of ninjas possessing such extraordinary ocular abilities, it is wise to refrain from using the body replacement technique, lest one fall victim to a counterattack. Nonetheless, for the current elementary students, this ninjutsu offers considerable protection, given that the exceptional individuals are still a minority. The essence of the body replacement technique lies in the instant one is attacked, swiftly replacing one's body with an object, such as wood, to mislead the assailant into believing their attack was successful. To execute the body replacement technique successfully, one must not only prepare a replacement object, but also seize the precise moment of the enemy's attack. Once the replacement object is in place, the distance one can escape is quite limited. Irika-sensei meticulously explained the principles, then demonstrated the hand seals, prompting the students to memorize the gestures one by one. Once the children had grasped the seals, they commenced utilizing chakra for practical exercises. Huai'an diligently succeeded in the second demonstration, earning himself some free time. He pulled out his advanced medical textbooks and began to study, while Naruto and Shikamaru practiced beside him. Although Huai'an was initially focused on his studies, he could not help but hear Naruto's incessant shouting, which gradually grew more frantic. Setting his book aside, Huai'an looked up at Naruto and inquired, "What is the matter?" Initially irritated by the noise, Huai'an's expression turned calm upon observing Naruto's situation. Frowning, he leaned in to scrutinize Naruto's hand seals. Something was amiss. He couldn't understand why others seemed to manage the technique effortlessly while Naruto showed no progress. Deep in thought, Huai'an's seriousness prompted Naruto to glance at the top student and ask, "Huai'an, could you explain it to me again?" Huai'an tilted his head and replied, "But I see no issues with your execution. Have you not extracted any chakra?" Naruto, displaying a touch of drama, shook his head and remarked, "I've extracted it. However, it feels rather difficult to control." Huai'an circled around him, articulating several key points, and finally observed a glimmer of progress in Naruto's technique. Yet, Naruto's mastery over chakra seemed lacking, which was perplexing, as he had never previously noticed any issues with Naruto's chakra usage. The temporary setback in ninjutsu did not diminish Naruto's prowess in taijutsu, as he remained a formidable powerhouse. Despite Huai'an's enhancements to his own lineage, he still found it challenging to match Naruto's endurance. Huai'an suspected that Naruto simply needed a breakthrough. With ample practice, success was surely within reach. With a sense of responsibility, Huai'an dedicated the following time to training alongside Naruto, engaging in mutual learning. After a long and arduous day, Huai'an was finally allowed to return home. With the new semester came fresh beginnings. While Huai'an diligently trained with Naruto, his father, Yamanaka, devoted his available time to offer more focused guidance on ninjutsu and chakra mastery. Meanwhile, his mother, Yamanaka, prepared a wealth of knowledge to nurture his growth. Skilled in jinjutsu and medical ninjutsu, she recognized Huai'an's aptitude in these areas. She took it upon herself to organize a structured learning process and knowledge framework for him during her task intervals, encouraging him to study independently and mark any areas of confusion for her to clarify upon her return. In her view, mastering medical ninjutsu required a strong foundation of knowledge, and the two substantial tomes Huai'an had previously studied were merely the most rudimentary. Huai'an did not feel compelled to master this discipline. However, his mother was resolute in her belief that her child's potential and talent warranted unwavering support. Consequently, Huai'an amassed a collection of books, most of which were previously stored by his mother, along with borrowed titles from his fellow ninjas. His daily life became saturated with literature and training. After 3 years of perseverance, Huai'an finally achieved a preliminary mastery of his studies, and, thanks to his mother's influence, he became a proud part-time intern at the Konoha Ninja Hospital. There, he simultaneously learned and assisted in treating patients. As a mere 9-year-old doctor, he was often playfully pinched by the nurses and showered with gifts from hospitalized children, which left him bemused as to why those who had endured numerous injections under his care would send him flowers. Reflecting on his journey, Huai'an walked home, reminiscing about the trials and tribulations of the past 3 years. He had awakened the 10th level of the Senju bloodline and sensed a newfound energy coursing through him, accompanied by flashes of knowledge in his mind. This transformation granted him the ability not only to cultivate flowers, but also to grow wood. The plants in his cultivation space thrived more vigorously due to his enhanced constitution, and he even augmented his resources, doubling his capacity for cultivation. Within the Yamashita estate, the flowers and potted plants exuded an extraordinary vitality compared to before. In the mountains, Mother Yamanaka remarked that this was the bloodline limit of wood release, a rare and formidable ability. After all, the first Hokage possessed such power. She cautioned Huai'an to remain vigilant and to conceal his identity as much as possible, avoiding exposure. As Huai'an matured, he gained a deeper understanding of the world, naturally aware of the saying to possess a treasure is to incur suspicion. In the village of Konoha, the Senju clan was nearly extinct, with only Princess Tsunade remaining, and no one else possessed the wood release bloodline limit. If Huai'an were to reveal himself, he would face the prospect of captivity or becoming a subject of research. Mother Yamanaka, though descended from the Senju clan, had limited knowledge of wood release ninjutsu. The number of ninja who awakened this bloodline was scarce, with most being of more ordinary Senju lineage. Huai'an felt fortunate, believing he could become even stronger. Through his own explorations, he had also mastered some secret techniques to protect himself. Although he had yet to acquire the ninjutsu he desired, he reasoned that physical resilience was paramount. As long as he survived, possibilities remained. Huai'an maintained a laid-back attitude. Today, the seasoned Huai'an practiced using shadow clones for learning while his main body covertly trained. After completing his training, he spent considerable time studying at the hospital. Upon returning home, he entered the courtyard to find Mother Yamanaka sitting there, savoring tea. Elated, Huai'an rushed over, snatching a piece of cake to eat while looking at her. "Mother, you're back. Did you complete your mission?" It was quite brief this time. Mother Yamanaka nodded. "It went relatively smoothly. Did you go to the hospital?" Yes. Just a moment. The hospital issued my internship wages a few days ago. I bought gifts for you and father. I've already given his to him. Let me fetch yours." Mother Yamanaka smiled and nodded. "What kind of gift?" "It's something special." Huai'an dashed back to his room, retrieving a handcrafted wooden box, and presented it to her with joy. "Mother, I carved this wooden box myself, and inside is the gift I bought. You must take it." Mother Yamanaka examined the intricately crafted box in her hands. "This box alone brings me great joy, Anin. You've done wonderfully." Huai'an perched on a stool, eagerly propping up his feet. "Mother, please open it, and see if you like it." With a nod, Mother Yamanaka delicately opened the wooden box. Her attention was immediately captured by the red gemstone necklace nestled within. Observing her admiration for the ruby, Huai'an beamed with pride. "Mother, I bought this gemstone from a merchant in Konoha and made the necklace myself, crafted with silver. It's entirely my design." Mother Yamanaka caressed the beautiful silver necklace. "Anin, how did you create something so exquisite? This necklace is stunning. I truly love it." A slight mist glimmered in her eyes as she embraced Huai'an, genuinely touched by both his design and his thoughtful gesture. She looked down at him. "Did you spend all your wages on gifts? Do you have any pocket money left?" Huai'an shook his head, speaking earnestly. "None at all. Mother, this is my first paycheck, and I wish to give you the very best. I can continue to save my money." Huai'an possesses confidence, believing that one day he shall become a prosperous man. Mother Shanzhong gently ruffled his hair. "I am so happy. Anin, you have given me such a delightful surprise. Coincidentally, I also have a gift for you." Huai'an, with a joyful tilt of his cheek and a playful sway of his body, inquired, "What is it, mother?" Shanzhong shook her head and rose to return to her room. After a brief quarter of an hour, she reappeared. Looking at Huai'an, Mother Shanzhong retrieved a scroll from behind her, her eyes reflecting a moment of nostalgia. "This spirit-summoning scroll was a gift I received in my youth from a friend who traveled from the distant east. She once said we were fated to meet, and at the right moment, a kindred spirit could inscribe their name upon this scroll. She had tried before, but never succeeded, leading her to believe that she was not the destined one. However, ever since I heard about that young man from Huai'an, I have had a premonition that this fate might indeed belong to him." Mother Shanzhong chose not to elaborate further, wishing to avoid placing undue pressure on Huai'an. Although he felt somewhat bewildered, he was nonetheless intrigued by the mention of his mother's Eastern friend. He eagerly asked, "Mother, where is that friend of yours?" Mother Shanzhong shook her head. "Since our parting, I have not encountered her again. However, she was a remarkably beautiful and powerful individual." Huai'an's eyes sparkled with longing. "I would love to meet her." He mused that having learned the Eastern script and language, it would bring him immense joy to converse with such an extraordinary figure in her native tongue. Mother Shanzhong unfurled the scroll, revealing it to be entirely blank, devoid of any names. "Mother, is this truly a spirit-summoning scroll? Why does it lack the names of those who came before? I have seen that Sasuke's scroll is filled with names." Mother Shanzhong evaded the question. "All right, Huai'an, why don't you give it a try? Write your name." Huai'an furrowed his brow. "Mother, is there no need for a seal?" Mother Shanzhong replied, "My friend only mentioned that sincerity brings results. Simply inscribe your name and press your handprint." Huai'an, reassured by the trust evident in Mother Shanzhong's expression, set aside his doubts. He lifted the brush and, in a moment of inspiration, carefully inscribed his Chinese name upon the scroll. He opted not to write in their common language, believing this approach to be more fitting. Just as Huai'an completed the final stroke, the scroll emanated a faint silver glow, appearing almost sacred beneath the dusky evening sun. Captivated, Huai'an found his vision suddenly engulfed in darkness, and he fainted on the spot, the scroll swiftly dissipating into the air. Startled by Huai'an's sudden collapse, Mother Shanzhong rushed to embrace his falling body. After a thorough inspection, she discovered that he had merely fallen asleep. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, but as she recalled the vanishing scroll, a flicker of unease began to stir within her heart. The moment Huai'an signed his name, consciousness slipped away from him. In a daze, a faint inquiry echoed in his mind. "Do you willingly form an equal contract?" Huai'an, though somewhat muddled, felt the weight of the voice reverberating within his soul, imbued with an ethereal and divine essence that almost compelled him to kneel. Unsure of how to respond, a flicker of joy within him urged him to seize this opportunity. The instant he consented, he sensed a vague connection between his soul and another existence, a faint heartbeat resonating in harmony with his own. Following the pull of his heart, he involuntarily uttered a strange name, Zhenxian. In the mountains, his mother could not comprehend Huai'an's murmured words. She simply held him close, whispering, Anin, wake up." Struggling against his heavy eyelids, Huai'an finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue, he looked up in confusion at his mother, asking, "Mom?" She embraced him gently, reassuring him, "It's all right." A sudden, cool, sticky sensation enveloped his wrist. Huai'an nodded but could not help but glance at his damp wrist. Following his gaze, his mother gasped and carefully lifted his blood-soaked wrist. Suppressing her anguish, she rolled up his sleeve to reveal a small, mangled creature. "Mom, I'm not hurt," Huai'an instinctively explained. His mother's expression darkened, her brows furrowing deeply. "This is your spirit beast? It appears gravely injured." Huai'an nodded, for the creature indeed bore a woeful appearance, its tiny body marred by numerous wounds, bloodied and battered. Had it not been for the bond he felt with it, he might have believed the little beast was lifeless. His mother placed her hand over the small creature, which was tightly coiled around Huai'an's wrist, and began to channel her healing ninjutsu. However, it seemed ineffective against the creature's condition, as the wounds showed no signs of healing. Huai'an felt a surge of affection for the little beast. The sight of its injuries filled him with distress. Noticing that his mother's healing techniques yielded no results and the beast remained unconscious, Huai'an considered a different approach. He decided to attempt healing it with the wood chakra within him. A miraculous occurrence unfolded as the wounds on the small creature began to show faint signs of healing. Joy illuminated Huai'an's face, but as soon as he withdrew his chakra, the wounds reopened anew. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He had exhausted his chakra reserves. Instinctively, he sought his mother's assistance, yet she shook her head. "It appears too severely injured. It requires gradual healing. Moreover, it seems only you can heal it. Likely due to the contract you formed. What should I do? It looks like it might die." Huai'an's heart ached at the plight of his first spirit beast, so unfortunate. His mother sighed. "First, we must bandage it. Refrain from using chakra for now, as you cannot sustain it." Huai'an carefully cradled the small creature, gazing up at his mother in the mountains with sorrowful eyes. "Mother, let me first clean its wounds and bandage it. If I take good care of it, it will surely recover, won't it?" The uncertainty lingered in his voice. The mother remained silent and replied, "Go ahead." She too harbored doubts about whether the bond with this friend was all too fleeting. Seeing Huai'an gently lift the small beast, she added, "And then, it will be your companion from now on. Take good care of it, understand? No matter how long it takes, do not disdain it." Upon hearing these words, Huai'an felt a pang in his heart and nodded solemnly. He would never reject it. The creature was already so pitiful. With great care, he supported the little being in his palm and returned to his room. He retrieved his small medical kit and delicately used soft gauze to wipe away the bloodstains from its body. As the creature was revealed before him, Huai'an marveled at its striking silver scales, slender, approximately the width of his thumb, adorned with 2 small bumps on its head and 4 tiny legs, truly beautiful. Tragically, due to its injuries, its flesh was raw and exposed, with a deep gash across its head. It was nothing short of a miracle that this little creature was still alive. The appearance of this small being bore a striking resemblance to the totemic dragons of Huai'an. Such a magnificent and enchanting creature was unheard of in the land of the leaves. Huai'an felt a deep fondness for it, and he became even more meticulous in his care. He placed the creature on his bed, then retrieved a soft cushion from the wardrobe, laying it on his desk before gently placing the little dragon atop it. The creature had tumbled from Huai'an's wrist during their earlier interaction, and as he observed it sleeping soundly, he found himself unable to resist employing a healing ninjutsu. He continued until the energy channels within it cried out in anguish, at which point he paused, his face pale. The wounds remained unchanged, yet Huai'an felt a glimmer of hope. As long as the little beast could endure, he would strive to heal it. Reflecting upon the name that had slipped from his lips, Xinchuan, he sensed an intrinsic connection between the name and the little dragon. It was likely its true name. Suddenly, he recalled the premium system and called out, "System brother, is there anything that can heal Xinchuan?" The cold voice of the system responded, "Ding, treatment items have been filtered for the host. Please make your purchase." Huai'an's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the panel before him. Indeed, there were numerous healing items and elixirs available. Yet the prices displayed, an array of zeros, were far greater than his own height. "I can't afford any of this." The 9-year-old boy once again felt the weight of his poverty. He realized that saving Xinchuan was beyond his means. Though unable to purchase the healing items, Huai'an resolved that if the little creature was destined to depart this world soon, it should do so in comfort and beauty. By the time night fell, he had procured a small blanket and a pink princess pet bed for Xinchuan from the premium system. The little dragon was undeniably beautiful. Surely, it would appreciate such a gesture. Leaning against the edge of his desk, Huai'an silently prayed for the survival of his summoned beast. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber. In the midst of a half-dream, a cool sensation and the scent of medicine graced his neck, causing a slight discomfort. As his eyes fluttered in a haze, he seemed to lock gazes with a pair of mysterious violet-slit pupils, yet the weight of his fatigue enveloped him, leading him back into unconsciousness. When he finally succumbed to sleep, a small beast, awakening at an unknown hour, propped itself up and surveyed the peacefully slumbering child. Its gaze swept around the surroundings before disregarding the bandaged white cloth adorning its body, embarking on an exploration of the residence. Upon its return, it paid no heed to the pink little bed atop the table and instead nestled itself between the neck of the fair-skinned child at the edge of the table. Its body elongated slightly, wrapping around the child once more, and it closed its eyes again. The creature intended to recuperate. The wood-based energy field surrounding the child was potent enough to gradually mend its nearly shattered meridians. An inexplicable bond of equal contract had formed between them, the means of which remained a mystery, yet it evidently benefited him, leading him to dismiss any lingering grievances. The following day, Huai'an awoke, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. The unusual weight on his neck left him in a state of confusion. As he reached to touch it, the cool sensation sent a shiver through him. Upon further inspection, he discovered a small corner, and realization dawned upon him. The pink little princess bed was utterly vacant. The small creature was evidently now coiled around his neck. And when Huai'an gently tugged, it did not budge. Scattered along the path from the table to the door were remnants of bandages, revealing that the little one had indeed awakened, energetically unraveling the bindings despite its myriad of injuries. Huai'an felt the previously bleeding wounds had ceased their flow, though they remained gaping, exposing raw, red flesh. He still wished to tend to the creature, exerting some effort to pull at the bandages, when suddenly a low voice resonated in his mind. Huai'an paused, taken aback, for the voice spoke in the language of Huaxia. Stop. Instinctively, his hands ceased their disturbance, and he tentatively replied in the Huaxia he had learned. You are awake? Zhenxian? Zhenxian was not surprised that the little creature knew his name. During their contract signing, they exchanged their identities. Zhenxian could sense that this world was markedly different from the one he had previously inhabited. The suppression of the heavenly principles barely perceptible. While he contemplated this, he heard the golden-haired child before him speak in a somewhat awkward tone. You are severely injured. I wish to bandage you. Zhenxian felt the pain of his wounds, yet the medicinal powder on the bandages offered him no relief. Instead, as long as he remained close to the child, his body would gradually heal. The medicine is of no use to me. Huai'an had not spoken Huaxia before. After learning it, he seldom employed it, making his attempts to articulate it laborious and imprecise. The sound of his own voice felt strangely foreign to him, and he tentatively inquired in his own tongue, Then how can I treat you? To this, he heard the voice respond with confusion. What did you say? Huai'an understood that his spirit beast could only comprehend the language of Huaxia and was oblivious to the dialect of the Shinobi world. Once again, he attempted to communicate in his rudimentary Huaxia, asking, How can I treat you then? Zhenxian grasped the situation, realizing that this child was not a native of Huaxia. Sensing the power of the laws emanating from him, he surmised that the boy was likely not within the original borders of Huaxia, perhaps not even in the same realm. The energy emanating from your wood element spiritual root is beneficial for my wound. As long as you remain by my side, it will nourish my injuries. Although Huai'an did not comprehend the concept of a wood element spiritual root, he understood that his spirit beast could heal its wounds while in his presence. Feeling somewhat reassured that his spirit beast was still alive, he hesitated to refer to it as Little One, for its voice was mature and steady, suggesting an age far beyond his own. As a polite child, Huai'an inquired, May I ask how I should address you? Zhenxian, with eyes closed, simply replied, Zhenxian. Huai'an felt this was somewhat impolite, but his caretaker from the mountains was already outside, knocking on the door, and then, Are you awake? Huai'an responded, Yes, mother, why have you come to call for me today? Upon opening the door, the mountain caretaker immediately noticed the beautiful silver ring around Huai'an's neck. Last night, I searched again, and my friend gifted me a thin booklet. The characters inside are beyond my understanding, so I have kept it. Perhaps you can decipher it, and then. The mountain couple was aware that Huai'an could understand the Eastern languages, though they were uncertain of his proficiency. Huai'an took the ancient booklet his mother handed him, preparing to open it when a hesitant voice interrupted from above. Anan, your spirit beast is still young. It would be best to let it recuperate. She continued, If you desire the neck ring, I can arrange it for you. Huai'an looked up, his face reddening. No? He then explained to his caretaker that his unique constitution allowed him to heal Zhenxian's injuries, and it was not a matter of a fondness for the neck ring. Furthermore, Zhenxian was quite mature. As Huai'an spoke fervently, primarily praising Zhenxian, the mountain caretaker perceived no oddity in his words, considering her friend was indeed formidable. The scroll she had left behind was undoubtedly not an ordinary item. Noticing that her gaze lingered on his neck, seemingly lost in thought, Huai'an hastily bid her farewell and rushed out for his morning practice. As he sprinted along the path, Huai'an addressed Zhen Xian on his neck. Zhen Xian, are you a dragon? Zhen Xian lazily replied in his mind, yes. Huai'an pressed on. Zhen Xian, do you come from Huaxia? Are there really dragons in Huaxia? Zhen Xian affirmed, yes, I am the last divine dragon from Huaxia, responding without hesitation. Unfortunately, the child's incessant inquiries were overwhelming, and Zhen Xian preferred to remain unresponsive to avoid encouraging Huai'an's exuberance. Thus, he chose to slip into slumber. After a few questions yielded no further replies, Huai'an finally recognized that his incessant chatter might disturb Zhen Xian's rest, and he ceased to bother his spirit beast. Once his morning practice concluded, he delivered a lunchbox to Sasuke, returned home for breakfast, and then set off for school. The knowledge acquired at school has lost its novelty for Huai'an, leading his thoughts to drift aimlessly while seated in class. Once the lesson concluded, he bid farewell to his friends, leaving a doppelganger behind, while his true self made its way home. With his mother out on a mission and his father yet to return, Huai'an had long grown accustomed to the absence of his parents, feeling no sense of loneliness. Bathed in the bright sunlight, he retrieved the small booklet entrusted to him by his mother. His fingers glided over its surface, feeling its gentle texture. As he opened the seemingly ancient tome, 3 abstract characters of the Huaxia script caught his eye, and he silently recited, Chong, Lu, Ju, the moment the words left his lips. The booklet transformed from a weathered wooden appearance to a cool, jade-green hue. Simultaneously, a wave of green energy surged into Huai'an's unsuspecting mind. Lacking the ability to introspect, he stared blankly at his empty palms, lost in thought. He glanced around, then touched his smooth forehead, feeling somewhat foolish. The Chongluju was right before his eyes. Just as he pondered the whereabouts of the knowledge, Jinshuan, still slumbering, extended its tail and lightly tapped Huai'an's forehead from a distance. A violet spark entered his consciousness under his gaze. Before Huai'an could react, Jinshuan nestled back into his neck. Suddenly, a wealth of unfamiliar knowledge flooded his mind. Enigmatic and intricate. Returning to his room, he instinctively closed his eyes, striving to absorb the newfound information. After thoroughly digesting it, Huai'an awkwardly recited a mantra, his fingers forming a distinctive shape as instructed. Upon their union, his eyes glazed over as if in a trance, allowing him to perceive the landscape within his mind from a third-person perspective. In that instant, he achieved introspection. Jinshuan was indeed no ordinary creature. It possessed a unique ninjutsu, reminiscent of the Byakugan. Within his mind, a luminous blue chakra flowed slowly through his meridians, converging into a jade tablet inscribed with Chong Luju. Strangely, a yellow sphere hovered quietly beneath the tablet. Huai'an attempted to simulate a thread of consciousness to poke it. Ding! The recharge system is at your service. The voice, typically distant, now felt surprisingly close. To his astonishment, it was the voice of the recharge system that had accompanied him thus far. He never imagined it had truly set up residence within his mind. Curious, he prodded it again. System brother? The golden sphere remained unresponsive, leading Huai'an to believe it was ignoring him. After a moment's contemplation, he tried again. System brother, I wish to recharge. Ding! Welcome, host, to the recharge system. After all these years, the system remained unchanged, only acknowledging him when it came to monetary matters. Recharge 2,000 taels. With a sigh, Huai'an realized this was nearly all of his pocket money left. Ding! Recharge successful. The system's voice remained mechanical. A deep voice resonated within the same space. Spirit artifact? No spirit. Huai'an was startled by the voice and instinctively searched his mind, but found nothing. Nevertheless, the voice unmistakably belonged to his spirit beast. Jinshian? Huai'an called its name. Came a brief response, followed by silence. Huai'an felt utterly helpless in front of these taciturn individuals. He could only inquire, is the spirit artifact a weapon? Jinshian responded, sort of, but your spirit artifact is not a weapon. It resembles more of a nurturing tool for the young. Given your current strength, it seems you have gained some enhancement from it. Huai'an, puzzled, replied, yes, I have purchased many foundational elixirs suitable for me through the system. Jinshian's tone was cryptic. System brother? Your spirit artifact lacks intelligence. Huai'an protested, but the system brother responds to me. Jinshian explained, that is merely a function of the spirit artifact's usage rules. Your behavior suggests a barter system? Quite novel. Huai'an was perplexed, feeling that Zhen Xian's words eluded his understanding. And the more he listened, the more his head ached. He closed his eyes, slightly furrowing his brow. After all, we are friends. Zhen Xian acknowledged with a sound. With that, Huai'an finally exhaled softly in relief. He turned his attention to the jade pendant named Chang Lu Ju, which appeared entirely translucent and lustrous, emanating a profound aura that imparted a sense of tranquility and stability to Huai'an. With a heart full of anticipation, he gently touched the Chang Lu Ju with his mental energy, and then an unfamiliar door swung open before him. A magnificent world, utterly distinct from the ninja realm, unfolded, a realm of towering mountains and vast straits. Scenes of celestial beings and paradises unfurled before his eyes, and Huai'an found himself entranced. When he awoke in a daze, he felt as if he were still in a dream. He suddenly spoke, "Zhen Xian, do celestial beings exist in this world?" Zhen Xian did not answer. It had never encountered a celestial being, only some cultivators who had yet to achieve immortality. Not receiving an answer did not dishearten Huai'an. He murmured to himself, "I believe I just glimpsed a celestial realm. It was extraordinarily beautiful." That, however, was not the crux of the matter. What truly captivated him was the strength of the inhabitants there, their myriad methods of attack, entirely different from those in the ninja realm, yet astonishingly powerful. Zhen Xian remarked, "Your ninjutsu and cultivation methods differ significantly, but cultivation techniques stem from comprehension, promising a bright future. Ninjutsu is heavily restrictive." A glimmer of yearning sparkled in Huai'an's eyes. He was determined to train diligently. He had just realized that the Chang Lu Ju was not merely a jade pendant, but a cultivation technique. As long as he could learn this method from it, he would become formidable. His expectations of the dreamlike realm were modest. Nonetheless, the vibrant array of attack techniques was an immense temptation for Huai'an. He aspired to attain strength comparable to those celestial beings. Over these years, relying solely on self-training and financial investment to grow stronger had been exceedingly slow. Earning money through training was no easy feat deep down. Huai'an felt fortunate that his prior passion for learning the Chinese language had benefited him now. Otherwise, even if he obtained this cultivation technique, he would have been unable to comprehend it. After pondering for a moment, he immediately delved into introspection within his mind. At this moment, when the jade pendant was opened once more, the prominent characters' chi refinement stage were displayed. It appeared to signify a level of cultivation akin to the divisions of upper, middle, and lower ninjas. After a brief contemplation, Huai'an redirected his focus to the presented content. The chi refinement stage marked the initial interaction between man and the cosmos, allowing one to sense the myriad spiritual energies in the air, thus transcending the mundane and embarking on the path of the cultivator. Although Huai'an was a ninja, since he dreamt of a young man named Jiang Huai'an from Huaxia, he felt an inexplicable connection to this land. Otherwise, he would not have willingly devoted time to learning the intricacies of Huaxia's culture while studying the ninja world. Could this be what the immortals referred to as fate? Huai'an attempted to follow the prescribed technique, sitting cross-legged and earnestly attuning himself to the spiritual energies around him. Time slipped by swiftly. It seemed he had just closed his eyes when dusk descended upon the sky. Yet he sensed nothing, awaking with a lingering sense of unfulfillment. His stomach issued a timely call for sustenance. Huai'an rose, stretching his back, and somewhat fatigued, proceeded to prepare dinner. After the meal, he decided to take a break from the Chang Lu technique, intending instead to dedicate the remaining time to mastering the medical ninjutsu he needed to complete. He toiled until the late hours before finally succumbing to slumber, enveloped in darkness. The following day, Huai'an awoke, brimming with energy. Though eager to continue exploring the Chang Lu technique, he had to attend school today for a training session. He could not rely on a shadow clone for this. He could only imagine the amount of disdain Sasuke would direct his way. During training, he casually placed his bento box at Sasuke's doorstep. Upon returning to the training grounds at home, he completed his basic physical training while expressing gratitude to Jinshuan, saying, "Jinshuan, thank you for your assistance yesterday." The method of internal observation proved immensely beneficial. He felt remiss for not expressing his gratitude sooner, realizing he had been rather careless. The technique of internal observation, transmitted from Jinshuan's tale to his mind, not only allowed him to perceive the Chang Lu jade pendant entering his body, but also unveiled the enigmatic presence of his system companion. Filled with gratitude, Huai'an resolved to diligently cultivate and learn to provide healing for Zhenxuan. Once the foundational training was completed, Huai'an immediately channeled chakra to Zhenxuan, who remained coiled around his neck. Predictably, he observed through the mirror that Zhenxuan's exterior had transitioned from pristine to tattered. A sense of sorrow washed over Huai'an, as he felt his healing chakra was of little consequence for Zhenxuan. Although he understood that Zhenxuan was unlikely to perish, the severity of the wounds was visually jarring, leaving him at a loss for a quicker remedy. Through their bond, he sensed the sensitive thoughts of the young creature. Zhenxuan remained silent, simply resting on Huai'an's collar, absorbing the dispersed with elemental energy. The sensation of having an object around his neck was uncomfortable, as if there were a risk of suffocation. Huai'an attempted to negotiate with Zhenxuan for a change of position, yet received no response. It seemed that after answering Huai'an's inquiries yesterday, Zhenxuan had exhausted its spirit. Huai'an dared not tug at it forcefully, nor did he wish to conceal the situation any longer. The existence of Zhenxuan will ultimately be unveiled. He went to school adorned with the name Zhenxuan. Outside the school gate, he fortuitously encountered Naruto, who remained as vibrant as ever. Recently, he had ceased to carve the Hokage rock and had turned his mischief towards other pursuits. Each day, he stirred up a whirlwind in the village, eliciting laughter and joy from the villagers. Naruto draped his arm over Huai'an's shoulder and said, "Huai'an, shall we train together today? I can now reach the highest point of the Hokage rock, but my chakra remains unstable. I can still perform the shadow clone technique, but the multi-shadow clone technique continues to elude me. One of my clones always encounters various issues." After learning medical ninjutsu, Huai'an had also researched Naruto's predicament. However, he could only ascertain that Naruto seemed to be under the influence of a sealing technique. Unfortunately, he could not sense any other abnormalities. Regrettably, Huai'an possessed scant knowledge of sealing techniques, practically none at all. He was aware of their existence, but had no access to them. Huai'an's father had mentioned that sealing techniques were classified as forbidden ninjutsu. Only ninjas who had accomplished numerous significant tasks might have the opportunity to earn such a reward. Huai'an's current abilities could not resolve Naruto's issues, so he could only teach him methods to control chakra. One way to better harness the chakra within one's body was through the study of medical ninjutsu. However, suggesting that Naruto learn medical ninjutsu was nothing short of a catastrophe. Following his father's guidance, Huai'an imparted to Naruto the techniques of tree climbing and water walking. Over the years, Naruto had also engaged in self-study, experimenting with various objects to train himself. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the following content is even more thrilling. Huai'an cast aside his doubts and nodded at Naruto, saying, "Indeed, very good. With daily practice, you will surely gain better control over your chakra. Even if you still struggle, your training will not be in vain." Naruto immediately clenched his fist with determination, exclaiming, "All right, I will push myself harder today." Huai'an was inspired by his enthusiasm and raised his hand in response. "All right, I will aim for 50 sets today. Naruto, let us give it our all." Behind Naruto, it seemed as if flames were igniting within him. "All right, today I will aim for 60 sets." Huai'an swiftly turned his gaze towards him, pondering how this fellow intended to surpass him. Naruto, brimming with fighting spirit, met Huai'an's gaze, and sparks flew between them. Shikamaru and Choji sauntered by, observing the duo. "These two are brimming with energy," remarked Choji as he munched on chips, casting a glance at his lethargic companion. However, both Huai'an and Naruto have made significant progress. If Shikamaru continues to be this lazy, he'll surely fall behind. Shikamaru, with a weary gaze, replied, "Though I often rest, I diligently complete my daily training. It's just that those two are energy monsters." At that moment, Sasuke walked past them with a stoic expression. Shikamaru paused briefly and added, "This one as well." Choji nodded in agreement. The three of them are simply training monsters. Not to mention that little Lee. A few individuals walked and conversed until they reached the classroom, where they finally paused. Following the completion of the first lesson, it was time for the practical training course. Huai'an had mastered the art of shuriken throwing, having received profound teachings from the Uchiha clan, and was nearly matching Sasuke's prowess. Their skills were quite evenly matched, which naturally led to their pairing for practice. This sparring session primarily focused on physical techniques, reflexes, and shuriken throwing. With the Senju bloodline coursing through his veins, Huai'an possessed abundant energy and chakra, his strength surpassing that of his peers. When sparring with others, he exhibited a ferociousness that bordered on bullying. However, when practicing against the speedster Uchiha, enhanced by his ocular techniques, it was a more fitting match, as brute strength held little sway over him. Although Huai'an and Sasuke were good friends, they never held back during their training sessions. Their intense clash drew enthusiastic cheers from onlookers. They began with a shuriken duel, both demonstrating impeccable predictions, with neither landing a hit. In their ranged assaults, neither could gain the upper hand. After sharing a glance, Sasuke instantly appeared behind Huai'an's left. Unperturbed, Huai'an swiftly retracted his elbow and countered the attack with a kick, blocking the strike. In an instant, a kunai materialized in his hand, resulting in a sharp clash as they continued their assault with kunai. This stalemate was not favorable for Sasuke, as Huai'an's stamina was formidable. Without activating his Sharingan, Sasuke struggled to keep pace, and after more than an hour of continuous engagement, Huai'an narrowly emerged victorious. Sitting beside Sasuke, Huai'an offered him a bottle of water. Sasuke, accustomed to Huai'an carrying snacks and drinks, took a sip and inquired, "Has the training time increased recently?" He had overheard Huai'an mention that they were now doing 50 sets. Huai'an shook his head, "Not at all, it remains at 30 sets. Focusing primarily on ninjutsu. Additionally, I've been developing some simpler wood-style techniques based on my wood-released bloodline, though they lean more towards plant-based attacks. I'm still figuring it out." Sasuke reclined on the grass, gazing at the sky. Only 2 years until graduation. Huai'an nodded in agreement. Sasuke sat up, warning, "You should spend less time with that slacker. It could hinder your training." Huai'an frowned slightly. "Sasuke, I've told you many times, Naruto doesn't affect me. And I've learned a lot from him. Please, try not to be so biased. Naruto is quite remarkable." He felt a twinge of helplessness as Sasuke was overly fixated on strength and disapproved of Huai'an associating with Naruto and Shikamaru, who seemed to waste time. Despite his repeated reassurances, Sasuke remained unconvinced. Thankfully, their conversations rarely broached the subject of Shikamaru and the others. Sasuke pressed his lips together, sensing Huai'an's reluctance to continue that conversation, and shifted the topic to fire-style ninjutsu. Huai'an was glad to change the subject, but as they spoke, Sasuke kept stealing glances at him, his expression increasingly peculiar, hinting at something unsaid. Halting his hand seals, Huai'an turned to Sasuke. "What is on your mind, Sasuke? If there is something you wish to discuss, please do so. Your gaze is somewhat unsettling." Sasuke's gaze was fixed upon his companion's neck, for during their recent sparring session, Huai'an's collar had loosened slightly, revealing his fair neck, which bore a faint blush. Yet, what captivated Sasuke's attention was not this, but rather the exquisite silver beast ring adorning Huai'an's neck. Huai'an had never been fond of jewelry, rendering this sudden adornment quite conspicuous and impossible to overlook. Sasuke sensed that it was not merely an ornament, as he could faintly feel a pulse of life energy emanating from it. "On your neck?" Sasuke ventured cautiously. Huai'an brushed his fingers over the small dragon that seemed to have absorbed his warmth. "This is Jinchuan, my summoning beast." Sasuke, displaying a rare childlike curiosity, tilted his head. "Can a summoning beast remain in this world indefinitely?" Huai'an paused, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it possible?" He was unaware. Observing Huai'an's bewildered expression, Sasuke elaborated. "No. Summoning beasts can only exist in this realm when bound by a contract with a ninja, allowing for summoning and reverse summoning. However, typically, their worlds are distinct, meaning summoning beasts are not suited for life in the present world. Likewise, ninjas cannot dwell in their realm, which is why summoning techniques are time-bound." Huai'an absent-mindedly caressed Jinchuan. "Jinchuan is different," he asserted. "Jinchuan is not an ordinary ninja beast, but a divine dragon from the legends of Huai'an." Sasuke regarded Huai'an's earnest explanation, contemplating that perhaps the creature appeared gravely injured and was still a juvenile. Huai'an, slightly perplexed by Sasuke's inquiry, replied uncertainly, "Jinchuan is injured, so it must be a juvenile." Despite Jinchuan's voice resonating with maturity, its form indeed resembled that of a youngling. Jinchuan, sensing Huai'an's thoughts, suddenly communicated within his mind, "Kid, I could be your ancestor's ancestor. My size is merely a consequence of my injuries." Understanding dawned upon Huai'an, and he nodded vigorously, turning to Sasuke. "Jinchuan is not a juvenile." Sasuke scrutinized further. "Is it a snake?" Huai'an swiftly shook his head, leaning closer to Sasuke. "No, it's a dragon." "A dragon? Does the ninja world possess such summoning beasts?" Huai'an declared with immense pride. "Indeed, Jinchuan hails from Huai'an, from the Far East." Sasuke, unfamiliar with Huai'an, merely nodded, dismissing it as inconsequential, his curiosity waning. How does it stay on your neck? Xinchuan favors this spot. It aids in healing, Huai'an replied nonchalantly, though he himself was uncertain of the precise reason. Xinchuan, uninterested in the conversation between the two younglings, erected a barrier to shield their dialogue, then succumbed to slumber to continue its healing. If a summoning beast preferred such a position, it seemed plausible, yet what did healing truly entail? Huai'an glanced at the two classmates across from him engaged in their practice. Reflecting, Inu has become significantly stronger lately. Their sparring demonstrates an overwhelming advantage. Sasuke, disinterested, replied, mediocre. Not worthy of my regard. Observing their training, he preferred to delve deeper into ninjutsu with Huai'an instead. As soon as school was dismissed in the afternoon, Huai'an arranged to meet Naruto to assess his training progress and complete the day's additional exercises together. As Naruto intensified his training, beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Huai'an, I'm famished. Let's go grab some Ichiraku ramen, he exclaimed. Huai'an, lying beside him and equally breathless, replied, sure. That sounds great. Turning his head, Naruto glanced at Huai'an, who was just within arm's reach. Unin, how many sets have you completed? Huai'an turned to face him, a smile gracing his lips. I believe I've done one more set than you. Naruto puffed out his cheeks in protest. Impossible. I've been counting. You've done 52 sets while I've completed 53. Huai'an, unwilling to back down, puffed his cheeks out as well, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. While you were taking a break, I managed to squeeze in 2 extra sets, bringing my total to 54. Huh, I win. You're treating today? With a loud shout, Naruto leapt onto Huai'an, intending to grab him by the neck, only to be met with a sudden, prickling energy that stopped him in his tracks. Huai'an lay sprawled on the ground, a sliver of silver light emanating from his exposed neck. Haha, you can't touch my neck now. Xinchuan won't allow it, he teased. Naruto looked down and spotted Xinchuan on Huai'an's neck. Wow, that's so cool. Huai'an shot him an appreciative glance, pleased with Naruto's taste. This is Xinchuan, the only dragon in the ninja world. While uncertain if it was indeed unique, Huai'an took pride in showing it off. As they walked towards Ichiraku ramen, their conversation was dominated by Xinchuan. However, as they made their way to the ramen shop, Huai'an sensed a gaze directed at him and Naruto. He halted, swiftly turning his head to see a cute girl with short lavender hair. The girl, caught off guard, met Huai'an's eyes and shyly retreated to the corner, her face flushed. Following her line of sight, Huai'an noticed Naruto, who was still engrossed in his chatter about ramen, seemingly the object of her attention. Hurry, Naruto. Look, there's a really cute girl checking you out. Huai'an urged. Naruto immediately turned his focus. Where? Where? He followed Huai'an's gesture, but saw no one. I don't see any cute girl. Huai'an also looked, realizing the girl had vanished. It seemed she left. She was so shy. Disinterested, Naruto turned back. All right, let's hurry and get our ramen. Huai'an cast one last glance, confirming the girl was indeed gone. Naruto dragged Huai'an onward, and the two entered Ichiraku ramen together, their arms slung over each other as shoulders. As they stepped inside, Naruto called out, Uncle Ichiraku, I'd like 2 bowls of ramen, please. The ramen shop owner smiled warmly at his young patrons. Ah, it's Naruto and Huai'an. Is it Naruto treating today? Huai'an nodded proudly. Yes, I won the training match today. Naruto, sitting beside him and puffing his cheeks, vowed, next time, I'll win it back. Uncle Ichiraku gestured for them to sit, heading into the kitchen to prepare their ramen. Seated at the table, Huai'an observed Naruto's restless movements. What is up with you? You keep fidgeting. Naruto furrowed his brow and scratched his back. I feel something on my back. It's so itchy. Noticing his discomfort seemed genuine, Huai'an stood up, approached him, and unexpectedly plucked a black bug from the nape of Naruto's neck. Naruto turned his gaze and noticed the docile insect in Huai'an's hand. An insect? Huai'an observed it for a moment without detecting any issues, while Naruto reached out to grasp the creature. Unfortunately, before his hand could make contact, the insect took flight. Huai'an looked at Naruto, inquiring, Are you all right? Naruto shifted uncomfortably, hesitating before nodding. The two dismissed the incident and, after enjoying a bowl of ramen together, returned home. That evening, Huai'an engaged in meditation according to the Qi training section of the Changlu before drifting into slumber, yielding no significant results. Undeterred, he rose early the next day to tend to the injured Zhanxian, administering some healing chakra. Once he confirmed its condition was stable, he felt at ease. However, upon arriving at the ninja school, Huai'an was greeted by the sight of Naruto, whose face had swollen to the size of a pig's head. Hurriedly, Huai'an approached the edge of Naruto's seat, observing the boy's chubby cheeks as he covered his face. His initial concern morphed into an inadvertent chuckle upon seeing Naruto's plump visage. This elicited a reproachful glance from Naruto. "What happened to you? You're so swollen. Let me take a look," Huai'an said. Naruto, his eyes reddened from pain and his speech muffled by his swollen cheeks, replied, "I don't know. I woke up like this after a nap." Suppressing his laughter, Huai'an gently examined Naruto's face. "It's nothing serious. I'll prepare some ointment for you. This appears to be an allergic reaction, likely caused by an insect bite." Suddenly, Naruto's eyes lit up. "It must be those insects from yesterday." Huai'an, puzzled, asked, "What insects?" Naruto scratched his head, appearing somewhat sheepish. "I was training yesterday and got startled by a swarm of insects, and then I accidentally set many of them on fire." Furrowing his brow, Huai'an contemplated. "A swarm of insects? They must not have been wild. Are you familiar with the Yamanaka clan?" Naruto shook his head. "No, what about them?" Huai'an recalled his parents educating him about several prominent clans in Konoha, and the insect-controlling Yamanaka clan was among them. Looking at Naruto, who was blissfully unaware, Huai'an felt a pang of sympathy. "You've inadvertently provoked the Yamanaka clan. They specialize in controlling various insects. You've harmed their creatures, which surely warrants retribution." Suddenly, Huai'an remembered the insects he had found on Naruto the previous night, further solidifying his suspicion. I didn't know. They just came at me out of nowhere." "I couldn't think that far ahead," Naruto replied, appearing somewhat at a loss. Huai'an reassured him, "It's all right. You've faced the consequences. You should be fine now." However, Naruto could not bear the indignity and stood up abruptly. "I'm going to find someone from the Yamanaka clan and settle this." Huai'an chuckled softly. "What will you do? Start a fight? Apologize," Naruto declared, resolutely and with a fierce demeanor. Observing Naruto's still swollen cheeks, Huai'an refrained from voicing his immediate thoughts. Instead, he rummaged through his bag, deftly preparing 2 patches and a small jar of cooling ointment. Before the class commenced, Huai'an applied ointment to Naruto's cheeks, leaving him with white patches that drew the attention of numerous classmates as he attended the lesson. Once the class concluded, Naruto, unable to spare a moment for lunch, hastily grabbed Huai'an, who was about to join Shikamaru and others for a meal, and the two made their way toward the school gates. Suddenly, a swarm of insects appeared before them, obstructing their path. Upon sighting the insects, Naruto exclaimed in panic, "Insects, Huai'an!" Huai'an recognized the imminent threat posed by the swarming creatures, which were clearly not merely obstructing their exit, but were in a state of aggression. Over the years of rigorous training, Huai'an's combat skills had significantly improved. The moment he noticed the insects charging at Naruto, he swiftly pulled them back and conjured a simple earthen barrier to shield them from the onslaught. As the swarm attacked, Huai'an sensed a malevolent presence lurking nearby, prompting him to remain vigilant and protect Naruto. Already irritable from the insect bites, Naruto's frustration escalated as he shouted, "Who is it? Show yourself, or I'll incinerate this swarm." In that instant, Huai'an detected a resentful aura emanating from behind a large tree to his right. Instinctively, a shuriken materialized in his hand, aimed directly at the tree. With the agility of a cheetah, Huai'an leaped forward, quickly closing the distance to the tree. Turning his head, he locked eyes with a pair of round, dark sunglasses. The shuriken hesitated in his hand as he recalled a quiet classmate from memory. Naruto bounded over, inquiring, "Who are you? Were you the one attacking us?" As he prepared to roll up his sleeves, the boy stood before them, the lower half of his face concealed by a loose garment, while his upper face was nearly entirely obscured by the oversized sunglasses. The only conspicuous feature was his spiky hair, defiantly standing upright. Huai'an recognized him as Yonoshina, a classmate from their 4 years together, a realization that had inexplicably eluded him until now. Naruto, oblivious, directed his question at Huai'an. "Do you know this sneaky guy?" Huai'an, exasperated, replied, "This is our classmate, Yonoshina, from the Yonu family." Naruto's brows furrowed. "Why did you attack us? Did you send those insects after my face?" Until now, Yonoshina had remained silent, observing Huai'an and Naruto's exchange. Finally, it was his turn to speak, fixing his gaze on Naruto with a calm tone. "You pushed me into the river yesterday and killed my insects." Naruto scratched his head, frowning as he racked his brain to recall the incident, but ultimately failed. With a sense of indignation, he shook his head defiantly. "I didn't do that. I didn't even see you yesterday." Huai'an nodded in agreement. stating that he had trained with Naruto the previous day but had not encountered the oil girl classmate. Oil girl Shino cast a sidelong glance at Huai'an's gleaming forehead, adjusted her sunglasses, and then swiftly averted her gaze, speaking in a low tone, while practicing the body flicker technique by the river. I happened to pass by and was subsequently knocked into the water. She gestured towards Naruto, adding, he ran away. Emerging from the river, she spotted Naruto's retreating figure and promptly sent her insects after him, only to have them decimated. This is a grudge now. Huai'an grasped the situation, though he could not bring himself to say that it was Shino's quiet demeanor that caused Naruto to overlook her presence. Such a comment would be too hurtful. Yet now the matter was clear. She was indeed seeking retribution. This was precisely the kind of behavior Naruto would exhibit. With a gentle tone, Huai'an sought to ease the tension between the two students. Naruto apologized to Shino. Naruto pressed his slightly swollen cheek. His memories hazy but recalling a vague incident of being knocked down near the riverbank. Realizing it was indeed his fault, he sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, oil girl Shino. Shino nodded in response. Yes, just don't come to my house. Naruto immediately retorted, Humph, I won tea. The matter is settled, and I certainly don't wish to be surrounded by a swarm of insects. Huai'an quickly interjected, Naruto, don't speak carelessly. The insect techniques of the oil girl clan are formidable. Just look at your still swelling face. Naruto fell silent, glancing at the fully enveloped Shino, still feeling averse to her somber demeanor. Huai'an, however, held no such reservations, understanding that both the oil girl clan and the Yamashiro clan possessed their own unique strengths, which allowed them to endure from the early days of Konoha's establishment to the present. Observing the reticent Shino and the still grimacing Naruto, Huai'an struck his left fist against his right palm, suggesting, why don't we invite you to dinner as an apology, oil girl? Let us consider it an opportunity to make a new friend. Naruto looked at Huai'an, bewildered as to why they should treat this peculiar classmate to a meal. Yet Huai'an was earnest in his proposal, emphasizing, we've been in the same class for years and haven't really interacted. It's quite unfortunate. Shino regarded the troublemaker Naruto and the diligent Huai'an, hesitatingly nodding. Indeed, she had often felt like an outsider, largely due to her difficulty in engaging with others and the general aversion towards insects among her peers. She genuinely wished to integrate. Huai'an smiled brightly. Now that we've made a new friend, allow me to treat you both to barbecue. We can also invite Choji and Shikamaru. Choji's cooking is superb, and he can grill for us. Huai'an's plans were clear, and upon hearing barbecue, Naruto immediately switched sides, cheerfully draping an arm over Shino's shoulder. Hey, oil girl Shino. Can I call you Shino? Thanks to you, we're having barbecue today. Shino, caught off guard by Naruto's exuberance, was momentarily taken aback. The fellow had just been indifferent to him, his eyes unseeing and his nose unrecognizable, yet all it took was a feast of barbecued meat to suddenly alter his demeanor. Truly, an odd character. Of course, he slightly raised his gaze, the sunglasses shielding his eyes, allowing his gaze to unabashedly rest upon Huai'an. This individual was exceedingly extroverted. To his knowledge, Huai'an was a prominent figure at school, well acquainted with numerous friends from the graduating class to the junior grades, boasting an entourage more extravagant than that of Uchiha Sasuke. However, this person, when he smiled, indeed radiated warmth and brilliance akin to the sun. While the sun in the sky remains unattainable, this nearby sun was within reach. Yonoshina's lips curled slightly beneath her collar. As the trio walked along, they fortuitously encountered Shikamaru and Choji, who were indulging in meatballs. Huai'an and Naruto exchanged glances and immediately dashed over, each confronting one of them. Huai'an seized Shikamaru's right hand and swiftly leaned in to bite the last meatball on his skewer, casting a triumphant glance at Shikamaru, whose eyes widened in astonishment, as he nonchalantly claimed the final meatball. Before Shikamaru could react to Huai'an's sudden move, Naruto found himself firmly held down by Choji. With his other hand, Choji effortlessly fed a meatball into his own mouth, declaring, "No one has yet been born who can snatch my food." He then turned to Huai'an, who innocently hung on to Shikamaru and continued chewing on the meatball, adding, "Except for you, Anin." Huai'an responded with an innocent smile. Yonoshina stood quietly to the side, observing. Shikamaru, with a cross above his head, remarked, "Anin, you vanish the moment school ends, and now you come to steal my food. What is your excuse this time?" After finishing the morsel in his mouth, Huai'an smiled at him. "There's nothing to worry about, brother Shikamaru. You're just too sensitive. Today, we've made a new friend." She can manipulate insects and is quite an interesting person. I'd like to introduce her to you. With that, Huai'an gestured towards Yonoshina, who stood nearby. Shikamaru exclaimed in surprise before sizing her up. Hello, Nara Shikamaru. Choji leaned in with Naruto, adding, I'm Akimichi Choji, nice to meet you. Only then did Huai'an realize they hadn't introduced themselves yet. He bashfully scratched the back of his head. I apologize for forgetting to introduce myself. My name is Yamanaka Huai'an. Naruto chimed in. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become Hokage in the future. Yonoshina, feeling a bit awkward and at a loss, cleared her throat. I'm Yonoshina. Hello to you all. Huai'an smiled to dispel the awkwardness. All right then, let us enjoy some barbecue today. We can sit and chat later. Everyone sighed in relief, and Shikamaru turned to Huai'an. Oh, so today, this little pie show is treating us? Huai'an huffed, indeed. You're fortunate to benefit from Shina's presence. Prepare for a generous outing today. Shikamaru smirked slightly. Fine then, let us go. Choji, unable to resist the allure of food, immediately echoed, barbecue, barbecue. Huai'an edged closer to Yonoshina and Choji, grasping Choji's arm. The delicate cheeks gradually transformed into a charming visage, as she slightly crouched down, gazing up at Akimichi Choji. Brother Choji, today you're helping with the barbecue. Your culinary skills are simply outstanding. Upon hearing Huai'an's sweet and sticky voice, goosebumps erupted on Choji's arms, and his entire face crinkled in response. Unin, behave yourself. Maintain decorum at the dining table, where there are no friends. Huai'an huffed, retracting her expression, then let the table reveal the truth. Behind Naruto, a fire ignited. Come on. This is a battle of barbecues. Shikamaru glanced at the taciturn Yamanaka Shino. They seem rather peculiar. Let us depart. Shino nodded, indeed surprised that this girl, Huai'an, who was rumored to be a heartbreaker, exhibited such a demeanor in private. It was somewhat odd, yet not entirely shocking. The barbecue stall became a battleground for the four, with chopsticks flying in all directions. Only Yamanaka Shino remained holding a pair of chopsticks, unsure of his next move. Had it not been for Huai'an's sincere invitation, he might have felt they were merely toying with him. As he contemplated whether to charge into the fray or simply relinquish his utensils, Huai'an placed several pieces of grilled meat onto Shino's plate. Hurry and eat. These beasts will not show you any courtesy. Naruto's gaze remained fixated on the meat before him, emitting grunting sounds of delight. Choji offered no response, while Shikamaru leisurely picked up pieces of grilled meat from his plate. At the dining table, do not be courteous with them, otherwise, you'll leave the restaurant with an empty stomach. Shino nodded earnestly in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude to Huai'an. Having already consumed a fair amount, Huai'an noticed Shino had hardly touched his food and decided to order more meat from the vendor. All right, take your time eating. I've ordered additional servings. Today, I shall ensure each of you feels at home. After her words, Naruto and Choji finally slowed their pace. Naruto cradled his chin in his hands, beaming with satisfaction. Thank you for your hospitality. Huai'an chuckled. With their eating pace finally reduced, they could discuss other matters. She gently caressed the pendant around her neck and mentally inquired, Jinchuan, would you like some grilled meat? Jinchuan replied, no need, I am practicing fasting. Curling up, he wished only for peace to recuperate. Unfortunately, this spirited child loved to roam, surrounded by a multitude of friends, creating a lively atmosphere. Once again retreating into silence, Jinchuan fell into a deep slumber. Observing that Jinchuan no longer acknowledged her, Huai'an resumed her meal. She heard Shikamaru casually remark, Naruto, Huai'an, you two should behave yourselves lately. My father mentioned that ninjas from the Cloud Village are visiting. It would be wise not to provoke them, lest trouble ensues. Huai'an frowned. The Cloud Village? Why would they come here? As far as she knew, there was an old grudge between the Cloud Village and the Leaf Village, nearly resulting in a rift. That falls under village secrets. Shikamaru shook his head. Only a few are aware. In any case, keep a low profile for the time being. As if Naruto had not heard him, Shikamaru extended his chopsticks and tapped them sharply against the back of Naruto's hand. Startled by the sudden pain, Naruto withdrew his right hand and exclaimed indignantly, what was that for, Shikamaru? Shikamaru sighed. Especially you, Naruto. Remember to behave yourself, understood? Naruto merely pouted in acknowledgement. Sitting quietly to the side, Shino nodded in agreement. Eventually, the five of them, leaning against the wall, exited the barbecue restaurant, utterly content. Huai'an, who also had a part-time job at the ninja hospital, bid them farewell and hurried off towards the hospital. It was not until the moon hung low over the treetops that Huai'an finally completed his tasks for the day and set off towards home. Along the way, small vendors adorned with lanterns sold their wares by the roadside, engaging in amiable conversations with their companions, creating an atmosphere of warmth and tranquility. Huai'an smiled and quickened his pace, heading towards his home, which had finally begun to glow with a soft light. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of his mother, Yamanaka, watering the flowers in the yard. "Mom, I'm back," he called out cheerfully. His mother, wearing a casual kimono and adorned with the necklace Huai'an had gifted her, turned with a smile, playfully brushing aside her loose hair. "Welcome back. Did everything go smoothly today?" Huai'an nodded enthusiastically, taking a sip of tea at the table before responding. "Yes, I met a new friend today. He is from the Yamanaka clan and can manipulate insects. He's quite impressive." His mother raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Oh, he is from the Yamanaka family? They are rather reclusive and seldom interact with others in the village." Huai'an nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. No wonder Shino is so reserved and shy during meals." Yamanaka praised her social butterfly of a son. "Well done, Huai'an. You seem to know more people than your father and I combined." Huai'an recognized her jest and smiled brightly. "Dad hasn't he returned yet, has he?" he inquired. "He has returned, but went out again. He has been quite busy lately." Though still within the village, his mother replied, placing the watering can on a nearby step. Suddenly, Huai'an asked, "Mom, is it because of the visiting ninja from the Hidden Cloud village?" His mother looked at him in surprise. "How did you know, Huai'an?" He recounted Shikamaru's warning, to which she nodded in agreement. "That is indeed the case. You need to be careful, especially with Naruto. The ninjas from the Hidden Cloud can be rather temperamental, so it's best not to provoke them." Huai'an nodded earnestly, conversing with his mother for a while before retreating to his room. Tonight, he intended to continue his training, revisiting the chi cultivation technique. Clearing his mind, he sat cross-legged on the cushion, attuning himself to the energy surrounding him. The technique instructed him to focus his energy in the dantian, sensing the spiritual power in the air, and to circulate it according to the method, absorbing it into his energy sea. Despite his lack of understanding in many aspects, Jinshuan, his learned spirit beast, provided explanations whenever he struggled, allowing Huai'an to grasp the essence of the technique to some degree. With eyes closed, he diligently fought against the urge to succumb to slumber. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, he felt as though he were firmly ensconced within a statue, his entire being rigid and unyielding. Just as he began to question whether he was indeed so stiff, a sudden revelation graced his consciousness. Myriad colorful orbs of light surrounded him. Instantly invigorated, he noted the hues, red, purple, yellow, blue, and green, of which the green orbs were the most abundant, almost adhering to his very surface. With his eyes closed, he sensed himself enveloped by this kaleidoscope of luminescence. Was this what they referred to as spiritual energy? The innate force that dwells within nature? As he contemplated how to draw this energy into himself, a sharp pain pierced his neck. In an instant, a current surged through his body, flowing along the meridians and circulating within him. Instinctively, he memorized this path. Suddenly, the voice of Jinshuan resonated in his mind. Follow this channel to absorb the spiritual energy. Focus. Though he wished to inquire further, he recognized that now was a time for concentration. Gathering his thoughts, he activated the incantation, and the various energies around him gradually found their way into his being. They coalesced, forming distinct orbs of color that burrowed into him, transforming him into a radiant entity. At this moment, he paid no heed to the energies surrounding him, as the power within him began to concentrate at his dantian, forming a substantial mass. Guided by the incantation, he commenced compressing the spiritual energy within, striving to transmute it from gaseous to liquid form. The technique advised him to convert the gaseous energy into liquid, allowing for greater storage capacity within his body, which would enable him to traverse further in the future. Naturally, he aimed for the optimal outcome, yet he remained unaware of the potential peril. Should his body lack sufficient strength, he risked being overwhelmed by the energy, even to the point of catastrophic rupture. Were it not for his activation of a significant portion of the thousand-handed bloodline, he might have been reduced to fragments. At this juncture, he felt a slight distension in his meridians, yet it remained manageable. He diligently employed the kneading technique he had learned while making pastries, pressing and compressing the energy mass. At last, the first droplet of liquid descended to the center of his dantian, a promising omen, and soon thereafter, droplets began to form steadily, diminishing the energy mass. When he had compressed the energy to nearly half its original size, a sudden release occurred, and he sensed that he had ascended to a new echelon. He realized he had achieved the first level as described in the incantation. The surrounding energy orb seemed to recognize his saturation, gradually dispersing, leaving only a trickle still entering his body. With renewed vigor, he endeavored to consolidate the remaining gaseous energy into liquid, and once the process was complete, he slowly opened his eyes. His body felt sluggish, as if encased in a shell, and a faint sourness lingered in the air. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a layer of gray residue flaking off his cheek. As he picked it up, it felt dull and had a distinctly sour taste. Is this what they referred to in cultivation as the expulsion of toxins from the body? Huai'an did not perceive himself as filthy. Rather, he felt a surge of newfound strength. With exuberance, he gazed at Jinshuan, who lay curled upon the bed, and proclaimed, "Jinshuan, I have succeeded, thank you." Jinshuan merely responded with a slight acknowledgement, expressing the common exasperation of a child who finds vivacity tiresome. Huai'an lifted his gaze toward the door, noting that the sun had already risen, signaling the passage of yet another night. He did not feel fatigued. Instead, he eagerly rushed to the bathroom to cleanse himself. In the bright and clear reflection of the mirror, the youth bore a subtle smile. His golden hair, freshly washed, stood in wild disarray, exuding a faint scent of lemon. His pristine emerald eyes sparkled with an elegant gentleness, reminiscent of midnight diamonds, imbued with an air of mystery. He playfully pinched his cheek, which instantly flushed a rosy hue. As he sensed the power coursing through his body, it felt distinct from chakra, like a slumbering tiger poised to pounce, biding its time and gathering strength to unleash upon its foes. Upon advancing to the first stage of chi cultivation, his mind was graced with a collection of simple incantations, seemingly manifesting in accordance with his unique constitution. Rather than delving into study, he swiftly exited, cradling Jinshuan in his hands, and found himself attuned to the energy enveloping them both, a resonance akin to that which he had absorbed the previous night. Surprised, he placed Jinshuan upon his neck, where, despite being in slumber, Jinshuan's tail and head swiftly intertwined, securely encircling Huai'an's neck. Huai'an dashed outside, completing his usual training in half the time, still brimming with vitality. He finally grasped the exhilarating sensation of boundless energy akin to Naruto's, determined to double his training regimen and incorporate daily breathing exercises. He recognized the immense benefits of meditation for his youthful physique. With the newfound ability of introspection, he could now visualize the pathways of his meridians, clearly identifying areas of blockage. After a night of rigorous practice, the meridians surrounding his sea of chi glimmered brightly, while other regions remained partially congested with deep crimson stagnation. He discerned a significant enhancement in his strength, believing that clearing his meridians would greatly facilitate his cultivation. Setting another long-term goal for himself, he aspired to fully open his meridians before reaching adulthood, simultaneously providing them with much-needed training. His mother in the mountains also noticed Huai'an's transformation. After inquiring about his progress, she joyfully caressed his soft, warm cheek, expressing her relief that he appeared healthier following his cultivation. Huai'an too recognized that his body had greatly improved after activating the Sinja bloodline and supplementing it with various physical and mental fortifiers. Now, with the practice of the Chong Lu Ju, he felt even more invigorated. Elated, he embraced the freedom that came with his growth, heading to the ninja school with a buoyant spirit and an unwaveringly positive outlook. Even when questioned by Ino and Sakura about the skincare products he used to maintain his complexion, Huai'an felt no sense of helplessness. Instead, he responded with a smile, declaring, "A true man never indulges in skincare." The truth was, he simply could not afford such luxuries. Huai'an was earnest in his statement. He had never applied any moisturizing cream or whitening lotion on his face. Nevertheless, he accepted Ino and Sakura's indignant glares with indifference. While girls tend to focus on such matters, boys are often less concerned. Naruto approached, his cheeks having diminished in swelling due to medication. A bottle of milk held between his lips. "Hey," and then, "Good morning," he greeted. Huai'an glanced at him and replied, "Morning. The injuries are much better today. Another application should suffice." Thankfully, Shino didn't unleash any poisonous insects. Naruto nodded, appearing somewhat lethargic. "Yeah, I'm so tired." Huai'an inquired, "What's wrong? Did you not rest well last night?" Naruto shook his head. "I was practicing the shadow clone technique for a long time, but I still didn't succeed." Huai'an felt helpless. He had no funds to invest in studying sealing techniques. Consulting the third Hokage might not yield results either, as he had yet to encounter anyone who had mentioned Naruto being under a seal. This raised further questions. How could someone so young have been subjected to forbidden techniques? Even Huai'an, though somewhat naive, would not dare speak of it openly. He could only encourage Naruto to intensify his training, hoping that practice would lead to mastery. Huai'an gently patted the little fox's head, offering comfort. After completing their practice session, he left a clone in the afternoon and returned home to train alone. With both his parents out, Huai'an spent some time honing his taijutsu, leaving the training posts in his yard battered and bruised, and he continued with shuriken practice. He meticulously arranged his schedule, spending consecutive days shuttling between the ninja school, home, and the hospital. By the 7th day, the training ground at home had become a wreck due to Huai'an's intensified efforts. Unable to tolerate the destruction any longer, his father tossed Huai'an into the Konoha training grounds to expend energy on the public training equipment. Huai'an, feeling guilty, offered no resistance. Training outside proved to be significantly better than at home, as he could engage and interact with many peers. Recently, at training ground number 9, he met a talented taijutsu practitioner named Rock Lee. This young boy had a petite face, round eyes, and wore a distinctive bowl-cut hairstyle, exuding a sense of maturity. The intensity of Lee's training was double that of Huai'an's, and his perseverance was unmatched. The only aspect that Huai'an, previously indifferent to appearances, found somewhat unsettling was his new friend's penchant for wearing a tight-fitting green ensemble. Whenever Huai'an caught sight of that vibrant green, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was impressive, yet he could not quite grasp its appeal. He greeted Lee, who stood across from him. Rock Lee was a serious and reserved boy. Each time they interacted, Lee would blush upon making eye contact with Huai'an, appearing quite nervous, a reflection of his shyness and lack of confidence in social situations. Huai'an was quite understanding, often engaging him in conversation to assist with his training. Xiao Li rushed over, today donning not only a green training outfit, but also a red headband symbolizing victory. Classmate Shanzhong, Huai'an sighed. You may call me by my name directly. If you were to greet me as Classmate Shanzhong while we're walking, I might not even respond. Li Locke, after a brief pause, inquired, How was your training today, Huai'an? Huai'an shook his head with resignation. Well, that is acceptable. Today, I utilized the ninja tools purchased from Tian's home. They felt quite fitting for me. Xiaoli chuckled, Of course. The ninja tools at Tian's are tailored to match the individual's aptitude, essentially custom-made. As long as they suit you, that's what matters. Huai'an glanced at him. I've nearly perfected my shuriken technique. How many laps have you completed? Xiaoli exclaimed, I've already run 30 laps. With 20 more to go. Huai'an nodded. All right then, let us train together for the next 20 laps. Xiaoli nodded, as the two had been training together recently. With a slight blush, Xiaoli retrieved a red headband from his bag and presented it to Huai'an. Huai'an furrowed his brow, relieved that Xiaoli had not gifted him a green bodysuit. All right. Huai'an tied the headband around his forehead. Worn on Xiaoli, the headband radiated a sense of determination. On Huai'an, it adorned him like a delicate ribbon on fine porcelain, accentuating its inherent beauty. The stark contrast underscored the significance of attire. Seeing Huai'an wearing the same headband, Xiaoli nodded in satisfaction, brimming with enthusiasm. Come on, let us ignite our youth. Classmate Huai'an. As Huai'an completed a lap, Xiaoli's excited shouts echoed in his ears, almost deafening. However, it had its benefits. He felt his mind was somewhat scattered, yet his body felt remarkably light after running. Perhaps due to his rigorous training, he sensed an unprecedented agility in his limbs. Previously, after running 15 laps, Huai'an would have been drenched in sweat. Now, completing the full distance did not feel overly exhausting. He had significantly raised his physical limits. After their training, the two shared a meal before parting ways. Upon returning home, still brimming with energy, Huai'an began to contemplate the techniques displayed in the Chonglu. Following the instructions, he performed a single-handed hand seal. As he executed the technique, a surge of spiritual energy flowed from his hand, forming a water arrow that struck the large tree in the courtyard, leaving a shallow dent. Observing his hands, he recalled the sensation of using water release and vaguely noted the differences. Water release necessitated hand seals, whereas the water arrow was simply a manifestation of spiritual energy. Moreover, its offensive power was not negligible. After all, according to the technique, he was merely at the first level of Qi training, with a total of 12 levels to master. Huai'an then studied several other techniques, including a simple growth technique. He found that the plants nurtured by his spiritual energy grew significantly more robust than others. It resembles the manipulation of wood-style chakra, yet the energy released through the technique seems more akin to the essence of flora. With an insatiable curiosity for the unknown, Huai'an diligently practiced the fundamental 5-element techniques, foregoing slumber to continue his meditation. He sensed that advancing to the next level would necessitate a greater reservoir of energy. Each day, he devoted time to his training, until he inexplicably ascended to the second tier of qi cultivation. At that juncture, Huai'an began to consciously regulate his training duration. He realized that forsaking sleep entirely for the sake of relentless practice was excessively demanding. He sought to maintain a lifestyle akin to that of an ordinary individual. With time at his disposal, Huai'an commenced training in physical techniques and familiarizing himself with weaponry. As an elite jonin of Konoha and a scion of the Yamashiro clan, his father imparted to him a simple sword technique. Although Huai'an attempted it several times and found it not particularly suited to him, he derived a sense of security from wielding a weapon. In addition to his regular training, he imposed upon himself the task of swinging the sword 1,000 times to acclimate to its presence. During Huai'an's dedicated training, the visit of the Cloud Village ninjas was drawing to a close, with only 2 days remaining before their departure. As a member of Konoha's defense, Huai'an's father was finally able to enjoy a respite. Throughout the month, Huai'an had encountered the ninjas from Cloud Village, who were notably robust, with rugged appearances and voices that resonated from one end of the village to the other. Their presence in Konoha was akin to that of carefree wanderers, more exuberant than even Naruto. As Shikamaru noted, he could hear their boisterous banter from the training grounds even while napping, demonstrating their unrestrained nature. Huai'an sighed in relief. After nearly a month of prolonged stay, the impact on the villagers and the ninjas of Konoha, particularly those from clans with bloodline limits, had been significant. Casting a glance at the 2 Cloud Village ninjas observing their surroundings, he furrowed his brow and proceeded directly to the school. Today was an assessment day, and most students had already arrived early for class. Upon his arrival, he found the majority of his classmates engaged in self-study. As Huai'an passed by the lethargic Shikamaru, he settled behind Naruto, who seemed to be muttering to himself. Curiosity piqued, Huai'an leaned over and inquired, "Naruto, what are you up to?" Startled, Naruto accidentally released a crumpled ball of paper from his grasp. Huai'an swiftly leaped forward, crouching to retrieve it, only to discover it was comprised of numerous small paper balls. Unfolding one, he found it inscribed with various numerical symbols. Puzzled, he looked at Naruto and asked, "What is this?" With a troubled expression, Naruto scratched his head. "It's my secret weapon. I'll be able to use it during the exam today." Huai'an was perplexed. "How will you use this?" Naruto replied confidently, "Of course, it's for the multiple-choice questions. I can make up answers for the others." Huai'an handed the paper balls back to him, saying, "You're relying on fate, aren't you?" Naruto, unable to comprehend, tucked the paper balls into his clothing. Huai'an felt compelled to remind him, "If Irika-sensei catches you with that, you'll be in for a long stand." To which Naruto lamented while leaning on his desk, "I had no choice. Time was stolen from me, leaving no opportunity to study." Huai'an raised his finger and spoke directly, "Time is still here. Isn't it when you sleep during class?" Naruto, feeling irritated, covered his ears, refusing to listen. Huai'an chuckled lightly. "Would you like to hear some good news?" Naruto perked up, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Huai'an. "And then, what is this good news?" With a smile, Huai'an replied, "Tomorrow after the exam, my mother wants to invite you, Shikamaru, Choji, and Sasuke for dinner. Would you like to join us?" Naruto was about to smile, but upon hearing Sasuke's name, he immediately frowned. Why does Annie want to invite Sasuke? With that icy expression, it would be so awkward. Huai'an's expression turned serious. "Naruto, you shouldn't speak of Sasuke like that. Ultimately, why do you dislike him so much?" Stubbornly, Naruto retorted, "It's because he always looks down on others." Huai'an was taken aback. "Huh? Isn't Sasuke like that with everyone? He just isn't very good with words." Naruto looked at Huai'an with disbelief. Unfazed, Huai'an continued, "Tomorrow evening, will you come?" Naruto nodded. "Well, even though Sasuke is annoying, the food prepared by Aunt Yamashiro is delicious." Huai'an smiled. "You have good taste." While the two spoke without concern for others, Sasuke, sitting nearby, naturally overheard their conversation. A look of bemusement crossed his face as he regarded Naruto and Huai'an with a hint of confusion. Unaware, Huai'an cheerfully leaned closer to Sasuke, enthusiastically inviting him and even listing the dishes. Sasuke, keeping his head down and fiddling with a shuriken, gently pushed Huai'an's head away as it nearly touched his cheek. Got it, now go back. Huai'an immediately stood up, filled with satisfaction. All right, I'll take my leave. After inviting everyone, Huai'an returned to his seat, patiently waiting. After a smooth day, Huai'an resumed his duties at the ninja hospital. The following day, he accompanied Aunt Yamashiro to purchase various ingredients and retrieved a bounty of fruits from his cultivation space. By now, Aunt Yamashiro no longer questioned the origins of the fruits, attributing them to a traveling merchant Huai'an had previously met. It was merely self-deception. Huai'an wished to share the secret of the cultivation space with Aunt Yamashiro, but it seemed as though a gag order had been placed on him. He could not disclose anything about the premium system or its products. Conversely, he could speak of the Chong-Lu Ju he was currently practicing, yet few would comprehend its significance. Huai'an felt quite helpless. Assisting Aunt Yamashiro in preparing some fruits and pastries, Huai'an set off to school to prepare for the remaining 2 exams, combat training and theoretical assessments. It was not until around 5 or 6 in the afternoon that the exams concluded. While others needed to return home, Huai'an, feeling unburdened, decided to head to the Yamashiro residence with Naruto. As they strolled along, they planned to purchase some simple food to take home. Passing by a meatball skewer stall, Huai'an intended to buy about 10 skewers when he suddenly sensed a chaotic aura, faintly tinged with the scent of blood. He quickly exited the shop, and Naruto followed suit. As the sun descended in the west, the 2 individuals spotted the ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds gliding over the rooftops. Naruto, upon noticing, paused momentarily. Hinata. Huai'an caught only a glimpse of violet hair, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, Naruto dashed towards that direction. With no choice but to follow, Huai'an sprinted alongside him, their commotion attracting the attention of Shikamaru and Choji, who were still en route home. Shikamaru quickly caught up with Huai'an, inquiring, "What is going on?" Huai'an hastily summarized, "It seems Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, has been abducted by ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds." Shikamaru, incredulous, responded, "Impossible. The Hyuga clan must be on high alert against the village hidden in the clouds. How could this happen?" Huai'an, equally bewildered, replied, "I don't know. Naruto has already rushed ahead." Shikamaru, applying rational analysis, concluded, "We can't handle this alone. We need outside assistance." Just as they conversed, a villager below shouted, "The Hyuga main house is on fire." Huai'an glanced over and indeed saw dark smoke billowing in the direction of the Hyuga residence. Alarmed and anxious, he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Shikamaru, who should we ask for help? How do we contact them?" Shikamaru, calming him with a gesture, immediately formed hand seals and performed the summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, Huai'an witnessed Shikamaru summon a Nin dog. The dog, a striking black and white, tumbled downwards without uttering a sound due to its short legs. Pull me up, a mature male voice commanded, startling Huai'an, who hesitated to extend a hand of friendship. Shikamaru didn't even reach out. "Woof! You little rascal, why did you summon me to this perilous place?" The ensuing barrage of words left no room for Huai'an or the dog to interject. With a hint of skepticism in his gaze, Huai'an looked down and said, "Shikamaru, you follow after. I will go find Naruto first." He sprinted away swiftly. With a sigh, Shikamaru leapt from the rooftop, instructing, "Pakin, hold on a moment. There's no time to explain. Go find my father and inform him that ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds have taken Hinata. He must promptly report to Lord Third and send someone to intercept." That is indeed serious," Pakin replied, sitting up attentively. "You will use reverse summoning to reach my father, and I will leave you a mark as well." Shikamaru clarified the situation. Understanding the gravity of the matter, Pakin agreed. After sending Pakin off, Shikamaru began to chase after Huai'an. Upon reaching the village entrance, Huai'an noticed the absence of the 2 ninjas from Konoha who were usually stationed there. Ahead, Naruto's figure was nearly engulfed by the trees, leaving Huai'an no choice but to focus on harnessing chakra beneath his feet to accelerate his pursuit. They had already exited the village, and the forest lay ahead. Once inside, it was easy to lose track of one another if not cautious. Huai'an quickened his pace while launching shurikens from his hand in an attempt to slow them down. Noticing the shuriken that whizzed past him, Naruto drew a kunai and aimed it at the cloud ninja ahead. Observing that 2 little pests were persistently tailing them, one of the cloud ninjas, sprinting ahead, suddenly decelerated, spread his arms, and unleashed a Doton technique, declaring, "You go ahead. I will block Naruto." Naruto was compelled to halt his advance, while Huai'an, undeterred, leveraged Naruto's shoulder for support and leapt forward, unsheathing his blade to intercept the approaching ninja. "Naruto," Huai'an called out, "I'll hold him off. You pursue the one ahead. Do not engage directly. Focus on impeding his speed. We must wait for the reinforcements." Naruto nodded, ready to leap ahead, while Huai'an confronted the ninja from the hidden cloud village. With a powerful punch, he struck the ninja squarely, who had initially underestimated Huai'an, dismissing him as merely a pretty boy. To the ninja's astonishment, the blow nearly fractured his ribs, causing him to uncontrollably spew blood and collide with a tree. Seizing the moment, Naruto dashed forward in pursuit. Taking advantage of the ninja's momentary incapacitation, Huai'an aimed another punch at his face, only to have his fist caught by the sneering adversary. Unfazed, Huai'an calmly swung his blade, but the ninja grasped his wrist, slamming the weapon against the tree trunk, causing Huai'an to lose his grip and drop the sword. The ninja seized both of Huai'an's hands, rendering him unable to launch a potent counterattack. The ninja scoffed, swinging Huai'an against the tree. At that moment, Huai'an's body transformed into a wooden figure, while his true self materialized atop a nearby tree. It was the body replacement technique. Fire release, great fireball technique. Although the ninja was momentarily disoriented by seizing the wrong target, he quickly dodged the sudden fire jutsu. From Huai'an's observation, it was evident that this ninja was at least of Jonin rank, given his adeptness in combat. The flames were thwarted by the ninja's use of earth sand, prompting Huai'an to swiftly execute the water jutsu, splitting the water sphere into countless sharp projectiles aimed at the ninja. Huai'an understood the necessity for rapid assault, especially when facing an opponent of considerable stature, as his earlier attempts had demonstrated that his physical prowess was lacking against such a formidable foe. Rather than aspiring to defeat this adversary, Huai'an pragmatically sought to delay until reinforcements arrived. With a sigh, Huai'an lamented the fragile defenses of Konoha. Each time he unleashed a jutsu, he promptly relocated, his rigorous training allowing him to evade swiftly. Regrettably, the dark-faced ninja perceived the situation differently. Feeling mocked by a mere child, with a menacing glare, he threatened, "Boy, I will shatter your limbs, ensuring you can no longer prance about." Unfazed by the ninja's menacing words, Huai'an diligently searched for his next hiding spot, aware that he was nearing the limits of his jutsu repertoire. He narrowly evaded a lightning strike, which singed his temple, leaving a crimson mark upon his pale skin, resembling a streak of vibrant rouge. The individual scrutinized Huai'an with ill intent, remarking, "You appear to possess considerable talent. If you relinquish your resistance now, I shall spare you. While you may not be a bloodline ninja, it would not be too late to cultivate you." Despite the arduous nature of evasion, Huai'an managed to roll his eyes in defiance, retorting, "If you can." In the very next moment, as Huai'an slightly reduced his speed, the assailant had instantaneously appeared before him. His fist clenched and aimed at Huai'an's abdomen. Huai'an hastily enveloped his waist with a layer of chakra, mitigating some of the damage, yet he was still propelled backward, crashing against a tree. A surge of blood rushed to his throat, and before he could fully process the pain, a gust of wind swept towards him. Gritting his teeth, Huai'an suddenly executed a hand seal, summoning a thunderous jutsu that struck the ninja before him, who still wore a menacing expression. Huai'an chuckled derisively. "You truly thought I could be easily subdued without revealing my ultimate techniques?" The ninja from Yunnan stumbled and knelt. Huai'an spat out a mouthful of blood and swiftly retreated, channeling his inner energy to unleash the thunderous jutsu twice more, until the ninja, caught unawares, finally succumbed to unconsciousness. After a considerable wait, witnessing the sparks of lightning dance upon the fallen foe, Huai'an approached with a sense of relief. He extracted the thickest rope from his ninja tool pouch, binding the assailant tightly, ensuring that not even a finger was visible, and secured him to a tree. Once he had successfully subdued the man, Huai'an exhaled deeply. He had truly found it challenging to deal with this adversary. Despite having diligently learned numerous jutsu, they seemed to have little effect on him, much to Huai'an's frustration. He yearned to observe how others engaged in combat. If jutsu proved ineffective, then his growth would be limited to merely possessing a greater chakra reserve and slightly enhanced techniques. Huai'an resolved to consult his parents upon returning home, seeking guidance on how to elevate his strength. Unbeknownst to him, Jinchuan had awoken at some point. Now standing beside his ear, Huai'an wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at Jinchuan, offering a sheepish smile. "I sincerely apologize for waking you." Jinchuan had initially expected the boy to falter and intended to intervene, considering it a reward for his recent recuperation. However, he was astonished to see Huai'an cleverly lay the groundwork, feigning weakness to deceive his opponent into believing he had no hidden cards, thereby allowing himself to be slaughtered. Who could have anticipated that despite his injuries, Huai'an's combat instinct remained remarkably sharp, ultimately turning the tide of battle in a manner that was only reasonable. Jinchuan regarded the youthful boy before him with newfound seriousness. His face bore numerous scratches, with blood staining the corners of his mouth and eyes. Though he should have appeared utterly disheveled, the boy's radiant smile dispelled any shadows of despair, evoking a sense of youthful vigor. Jinchuan recognized that Huai'an perhaps did not concern himself with the outcome of victory or defeat. No, he mused, this confrontation was a resounding success, Huai'an. Jinchuan offered heartfelt praise to the sunlit, optimistic child before him. This marks the first occasion on which Jinchuan has called Huai'an's name, and it sounds distinctly different. Huai'an, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and replied, "It was sheer luck. Thankfully, Jinchuan, you helped me learn the Chong Li Ju. Otherwise, I might have been forced to bid you farewell today." Jinchuan, with his violet beast-like eyes, gazed earnestly at Huai'an and stated, "I will not allow you to perish." After all, Huai'an had entered into an equal contract with him. Although Huai'an's demise would not significantly affect him, the power emanating from Huai'an's body continually nourished him and healed his wounds. He did not harbor any dislike for this boy. They could maintain such a relationship, with Huai'an providing healing conditions while he protected him. Huai'an smiled, choosing not to comment on Jinchuan's serious injuries and the need for him to avoid overexertion. Instead, he naturally expressed, "Wow, for some reason, after hearing your words, Jinchuan, I feel a profound sense of security, a comforting feeling akin to donning armor." As Huai'an gently pressed his cheek against Jinchuan's cool body, a sense of ease washed over him. Jinchuan glanced at Huai'an's foolish expression and realized that his earlier assumption about Huai'an's feigned vulnerability had perhaps been overly generous. This fellow was merely a beautiful fool. Jinchuan fell silent, curling back around Huai'an's neck. With his hands suddenly empty, Huai'an blinked in confusion. "Jinchuan, are you falling asleep again?" Jinchuan offered no reply, prompting a sigh from Huai'an. Jinchuan was quite agreeable, though he had a penchant for silence. Rising to his feet, Huai'an surveyed the surroundings and released a signal flare in the direction that Naruto had taken, continuing his pursuit. He harbored no concerns about the ninja from the Cloud Village escaping upon waking, as he had severed the tendons in the man's ankles with a chakra blade before departing. Unless the man possessed intricate medical ninjutsu to mend his meridians, he would only be able to crawl away. Huai'an's toes landed lightly on a branch, causing it to sway slightly. It felt as if something significant was occurring ahead, as if the very earth was trembling. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the cause of such considerable commotion. Although he had released a signal, he still left conspicuous markers for those trailing behind. Nearly half an hour had passed since they had abducted the individual, yet aside from the two small ninjas, the Leaf Village had yet to dispatch anyone in pursuit. This stirred a sense of worry within Huai'an. Had something transpired in the Leaf Village that prevented them from intervening? Huai'an felt that, at his tender age, he was bearing pressures far beyond what one of his years should endure, especially since he had just completed his examinations today. For a student, finishing an exam should be a time for relaxation, not for engaging in a pursuit. Huai'an pressed onward, mentally organizing his thoughts. When the opportunity arose to confront another ninja from the Cloud Village, he contemplated which jutsu he should employ. The training knife in his hand had become dulled and was no longer usable, and he had only recovered half of his shuriken from earlier. The few instances of the 5 Thunder Jutsu had completely drained his spiritual energy, unless he resorted to wood release. He was uncertain how he would manage to contend with another Jonin. Perhaps collaborating with Naruto could be a viable strategy? With a faintly melancholic heart, Huai'an continued on his path. As he stumbled slightly, Huai'an promptly halted, his gaze filled with astonishment as he beheld the vast, gaping chasm before him. He leaped down from the tree trunk and stood at the edge of the pit, dumbfounded by the sight of the 3 individuals within. The violet-haired Hinata lay battered and bruised on one side, while the ninja from the Cloud Village wore a grave expression, his attire in tatters. In stark contrast, Naruto, standing across from him, appeared relatively intact, though perhaps that was not entirely accurate. Huai'an's attention was drawn to the enormous red chakra tail coalescing behind Naruto, prompting an earnest exclamation, "Naruto, you truly are the son of the fox?" Regrettably, at that moment, Naruto, positioned at the eye of the storm, hunched slightly, baring his teeth like a wild animal towards the Cloud Village ninja. Huai'an stood frozen, momentarily at a loss. He called out to Naruto, "Naruto? Why does it seem that something is amiss with him?" As Huai'an pondered this, his gaze remained locked on Naruto, striving to discern what had changed. Suddenly, a pair of red-slitted eyes met his own, and in that instant, a shiver coursed through Huai'an's entire being. He abruptly realized the impending danger. There was something chillingly indifferent about that gaze. At that moment, his instinctive alarm bells rang out furiously. He swiftly vacated the spot, but just as he did, the enormous red chakra tail obliterated the ground where he had stood moments before. Huai'an narrowly evaded disaster, placing a hand on his chest, which had already felt constricted. As soon as Huai'an vanished from sight, Naruto's attention shifted back to the Cloud Village ninja, who was now struggling to regain his footing. Fear and disdain, mixed with a hint of greed, flickered in the ninja's eyes. "So, you are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Quite unexpected. At this point, Naruto had completely lost his rationality. Lunging at the grotesque ninja with a powerful swipe, the Cloud Village ninja, demonstrating considerable strength, swiftly erected a wall of earth to block the attack. Then unexpectedly produced a slender, double-headed wooden stick adorned with iron spikes. Before Naruto could react, the stick struck his cheek, sending him tumbling, though the red chakra behind him cushioned some of the impact. "Perfect, I shall capture you as well," the Cloud Village ninja thought, envisioning the increased power the village would wield with the Nine Tails in their possession. Naruto, however, was oblivious to any such thoughts. He merely shook his head like a wild beast and propelled himself towards the Cloud Village ninja with renewed vigor. Huai'an, feeling anxious, yearned to assist but hesitated to venture into the range of Naruto's thrashing tail. Tentatively, he hurled a shuriken imbued with his wind chakra towards the Cloud Village ninja, a rudimentary technique he had devised inspired by chakra blades. It was not a true ninjutsu, merely a method of enhancing a tool with chakra, aggregating numerous offensive energies to yield explosive results. Before Huai'an could catch his breath, he witnessed Naruto's wildly thrashing tail intercept his shuriken, followed by a tremendous explosion of energy erupting in their vicinity. Huai'an found himself at a loss for words. Huai'an resolved that if he were to survive and return, he would surely advise Naruto to refrain from transforming at will, for should he engage an enemy with a mere transformation, the distinction between friend and foe would become perilously blurred. While Huai'an contemplated this, the startled ninjas from the village hidden in the clouds finally shifted their focus toward him, placing this child on their radar of concern. Though his comrades were absent, Huai'an had arrived. Even with the Leaf Village reinforcements on their way, Huai'an needed to endure under the onslaught of that individual for a spell. A Jonin against a Genin, an ordinary Genin would stand no chance whatsoever. This young boy's abilities undoubtedly surpassed those of the average ninja. How enviable it was that each generation in Konoha produced such remarkable talent. The malicious gazes of the Cloud ninjas fell upon Huai'an, for it was their belief that a genius ought to be extinguished before flourishing. Unbeknownst to Huai'an, he had become a target of their resentment. He was currently preoccupied with evading Naruto's attacks. The latter, recently betrayed by a chakra-infused shuriken, was now intent on seeking retribution against Huai'an. As Huai'an busied himself with escape, his attention shifted to a ninja who had seized Hinata Hyuga and was preparing to flee. Gritting his teeth, Huai'an dashed toward him, exclaiming, "You shall not escape, you thief." The Cloud ninja nearly stumbled. The title of thief felt rather demeaning. With a scowl, he turned to fixate on Huai'an, poised to deliver a lesson, when a colossal tail struck out. In an absurd dance akin to skipping rope, Huai'an and the Cloud ninja evaded one another, a sight both comical and pitiable. At least pitiable, in the eyes of Shikamaru, who had finally arrived. He inadvertently let out a chuckle, only to be chastised by his father, who had come along. "Be serious." Rubbing his head, Shikamaru muttered, "They're still lively. You should hurry and apprehend them." His gaze shifted to Naruto, who was in a concerning state, and he furrowed his brow, realizing the predicament was indeed troublesome. Shikaku, too preoccupied to tend to Shikamaru, recognized that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be allowed to spiral out of control. He turned to the two masked men beside him. "I must rely on you." The two Umbu ninjas adorned with fox masks nodded and swiftly sprang into action. Meanwhile, Huai'an remained at the center, where visibility was optimal for evasion. Just as he narrowly dodged the massive tail, he had yet to exhale in relief when an imposing wooden structure materialized before him, ensnaring Naruto's neck, wrists, and legs as if shackled. Huai'an's eyes widened in astonishment at the wood release technique. He barely glimpsed the Umbu ninja who had executed the jutsu before a stray tail sent him sprawling. The Umbu ninja maintained his hand signs, and the wood restraints on Naruto multiplied, while the tail that threatened Huai'an and the cloud ninja gradually dissipated under the jutsu's suppression. With his body ensnared, Naruto's resistance waned, ultimately collapsing to the ground, bound and unconscious. Huai'an had no time to ponder the recent use of wood release. He got up, enduring the pain, and swiftly formed a chakra blade in his hand. Seizing the opportunity, he charged at the Cloud Village ninja, slashing his arm and liberating the hostage. Without hesitation, he turned to flee, adrenaline surging through him. In an instant, 3 shurikens appeared in Huai'an's hand, without a glance behind. He hurled them to impede the pursuing Cloud ninja while hastily making his way towards Naruto. Another ninja, adorned with a fox mask, moved with remarkable speed, intercepting the frantic Cloud ninja. His taijutsu appeared formidable, seemingly overpowering the adversary. Huai'an placed Hinata on the ground beside Naruto, directing his gaze towards the masked ninja. This Leaf Village ninja acted with incredible swiftness, as if he could foresee the movements of the Cloud ninja. A glimpse of a white eye patch peeked through the seam of his mask, suggesting a vision impairment. His hand signs were executed at an astonishing pace, launching a relentless assault that rendered the already injured Cloud ninja utterly defenseless. A final knife hand strike left the foe unconscious. Huai'an watched in rapt attention until the cold gaze of the masked man met his own, prompting Huai'an to avert his intense stare. Shikamaru descended from above, scrutinizing Huai'an and gently touching his arm and wrist. "Are you all right, Inen?" Huai'an shook his head, assuring him he was fine. His recovery was remarkably robust. His gaze shifted to the other ninja, the one who had just employed wood release. Was he also from the Senju clan? Beneath the mask, a pair of lifeless black eyes regarded Huai'an, devoid of emotion, as pristine as the night. Feeling unnerved by that gaze, Huai'an sensed an otherworldly quality about him. Shikaku leaped down, enveloping Huai'an in an embrace. "Have you sustained internal injuries?" Huai'an dared not further investigate the 2 unfamiliar ninjas and looked up at Shikaku. "Uncle Shikaku, I'm fine. Did you see the Cloud ninja I had tied to the tree on your way here?" Shikaku nodded. "Yes, but he has already taken his own life out of fear of retribution." Huai'an was taken aback. "Ah, why?" Shikaku met his gaze. He sought to seize the Byakugan of the leaf. If he had succeeded, the consequences would have been dire. Captured and unyielding, he would face interrogation. So this was his chosen path to a dignified death. Huai'an struggled to comprehend this, but, recalling the earlier encounter, glanced at his own hands in confusion. Shikaku gently ruffled Huai'an's hair. "Unin, do not feel guilt. The world ninja's face is one of darkness and light coexisting. You must learn to adapt." Huai'an nodded, feeling dejected, and Shikamaru embraced him. The earlier masked ninja approached, carrying the Cloud ninja. The other 2 are unharmed, only lightly injured and unconscious. Shikaku sighed in relief. "Fortunately, we intervened in time. Let us return to the village." No one objected. Huai'an composed himself, ready to carry Naruto when the one-eyed ninja had already lifted him onto his back. The other silently hoisted the still unconscious Hinata onto his shoulders. Huai'an trailed closely behind Shikamaru, casting a glance at the taciturn ninja ahead, and quietly inquired, "Shikamaru, is that esteemed ninja from Konoha?" "Indeed, they belong to the Konoha Umbu." Shikamaru replied in a subdued tone. "Umbu? A clandestine division, I see. I had no idea Konoha possessed such an organization." Due to their hurried journey, Huai'an refrained from probing further. By the time the group returned to the village, the moon hung high in the sky. Huai'an observed as Naruto, alongside Hinata, was taken away by Uncle Kakashi for a medical examination. Although he bore some internal and external injuries, they were not severe, and all that was required was proper recuperation. Kakashi, relieved that the boy was unharmed, sighed inwardly, contemplating how frantic the Yamanaka couple would be if they learned their only son had nearly fallen victim to a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village. Much like Huai'an's childhood nightmares had nearly driven his parents to despair, Kakashi patted Huai'an's head, saying, "Next time you encounter such a situation, please refrain from acting so impulsively. You are still young, and these matters are not yours to bear." Huai'an nodded obediently, astonished by Naruto's recklessness. As Kakashi led Huai'an and Shikamaru away from the hospital, curiosity got the better of Huai'an, and he turned to glance at the one-eyed, white-haired ninja, who stood erect, listening intently to the reports from a wood-release ninja. Huai'an was filled with numerous questions, but as the three strolled leisurely, he chose to hold his inquiries for the moment. Shikamaru seemed lost in thought, leaving Huai'an puzzled as to what occupied his mind. Huai'an hesitantly looked up at Kakashi and asked, "Uncle Kakashi, is Naruto a fox?" His curiosity was palpable. Kakashi sighed at the inquisitive look in Huai'an's eyes. "Unfortunately, no." Huai'an furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend. "Then how can Naruto transform?" Kakashi patiently elucidated, "You are growing up. And since you are now becoming acquainted with these matters, allow me to share some knowledge." "Yes, please." There exists a legendary figure known as the Sage of Six Paths, who created the nine-tailed beasts, each possessing immense power and distinct temperaments. One alone could obliterate a ninja village. "Tailed beasts?" Huai'an echoed. "Indeed, Naruto is host to one," Kakashi affirmed. Shikamaru's attention was drawn to the conversation. If they are so formidable, why were they created? Does this not invite conflict? That remains a secret, known to few. Kakashi sighed again. After the sage's passing, the tailed beasts were unbound and wreaked havoc until they were ultimately captured by the great figure Uchiha Madara, who existed in the same era as the first Hokage, using his ocular techniques. "Remarkable," Huai'an exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. The tale that emerged from Naruto had been a formidable challenge for him, yet the first Hokage and the Uchiha elder managed to subdue them. Indeed, those two were the founders of Konoha. Although their paths diverged later, their contributions were undeniably significant, Kakashi remarked before continuing. "The Land of Fire cannot contain all the tailed beasts, as this would disrupt the balance of the nation." During the founding of Konoha, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, convened a meeting with Uchiha Madara and several other prominent ninja villages to distribute the tailed beasts. In the Land of Thunder, the two-tailed and eight-tailed beasts were assigned, while the Land of Water received the three-tailed and six-tailed beasts. The Land of Earth acquired the four-tailed and five-tailed beasts, and the Land of Takigakure, with all its financial might, procured the seven-tailed beast. The strongest of them all, the nine-tailed beast, was bestowed upon the Land of Fire, with Konoha entrusted to seal and control it. Huai'an found it hard to believe that the nine-tailed beast was sealed within Naruto, allowing him to transform into it. Shikamaru, initially indifferent, was taken aback by Huai'an's conclusion and responded, "Are you foolish?" Huai'an, momentarily stunned by the insult, leaned closer to Shikamaru, resting his shoulder against him and gazing at him with innocent eyes. Realizing Huai'an's proximity was an inquiry into his reasoning, Shikamaru retorted, "Step back. Naruto is not merely the nine-tailed beast. He is the Jinchuriki of the nine tails. What you refer to as transformation is merely the manifestation of chakra, clearly due to pressure. The seal within Naruto has weakened, allowing the nine-tailed beast's consciousness to gain dominance and attempt to take over Naruto's body." Huai'an, pushed back slightly, murmured, "No wonder he attacked me earlier. His gaze felt as if I were a stranger." It was then that he grasped the peril of that moment. Shikaku ruffled his hair reassuringly, stating, "It's all right. You need not concern yourself with what follows. The third Hokage will handle matters on Naruto's side." Huai'an sighed. Is Naruto aware that a tailed beast is sealed within him? Shikaku shook his head and gazed ahead. He must have some inkling, after all. He has been called a demon fox and the son of a demon fox since childhood. After a moment of silence, Huai'an asked, "Uncle Shikaku, who are those two masked ninjas? They seem formidable." Shikaku seemed to snap back to reality. "Those two are Umbu ninjas from Konoha, dispatched for a mission. Umbu operatives do not possess individual names, so I am unaware of their identities." Understanding this, Huai'an decided against inquiring further about the wood-release ninja. Upon returning to the mountain residence, Huai'an spotted the Yamanaka couple, along with Sasuke, Choji, and Ino, standing outside, gazing in their direction. A wave of relief washed over him, and he dashed towards them, only to be enveloped in a tight embrace by the anxious Yamanaka couple. "Unin, you truly frightened your father and mother," they exclaimed. Struggling for breath, Huai'an patted Yamanaka father, signaling him to ease his grip. Sasuke, standing to the side with an unusually grave expression, scrutinized him with piercing eyes, making Huai'an feel sheepish as he managed a nervous smile. Sasuke rolled his eyes and turned to Yamanaka mother, gently suggesting, "Aunt Yamanaka, Huai'an is injured. We should take him home." Finally releasing him, Yamanaka mother noticed the bandages adorning Huai'an's body and the wounds on his face. Her gaze filled with concern as she beckoned. "Come, let us return home." Yamanaka father, visibly relieved, softened his stern demeanor and invited Shikaku and his son into the courtyard. Once in the living room, Yamanaka mother personally examined Huai'an's injuries, ensuring they were minor before finally allowing him some reprieve. Lugio sat quietly to one side, briefly recounting the recent events, albeit without delving into excessive detail. He merely mentioned that the ninjas from Huai'an village attempted to steal the Byakugan bloodline limit of Konoha, only to be thwarted by 3 young ninjas who intercepted them just in time. Yamashita's father sat nearby, deep in thought, having heard a bit from Ding Xiai earlier. When he learned that Huai'an had rushed out, he felt an urge to assist. However, he was restrained, as they needed to maintain the peace of Konoha. During that evening, not only had the Byakugan been abducted, but there were also reports of a fire at the Hyuga clan's residence, alongside the appearance of several unfamiliar outsiders in the village, making it imperative to take action. Huai'an sat to one side, yawning wearily and struggling to stay awake. His voice was somewhat drowsy as he asked, "Father, has the fire at the Hyuga family been extinguished?" Yamashita's father glanced at him and replied, "Yes. It has been put out, and the arsonists have been apprehended, although they did not disclose who instigated the act. It is undoubtedly linked to the ninjas of Huai'an village upon examining their memories." Yamashita's mother gently wiped the dust from Huai'an's face with a handkerchief. Huai'an tilted his chin up, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. "Father, won't their actions jeopardize the peace between Huai'an village and Konoha? Isn't this a provocation?" Both Lugio and Yamashita's father remained silent upon hearing this. Yamashita's mother playfully poked Huai'an's forehead, saying, "All right, dear. It's best for children not to concern themselves with such matters. Those in charge will handle it. You invited your friends over today, and now it seems you want to be able to enjoy the feast. They are all worried about you." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Huai'an turned to his friends and said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Once Naruto recovers, we can gather again. Today has truly been unfortunate." Ino, standing beside him, approached with a hint of sadness, cupping his small face in her hands. "Anen, you must be more careful next time. If such a beautiful face gets hurt, I would be heartbroken. Who cares about the banquet?" Sakura, standing nearby, instinctively nodded in agreement and then shyly glanced at Sasuke. Her face flushed as she softly remarked, "Ino, don't say such things." Sasuke cast a glance at Huai'an but remained silent. Yamashita's mother gently suggested, "Why don't you all stay and have a meal? It's not too late yet. Otherwise, the food prepared for today might go to waste." Yamashita's father turned to Lugio, saying, "Lugio, why not stay and have a bite before you leave? The children have been frightened. Some food would help ease their nerves." Huai'an immediately smiled and added, "That sounds good. We can save Naruto's portion for when he wakes up." With everyone momentarily free of pressing matters, they shared a meal together. By the time they finished, it was already past midnight. After returning to his room and completing his evening routine, Huai'an, disregarding his fatigue, began to meditate and cultivate. He had previously discovered that absorbing spiritual energy was greatly beneficial for his body. As he focused on his cultivation, he noticed a sudden acceleration in his absorption of spiritual energy. Surprisingly, he broke through the barrier that had previously confined him at the second layer of chi cultivation that very night. Clenching his fist, he felt a newfound lightness enveloping him, though a thin layer of grime still clung to his skin. After cleansing himself, Huai'an once again solidified his cultivation before lying down to rest. The recent incident involving the Cloud Ninja had indeed left a mark on Konohagakure, evidenced by the increase in the frequency of patrols by the village's defense team, which now included an additional hour of surveillance each day. Moreover, merchants entering the village have been subjected to rigorous scrutiny. The guards, having been caught off guard by a sudden attack, were still recuperating in the hospital. Naruto, too, only regained his health a week later, returning to the ninja academy. Upon entering the classroom, Huai'an spotted Naruto, who appeared lost in thought at his desk. He immediately approached him. "Naruto, you're here," with a hint of melancholy. Naruto looked at Huai'an and said, "Anen, I didn't mean to attack you before." After a moment of contemplation, Huai'an realized that Naruto could recall the events from when he lost control. Mimicking the manner of his father, Yamamoto, Huai'an gently patted Naruto's head. "It's all right. You could never harm me." Leaning closer, he inquired, "How is your seal? You aren't being controlled by the Nine Tails, are you?" Naruto touched his abdomen and replied softly, "No. The third Hokage reinforced the seal. Even if it fails, I will manage to suppress that wretched fox myself." Huai'an patted Naruto's shoulder with satisfaction. "That's the spirit. Now let us focus on training hard to grow stronger." Naruto instinctively frowned, recalling how, prior to Huai'an and the others' arrival, he had possessed no capacity for resistance against the Cloud Ninja. It was during that moment he heard the voice of the cursed fox, and an overwhelming power surged within him, strength that came at the cost of his rationality. However, dwelling on such thoughts proved fruitless. Seeing Huai'an's curiosity about his seal rather than fear, Naruto felt inexplicably happy, finally able to set his anxious heart at ease. Soon, he began to discuss other topics with Huai'an and expressed his intention to visit Huai'an's home for a meal, as he had missed the previous feast due to his injuries. He was determined to make up for it. The heir of the Hyuga clan had also been rescued, prompting Huai'an to notice that this shy and introverted girl had been the one stealthily following Naruto. As he watched Hinata thank Naruto bashfully, he stood nearby, trying to conceal his amusement. It was quite unexpected that among their group of boys, Naruto had such an adorable admirer, an heiress at that. Moreover, Hinata seemed utterly unconcerned about Naruto's reputation as the underachiever. Her gaze toward him was filled with admiration and longing. Huai'an, pulled along by Naruto, found himself standing by as a mere observer until Naruto boldly declared, "I saved you, and I was saved in return." He gestured toward Huai'an, adding, "Anin saved us and even defeated a Cloud Ninja." Hinata's face flushed as she stammered, "Thank you, Yamamoto-san, for your help." Huai'an waved his hand dismissively. "It was nothing. I was also among those who needed saving. If it weren't for Naruto noticing you and trying to intervene, Uncle Jiku and the others might not have arrived in time." Disliking any form of shyness, Naruto quickly greeted Hinata before dragging Huai'an toward the training grounds. Huai'an stumbled as he bid an awkward farewell to Hinata. Observing Naruto's fervent enthusiasm, he gently tapped the boy's head, remarking, "Naruto, your demeanor towards charming young ladies is rather impolite." Naruto, puzzled, replied, "How is that impolite? I already said goodbye." Huai'an conceded, "You have a point." As peace once again enveloped Konoha, Huai'an began to entertain new aspirations. He yearned to master more formidable ninjutsu and to absorb the wisdom bequeathed by those who came before him. However, it was evident that the Yamashiro couple could not provide such knowledge, and the powerful techniques within Konoha often required bloodline limits or were classified as forbidden arts. Naturally, forbidden techniques were not accessible to just anyone. Thus, Huai'an set his sights on the nearly dormant pay-to-win system. Despite this, he had not shifted his focus entirely. Residing in the ninja world, Huai'an still favored the cultivation of chakra. The practice of another form of spiritual energy felt exceedingly unconventional. His mother had warned him that those who were too eccentric, while possessing unique qualities, often became targets. He resolved that if he were to harness spiritual energy in the future, he must first ensure his strength, for otherwise, such power would spell disaster for someone as weak as him. Huai'an empathized deeply with this sentiment, yet Jinchuan scoffed at it. Had Huai'an's cultivation been more advanced, Jinchuan would have suggested he find a secluded mountain range to retreat into for daily training. By the time he emerged, he would be among the few capable of contending with the world. Particularly in this realm, the heavenly laws exhibited a remarkable tolerance. Cultivating spiritual energy might not even attract heavenly tribulation, rendering it the ideal training ground for humans from this world, a stroke of fortune akin to a pie falling from the sky. However, Huai'an could not agree with such a notion. Ever since he learned about the practitioners under Jinchuan's tutelage, who would enter seclusion for decades on end, he found himself in a state of disquiet. After all, in the ninja world, how many could live for centuries? That would be monstrous. He feared wholeheartedly dedicating himself to training only to awaken decades later, discovering that his parents had aged and passed away. Jinchuan reassured him not to overthink it, for his current level was too low. To engage in centuries of cultivation, one would need to reach a much higher tier. He had yet to even attain the state of abstaining from food. Although Jinchuan had dismissed him, Huai'an felt content with the situation. His desire to grow strong did not equate to a wish to forsake familial and friendly bonds. He resolved to accumulate spiritual energy steadily, while ninjutsu training appeared more straightforward. The pay-to-win system contained an abundance of resources Huai'an required, including comprehensive manuals on various ninjutsu and even bloodline limits. However, the more advanced the items, the steeper the price. Huai'an had no desire for bloodline limits. He merely wished to learn some potent ninjutsu, ensuring that he would not face opponents wielding mere ordinary techniques. After perusing the merchandise listings for quite some time, Huai'an had determined his direction regarding ninjutsu. He opted for the second Hokage Senju Tobarama's research manual and the sealing techniques compendium of the Uzumaki clan. Having heard from his mother that the second Hokage was a brilliant scientist and a genius in the development of ninjutsu, Huai'an believed that studying his insights would undoubtedly expedite his progress. The choice to pursue the art of sealing was motivated by a desire to assist Naruto upon mastering it. However, the immediate necessity was the financial resources required. Although the microtransaction system offers numerous valuable items, all of them necessitate purchases made by Huai'an. Take, for instance, these two secret scrolls. The research manual of the second Hokage requires a staggering 50 million for acquisition, while the sealing technique manual demands 1 million. Previously, to grasp the concept of currency, he had consulted his father, Yamanaka, regarding the task classifications and reward structures in Konoha, which are divided into 6 levels, each with distinct monetary rewards. A-rank tasks pertain to national or village interests, including involvement in wars at the behest of foreign nations, safeguarding important figures, or combating ninja forces, with rewards ranging from 150,000 to 1 million ryo. B-rank tasks relate to personal matters initiated by individual requests, such as protecting individuals from hostile ninja below Chunin level, offering rewards of 50,000 to 150,000 ryo. C-rank tasks are similarly personal, involving non-combat situations like safeguarding individuals or delivering confidential documents, with rewards between 10,000 and 50,000 ryo. D-rank tasks are trivial, initiated by personal requests, offering rewards from 500 to 10,000 ryo, encompassing activities from locating pets to litter collection. S-rank tasks involve matters of national secrecy, including assassinations of significant figures or theft of confidential documents, with rewards exceeding 1 million ryo. Super S-rank tasks entail cross-national secret missions requested by foreign nations or personal needs, which Huai'an need not even contemplate. In reality, even if Huai'an were to graduate and embark on missions now, it would take him decades to save up, especially since high-level tasks above A rank would hardly accommodate someone as inexperienced as he. Task qualifications and monetary accumulation require substantial time. If he were to proceed methodically, Huai'an's age advantage would dissipate, and the earlier he begins to learn, the broader his future prospects. Thus, it is imperative for Huai'an to devise a means to earn money. The most disheartening aspect is that he currently lacks any entrepreneurial capital. Aside from his allowance, his sole means of income comes from working at the ninja hospital, earning a meager 5,000 ryo per month. This figure reflects the hospital's benevolence toward him, considering he must attend school daily and can only work 3 hours each day. His mother, Yamanaka, provides him with a monthly allowance of 2,000 ryo, which is already considered generous in Konoha. However, for Huai'an, this amount is merely a drop in the ocean. Recently, he has refrained from recharging his savings, hoping to accumulate a bit more. The tangible money in his possession brings a glimmer of hope, yet as he gazes into his piggy bank, which contains just over 20,000 ryo, he feels despondent at the prospect of ever affording these two jutsu. Why must they be so exorbitantly priced? Unable to contain himself, Huai'an implored the microtransaction system. Dear system, might the prices of the sealing technique and research manual be reduced? I truly cannot afford them. The system responded. All system goods are evaluated by the world and cannot have their prices altered. Please endeavor to invest more. Ah, how difficult it is. He realized that the system lacked any semblance of humanity. After a day of wandering thoughts, Huai'an meticulously organized the initial costs at hand, a selection of fruits, 2 cookbooks, and a beverage manual. With these 3 treasures, he intended to embark on his ambitious money-making venture. His mind was a tangled mess, and after finishing his part-time job at the hospital, Huai'an hurried home. The courses at the ninja school were nearing their conclusion, and in just over a year, they would graduate, affording them more free time. Huai'an planned to seize this opportunity to initiate his money-making scheme alongside his regular training. The first step, setting up a stall. This approach required minimal investment and time. He simply needed to prepare everything thoroughly. The next day, Huai'an created a doppelganger to attend school while he settled in the flower bushes on the hillside, contemplating the framework of a traditional Chinese stall in his mind. A layer of green chakra emerged from his palm, and 2 smooth wooden poles protruded. Furrowing his brow, Huai'an recalled and meticulously refined his design. The base would feature a storage compartment, with 2 tiers of shelves above, topped with a hinged canopy. Ideally, the bottom would have wheels for ease of movement. A quarter-circle tabletop would extend from the side of the shelves, Once the entire framework was complete in his mind, Huai'an opened his eyes, brimming with confidence, only for a smile to falter on his lips. Ha! He was truly amused by his own cleverness. The peculiar structure before him delivered a staggering blow. Uneven tabletop, mismatched shelf sizes, a crooked frame, and protruding wooden splinters, an eyesore indeed. Tears welled in Huai'an's eyes. His first entrepreneurial attempt had failed within 10 minutes. Zhen Xian sensed Huai'an's despair and roused from his slumber. Initially concerned, he observed the serene breeze, radiant flowers, and bright sunshine juxtaposed against Huai'an's despondency. Zhen Xian, with a child's fluctuating emotions, nestled back into Huai'an's neck. Unbeknownst to Huai'an, he had awakened. Let it be an oddity, Huai'an rolled up his sleeves, resolved to regroup, his transparent gaze brimming with determination. Today, he would construct that stall. Gazing at the bizarre little cart before him, he decided to disassemble each part. From his father's tool shed on the mountain, he retrieved a toolbox. Armed with tools, he sat aside, carefully holding each wooden plank, slowly refining them. Huai'an possessed great patience. Once polished, he began to dismantle the shelves, shaping them uniformly. With each structure taking form under his hands, Huai'an felt a sense of satisfaction. Reflecting on his earlier chaotic construction experience, he sketched the cart's design on paper, detailing the size and specifics of every stick. At last, clarity emerged. He gradually transformed the kanai into small nails, starting from the base of the cart. Huai'an secured each section, and whenever the wooden planks or beams fell short, he promptly improvised. Gradually, the framework of the cart materialized, and Huai'an couldn't help but chuckle in delight. Truly, he was remarkable. He is undoubtedly the boy who grows the fastest from failure. Huai'an has crafted 4 wheels by hand and even devised a braking mechanism, a simple clasp to prevent the wheels from wobbling. After brushing off the wood shavings from his body, Huai'an circled the small cart, casually repairing any protruding parts. He expressed satisfaction with the final result, his eyes gleaming with delight as he surveyed the cart before him. Its storage space adequate, the tabletop level, and the aesthetic appeal somewhat pleasing. After a thorough inspection, Huai'an was struck by a rather audacious idea. He contemplated creating a seating area and adding a steering wheel to fashion a genuine vehicle that wouldn't require him to push it manually. Wouldn't that be splendid? However, the challenge of creating a power source posed significant difficulty. Thus, Huai'an decided to push the cart back to his home warehouse. Rummaging through the tool shed for sturdy materials, he intended to harness chakra energy as the power source. After investing at least 3 hours with little progress, he realized he had perhaps overreached. He was not yet proficient in crafting a power mechanism. This knowledge eluded him. The aspiration to construct a powered vehicle was somewhat naive. Quickly conceding, Huai'an acknowledged that possessing a simple cart was already a commendable achievement, and perhaps it was best to steer clear of such complex endeavors for now. He meticulously coated the wooden frame with tung oil, allowing it to dry in the warehouse's shade. Finally, having completed his tasks, Huai'an planned to apply some paint once the cart had sufficiently dried, aiming to make a striking impression. This preparatory phase extended over a week, piquing the curiosity of his companions regarding his activities. With a satisfied smile, Huai'an addressed the friends gathered around him. Today is the moment of revelation. Let me unveil the fruits of my labor from this past week. Noticing Sasuke seemingly uninterested as he passed by, Huai'an swiftly grasped his arm, his clear and penetrating gaze holding a hint of mischief. Sasuke, come take a look with me. Your presence is crucial to my success. Sasuke frowned, regarding him with skepticism. What are you up to now? He queried. Meanwhile, Naruto chimed in from the side, eager and anxious. Huai'an, what can I help with? Huai'an smiled, pursing his lips, not revealing too much. Well, Naruto, you're the second most important. Seeing the intensity of his friends' gazes, Huai'an quickly burst from their circle, leading the way. All right. You are all important. I'll be relying on each of you this time. With a large group following him home, Huai'an felt buoyant, convinced that this venture would succeed. As the others observed Huai'an's exuberant demeanor leading the way, they began whispering among themselves. Ino, the gossip enthusiast, grasped Sakura's hand from behind. A couple of days ago, my dad ran into Uncle Yamamoto carrying 2 buckets of paint home, saying it was for Huai'an. I wonder what he's up to. Sakura pondered. Is he fixing a house? Ino scoffed. Huai'an wouldn't be fixing houses. I suspect he's creating something that requires painting. Sakura nodded. What could it be? He's been so busy for days, matching Naruto's energy. But how fortunate that Sasuke is also here. Unable to contain her blush, Sakura clutched Ino's arm tightly. In a state of excitement, Ino nodded vigorously. Sasuke has donned a new wristband today. He looks even more dashing. Sakura squealed in delight, echoing her enthusiasm. Shikamaru, indifferent to the commotion, observed the two golden-haired heads huddling together with a sense of foreboding, yet found himself unable to decline Huai'an's invitation. Choji, munching as he walked, chimed in, I think it's a good thing, Shikamaru, as I can smell the delicious food from Huai'an Mountain. He will surely be satisfied this time. Sasuke, however, gazed at Naruto and Huai'an drawing closer, his brow furrowing and lips curling downwards, silently trailing behind them. Huai'an led everyone to his home's courtyard, where they were greeted by the sight of a large object draped in gray cloth at the center. Naruto, curious, leaned in closer and asked Huai'an, what is this, and in? With a playful smile, Huai'an grasped the edge of the cloth and swiftly pulled it away, revealing a gleaming cart that seemed both unfamiliar and captivating. Tada! Behold my #1 money-making venture, the snack cart, Huai'an declared joyfully. As aesthetically discerning young ladies, Ino and Sakura immediately rushed over, exclaiming, wow, what a beautiful cart. And look at all those compartments. What is stored inside? Cups, perhaps? The artwork on the exterior is so intriguing. With satisfaction, Huai'an distributed cups of juice to his friends, urging, hurry, this is the juice I prepared for you all. Taste it, and let me know how it is. I plan to rely on these for my earnings. Earnings? Shikamaru inquired. Indeed, building wealth starts from a young age. Huai'an replied, crafting a whimsical tale that was not entirely untrue. Nonsense, Sasuke interjected, unable to hold back. However, Ino and Sakura were undeterred, eagerly accepting the cups Huai'an offered. Wow, so many flavors. Juice. Where did you procure such an abundance of fruit? Ino asked casually. Huai'an hesitated slightly. Oh, just from some vendors I encountered. Never mind that, just try it. Choji chose a pineapple flavor, quickly finishing the drink and savoring the boba pearls at the bottom. It's delicious, quite mild, unlike the intense flavor of the fruit itself, making it more palatable. The texture is unique, though a tad too sweet, he remarked. Huai'an promptly responded, I specifically tailored it. The sweetness can be adjusted to suit different tastes. Ino chimed in. It's delightful. The sweetness is just right. Huai'an leaned closer to Ino. Really? Ino nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. It feels refreshing. Far superior to the tea shops in the village, perfect for the younger crowd. Shikamaru, without further inquiries, accepted a cup and relished the juice. Sasuke took a blueberry-flavored one, finding its mild sweetness to his liking. Upon noticing Huai'an's gaze, he simply remarked, not bad. Huai'an's face lit up with a smile, since you all enjoy it. I feel more confident. He then retrieved some delightful pastries from the cart's base, offering them to his companions. These are complimentary treats from my new shop. Since you've sampled my goods, I hope you'll lend me a hand as well. Huai'an also handed out cute animal headbands he had made. Clasping his hands together and batting his eyelashes in an adorable plea, the girls eagerly accepted, exclaiming, they're so cute. The boys found themselves in a battle of indecision as they gazed at the array of hairbands before them. Without hesitation, Huai'an adorned himself with a fluffy rabbit ear headband and offered the variously colored accessories to his elder brothers. Please, dear brothers, he implored, addressing Sasuke, Shikamaru, Naruto, and Choji. Stop shouting. As the youngest among them by a year, Huai'an adeptly employed his charm, a tactic that typically rendered even the most stoic, like their father, pliant to his whims. Predictably, his charm worked once more, although the reactions of those around him were somewhat perplexing. Naruto, have you been feeling unwell lately? Huai'an inquired, noting that Naruto had unexpectedly experienced a nosebleed after speaking to him. Sasuke, with a stoic demeanor, snatched a black cat ear headband from Huai'an's hand and donned it without a word. Shikamaru absent-mindedly touched his nose, selecting a deer antler headband, while Choji opted for a bear-themed one. I'm just a bit anxious, Naruto admitted, wearing a fox headband. His right hand pressed against his nose and his left hand pushing a cart. On the left side of their stall, Huai'an proudly hung a sign bearing the poetic name Qingchuan Forest. The shop emanated a fresh vibe, bringing Huai'an great satisfaction, even though his friends seemed indifferent to the name. They remained silent, diligently arranging drinks on the shelves while casually placing Huai'an's product cards among them. Choji supported a smaller cart laden with sweet treats, the first samples being given away as promotions. He munched on a snack while keeping an eye on the cart. Sasuke stood across from him with a frown, but still assisted by handing over drinks. Huai'an held up a chalkboard, inscribing details of their grand opening. The first 50 customers would receive a discount, complimentary small cakes, and a photo with Sasuke, Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Sakura at a reduced price. No favoritism here. Choji hesitated, pondering whether anyone would truly desire a photo with him. Unable to resist, he patted his tummy. As soon as the sign was displayed, Ino and Sakura rushed forward. 1 cup of hawthorn juice and a photo with Sasuke, please. Sakura followed suit, requesting a photo with Sasuke and a cup of lemon juice. Huai'an beamed. If you help me today, you can take a photo with Sasuke for free, special privilege. Sasuke, observing from the side, scoffed at the idea. He reached out, playfully gripping Huai'an's head with his fingers, leaning in to say, when did I agree to take a photo? Caught in his grasp, Huai'an dared not resist, turning his face slightly to smile at Sasuke. Just this once, please help me. He pleaded. Unmoved, Sasuke replied, ninja tools, your ninja tools, I'll order them for you. Fearing Sasuke's reluctance, Huai'an quickly added, I promise, just this once. Sasuke ruffled Huai'an's hair, giving it a firm tug. It better be just this once, he warned. Huai'an promptly raised 3 fingers. Of course, rarity adds value. The group set off in high spirits, with Huai'an enthusiastically inviting newcomers to sample their offerings, promoting along the way. He chose to position their stall outside the ninja school, holding up the chalkboard to beckon the elementary students. The group had become somewhat of local celebrities at the school, and their promotion elicited gasps of excitement. The students rushed into the school, and Huai'an could hear their cheers echoing in the air. As several individuals exchanged glances, the earth quaked beneath them. A throng of female and male students burst forth from the school gates, each akin to untamed steeds released from their reins. Huai'an incessantly pressed the shutter of his camera, his ears filled with the cacophony of Sasuke, Shikamaru, until he felt a ringing in his ears. Not long after he began capturing moments, a familiar elementary school student approached him, inquiring, Senpai Yamamoto, may I take a photo with you? The moment her words escaped, the surrounding clamor seemed to hush, drawing the attention of Ino and Sakura at the counter. Huai'an sensed he was in the midst of a pivotal moment, as if he were under the scrutiny of many eyes. He glanced towards the disheveled yet resolutely composed Sasuke, Shikamaru, and Naruto, and, suppressing a smile, he feigned seriousness, stating, No, I am not in the midst of a grand opening. You may seek out others. He added, there are many delightful juice flavors here, all with a 2-day shelf life. The girl sighed in disappointment and turned to shake her head at her companions, garnering a chorus of dismayed expressions as she successfully diverted them away. Huai'an, braving the ire of a few other friends, tightened his grip on the camera, determined to uphold his duties as a photographer. For 2 hours, Huai'an even pretended to return home briefly, bringing back a truckload of supplies, deftly managing the enthusiastic students and villagers. Exhausted yet fulfilled, they followed him back to Yamamoto residence. Observing their fatigue, Huai'an promptly served tea and water, assisting them in wiping their faces. Thank you for your hard work. Our inaugural venture has been a resounding success, thanks to all of you. Naruto, with his fox headband snatched away, sprawled on the floor, reflecting, today has been the most popular day of my life. Huai'an stuffed jerky into his mouth, replying, you will only grow more popular from here on. The others were equally weary. Noticing everyone resting, Huai'an began counting the earnings. They had sold over 300 cups today, and after discounts, he grinned broadly. Today, we made over 50,000. Elated by the prospect of financial gain, he envisioned a future of prosperity, reaching the pinnacle of success. Ino and Sakura, still spirited, sat aside with rosy cheeks, perusing the photographs. So impressive. Anin, you might be a business prodigy. The idea of group photos is simply brilliant. Shikamaru reclined, propping his head with one hand as he regarded Huai'an. I admit, your brain is no longer dull, though it seems a tad extravagant. Huai'an huffed, of course. I've been preparing for quite some time. I merely adopted successful marketing strategies from Huai'an, and judging by today's fervor, I believe I have succeeded. After contemplating for a moment, he boldly declared, for your assistance today, how does a reward of 3,000 each sound? Shikamaru glanced at him. With a boss like you, everyone would aspire to be your employee. One day's pay nearly rivals a month's elsewhere. Yet Huai'an remained unconcerned, aware that this endeavor was highly lucrative, with minimal costs, yielding pure profit. He attempted to slip money to Sasuke, but Sasuke deftly evaded him, turning instead to peruse the menu. Next, he tried to offer money to Shikamaru, only to receive a gentle pat on the head in response. Choji, completely uninterested, continued to indulge in desserts, exclaiming, "Ainen, this dessert is absolutely delightful. I don't want the money. I merely wish to discuss whether we might take some desserts with us when we leave." Huai'an nodded, "Of course. That is perfectly fine." Observing that no one was willing to accept his offer, Huai'an found himself at a loss. "In that case, let us have a meal together tomorrow afternoon. It's a perfect opportunity since we didn't manage to gather everyone last time." Naruto promptly agreed. A piece of jerky clenched between his teeth. "Sounds great." Ino and Sakura naturally had no objections. Huai'an's entrepreneurial venture flourished amidst his studies, as he utilized only the freshest fruits, ensuring a juice content of 100%. It became the villagers' top choice for beverages, especially in the fruit-scarce Konoha, where a cup of juice for 200 was a remarkable bargain. After a week of diligent work, Huai'an realized he was overwhelmed. Consequently, he arranged to set up his stall 3 days a week, ensuring it did not interfere with his daily routine. Once he became adept at managing the stall, he no longer required his friends' assistance, as they were unwilling to accept payment. Thus, Huai'an opted to limit his sales, selling only what he could manage. Fearing suspicion from others, Huai'an sought permission from Yamanaka's mother to plant his fruit seeds on a flowerless hillside. Daily, he infused the seeds with energy, aiming for self-sufficiency. The fruits in his storage had accumulated significantly over time, gradually being utilized for juice, which would last him quite a while. Huai'an even invested in expanding his planting space, doubling it for a mere 100,000 ryo, a worthwhile expenditure as it allowed him to cultivate and store more items. He also procured a juice machine from the system, eliminating the need for manual juicing. He could simply place fruits into the machine and receive fresh juice in return. The plants in his cultivation space grew at an accelerated rate. Once mature, he could harvest and store them, ensuring they remained fresh without decay. As for the cups for the juice, initially crafted by Huai'an himself, he later purchased a machine after earning enough money, despite its limited utility. The system even recommended various food-related machines tailored to Huai'an's current circumstances, eagerly awaiting his investment. However, Huai'an exercised restraint, recognizing the importance of saving. With a smile gracing his lips, he immersed himself in training, finding fulfillment despite the fatigue and challenges. During these days, Huai'an managed only 2 hours of sleep each night, dedicating the rest of his time to training, hospital internships, or running his stall. Yamanaka's mother provided tremendous support for Huai'an's entrepreneurial endeavors, allowing him to keep all the money he earned. What touched Huai'an most was that she continued to give him pocket money, undeterred by his newfound ability to earn. Previously, Mother Shan inquired whether Huai'an required assistance, offering to help him with his stall. Huai'an declined, as he currently produces all his materials himself. The fruit trees on his family's mountain are still maturing, and it is imperative that no one discovers this. Furthermore, Huai'an does not find earning money burdensome in the slightest. After more than a year of diligent effort, he finally purchased a comprehensive tome on sealing techniques just before graduation, exhausting all his earnings and leaving him with merely a few 100,000. With little time available for study, especially with the graduation examination looming the next day, he had no choice but to store the book away, awaiting further examination. In the preceding days, everyone had performed admirably. Their physical techniques and shuriken throwing were commendable. And even in the theoretical examination, Naruto barely scraped by with a passing mark. However, the final assessment on ninjutsu was now upon them. Huai'an rested his head on his hand, gazing at the restless Naruto in front of him, silently praying that today's graduation test would not involve the shadow clone technique. To this day, Naruto had yet to master it. His clones were either lifeless or unconscious, never appearing normal. Naruto's greatest fear was failing this assessment while his peers advanced to the rank of Genin, leaving him to repeat the year. Huai'an felt helpless, having only exchanged for the sealing techniques tome the night prior, and he hadn't even begun his studies. Yet, he maintained a level of confidence. This past year had been devoid of any downtime. He had progressed to the 4th layer of the Chong Lu Ju cultivation, while not particularly rapid. This was due to his use of the spiritual energy he cultivated to expand his meridians. Recently, he completed the refinement of all his body's meridians and, at that moment, noticed an apparent enhancement in the Senju bloodline. Upon consulting the premium system, it was confirmed that it had indeed increased by 10. Elated, Huai'an invested his remaining resources to fully activate the Senju bloodline. Although this expenditure was considerable, he was fortunate to have some savings. During holidays, He doubled his efforts to sell juice, and with each expenditure, he worked even harder to earn money. His companion, Zhenxian, also benefited from this. The scars that had long resisted healing on his body began to fade. According to Zhenxian, he now needed to strengthen his bones to recover from internal injuries. Huai'an, not particularly adept with blades, sought to ensure he would not overly rely on ninjutsu in combat. Therefore, he specifically purchased a set of spear techniques from the premium system. He was immediately drawn to the spear, appreciating its wide range of protection and formidable attack power, finding it far more enjoyable to wield than a knife. Huai'an had advanced to the third layer of spear technique. Should he encounter the Yunin ninja from before, he would no longer be at a disadvantage in physical combat. His mastery of ninjutsu had also matured significantly, and during chakra cultivation, he could distinctly feel that the amount he refined was at least double that of his previous efforts, indicating substantial accumulation. With his abilities flourishing across various domains, Huai'an found himself powerless in the face of Naruto's predicament. All he could do was stay by his side and pray that Naruto would not draw the technique he struggled with the most. Teacher Irika, having guided them for 6 years, now stood at the podium, gazing at a group of youths on the brink of entering society. With a gentle smile, he congratulated them, stating that once they completed today's assessment, they would graduate. This marked a significant step towards adulthood. He advised them to diligently fulfill their responsibilities and live well after leaving school. With few words left to say, he wished them a future filled with promise. The examination for ninjutsu commenced, and the first candidate, Tanaka, was quickly followed by Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, who soon received their forehead protectors, symbolizing their status as genin. Soon after, Huai'an was called. Calm and composed, he drew his examination task, the body replacement technique. It was a simple task, with swift movements. He formed the necessary hand seals, and in an instant, he was replaced by a shuriken at his location. Teacher Irika smiled at Huai'an, commending him for his flawless execution. Congratulations, Huai'an, you are now a genin. Keep up the good work. Huai'an returned the smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Irika. As Irika ruffled his hair, Huai'an glanced at his forehead protector and turned to head back to his seat. Naruto looked on with envy, prompting Huai'an to clench his fist and cheer him on. Perhaps due to nerves or the weight of past failures, Naruto drew his least favorite task, the shadow clone technique, and failed 3 consecutive times. In that moment of final failure, he appeared despondent, akin to a dejected puppy. Instinctively, Huai'an called out to him. Naruto glanced back, but then dashed out of the classroom. Startled, Huai'an quickly apologized to Teacher Irika before pursuing him. Naruto. After just a couple of minutes, Huai'an found himself unable to spot him. He searched around the school and, as twilight approached, finally discovered Naruto alone on the swing set where they had often played as children. Huai'an rushed over and embraced him tightly. Why did you run off? Without a word, Naruto rested his chin on Huai'an's shoulder, muffled sobs escaping him. Struggling against his own heartache, Huai'an gently stroked Naruto's back, offering comfort. It's all right. If it doesn't work this time, we can try again next year. I've already found a way to help you control your chakra. Just wait 1 more year, and I will assist you. Naruto sniffled, his sorrow and disappointment palpable in his voice as he responded. I want to graduate with you and go on missions together. Huai'an felt a pang of sadness but could only hold his friend, providing solace that felt inadequate. Huai'an, a jonin is looking for you. A girl called out, interrupting them. Huai'an patted Naruto's shoulder. Don't cry, Naruto. I promise to help you with your issues. Next time, you will definitely succeed in the shadow clone technique. Naruto wiped his face, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. I'm fine, Inen. You should go check if Uncle Yamashiro is looking for you. Huai'an gently ruffled his hair and turned to the unfamiliar student. Hello, where is my father? The female student, caught off guard by Huai'an's earnest gaze, blushed slightly and replied softly, in the school office. Huai'an expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for letting me know. The girl shook her head and hurriedly departed. Huai'an turned back to Naruto and embraced him once more, speaking tenderly. Naruto, would you like to join me in visiting my father? How about dinner at my house tonight? Naruto shook his head, his eyes tinged with both redness and a hint of bruising. Huai'an understood Naruto was not unintelligent. On the contrary, his talents were remarkable, as evidenced by his formidable prowess in physical combat. He excelled particularly in the transformation technique among the 3 body techniques. Huai'an affectionately patted his head. If you won't come to my house, make sure to eat well today and rest properly at home. Despite the palpable disappointment in Naruto's azure eyes, he managed to offer Huai'an a smile. As Huai'an took his leave, he seemed to hear someone calling Naruto's name. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" A gentle voice came from across the way. Naruto looked up to see a young male teacher with a soft demeanor. Puzzled, "Shuemu-sensei?" Shuemu glanced at the child before him, a fleeting look of disdain crossing his face before swiftly disappearing. His voice remained patient and kind. "What seems to be the matter?" Huai'an felt a twinge of unease but resolved to meet his father before seeking out Naruto to accompany him home. Yamashiro stood at the office door and, upon seeing Huai'an, broke into a smile. "Ah, our newly minted genin has arrived. Where's your forehead protector?" Huai'an chuckled and retrieved the protector from his pocket, presenting it to Yamashiro. "Father, please put it on for me. I'm ready to undertake missions now." Yamashiro gladly accepted the protector, exclaiming, "All right, our nin has grown up." He fastened the forehead protector onto Huai'an's head with a satisfied nod. "Very handsome." Huai'an touched the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village on the protector and looked up at his father. "Father, what brings you to the school?" Yamashiro patted his head and replied, "Your mother sent me. She's over there waiting to take your picture." Huai'an had anticipated this. "Then let's hurry. I need to find Naruto. Didn't he perform well this time, and I want to be there for him." Yamashiro's smile softened. "All right." Huai'an's mother took his graduation photos and arranged for a group picture with the three of them before contentedly returning home with Yamashiro. Meanwhile, Huai'an rushed off to find Naruto. However, after searching the school thoroughly, he found no sign of him. Remembering that Iruka-sensei often treated Naruto to meals, Huai'an quickly sought him out. Yet, Iruka-sensei had no luck finding Naruto either. Breathless and frustrated, Huai'an exclaimed, "Why is it that when you need these people, they seem to vanish into thin air?" He sat on a swing to rest, watching as the sky gradually darkened and the school emptied. He ran to Naruto's home for one last check, but the room was shrouded in gloom. Huai'an sighed, noting that one or two figures had vanished without a trace. Jinchuan slightly opened his eyes, calmly articulating that while you conversed with that boy named Naruto Uzumaki, a gaze laden with malice was directed towards you. Huai'an, who had intended to return home, halted in his tracks. "What? Where is it, Jinchuan? Do you know Naruto's current location?" Jinchuan softly replied, "In the forest. The forbidden forest you mentioned earlier." Realizing that something was amiss, Huai'an hastily made his way towards the forbidden forest, where the paths grew increasingly desolate. Following Jinchuan's guidance, he dashed into the depths of the forbidden forest. His pace quickened, and as he ventured deeper, a voice, dripping with glee and malevolence, echoed, "Naruto, the village demands you keep a secret. You, Naruto Uzumaki, are the Nine-Tails Fox, and you are the one who caused Iruka to become an orphan by slaying his parents." Iruka's anguished and furious voice broke through. "Enough, Mizuki. Naruto, don't believe him." Mizuki reached behind him for a massive shuriken. "All right, Naruto, Iruka actually despises you. All his affection is a facade. We are kindred spirits. Hand over the sealing scroll, and we shall leave together." Naruto, grasping the scroll, felt the weight of Mizuki's words. Casting distrustful glances at both Iruka and Mizuki. Hidden behind a tree, Huai'an's keen eyes caught Mizuki stealthily groping for the shuriken concealed at his back. "Humph. If you refuse the wine offered, prepare to drink the punishment instead. Then perish." Mizuki threatened loudly, hurling the shuriken straight at Naruto. Startled, Huai'an leaped forward with force. Swiftly drawing a spear, the spear cut through the air, intertwining with Iruka's shocked cries, "Naruto." Without a moment's hesitation, Iruka shielded Naruto with his own body. Huai'an arrived just in time. With a single thrust, he deflected the shuriken, ensuring no harm was done. Mizuki was momentarily stunned, only to turn around and confront Huai'an's fierce fist, which sent him flying. After dispatching Mizuki, Huai'an turned to see Iruka, covered in wounds, protectively shielding Naruto. Iruka's voice trembled with emotion. "Naruto, I have never blamed you because I know this is not your fault. Mizuki's words are lies. You are not a demon fox." Naruto hesitated, gazing at the pained expression on Iruka's face. But you, like Mizuki-sensei, do not accept me. Everything you showed me before was a lie, all of it." With a sharp glint in his eyes, Naruto abruptly turned and fled, oblivious to Huai'an's presence. Huai'an stood frozen for a moment, then shouted after Naruto, "Naruto." In his deep despair, Naruto was deaf to the call. His mind raced with the singular thought of escaping and mastering the forbidden techniques within the scroll. Determined to earn the respect of the villagers and prove his worth, Huai'an rushed to support the injured Irika. Teacher Irika, you are gravely wounded. You require medical attention. Irika, suppressing his emotions, refrained from questioning Huai'an's presence in the forbidden forest. Instead, he urgently instructed, Huai'an, we must stop Naruto. The forbidden scroll is perilous. Naruto is in danger. Huai'an was perplexed by the presence of the forbidden technique scroll. How could he possess such a scroll? Despite the confusion swirling in his mind, Huai'an swiftly attended to Irika's wounds. Irika, seated on the ground, began to regain his composure. Relieved, Huai'an turned only to discover that Shuemu had vanished, an alarming realization that Shuemu had fled. Enduring his pain, Irika rose to his feet, urgency lacing his voice. He must be heading to seize the forbidden scroll. If it fell into his hands, the consequences would be dire. Huai'an grasped only fragments of this situation. Deciding to contemplate it later, his immediate priority was to intercept Naruto. It was as if Naruto was possessed by the nine tails, lost to reason and deaf to reason. Huai'an, aiding Irika, sprinted towards the direction Naruto had taken. They arrived just in time to witness Naruto, whose pupils had transformed into fearsome crimson beast-like orbs. Crouched and fixated on Shuemu, who brandished a shuriken. A chill ran down Huai'an's spine as that eerie, terrifying sensation resurfaced. Naruto, regain your senses. Naruto glanced up at Huai'an, his eyes betraying a mix of unease and struggle. He shook his head vigorously, then leapt towards Shuemu, who was reaching for the spread-out forbidden scroll on the ground. Irika, undeterred by his injuries, pushed Huai'an aside and charged towards Shuemu. Yet it was evident that Shuemu was more formidable, effortlessly subduing both Naruto and Irika. Huai'an readied himself to assist, searching for an opportune moment to intervene, when a profound voice echoed in his mind. Someone is observing you. There is no malice. Huai'an paused in bewilderment. What did this mean? At that moment of distraction, Irika was struck down, crashing against a massive tree. Naruto, consumed by a rage akin to losing a loved one, erupted in fury, barreling towards Shuemu. Since realizing they were under observation, Huai'an felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty, as if he were merely a performer in a cruel spectacle, forced to risk his life for the entertainment of others. Standing atop a tree, Naruto exuded an ominous red chakra, invoking the shadow clone technique. Shuemu's smile faltered in disbelief. How could this be possible? The reality was undeniable. Shuemu's terror grew as he beheld the multitude of Narutos surrounding him. How did you master the multi-shadow clone technique so swiftly? Are you still the underachiever? I will defeat you to avenge Irika-sensei. Naruto's furious gaze locked onto Shuemu, and the chorus of Naruto's echoed through the forest, startling flocks of birds. Shuemu, devoid of regret, faced the onslaught of Naruto's, unleashing a cry of resistance. This cannot be. It is well known that quantitative change can lead to qualitative transformation. Overwhelmed by the swarm of Narutos, Shuemu could no longer muster the strength to resist or incite discord. Huai'an was taken aback by the scene, snapping back to reality. Ah, remarkable. It seems my presence is unnecessary. The voice in his mind reiterated, that individual is still watching you. In his heart, Huai'an shrugged, it matters not. He gazed at Naruto, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Although Naruto struggled with the basic clone technique, he had effortlessly mastered the forbidden multi-shadow clone technique in no time at all. Huai'an believed that Naruto's greatest issue might not be related to the ceiling. It was not the time for contemplation. Upon witnessing Naruto tumble down from the tree, Huai'an instinctively rushed forward to catch him. Naruto, are you all right? As Naruto opened his eyes, the azure depths reflected exhaustion. Huai'an instantly recognized that Naruto was indeed himself. With the confirmation of Naruto's recovery, Huai'an could not help but exclaim, Naruto, what on earth were you thinking? You led them on quite the chase. Nonetheless, congratulations on mastering the shadow clone technique. It's truly impressive. You're no slouch. Even geniuses can't rival your speed in learning ninjutsu. Lying in Huai'an's embrace, Naruto gazed up wearily, his expression shifting from previous indifference and pain to discomfort and confusion. Huai'an, how did you come to be here? I seem to have gotten myself into quite a predicament. You only just noticed me? I've been here for a while, Huai'an teased. As Huai'an tended to his wounds, he reassured, you're still quite young. What kind of disaster could you possibly cause? Did you not capture the villain who harmed Irika-sensei? Do not fret, all misfortunes shall pass. Naruto smiled faintly, I'm glad to have you here. Indeed, Huai'an felt no hesitation in his response. He was fortunate to have arrived in time. Otherwise, Irika-sensei's injuries would have been far worse, perhaps even penetrating his back. Naruto chuckled softly, slowly closing his eyes, murmuring, "I'm not a demon fox." "Of course not." Gently laying the exhausted Naruto aside, Huai'an noted that Naruto possessed robust health and his injuries were minor. He approached Irika-sensei, who was gazing at the sky with a serene yet sorrowful expression. Huai'an felt as though he could see Naruto's shadow reflected in Irika-sensei. Remembering what Mizuki had said earlier, Huai'an realized that Irika-sensei was also an orphan. In silence, Huai'an began to heal Irika's internal injuries. The teacher had been too hard on himself. Perhaps it was Huai'an's countenance that encouraged confessions. After Naruto had spoken, Irika-sensei began to recount his own story, one that intertwined with Naruto's. Throughout the discourse, Huai'an struggled to contain his temper as Irika-sensei expressed his resentment towards Naruto for being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, having also been an orphan. Huai'an, lacking sympathy, retorted, "Naruto was just a baby. Your hatred should be directed at the Nine Tails within him instead. I cannot fathom why you would choose to resent another victim." Irika shared how Naruto, like himself in his youth, sought attention through various antics to prove his worth. This revelation prompted a change in Irika's perspective. Huai'an interjected, "Naruto merely wishes for the villagers to see him in a normal light, rather than through the lens of prejudice. This is his form of rebellion against his circumstances." Yet at that time, no one paid him any heed. Irika recounted how Naruto had been deceived by Mizuki, who had stolen the sealing scroll, attributing the blame to himself. Realizing the implications, Huai'an sighed. Naruto only seeks to validate his existence. The shadow clone technique is challenging for someone bearing a tailed beast. Yet, just look at the multiple shadow clones he executed earlier. The chakra required and the understanding of ninjutsu demanded are considerable. Thus, Naruto is not merely a laggard. He is, in fact, a genius whose potential has been squandered. Huai'an concluded with unwavering conviction. Irika, interrupted several times, could only smile helplessly. Finally grasping why you and Naruto could forge such a friendship. Your world is refreshingly candid, where thoughts are expressed plainly, which is, in essence, preferable. Huai'an scoffed. It is your actions that were misguided. Irika replied, perhaps. With Irika on his back and Naruto in his arms, Huai'an closed his eyes and rolled up the scroll, unwilling to gaze upon it. He positioned the wooden scroll facing downward, dragging Irika's legs as they made their way to the Hokage building, which he considered a minor act of retribution. Upon exiting the forest, Huai'an sensed a gentle gaze directed towards him. Raising his head, he exclaimed, "Lord Third?" It turned out to be the third Hokage. The third Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, regarded Huai'an with a benevolent expression. "Thank you for your efforts this time. It is fortunate that Mizuki did not succeed in stealing the forbidden scroll." Huai'an immediately comprehended that the elder was aware of everything and promptly affirmed, "Indeed, Lord Third." He dragged the bruised Mizuki forward and handed over the scroll. Irika, bearing a weary expression, looked at the third Hokage with admiration. "Lord Third." This incident was entirely orchestrated by Mizuki. Fortunately, Naruto and Huai'an managed to retrieve the forbidden scroll. The third Hokage nodded. "I am already aware of the situation and will handle it from here. You should return and rest well." Huai'an nodded respectfully. "Yes, Lord Third. I will escort teacher Irika and Naruto home." Irika, somewhat bashful, expressed his apologies. Huai'an first took Irika home, then brought Naruto back to the mountain residence. As they entered, Yamanaka's mother was seated in the hall and caught sight of Huai'an carrying Naruto. Initially intending to inquire why they had returned so late, Yamanaka's mother, upon seeing both children in disarray, expressed her concern. "Naruto, what has happened?" Huai'an briefly explained the situation, and Yamanaka's mother, not wishing to pry further, instructed Huai'an to take Naruto to his room to rest. Huai'an gently cleaned the unconscious Naruto and laid him on his bed, allowing him to slumber peacefully. After retrieving fresh bedding from the cabinet and completing his own evening routine, he too succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. The following day, as Naruto opened his eyes, he was momentarily entranced by the elongated, fair visage beside him. Rubbing his eyes, he realized he was lying next to Huai'an, the blanket still exuding a faint yet familiar fragrance. Sunlight streamed through the crack in the door, casting a warm glow upon them. As Naruto's eyes widened in realization, he surveyed his surroundings and recognized he was in Huai'an's home. Huai'an lay soundly asleep, the spirit beast upon his neck remaining undisturbed. Naruto turned to gaze at Huai'an's face. Feeling that his friend appeared even more attractive, and an aura emanating from him seemed to soothe the soul. As long as he remained by Huai'an's side, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Yet, as he pondered the events of the previous day, a wave of despondency washed over him. He had made a grave mistake, had not yet graduated, and was uncertain of the consequences that awaited him. Huai'an, in a state of drowsiness, caught the sound of a sigh beside him. He gently opened his eyes, stretched his arms in a languorous manner, and felt the warm sunlight cascading upon his face. He instinctively pulled the covers higher. "Is it morning already?" Huai'an murmured, rubbing his eyes. "Indeed," Naruto replied casually. Huai'an tugged the covers down, turned his head to the right, and instinctively smiled at Naruto. "You're awake?" Naruto nodded, returning the smile, albeit with a hint of fatigue. "I owe you so much, Ainin." Noticing Naruto's lack of energy, Huai'an immediately shook his head. "No, it was you who defeated Mizuki and reclaimed the sealing scroll. The third Hokage said your merits and faults have balanced out." He winked at Naruto, who brightened instantly. "Really? The third Hokage and Irika-sensei don't blame me?" Huai'an sat up, affirming with a nod. "Yes, Irika-sensei mentioned that you should see him at school today. He seems to have something to discuss with you." Naruto furrowed his brow, concerned. What could it be? Huai'an shook his head, signaling his own uncertainty. "But we should get up and have breakfast first. I believe it's good news since today is sunny." Rising, Huai'an opened the door, and sunlight flooded in, enveloping him completely. Naruto, witnessing Huai'an bathed in a halo of light, nodded vigorously. He had an authoritative look, and his words were undoubtedly wise. Huai'an accompanied Naruto for breakfast, and then saw him off. Once alone, Huai'an returned home, now a graduate and no longer required to attend school. Before embarking on a mission, he had ample time. Back in his room, he initially intended to study sealing ninjutsu, but realized that once he received a ninja assignment, he wouldn't be able to linger in Konoha often, jeopardizing his plans for financial gain. After much contemplation, he decided to open a shop and hire employees, aspiring to become a boss. However, he lacked sufficient funds to hire staff or rent a storefront. After deliberation, he resolved to seek assistance from Yamanaka-san. Early that morning, she had set out on a mission, and Huai'an was uncertain when she would return. While pondering, he swiftly prepared today's beverages, planning to set up his stall early. Other than that, he still had daily training to attend to. As he was doing push-ups, Naruto's boisterous voice resonated through the courtyard wall, reaching Huai'an's ears. Focusing on completing the last few push-ups, he felt the faint outline of his abdominal muscles and deemed himself commendable. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he dashed towards the door. Just as he opened it, before he could utter a word, he was swept off his feet. Naruto, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Ainin, I graduated." Ha! Spinning around in Naruto's embrace, Huai'an felt slightly dizzy, but upon hearing Naruto's words, he grinned and reciprocated the hug. "Really? That is wonderful. We can go on missions together now." Looking down at Naruto's face, which was proudly raised, he spotted a Konoha headband on his forehead. "Wow, Irika-sensei is truly amazing. He is simply the finest man in Konoha." Naruto enthusiastically chimed in, "Indeed, Irika-sensei gave this to me, and he even treated me to ramen." Huan, whose height was similar to Naruto's, felt a bit uncomfortable being embraced, so he playfully tugged at Naruto's hair. All right, let me down. You've made me dizzy." With a silly grin, Naruto finally released Huan, exclaiming, "I am just so happy." Huan shared in the joy, having previously worried about Naruto not passing his exam. Now, relieved of that concern, he felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Once released, Huan eagerly grasped Naruto's hand, suggesting, "Let us fetch the camera. I shall take your graduation photo as a keepsake. We can also invite Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, Lee, and of course, Sasuke, to capture a group photo together." Naruto beamed with delight, and even upon hearing Sasuke's name, he merely echoed Huan's excitement without a hint of hesitation. Today was not meant for any formalities. Huan had resolved to relax and celebrate. He retrieved a graduation gift from his room, a camera gifted by Yamanaka's mother. With a determined pull on Naruto's arm, he declared, "Let us first surprise Shikamaru." Naruto's face lit up with anticipation as the two mischievous boys reached an agreement. They dashed towards Shikamaru's house, realizing that after graduation, he was nowhere to be found at the training grounds. Upon knocking on the door, it was Shikamaru's mother who greeted them, a strikingly composed woman. Seeing Huan and Naruto, she smiled and asked, "What brings you two here? Are you looking for Shikamaru?" Huan nodded. "Yes, Aunt Nara. Is Shikamaru at home?" Raising an eyebrow, Shikamaru's mother replied. He is in the back mountain, taking a nap with little deer. Huan's eyes brightened. Is it Little Flower? I haven't seen her in ages. Shikamaru's mother chuckled, ruffling Huan's hair. Yes, Little Flower must have missed you too. Go on, she's in the usual spot. Huan immediately tugged at Naruto, saying, Come on, Naruto. Today we get to see Little Flower. She has grown so beautiful. Though Naruto had never met Little Flower, he enthusiastically agreed. Shikamaru's mother led them inside, and Huan waved goodbye to her, instinctively leading Naruto towards the back mountain. Swiftly, they spotted the lovely white deer from a distance. Little Flower, I've missed you so much, Huan exclaimed, letting go of Naruto's hand as he dashed towards the deer. Upon seeing Huan, Little Flower raised her head and let out a clear call, galloping towards him. The two embraced, nuzzling each other affectionately. Naruto stood by, astonished. When suddenly Shikamaru emerged from the bushes, his tone lacking warmth and tinged with disdain. What are you two doing here? Naruto, brimming with excitement, rushed over, exclaiming, Hey Shikamaru, look at me. Do you see anything different about me today? Shikamaru shifted his gaze from Huan to Naruto, immediately noticing the forehead protector adorning his brow. Shikamaru unconsciously curled the corner of his mouth and remarked earnestly, Indeed, today you have donned new attire, which makes you appear far more spirited than usual. Naruto instinctively chuckled. Yes, this is the outfit that Huai'an chose for me. I slept beside Huai'an last night, and the clothing still carries a delightful fragrance. Shikamaru suppressed his smile, looking at him with curiosity. What? Did you sleep in the mountain abode? Yet Naruto did not respond, merely pressing on. What you just said is incorrect. Aside from the clothing, do you not notice anything else about me? Shikamaru glanced at Huai'an, who was feeding little Hualing fruits, and casually remarked, You smell of medicine? Your eyes appear swollen. Enraged, Naruto leaned closer to Shikamaru, blocking his line of sight, and rubbed his forehead against Shikamaru's face. With no choice but to laugh, Shikamaru said, All right, I see it now. You have acquired a new Konoha forehead protector. At last, Naruto pulled back, lifting his chin proudly. Haha, thanks to my innate genius, I have successfully impressed teacher Irika and graduated. Shikamaru rested his chin on his hand. Well, congratulations, Naruto. Huai'an, while enthusiastically feeding little Hualing, turned her head and said, Hee hee. We are here to celebrate Naruto's graduation, which is why I brought him to find you. Shikamaru, let us take a graduation photo together. I didn't manage to capture any pictures with you yesterday. Shikamaru scratched his head. Are there not enough photos of us together? Huai'an looked at him with a discontented yet adorably pleading expression, causing Shikamaru to awkwardly turn his face away. This is my own camera, and I have never used it before. You two are the first. Huai'an raised her head slightly. Shikamaru sighed, eyeing the silver camera in her hands. Very well. However, just as he rose, he heard Huai'an say, Hualing, stay still. Let me take a beautiful picture of you to capture your lovely form. Click, click. Shikamaru's head felt like it was under scrutiny. After capturing several photos of little Hualing, Huai'an finally relented, watching as Hualing scampered into the forest, waving goodbye with a lingering reluctance. Turning back to Naruto and Shikamaru, Huai'an smiled and raised the camera. All right, let us put on your forehead protectors. I'll take your picture first. Naruto immediately draped his shoulder over Shikamaru's, pushing him down slightly. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, while Naruto posed for the camera, his left hand forming a peace sign. Huai'an quickly captured the moment. Very nice. That's the spirit. Shikamaru, give me a smile. Shikamaru pressed his lips together, thinking that this brat only called him brother when in need, as he typically referred to him simply as Shikamaru. Yet, Naruto felt elated, for no one had ever taken special photos of him before. He struck various poses as Huai'an continuously encouraged and offered suggestions. After capturing numerous shots, Huai'an set the camera in a fixed position, and the three of them gathered for a group photo. Accustomed to being photographed by her mother in the mountains, Huai'an nestled between Shikamaru and Naruto, cupping her face with her hands, her eyes wide and sparkling as she gazed into the lens. Naruto quickly caught on, resting his hands behind his head, while Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, transformed into the epitome of coolness. Huai'an entwined his arms with those of his two companions, audaciously placing his hands atop their heads, only to be swiftly subdued by their combined efforts, who encircled his neck and pressed down on his head, resulting in a series of timid photographs. Once satisfied, the trio began their search for the next unsuspecting victim. After 2 hours, a considerable crowd had gathered behind them. Ultimately, They arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory, where he hesitated before inquiring whether Sasuke truly wished to be photographed. Dingji, munching away, remarked, "I believe he might just throw us out." Huai'an gulped nervously. "What are you afraid of? Sasuke is merely cold on the outside, but warm within. He would never refuse us." Shikamaru cast a sidelong glance at Huai'an, whose voice lacked conviction, and sighed silently. Naruto clenched his fists, frowning at Sasuke, determined that if he was unwilling, they would simply overpower him to capture the moment. With his ability to create multiple shadow clones, he was confident that they could pin Sasuke down together. As he stepped onto Sasuke's foot and positioned himself to take the photograph, he felt increasingly pleased with the idea. Shikamaru slapped Naruto awake, urging him to stop hesitating and just knock on the door. Huai'an, clutching the camera and preparing to approach, was abruptly halted by Sasuke's cold voice from the left. Huai'an retracted his hand, staring at Sasuke, his eyes widening instinctively, the emerald irises radiating innocence. "My mother always said that if I displayed such an expression, no one could refuse my requests." Swiftly, Huai'an wrapped his arms around Sasuke's, whispering earnestly, "Sasuke, don't you want to capture your graduation moment? My mother gifted me a new camera, and I intend to take your first picture." He even sincerely blinked his eyes. Behind him, his deceived companions displayed expressions of conflicted exasperation towards their little trickster. Sasuke glanced at the straight-laced, silent group behind Huai'an, scoffing inwardly. The first? Their expressions seemed to suggest otherwise. Unaware of Sasuke's scrutiny, Huai'an instinctively employed his usual tactic. "I'll take your picture first, and then we can snap a few together," he continued, "and afterward, we can take a group photo." With a firm resolve, Huai'an, under the weight of Sasuke's indifferent gaze, closed his eyes tightly and exclaimed. Sasuke raised a hand to press down on his head, shaking it vigorously. Noticing that Huai'an offered no resistance, swaying like a weeble, he relented. "Fine." Huai'an's face lit up with joy. "Really? Great. I'll start with you, and I promise to capture your dashing and handsome demeanor." At this, Sasuke merely crossed his arms and stood still, his expression cool and reserved, exuding an air of patience. Seeing this, Naruto immediately scoffed, muttering under his breath about the pretense. Huai'an, oblivious to the comment, raised the camera, happily adjusting the focus. "Sasuke, look this way and don't blink. You look so cool." "Yes, just like that. Maintain that pose." Positioning Sasuke before the Uchiha residence, Huai'an snapped several photos. Sasuke appeared somewhat stiff, subtly relaxing his straightened back, his gaze only briefly flickering toward Huai'an. His gaze was not directed at the camera, but rather towards Huai'an, who was earnestly adjusting the camera while smiling at him. With a subtle glance, he inquired if they were ready. Huai'an, with a goofy grin, replied that they were set and suggested another shot before wrapping up. Upon hearing this, Sasuke exhaled in relief, and the corners of his eyes instinctively curved upwards. Huai'an promptly captured the relaxed expression on Sasuke's face. After taking the photo, he looked up at Sasuke, affirming that it was excellent, perfect. The companions standing nearby looked down upon Huai'an's sycophantic behavior. After all, Huai'an was also a campus heartthrob, yet he was so down-to-earth. Huai'an then urged Sasuke to pose for a few group photos, before turning to the companions who were standing like wooden posts nearby. He raised his hand and beckoned, suggesting they first take pictures at the school gate, followed by some at his home's back mountain, which offered a backdrop more fitting for their youthful graduation. His words rang true. The back mountain of Huai'an's home was now adorned with fruit trees and blooming flowers, perfectly capturing the essence of the season. As they stood amidst the blossoms, with towering mountains behind them, their expressions varied, yet all gazes toward the camera radiated ambition and youthful vigor. This would undoubtedly be a significant moment in their lives, one rich in memories. That evening, Huai'an prepared a sumptuous self-service hot pot for his friends who had come over, ensuring they left well fed. The following day, he meticulously selected suitable photos, making numerous copies to distribute to his companions. He kept the majority for himself, while others received the group photo along with their individual shots. Huai'an gazed at the wall of his bedroom, now adorned with a plethora of photographs, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. When his parents returned from the mountains, Huai'an eagerly shared his recent creations with them. His mother expressed her admiration and requested several photos for the family album, intending to preserve these memories for the future. His father wholeheartedly agreed and was supportive when he heard Huai'an's proposal about renting a shop and hiring staff to sell beverages from Qingchuan Forest. Sitting aside, His mother took a sip of tea and remarked that she had anticipated such a day, though she hadn't expected it to arrive so swiftly. Huai'an looked at her in confusion, while his father suddenly pulled out a booklet from behind him, stating that they had identified a shop a year ago and had already purchased it in Huai'an's name. He could visit it the following day. As for the management and staff, they had friends who, having been injured in the past, could no longer undertake missions. If Huai'an agreed, they could assist him, providing them with some engagement. Huai'an, taken aback by his parents' early preparations, felt deeply moved and embraced them. I certainly don't mind. Let Uncle and Annie help out. Moreover, the beverage preparation is not difficult. I've documented the process in a booklet. They just need to remember the steps and add the ingredients accordingly. His father gently patted Huai'an's head, easing him away from his mother, affirming that it was all well and good. It is time for you to grow up and distance yourself from your mother. However, Huai'an stubbornly clung to his mother's arm, casting a mischievous glance at his father. I am only 11 years old. I am still a baby. Seeing that he could not pry him loose, his father looked at his wife in exasperation. Amused, his mother patted his father's arm and then embraced her son, Anan. Although we have purchased a shop for you and hired some help, other matters still require your oversight. If you have questions, feel free to consult your father and me, but it is essential that you have a clear understanding of everything. Huai'an nodded earnestly. Mother, I already have a plan. His mother awaited his elaboration, and Huai'an shared his thoughts. With the shop established, it needs to be managed continuously. I must present more enticing offerings to attract customers. A combination of beverages and snacks can be introduced seamlessly. I have already prepared the recipes and necessary equipment for the desserts. I cultivated a substantial amount of raw materials on our hill last year. Should that prove insufficient, I have acquaintances among merchants from other countries from whom I can procure supplies. The shop can also undergo renovations. We can set up tables and chairs, allowing customers to either take away their tea and snacks or enjoy them on site. Huai'an discovered that the villagers of Konoha had a pronounced fondness for sweets. His desserts, inspired by various facets of Chinese culinary tradition, were crafted with care. He had even purchased finished products through a premium system and researched their creation, receiving praise from his friends who sampled them. Regarding the need for a chef, Huai'an turned to his mother. Do you know any friends skilled in cooking? The preparation of desserts requires someone with a solid foundation. His mother considered his plan to be quite commendable, though she was uncertain how it would translate into practice. We will have to see how it goes. We will support you regardless. Reflecting on Huai'an's inquiry, she recalled two friends with excellent skills. They are ordinary people with spare time, and if you offer a sufficient salary, they will surely accept. Huai'an promptly assured her, do not worry, mother. I will ensure that everyone involved receives appropriate compensation, striving to retain talent without causing you or father any trouble. His mother affectionately ruffled his hair. You will not cause us any trouble. Go ahead and pursue your ambitions with confidence. Clenching his fists, Huai'an resolved to work diligently that evening, jotting down all matters related to the shop. The next day, he planned to assess the shop and identify areas for improvement. After a night of fervent effort, he had filled 5 pages with notes. The following morning, at breakfast with his parents, he was exuberant, swinging his little feet while waiting for them. His father chuckled at his eager demeanor, saying, the shop is right there. It one tea fly away. Huai'an beamed with anticipation. I want to see it as soon as possible so we can start the renovations early. We only have a few days left before we change classes. In the mountains, Father Yamanaka pondered over the class division in Huai'an, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Previously, the Yamanaka clan consistently formed a class alongside the Nara and Akimichi families. This year, with Inen and Ino included, he wondered how the divisions would unfold. Huai'an merely felt a strong bond with his family and the Nara and Akimichi households, not realizing they had been a cohesive team all along. Even if they were not placed together, he felt no concern, for he had numerous friends. Regardless of the group he was assigned to, Huai'an was at ease with the prospect. Mother Yamanaka glanced at Huai'an's graduation photo hanging in the living room, smiling. I see Inen fitting in anywhere. Look at that group of little friends. He knows them all. Father Yamanaka also looked at the new generation of young ninjas, who stood in a row with Huai'an in the center, chuckling. When it comes to making friends, Inen surpasses us both. After finishing his bowl of porridge, Huai'an urged, Dad, Mom, hurry up. I want to see the shop. Mother Yamanaka, with a resigned glance, replied, All right, we'll head out now. Thankfully, we have time today, otherwise, you'd have to go alone. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with joy, for he felt the love of his parents. He formed a large heart shape with his hands. Once the three finished their meal and locked the door, they set off towards the shop. The shop was a mere 10-minute walk from the Yamanaka residence, and they chatted along the way, with Huai'an primarily inquiring about the shop's size. Mother Yamanaka, in a good-natured manner, responded, "It's about 200 square meters, plenty of space for your plants." Huai'an's eyes gleamed. It appeared only slightly smaller than his planting area. "Mom, what did the shop do before? With such a size, it shouldn't be vacant, right?" After a moment's thought, Mother Yamanaka replied, "It was previously a liquor shop owned by a villager. He has since moved with his son to another location and sold this property along with the shop." Huai'an's eyes widened. "Mom, does the shop come with living quarters?" Mother Yamanaka nodded. "Indeed. When Inen grows up, he can choose to live here or stay in the Yamanaka residence." Huai'an's eyes sparkled even more as he restrained himself, saying, "Mom, I don't want to be apart from you. However, it would be nice to have my own space for when I need to review the accounts. Who wouldn't desire a private room? The atmosphere at home feels different from that outside." Mother Yamanaka felt a sense of relief, thinking that Inen would not forsake them for a new house. "It's not like that," Huai'an clarified. "I just want to earn some money, not leave home. Besides, with the training facilities in the Yamanaka residence and the spacious backyard, I can practice freely. This is merely a shop for making money." Not long after, the trio arrived at a simple, two-story wooden building that appeared somewhat precarious. Huai'an gazed at the structure with a hint of skepticism, turning to Mother Yamanaka. "Mom, this house is quite large, but it seems a bit unstable." Mother Yamanaka chuckled. "Otherwise, why would the villager sell it? Clearly, he didn't want to renovate and preferred to sell it outright." Huai'an shot a reproachful look at her. "In that case, I will need to redesign the shop comprehensively. Both the exterior and interior will require a complete overhaul. This will take at least 2 months." In the mountains, Father Yamamoto observed his son's drooping demeanor and chuckled, assuring him that there was no need for concern, as a friend of his would be there to help watch over him. However, during the 2 months of renovation, he would need to manage his own schedule. Huai'an nodded and replied, "I understand, Father. I have just become a genin and have not yet been assigned to a team, so I doubt there will be any missions outside the village soon. I can continue selling beverages with my cart." Father Yamamoto nodded in agreement, and then, as if noticing something, waved to a senior from the village. "Ah, you've arrived." Following Father Yamamoto's gesture, Huai'an looked in that direction and saw a slender middle-aged man. He appeared somewhat aged, with graying hair at the temples, and seemed to be significantly older than Father Yamamoto. Dressed in loose-fitting attire, he exuded an aura of comfort and ease. Huai'an noticed the calluses on his palms, evidence of frequent sword practice, indicating that he had once been a ninja. The corners of his mouth curled into a gentle smile as he approached, his voice slightly hoarse. Father Yamamoto went over to embrace his old friend, exclaiming, "It's truly a rare occasion to see you." The senior, Kurama, chuckled in response, "Not at all. Upon receiving your letter, I returned immediately. As I grow older, I yearn to return to my roots." Mother Yamamoto pulled Huai'an forward, introducing him. "This is Inen. He is already 11 years old now. The last time you saw him, he was just 2. She nudged Huai'an to greet the elder, and with curiosity shining in his eyes, he spoke clearly, "Uncle Kurama." Kurama smiled warmly, ruffling Huai'an's hair and crouching slightly. "So, it is you, the little one planning to open a shop. How ambitious." He continued, "In my youth, I traveled far and wide, encountering many fascinating experiences and meeting numerous individuals. Now, with age, I wish to settle down in Konoha. How would you feel about having me as your shop manager?" Huai'an regarded him earnestly. After listening to his proposal, he did not hastily agree but instead inquired, "Uncle, I would be delighted to have your assistance. However, the position of a manager requires not only extensive knowledge but also the ability to manage staff and calculate costs. Would you be willing to shoulder such demanding responsibilities? I can offer a monthly salary of 50,000 Rio, with a year-end bonus equivalent to 1 month's salary. There will be 2 days off each week, and annual raises based on the previous year's shop performance," he added. Kurama, far from feeling offended by Huai'an's cautious approach, found the young boy's pragmatic inquiries and tangible benefits intriguing. It affirmed his belief that returning was indeed the right choice, as his new shop owner possessed remarkable foresight. With a smile, Kurama nodded and said to Huai'an, "Then let this young shopkeeper evaluate my capabilities. I am quite content with the terms of employment. Such conditions are rare, even in the great nations. Rather than asking me if I am satisfied, perhaps you should consider whether your shop can maintain a balanced budget." Seeing that the elder regarded him as an equal rather than a mere child to be coddled, Huai'an beamed, his eyes sparkling. Here is the business plan I devised for the shop, along with various product images and prices. Could Uncle Murakami take a look at what differentiates this place from others? We can make modifications while the new shop is being renovated. Uncle Murakami took the hefty booklet that Huai'an handed him, curiously flipping through its pages. After perusing a few, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Your son, instead of becoming a ninja, should pursue a path as a merchant. It seems much easier." Mountain Dad, having never seen Huai'an's physical booklet, was also intrigued and leaned in to observe alongside Uncle Murakami. After a few pages, he looked at Huai'an with astonishment, lifting his son and saying, "When did you accomplish all this? I had no idea my son was so remarkable." Huai'an was startled when lifted but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he replied, "Oh, that was a while ago. I've been preparing for some time now. I've even developed a few new products during my spare moments. And they're all quite delightful." Mountain Mom chimed in, recalling that last time the new products didn't reach Dad and Mom, suggesting that this time they should be the first to sample them. Mountain Dad chuckled, shaking his son gently. "That should be the case. Mom has been sulking for several days because she wasn't the first customer for an in." Mountain Mom playfully pinched the soft flesh at Mountain Dad's waist, turning her face slightly and clearing her throat. "I merely found you displeasing. I wasn't sulking." Huai'an chuckled lightly. "Of course. This time, I will let Dad and Mom taste them first. The samples I shared with friends don't count." He then looked over at Uncle Murakami, who was observing them with a smile, adding, "Naturally, Uncle Murakami should also have the first taste. There will surely be something to suit your palate." Witnessing the warmth of the family's bond, Uncle Murakami felt a sense of nostalgia and warmth, believing that his later years would be filled with comfort and joy. The group then took another round around the shop, and Huai'an decided to design the blueprints himself and find someone to construct it. When this topic arose, Uncle Murakami introduced Huai'an to a Konoha construction team, known for their efficiency and quality. Huai'an readily agreed. In the brief conversation, he had already gleaned much about Uncle Murakami's capabilities. He was eager to finalize the contract to ensure no one slipped away. Uncle Murakami's broad perspective, understanding of various cultures, and insightful suggestions were all spot on, elements Huai'an had previously overlooked. Now that he had guidance, he was determined to make the necessary adjustments swiftly. Huai'an was immensely satisfied with today's field study. After hiring Uncle Murakami, he handed over the product manual along with notes on the sources of materials and their harvesting and processing timelines for him to familiarize himself with. Meanwhile, Huai'an secluded himself to sketch the shop's exterior design, influenced deeply by traditional Chinese architecture, which he found magnificent and grand. His design leaned towards this style, featuring white walls and red tiles, with wooden columns supporting the roof, exuding a sense of grandeur. The exterior was indeed captivating. The interior design leaned towards modernity, showcasing elegant counters and spacious, clean preparation areas. One side was dedicated to beverage preparation, while the other housed the facilities and wooden cabinets for making desserts. The shop was divided into a front and back entrance, maintaining a two-story structure. The upper level comprises 2 bedrooms and Huai'an's own study, furnished with a simple counter and kitchenware, allowing Huai'an to prepare modest meals, fulfilling all essential living needs. The lower level features a combination of booth seating and round tables. Those who prefer tranquility can nestle in the booths, while those inclined to converse may gather around the circular tables. A transparent screen is positioned in the middle, and fresh potted plants adorn the edges of the passageway, ensuring that flowers are always plentiful in Huai'an's presence. The entire house is designed beautifully, yet the construction team encountered challenges during implementation. This structure, unlike previous constructions, proved less robust. They needed to devise a method to ensure both stability and aesthetic appeal, presenting a significant challenge in their engineering endeavors. Huai'an felt a twinge of insecurity. Despite the appealing design, he lacked a deep understanding of ancient Chinese architectural techniques. Fortunately, the engineers appreciated Huai'an's vision and were eager to explore it, albeit extending the project timeline by an additional month. After 3 months of diligent work, the quaint establishment named Qingchuan Forest was finally completed. From its inception, Qingchuan Forest attracted considerable attention, and once the building was cleaned and adorned with flowers, beverages, and desserts, it joyously opened its doors on a rare day when Huai'an had no tasks to attend to. Currently, Huai'an's shop has employed a chef, 2 staff members, and 2 beverage makers. Work hours commence at 9 o'clock a.m., with a break from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and concluding at 5 o'clock p.m. Any leftover fruit from the day can be sold to customers or staff at half the market price, with the staff enjoying priority purchasing rights. Huai'an negotiated the wages thoroughly with Uncle Village, ensuring all benefits and conditions were documented in the contract, which invigorated the staff as they embarked on their new venture. The diverse range of beverages at Qingchuan Forest quickly captivated the hearts of the villagers, many of whom became loyal patrons. On opening day, throngs of people surged into the shop, drawn by a 3-day half-price promotion. Amidst the bustling activity, Huai'an assisted in serving food and drinks, and by the end of the day, not a morsel of fruit or even a grain of flour remained. Exhausted yet smiling sweetly, Huai'an remarked on the laborious yet exhilarating nature of a new store's grand opening, assuring that the pace would ease in the coming days. Aunt Yi, smiling as she tidied up the tables, remarked that this was far less grueling compared to their usual tasks, and that the shop's beverages were delightful, with her daughter often purchasing them. Huai'an nodded in agreement, reminding them that food and drink were prepared beneath the counter for them to take home. Aunt Jimei also expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the kindness of the young shopkeeper. Huai'an waved it off, urging them to finish their tasks and return home early for rest. While the others nodded and departed with smiles, Uncle Village remained to tally the day's earnings alongside Huai'an. Huai'an gazed at Uncle Murakami with a smile as he calculated the day's earnings, which were astonishingly several times greater than his first outing. On the inaugural day of business, the revenue nearly reached 500,000. After recording the final sum, Uncle Murakami reclined in his chair, his eyes reflecting astonishment as he looked at the young store manager, exclaiming, "You are truly a commercial prodigy." This sales model was unlike anything he had encountered before, and the working conditions at Huai'an's shop were unprecedented. To others, it often raised the question of whether such a venture could indeed be profitable. Huai'an, feeling a bit bashful, responded, "Please, Uncle Murakami, do not flatter me so. It is only the first day, and we have yet to account for many costs. Just the construction expenses for the new building, a staggering sum in the millions, had been initially covered by the couple from the mountains, and Huai'an was obligated to repay them. He also needed to save money to purchase medicine and ninjutsu from the premium system." Uncle Murakami understood Huai'an's concerns and nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Well, I wonder if tomorrow will be just as busy." Huai'an, filled with determination, replied, "Today I had no missions, which is why I could come by. However, I shall be busy tomorrow with a mission, albeit still at the D rank." Uncle Murakami chuckled, noting that these D rank missions have remained largely unchanged over the years. Curious, Huai'an asked, "Are all D rank missions the same?" Uncle Murakami shook his head, stating, "Not exactly the same, but similar. The essence remains. Merely the issuers vary, passed down from generation to generation." Huai'an nodded, realizing this was what they referred to as the passing down of the torch. As they closed the shop's door and parted ways, Huai'an, noticing that it was still early, decided to visit the market to purchase some meat and vegetables, intending to show off to the couple from the mountains. 2 months prior, like other lower ninjas, he had been assigned to a team of 4. When he received the notification to attend school, he was helping Naruto carry timber for the construction crew. Huai'an was quite eager, as the money he spent daily seemed to vanish rapidly, and relying solely on his stall was becoming increasingly insufficient. With graduation approaching, his work at the hospital had come to an end, leaving him keen to earn money through regular ninja missions. As for the team assignments, it had been rather amusing. Sitting in the classroom, he watched as his familiar classmates were led away by unfamiliar upper ninja teachers, while he himself waited somewhat distractedly at his desk. Suddenly, Naruto leaned in close and whispered, "And then, it looks like we're the only 3 left in the classroom. It seems we are to form a team together." Huai'an snapped back to reality, realizing that only Naruto, himself, and Sasuke remained, all still waiting in a daze. Looking around, he noticed that all the other classmates had been taken away. Naruto, with a friendly arm around Huai'an's shoulder, expressed how wonderful it was to be in the same class as him. Huai'an smiled in agreement, saying, "Indeed. I previously thought I would be in the same class as Shikamaru and Choji, as my father mentioned that our families, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, are a fixed trio." Upon hearing this, Sasuke glanced at him but remained silent. Naruto, however, was quite pleased that Ino had been assigned to their class. Otherwise, Anko would undoubtedly have been unable to join them. Huai'an suddenly recalled the earlier class assignment situation and, feeling somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Why does it seem odd to me? In every other class, there is at least one girl, yet our class has 3 boys. Naruto blinked. Is that so? It shouldn't matter. Girls can be quite troublesome. However, Huai'an held a different opinion. Resting his chin on his hand, he countered, I think our class has wonderful girls like Ino, Hinata, and Sakura. When they get serious, Naruto, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. Naruto shuddered at the memory of being sent flying by Sakura's immense strength and recalled the times he had been outmaneuvered by Ino and forced to flee from Tenen's weapons. As for Hinata, well, best left unmentioned. No, those girls are nothing but violent tyrants, Naruto declared, clinging to Huai'an's arm, entirely disinterested in having a girl in their class. Sasuke, too, remembered the unfortunate moments of being besieged by Ino and Sakura, his brow furrowing slightly. At that moment, he found himself more favorably inclined towards Naruto. In the classroom, the 3 of them sat from morning until noon. Out of boredom, Naruto even devised a prank for their teacher, but alas, the new Jonin instructor had yet to make an appearance, leaving the contraption unacknowledged. Huai'an rummaged through his backpack, producing 3 snacks to share with Naruto and Sasuke. As they munched on the treats, propping their faces in their hands, they gazed longingly out the door, hoping for a teacher to descend from the heavens and rescue them. 3 lost little ninjas. While eating, Naruto grew increasingly agitated. Is our new teacher constipated or something? Why isn't he here? Huai'an glanced at the food in his hand, suddenly losing his appetite, and forcefully shoved a piece into Naruto's mouth. Just eat, and keep your comments to yourself, he urged. He was even grateful that Sasuke sat a distance away, likely unable to hear Naruto's words. Embarrassed, Naruto scratched his head just as a sudden noise echoed from outside, signaling that the prank had been triggered. The 3 of them turned their hopeful gazes toward the door. But instead of the anticipated sound of the chalkboard eraser hitting a face, they heard a rather lackadaisical voice. The new student is quite lively. A chalk-covered eraser zoomed toward Naruto, too fast for Huai'an to intervene, and he could only think, this Jonin is no ordinary one. With a resounding smack, the eraser struck Naruto's forehead, leaving Huai'an stiffly staring at the white-haired, one-eyed ninja who had just entered. The familiar appearance transported Huai'an back to the hidden cloud battle from years ago. Could this be the Umbu ninja from that time, now transitioned to the public sector? As Huai'an stared in a daze, the ninja glanced up, a slight smile gracing his lips as he raised a finger to his mouth in a shushing gesture. Huai'an blinked and nodded dumbly. In contrast to the stunned Huai'an, Naruto had no recollection of this ninja at all, rubbing the rapidly swelling bump on his forehead. He pointed at the ninja and shouted, You're so late. And you even attacked a student. What a lack of professionalism. The term teacher's ethics was imparted to him by Huai'an, primarily to commend Irika-sensei. Who would have thought that this fellow would forget everything he ought to remember while recalling with utmost clarity that which he should not? Now, he dares to accuse the seemingly unapproachable new teacher. The white-haired ninja across the way scratched his head, surprisingly affable as he said, My apologies for being an hour late. I had an upset stomach this morning. This excuse was quite genuine. Yet it faltered before the calm scrutiny of the seasoned Jonin observing the 3. However, Naruto, being a remarkably straightforward child, immediately believed him. After a huff, he ceased further discourse. Sasuke, seated quietly to the side, remained silent, subtly evaluating the tall man with sharp, elongated eyes. This Jonin, undaunted, after issuing his apology, gazed at the trio and sighed. Honestly, I thought I might be assigned a delightful girl. But it turns out I have 3 boys who will grow into rather unruly men. He continued, but that's all right. Boys don't require as much meticulous care. I look forward to your guidance in future missions. The 3 exchanged glances and politely responded, Thank you for your guidance, sensei. The white-haired ninja swept his hair back, hands now in his pockets, and declared, I hereby announce the establishment of Team 7 of the Konoha Genin. He then suggested they introduce themselves to one another, starting with him. I am Hitaki Kakashi. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall be your team leader for the coming years. Whether you like that or not is of little consequence. Disliking it would be troublesome. Huai'an listened in disbelief, wondering what this was, aside from names. They knew nothing about one another. Yet Naruto was brimming with enthusiasm, immediately chiming in, I am Uzumaki Naruto. I love Ichiraku ramen, and I have nothing I dislike. I will become the Hokage of Konoha and earn everyone's recognition. Kakashi scrutinized his face, encouragingly responding, quite an admirable dream. Among Konoha's genin, more than half aspire to become Hokage. Keep at it. Huai'an stole a glance at Sasuke, noting his aloof demeanor, and quickly understood that the proud Sasuke wished to have the final word. With a smile, Huai'an addressed Kakashi, "I am Yamanaka Huai'an. I enjoy fine cuisine, have no dislikes. And my dream is to become a formidable ninja, wealthy in the shinobi world." Kakashi regarded the golden-haired, bright-eyed youth before him, whose delicate features rendered gender indistinct, and his lips curled slightly in amusement. "You have quite the ambition, expressing 2 wishes. How greedy. However, you are still far from being a powerful ninja, so keep pushing forward." He then glanced at the exquisite pendant resting on Huai'an's neck, his tone inquisitive. "What is that around your neck?" When he first encountered this child, the summoning beast had shown signs of restlessness, and he was curious, unable to glean any information. Huai'an gently touched the pendant, which had improved considerably, yet he still cherished wearing it, and replied with a smile, "This is my summoning beast. It's quite impressive. It also serves as my teacher. When the summoning beast is awake, it guides him in his training, as Huai'an has unilaterally regarded it as yet another mentor. After all, aside from ninjutsu training, it has provided him with guidance in various disciplines. His marksmanship has notably improved, and his training progress remains stable." Zheng Xian remarked that once he reaches the foundation establishment stage, he will be able to manipulate objects for flight and even explore side ventures such as alchemy, weapon forging, and talisman crafting. In Zheng Xian's perspective, these are merely foundational skills. Huai'an is also filled with anticipation. When Kakashi noticed Huai'an speaking of his summoning beast, admiration and joy sparkled in his eyes, indicating that this unknown creature remains relatively calm. As the two concluded their introductions, Kakashi turned towards Sasuke, who sat with his arms crossed, amusement dancing in his expression. "Now what about you?" Sasuke cast a fleeting glance at them and replied, "Uchiha Sasuke, I relish Sangsawanzas, and I harbor a dislike for that man. I will surely kill him in the future." As he spoke of that individual, his voice turned frigid and heavy, akin to ice. The mere mention of that person seemed to alter his demeanor, reminiscent of his former self. Huai'an felt a twinge of concern. He harbored an unsettling belief that Sasuke might stray down a dark path, driven by hatred for his brother. Naruto, meanwhile, whispered to Huai'an, trying to show off. Huai'an tugged at his sleeve, signaling that now was not the time for such banter. The seasoned jonin before them observed Sasuke with a serious expression, gently advising, "Such unappealing aspirations, you must pay attention to your surroundings. Your life does not revolve around a single individual." After delivering this counsel, he noticed Sasuke with his eyes cast down, standing rigidly, seemingly oblivious to the words spoken. Kakashi shifted his focus back to the 2 other charming children. "Today, we have acquainted ourselves. Tomorrow at 5 in the morning, we shall gather at the training ground outside of Konoha. The tasks ahead will be quite demanding. It is advisable to refrain from breakfast, lest you feel unwell." In an effort to lighten the somber atmosphere, Huai'an promptly replied, "Understood, Kakashi-sensei." The other 2 echoed his response, and in an instant, the jonin vanished. Huai'an felt a complex whirlwind of emotions following Sasuke's response, and returned home lacking vitality. Zheng Xian descended from Huai'an's neck and settled comfortably on his bed, his chin resting on his curled form. Observing Huai'an's restless state, he remarked, "If you cannot calm your mind, it would be best not to force your training. Your spiritual energy is in disarray. Absorbing it into your body could harm your meridians." Huai'an opened his eyes and turned to the coiled little dragon. "I am merely concerned. Sasuke has always been the type to withhold his thoughts, keeping them bottled up within. As he matures, I sense an urgency emanating from him." Zheng Xian could not comprehend why Huai'an was so preoccupied with those around him rather than focusing on his own growth. After all, once one embarks on the path of cultivation, ordinary individuals will merely become memories, and the journey ahead must be traversed alone. Zheng Xian gazed at Huai'an, asserting, "As long as you grow stronger, you will be able to intervene when he faces trouble, so there is no need for concern." Huai'an recognized the truth in this. Yet he felt that Sasuke was overly susceptible to external influences, often burdening himself due to the actions of others. For instance, previously, Sasuke had observed that Huai'an's martial skills were advancing rapidly, and upon mastering a particular style of spear technique, he devoted himself to his training with renewed vigor, as though intent on surpassing someone. Such intensity was remarkable. Huai'an lay on the ground, stretching, while inquiring, "Jinshuan, have you ever encountered anyone like Sasuke? When those who resonate with him excel beyond his capabilities, he drives himself to elevate his own skills." Jinshuan, with his golden vertical pupils calm and composed, replied, "No." He harbored a disdain for humanity and preferred solitary training, deeming the strangers he encountered as weak and no threat to him. Huai'an tilted his head, genuinely admiring. "How enviable. Jinchuan, it seems you don't have to ponder much." Jinchuan narrowed his eyes, observing the seemingly unperturbed little imp, feeling as though he had been criticized. Huai'an held no ulterior motives. His admiration was sincere. Resting his chin on the tatami mat, his emerald eyes turned to Jinchuan. "Ah, the phrase goes, when soldiers come, one must defend. When water flows, one must cover the earth, right, Jinchuan?" Jinchuan, with his gaze lowered, acknowledged him with a sound. Huai'an, still in a playful mood, made his way to his bed, eventually settling around its edges. He rested his chin atop the bedding, his clean visage nestled beside Jinchuan's form, his lively eyes earnestly scrutinizing Jinchuan's physique. "Jinchuan, how is your body faring?" Jinchuan felt a warm breath brush against him, causing his body to curl slightly in discomfort. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with a pair of cross-eyed expressions, prompting him to stifle a grin, bending the usually stern and dignified vertical pupils. Unbeknownst to Huai'an, he too smiled, deliberately focusing his eyes in the center, laughing, cross-eyed. Huai'an was filled with joy once again. Jinchuan addressed him. "My body has improved significantly. However, it still requires a lengthy recuperation. Now that I am more alert, feel free to pose any inquiries you may have." Huai'an nodded, "All right." As he spoke, he extended a finger to touch Jinchuan's beautiful scales, finding them cool and quite pleasant. Jinchuan closed his eyes once more, accustomed to Huai'an's gentle touches. As long as it was not excessive, he remained indifferent, embodying a serene tranquility. Huai'an did not disturb him further. Seeing Jinchuan resting, he returned to his cushion, intending to break through to the 10th level of qi cultivation that very night. At midnight, Huai'an successfully achieved the breakthrough, elevating his overall state. After freshening up, he placed Jinchuan beside his pillow and lay down next to him, drifting into slumber. The following morning, Huai'an was awakened by Jinchuan's gentle entanglement as he stirred. Jinchuan withdrew his tail from just above Huai'an's nose, curling back into the crook of Huai'an's neck. Huai'an glanced outside at the dark blue sky, where a few stars still twinkled in the expanse. It was time to rise and fulfill his mission. After preparing himself, he recalled Kakashi-sensei's instruction to forego breakfast. Though he was puzzled, he resolved to comply. However, considering the day's task might preclude him from having lunch at home, he prepared an enormous meal box, ample enough to serve 4 people. This was the wisdom imparted by his mother from the mountains, to forge friendships through shared meals. This approach allows new teachers to quickly assimilate. Huai'an placed his lunchbox into his backpack, which bulged slightly. The mountain residence was shrouded in darkness, save for the glowing light emanating from Huai'an's room. As he stepped outside, a brisk morning breeze enveloped him, causing him to shiver. He pulled the zipper of his sports jacket up to his neck to shield himself from the chill. Upon arriving at the training ground, he found himself alone. With just 15 minutes remaining until the designated time, Huai'an had no intention of standing idly in the cold. He decided to utilize this time to engage in physical and weapon training. Huai'an removed his outer jacket, donning only a shirt, and adjusted the weighted wristbands on his arms, positioning them just above his elbows. These weighted bands were purchased from the premium system to enhance his control over his limbs. As the current weights in Konoha did not meet his needs, he retrieved his spear and began a series of thrusts and strikes, diligently practicing the foundational movements of his weapon training routine. As he trained, Sasuke and Naruto arrived punctually. These two were ill-suited for such external training and lacked interest, so they proceeded to practice at their own pace nearby. The trio exchanged brief greetings but fell silent thereafter. They waited from 5 a.m. until 8 a.m., yet their new Jonin instructor had still not appeared. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow and sat down, exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. Why hasn't Kakashi-sensei arrived yet?" Huai'an, feeling similarly ravenous after adding an extra set to his training, noticed the flush on his face and arms. After sipping some warm salt water, he took a moment to rest. Glancing at the sun, now high in the sky, Kakashi-sensei isn't feeling unwell again, is he? Sasuke jumped down from a tree, frowning in disdain. No, he simply doesn't adhere to our agreements. Huai'an surveyed the empty path they had come from and suggested, "Shall we go grab breakfast?" After all, Kakashi-sensei is still absent. Naruto, glancing around and seeing no sign of anyone, immediately agreed, "Sure." At that moment, Sasuke also approached, unwilling to wait alone. Before Huai'an could speak, Naruto seized his arm, insisting, "I'm going with you. Let Sasuke wait here." Sasuke yanked Huai'an toward him and dismissed Naruto. "You stay here. You take too long to eat. You always eat a lot." Naruto glared at Sasuke, then pulled Huai'an back by the arm. Observing the two at odds, Huai'an pondered aloud. "Actually, I brought my homemade lunch. If you don't mind, we could have it for breakfast, though it might be a bit greasy." Upon hearing it was Huai'an's cooking, Naruto was instantly eager, exclaiming, "That's fantastic. Getting to eat Huai'an's food will make Choji envious." Huai'an smiled and turned to Sasuke, asking, "Do you mind? If it's too rich. I also have your favorite fruit tea to help cut through the grease." Sasuke released Huai'an's arm and nodded in gratitude. Huai'an, with a cheerful demeanor, guided the two companions beneath a grand tree, unfurling a picnic blanket upon the ground and retrieving a selection of delicacies and beverages. He gazed at them and remarked, "We must exercise some restraint. Otherwise, should today's task prove too burdensome, do refrain from regurgitation." Naruto promptly retorted, "Not a chance. Once food enters my stomach, it shall not escape." Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, while Huai'an swiftly handed him a bun, urging him to refrain from uttering anything peculiar. The trio dined leisurely for over an hour, with their teacher yet to arrive. Naruto, propping his chin on his hand, lamented, "Where is Kakashi-sensei?" Huai'an had already settled into a cross-legged meditation, eyes closed, responding, "Just wait. He will surely remember us." Sasuke, positioned nearby, practiced hand seals in silence, though the intensity and speed of his gestures increased with each passing moment. As the trio grew anxious, maintaining a semblance of compliance, a leisurely voice broke the tension. "Good morning." Naruto immediately pointed, his finger trembling as he exclaimed, "You're late." Kakashi, tousling his hair with an air of resignation, replied, "My alarm clock malfunctioned today." Huai'an regarded this claim with skepticism, his eyes barely opening to reveal his disapproval of Kakashi's lackadaisical attitude. If this continued, he pondered, what respect could they, as lower-ranked ninjas, extend towards a teacher who disregarded their schedules? Huai'an felt compelled to express his discontent. Time was of the essence, and those who flouted rules were not worthy of his esteem. For the first time, Huai'an's assertiveness surprised Kakashi, who paused momentarily, acknowledging, "This time, I was at fault. I assure you it will not happen again." Huai'an chose not to press the matter further, falling into silence. Sasuke glanced at Huai'an, then at Kakashi, reflecting that a teacher should at least embody the virtues of a mentor. Naruto, standing resolutely behind his companions, echoed, "Exactly. We've been waiting here for hours. Our mission is being delayed." Observing their united front, Kakashi mused that his planned evaluation seemed futile, as they had already banded together against him due to his tardiness. However, recognizing the necessity of understanding the trio's foundational skills, he steeled himself to proceed. He lifted his gaze to meet Huai'an's serious expression, his concealed smile barely visible beneath his mask. "Well then, I need to conduct an assessment. Only upon passing this will you officially join Team 7. Huai'an stood up, facing the amateur instructor, inquiring, "What sort of assessment?" This was a protocol he had never encountered before, yet he resolved to inquire about it with Shikamaru later. Naruto frowned, questioning, "Aren't we supposed to be on a mission? Why the assessment?" "First, we shall conduct the assessment. The mission has been postponed. No need to fret, newcomers." Kakashi replied nonchalantly. Without allowing further debate, he retrieved 2 bells from behind him, ringing them to capture their attention. Once the sound of the bells resonated, he announced, "There are 2 bells here. Whoever among you is first to grasp a bell shall dine at noon. Those who have not obtained the bells must endure the pangs of hunger." Naruto glanced at Huai'an, who blinked and exchanged a meaningful look with Sasuke, silently suggesting that they might want to mention their recent breakfast and the abundance of food and drink they enjoyed. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, questioning if this approach would suffice for Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi sensed a subtle nuance in their expressions, yet noticing the eager little fox to his far left, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, they were trying to snatch the bells from his grasp. "Sensei Kakashi, please call out begin." Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. Missing a meal was trivial. He was determined to showcase the prowess of Naruto Uzumaki. Huai'an and Sasuke exchanged a glance, ultimately resolving to follow orders. Huai'an was well aware of the abilities possessed by the white-haired Jonin and felt ill-equipped for a direct confrontation. Sasuke, renowned for his speed, knew it was unwise to engage a seasoned ninja head-on. Thus, When Kakashi called for the start, the two swiftly retreated to conceal themselves behind the trees. Before Huai'an could observe the surroundings discreetly, he heard Naruto proclaim loudly, "Sensei Kakashi, here I come." To his surprise, and yet not, Huai'an witnessed Naruto making no effort to hide as he boldly confronted the Jonin. Brandishing a kunai, he charged at Kakashi, who remained unfazed, casually dodging Naruto's onslaught. Huai'an lay in the grass, exasperated, as he watched Naruto rush forward only to miss. Standing there, Naruto scanned the area, searching for Kakashi's whereabouts. Just as he was glancing about, he was struck by a surprise attack from behind, causing him to leap up, clutching his backside. Anyone witnessing this scene would be rendered speechless. It was a bizarre tactic that fell far below any acceptable standard. Huai'an shuddered, silently vowing to remain vigilant of his surroundings in the future to avoid such unexpected ambushes. Jinchuan, stirred by Huai'an's emotions, opened one eye just long enough to be startled by this blunt, unrefined attack. A deep voice resonated in Huai'an's mind, warning him not to emulate such a teacher. This method was nothing short of mutually destructive. Being a person of pride, Huai'an had no intention of resorting to such tactics. In the midst of Naruto's brief exchange with Kakashi, Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch shurikens at Kakashi, who swiftly utilized the body replacement technique to evade the assault. Holding a shuriken in his hand, Huai'an caught sight of Kakashi's figure beneath him. Without hesitation, he hurled the shuriken, quickly following up by drawing a long spear, which descended from above, striking the bell with a sharp ring. At this moment, Naruto, having released his grip on his backside, dashed over and exclaimed, "Huai'an, block Kakashi-sensei. We can each take a bell." Huai'an was aware of his own strength, yet was astonished that this white-haired ninja could withstand the force and even repel it. Nearly toppling him, Kakashi's defensive maneuvers bore a striking resemblance to the sword techniques that Huai'an had previously studied. The esteemed Kakashi-sensei truly possesses a depth that remains concealed. Before Huai'an had the chance to instruct Naruto to maintain his distance, he was abruptly hurled away, spear and all. At that moment, Naruto, his head aflame with determination, charged forth. His strength was considerable, yet his attacks lacked finesse, and he soon found himself pinned to the ground. Sasuke, swift as the wind, dashed in from the side, showcasing his exceptional taijutsu and speed, engaging Kakashi-sensei in a fierce exchange. Huai'an was pleasantly surprised to witness Sasuke's fingers brush against the bell. However, it was akin to a carrot dangled before a mule, only to be snatched away at the last moment. Kakashi-sensei swiftly buried Sasuke in the earth with a decisive technique. Just as Huai'an prepared to assist him, he was ambushed from behind, and in a moment of miscalculation, he tumbled to the ground. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted, revealing a shop that clashed entirely with his aesthetic sensibilities. Anger surged within him. This was indeed a sensitive point. His own establishment was yet to be completed, and here was this fellow presenting a storefront that shattered his ideals, an eyesore that was utterly discordant with his vision. He found this unacceptable, and being naturally adept at genjutsu, he quickly discerned the illusion. With a determined resolve, he broke free from the enchantment and charged toward a source of energy fluctuations. Huai'an possessed an acute sensitivity to power, rendering those who concealed themselves nearby easily detectable, akin to possessing a rudimentary version of the Byakugan. He extricated Sasuke from the earth, who promptly brushed off the dirt from his attire. Immediately, he moved to secure Kakashi's left flank, while Naruto summoned shadow clones to block Kakashi's right. Seizing this opportunity, Huai'an launched a counterattack aimed at Kakashi's waist. In the moment of Kakashi's hurried evasion to protect his lower half, Huai'an closed the distance, his refined features appearing in an instant. Kakashi found himself effectively cornered by the trio. Huai'an smirked, his eyes glinting with mischief as his delicate fingers swiftly liberated the bell from Kakashi's waist. Holding the bell aloft, Huai'an declared, "The assessment has concluded, Kakashi-sensei." With a sense of pride, he slung his spear behind him and raised the other hand, triumphantly displaying two bells. At this juncture, Sasuke and Naruto stood resolutely behind Huai'an, not fixating on the bells in his possession but instead adopting a defensive stance, ready to face any external threat. As an outsider, Kakashi chuckled softly, realizing he had indeed stumbled into a predicament. However, he acknowledged that the genin of this seventh team each possessed a unique personality. "Well, now that you have acquired two bells, how shall they be distributed? Regardless of the choice, one of you shall remain without," he remarked. Yet, Huai'an was unfazed. He twirled the two bells in his hands, contemplating. Just as well, I find my blade rather monotonous. I shall repurpose them as adornments. With that, he sheathed his spear and procured a short sword, crafted from chakra metal by his father, sharp enough to slice through gold. After attaching the bells, Huai'an turned to Naruto and Sasuke, saying, "Today, I shall treat you both to a meal. Naruto, Sasuke, I shall keep these 2 bells for myself." Sasuke had not desired this either. Observing the monotonous bell on Huai'an's short dagger, he expressed his disdain, saying, "I could provide you with a more aesthetically pleasing bell. These 2 are rather unremarkable." Naruto, of course, shared his sentiments, yet thinking of the assessment, he tugged at Huai'an's sleeve. "And then, once the evaluation is complete, I shall offer you something better." Huai'an smiled gently. "I believe we ought to have passed the assessment. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi-sensei?" Kakashi glanced at the small bell he had been scorned for, and then at Huai'an, initially perceiving him as a rather straightforward child. He was surprised to find he was a cunning little rabbit. Indeed, the 3 of you have successfully worked together to retrieve the bells, demonstrating mutual assistance and commendable teamwork. Each possesses distinct strengths and weaknesses. Overall, your performance has met the standards, and you are permitted to proceed. However, he felt a tinge of sorrow regarding the 2 plain lunchboxes he had brought. The disruption of the usual routine made matters complicated. Noticing the 2 unremarkable food containers Kakashi was holding, Naruto rubbed his belly and remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, you may eat if you're hungry. We had quite a lot this morning, so we're not very famished yet." Kakashi looked at the 3 with astonishment. "I distinctly remember advising you not to consume anything." Naruto scratched his head. "True, but you arrived late, and we grew hungry, so we ate the luncheon and brought." Kakashi turned his gaze towards the culprit and found the child beaming like a sunflower, seemingly oblivious to any wrongdoing. Yet, considering that this child was straightforward when needed, capable in physical combat, resilient against genjutsu, and presumably adept at chakra control, it would be inappropriate to criticize him over a matter of dining. The 3rd Hokage truly had a knack for arranging 3 distinctly different children under his tutelage. Kakashi addressed the trio, "Very well. If you are not hungry, then let us forego the meal." He reined in his laziness and spoke with a serious tone. "From tomorrow onward, we shall commence undertaking some low-level missions. Be prepared. We shall gather at the Konoha Bridge at 8 a.m. For today, we shall disperse." As they prepared to leave, Huai'an promptly reminded, "Kakashi-sensei, please do not be late tomorrow." Kakashi paused for a moment, waved his hand, and departed. On the following day, the teacher was not late. How delightful. Kakashi outlined the tasks, and with hearts brimming with excitement, the 3 made their way to the task farm to commence their cleaning duties. On their first day, they undertook a D-rank mission to clean the farm. The second day brought them a cat-finding task. The third day was dedicated to weeding. By the 4th day, having engaged in numerous D-rank missions, Huai'an had begun to discern the composition of personnel responsible for assigning these tasks. Villagers of Konoha encountering various issues would delegate them to ninjas for resolution. After resolving a dispute, Huai'an held the 300 ryo he had earned and felt it insufficient for the emotional distress he had endured. What necessity was there for ninjas to handle such tasks, thereby wasting money? Yet, it appeared that ninjas indeed executed their duties with remarkable efficiency. Huai'an contemplated the prospect of earning over 10,000 each day from his stall. He mused that if he were to post tasks in Konoha and recruit some inexpensive genin to sell beverages for him, a daily income of 100,000 would not merely be a dream. Once this matter was settled, Huai'an and his companions found the 3rd Hokage idling in the Hokage Tower, stamped the task as completed, and then departed. As Huai'an glanced at his weary companions, he sensed that if they continued in this manner, their enthusiasm would soon wane. Turning around, he addressed Kakashi, who trailed behind them. "Kakashi-sensei, when can we undertake C-rank missions? We must have nearly exhausted all the D-rank tasks available to us genin." Kakashi's eyes emerged from behind his book. "Not yet. Although your task completion speed is commendable, Konoha still receives a considerable number of new D-rank missions each day." Naruto scratched his head, exclaiming, "I want to take on C-rank missions, Kakashi-sensei." Although Sasuke remained silent, his gaze remained fixed on Kakashi with keen anticipation. Kakashi pondered for a moment. "You've been tackling D-rank missions for nearly 2 months now. Your accumulated experience is substantial, so it may be time to challenge a C-rank mission. I'll inquire tomorrow about any straightforward C-rank tasks." The eyes of the 3 brightened instantaneously. "That's wonderful. Kakashi-sensei is amazing." Huai'an joyfully gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi-sensei, you rock. Kakashi lowered his gaze at him and playfully pressed down on Huai'an's thumb. Oi. The tasks for today are complete. We will disband as usual and reconvene at the same time and place tomorrow. As soon as the group disbanded, Huai'an dashed towards his new shop to assist the construction crew. He felt a sense of urgency. He believed that by the time they received a C-rank mission, his shop would be ready for its grand opening. Indeed, not long after the shop opened, they finally received their first C-rank task. With eager anticipation, Huai'an gathered with his teammates as usual and followed Kakashi-sensei to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of two individuals. The third Hokage, holding a scroll and puffing on a pipe, was examining something with great focus. Standing before him was a middle-aged man, around his 40s or 50s, with dark skin and calloused hands indicative of hard labor, his muscles well-defined. However, a flush of intoxication colored his face as he clutched a bottle of alcohol. Dressed somewhat raggedly, with an unkempt beard suggesting neglect, Kakashi led the trio to greet the third Hokage. Lord Third, Team 7 has arrived. The middle-aged man turned his gaze towards the slender, white-haired ninja, a look of satisfaction crossing his features. However, as his eyes shifted to Huai'an and his companions, a disdainful expression emerged. Huai'an remained unfazed and offered a friendly smile, causing the man to momentarily hesitate. His mouth opening as if to speak, but ultimately falling silent as he took a swig from his drink. The third Hokage placed the scroll down and addressed Kakashi. Kakashi, this is Mr. Tizuna, a renowned bridge builder. He hails from the land of waves, and this task was specifically assigned by him. He requires the employment of Leaf Village ninjas to ensure his safety during the construction of a bridge. Following an evaluation, the mission was classified as C rank. Kakashi perused the scroll containing the mission details, and upon confirming its validity, he stated, "Yes, we will escort Mr. Dasna safely back to the land of waves." Mr. Dasna turned to Kakashi and inquired, "Are you the only one escorting me back? Surely, those three youngsters behind you will accompany us as well." He appeared somewhat displeased. The third Hokage, however, showed no concern, replying, "Mr. Dasna, this is our elite Jonin from the Leaf, along with his exceptional graduate ninjas. They are more than capable of handling any common issues that may arise. You can entrust your safety to us." Kakashi addressed Dasna directly, "Mr. Dasna, this task is C rank and poses minimal risk, so you need not worry. My teammates and I will ensure your safety completely." Yet, Dasna remained apprehensive, mumbling, "Those kids behind you are quite young. Are you certain they won't just cause trouble?" Kakashi restrained Naruto, who was visibly annoyed at Dasna's skepticism. "If you feel our capabilities are insufficient, Mr. Dasna, you may request a task upgrade. The Leaf will then assign more formidable ninjas to safeguard your well-being." Huai'an peeked from behind Kakashi, puzzled, and asked, "Uncle Dasna, why are you so concerned about a simple escort mission?" Dasna's expression shifted awkwardly, and he raised his voice. "During the mission, you must exert every effort to protect me. If you fail in this regard, I shall withhold the subsequent task's reward." Kakashi discerned the man's bluster beneath a facade of bravado, and noted his attire suggested financial constraints. The third Hokage chuckled reassuringly, "Rest assured, Mr. Dasna, our genin are exceptionally talented. They have all passed rigorous assessments to graduate and undertake missions. Their professionalism is beyond question." Dasna, still respectful towards the Hokage, chose not to argue further and turned to leave. Kakashi observed his departing figure and addressed the third Hokage, Lord Third. "We shall take our leave now and embark tomorrow." The third Hokage nodded and turned to the three young ninjas. "This will be your first mission outside the village. Do your best." The trio responded earnestly. As Naruto stepped outside the Hokage's office, he confided in Huai'an, "Ainin, I am not fond of Mr. Dasna. I really do not wish to undertake this task." Huai'an shook his head. "Come now, this is our first C-rank mission. Do not be like this. If anything, just avoid conversing with him along the way." Sasuke maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unconcerned, yet Huai'an noticed the slight downturn of his lips, a sign of his discontent. Noticing this, Huai'an sidled up to Sasuke and changed the subject. "Sasuke, will you be visiting the ninja tool shop later?" Sasuke turned to Huai'an, contemplated for a moment, and nodded. Huai'an immediately smiled. "Sasuke, could you please buy me 20 shurikens, the kind I usually use? I need to head to the shop." Sasuke was aware that Huai'an's Clear River Forest had recently opened and seemed to be quite popular. As a young proprietor, he must have been rather busy. He nodded and replied, "Sure, I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Huai'an nodded in response. Thanks. Hearing this, Naruto also expressed his desire to exchange some shurikens, saying, I want to go too. However, Sasuke paid him no heed and set off first. Pouting, Naruto hurried to catch up, eager to outpace Sasuke. While Huai'an observed the two as they competed with one another, gradually fading into the distance. Kakashi, watching the interaction among the three, placed his hand on Huai'an's head, inquiring, Our little shopkeeper, what are you off to do? Huai'an shook his head, a touch of indignation evident as he retorted, Kakashi-sensei, you mustn't touch my head anymore, or I won't grow tall. Kakashi chuckled and playfully ruffled his hair. What a ridiculous notion. As long as you eat well, you'll grow as tall as your teacher. Huai'an gazed up. Indeed, Kakashi was quite tall, towering half a head above his father in the mountains. Though his physique was athletic, he appeared somewhat slender. Out of a sense of fondness, Huai'an ceased to resist, stating, I'm headed to the shop. It just opened recently, and I'm quite busy. Kakashi followed closely behind. Perfect. I would like to purchase a cherry cake as well. I'll accompany you. We can save ourselves the trouble of waiting in line. Huai'an mused that it was peculiar for Kakashi to be around today, as he seldom appeared during missions, but today he seemed to be waiting for him. As a teacher, Huai'an felt compelled to bring him along. Upon arrival, they found a long queue extending from the shop's entrance to neighboring stores. Fortunately, with staff members maintaining order, there were no negative repercussions. Huai'an glanced around and promptly guided Kakashi through the back entrance. Recognizing Huai'an's busyness, Kakashi did not require a greeting and approached a familiar staff member at the front desk to request a small cake to be packaged. Kakashi had visited this place before its opening, so the employees recognized him and were quite welcoming, aware of his role as Huai'an's teacher. Meanwhile, Huai'an returned to the kitchen to continue supervising the two newly hired chefs. The recipes for the desserts he had written required comprehension, and they often had queries that necessitated Huai'an's clarification. He aimed to familiarize them as quickly as possible. Otherwise, the shop would struggle to meet demand. Recently, all food had been prepared by Huai'an himself, stored in a space where freshness was never a concern. However, with an impending mission outside the village, and considering their pace, Huai'an estimated it would take at least 2 weeks. During his absence, if the aunties could not manage, sales would have to be temporarily halted. Fortunately, prior to the shop's construction, these two aunties had already begun their training. They had now mastered several desserts, all of which Huai'an had personally tasted. Aside from not being sold, their skills were ready for deployment. After giving instructions, Huai'an noticed the two aunties engaging in discussion and research, so he approached Uncle Murakami, who was tallying the accounts at the counter. How are the accounts? Huai'an inquired. Murakami wrote down the numbers and then responded, they're satisfactory. The accounts are quite simple at the moment. The raw materials are abundant, and the shop will soon balance out the expenses incurred during construction. Huai'an, that's good. I will cultivate a bit more land on the mountain and plant some tea leaves, as well as some fruits that are easy to grow. Uncle from the village nodded with a smile. As Huai'an was contemplating, he suddenly remembered that he needed to inform Uncle from the village about his upcoming mission. Uncle, tomorrow I will be leaving the village for a sea-level mission. I would appreciate it if you could oversee the shop while I'm gone. Please feel free to relay any messages to me. The uncle nodded, looking at Huai'an with a sense of satisfaction. You're finally going on your first mission outside the village. You needn't worry about the shop. I will manage it. Though I may not be highly skilled, I can handle simple tasks. Otherwise, what purpose would there be for a highly paid shopkeeper? Huai'an, reassured by the uncle's confidence, smiled and replied, Well then, I leave the shop in your capable hands. The uncle nodded. There's not much to do here. You should hurry home and prepare. It's your first mission outside the village, and your parents will surely be concerned. Huai'an raised an eyebrow. They want to be worried. Once one becomes a ninja, such missions are rather frequent, aren't they? The uncle nodded in agreement. That said, after checking the shop and realizing it truly did not require his presence, he bid farewell to Kakashi-sensei, who was seated in a booth reading, drinking tea, and enjoying desserts. Before heading home, upon his swift return, his mother, Yamanaka, was pleasantly surprised. You're back so soon from your mission? Huai'an settled down beside her. Actually, I didn't go on a mission today. I merely accepted a sea-level task. Yamanaka set her cup down, astonished. A sea-level mission? You're permitted to venture outside the village now? Huai'an nodded. Yes, we have accumulated enough D-level missions, so Lord Hokage assigned us a sea-level escort task. Yamanaka acknowledged. I see. When you go far away, remember to bring money, ninja tools, and 2 changes of clothes. You needn't prepare anything else. You can purchase additional supplies en route. Huai'an nodded. All right, I will prepare shortly. Mother, should I pack some food as well? Yamanaka shook her head. Just prepare some soldier pills and rice balls. Other food is not convenient to carry and may become cumbersome. You can find more food along the way. Huai'an nodded. Then noticed Yamanaka pulling out a book titled Survival Guide for the Wild from her pocket, handing it to him. As he opened it, he recognized the handwriting of the Yamanaka couple. The pages contained instructions on how to find direction in the wilderness, locate edible water sources, prepare food, what to avoid, and what could be utilized. It was evident they had put in considerable effort, as the content was thorough and logical, filled with essential information for someone venturing out. Huai'an gently caressed the cover, feeling a warmth in his heart, and smiled brightly. I'm so grateful to have you both supporting me. Otherwise, I would be utterly lost on my journey. Yamanaka patted Huai'an's shoulder and took a sip of her tea. All right, let us have a nice dinner tonight. Get to bed early. You mustn't keep your teacher waiting tomorrow. Huai'an pouted. I won't be late. Jin Xian will make sure to wake me. In the mountains. Mother Shan cast a glance at him, then turned to listen to Huai'an's words as she opened her serene, vertically slit eyes. The alarm clock I prepared for you previously has proven utterly ineffective. Indeed, Jinshuan is quite dependable. Huai'an scratched his head, lowering his gaze toward Jinshuan, offering a smile of endearment. Mother Shan observed the pair, one person and one beast, with a gentle smile. How is Jinshuan's injury faring? Huai'an gently poked Jinshuan's little horn, only to have it evade him, as Jinshuan circled to the other side. Huai'an chuckled, saying, Jinshuan claims he is much better, yet still requires further recuperation. Mother Shan sighed. Jinshuan has endured much in the past. He must take good care of his recovery. Jinshuan politely nodded, prompting an immediate smile from Mother Shan. That evening, after a sumptuous dinner, Huai'an conversed with Mother Shan for a while before returning to his room. As he tidied his belongings, he addressed Jinshuan, who was coiled on the bed. Jinshuan, this marks my second time leaving the village. I barely noticed anything the first time. This time, I must keenly observe and capture the scenery, compiling it into a unique task manual. Jinshuan glanced at the desk, where a D-grade task notebook had accumulated at least 30 or 40 pages. Tilting his head, he hummed in acknowledgement. After packing some snacks and 2 sets of clothing into his small backpack, Huai'an added a camera and set it aside. He decided not to prepare anything else, for his planting space contained a designated area already stocked with numerous items: ninjutsu scrolls, clothing, daily necessities, and food. In short, Huai'an felt no worry about provisions in the wild. Jinshuan observed him tidy for merely 5 minutes before he began examining the scrolls. He climbed down again, fixating on Huai'an's serious profile, utterly perplexed by the fluctuations of the youth's emotions. One moment excited, the next calm. The heart of a child shifts as unpredictably as the weather in June. Jinshuan curled up once more, slipping back into slumber. Huai'an, on the other hand, continued perusing the compendium of sealing techniques. He had devoted considerable time to this study, yet had only mastered 2 techniques, the triangular sealing and the 4-symbol sealing. Huai'an found the ninjutsu listed in the compendium to be quite challenging, each requiring extensive research. Although he enjoyed learning, it truly taxed his mind. He persisted in exploring the relatively simpler sealing techniques, but soon fatigue overtook him, and he collapsed onto the tatami mat. Jinshuan opened his eyes to find Huai'an sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, his body transformed to human height, and he gently wrapped his tail around Huai'an's waist, lifting him onto the bed. Jinshuan then swam back, casting a glance at the compendium of sealing techniques spread out on the floor. He discerned that even the basic formations were more complex than this. Unable to fathom why Huai'an struggled to understand, he contemplated Huai'an's current cultivation level. From beside him, Jinshuan conjured a fist-sized, dark cavity, inserting the tip of his tail within. In an instant, he extracted a tome of talismans, believing it to be more effective than the formations he was currently studying. He placed both books on the nightstand and climbed back onto Huai'an's bed. Just as he was about to shrink in size, Huai'an's arms encircled him tightly. Huai'an found the object he embraced to be pleasantly cool, a sensation that brought him comfort as he curved his lips into a smile in his slumber. Jinshuan ceased his movements, remaining still in the embrace, resting his head above Huai'an's and coiling his tail around the boy's legs. From a distance, it appeared as though a silver dragon was cradling a delicate, golden-haired youth, forming a picturesque tableau of harmony between man and beast. However, there was no time for admiration, as Huai'an was not a tranquil sleeper. in the midst of his dreams. He nearly sprawled across the silver dragon's body. Disturbed, Zhenxuan opened his slit pupils to observe what mischief the child would concoct next. Huai'an's fair cheeks brushed against the cool, jade-like scales, and he clung tightly to the dragon's form with hands and feet. Zhenxuan was rendered speechless, casting a mild glance downward before gently prodding Huai'an with the tip of his tail, nudging him away slightly. Upon feeling Huai'an loosen his grip, Zhenxuan shrank in size, wrapping around the boy's neck, applying a gentle constriction as a form of reprimand. Huai'an, he called softly. Half awake, Huai'an let out a small murmur, prompting Zhenxuan to ease his hold. Huai'an drifted back into sleep, while Zhenxuan extricated himself from the boy's neck, coiling beside his pillow to continue his slumber and recuperate. The following morning, as Huai'an awoke, he casually placed a book from his desk into his spatial pocket, entirely unaware of an additional tome on talismans that had materialized. After finishing breakfast, he donned his backpack and exchanged greetings with the maternal figure in the mountains before heading to the village's entrance to gather. The sentinels of Wooden Leaf Village, 2 young individuals, greeted Huai'an warmly. Though he was not well acquainted with them, he offered a friendly nod and smile in return. After inhaling the fresh morning air outside the gate for a moment, the remaining companions began to arrive. Naruto, with his small backpack, gazed ahead excitedly, exclaiming, "All right, let's set off for the land of waves." Huai'an chuckled. "Naruto, why are you so thrilled?" Naruto, curious, glanced around with exuberance in his voice. "Because I've never left the village before." Mr. Dazna, shouldering his bag, pointed at Naruto and turned to Kakashi, saying, "Hey, is it really all right to send this little brat?" Kakashi chuckled. "Haha, with me, the Jonin, accompanying you, there's no need for concern." Irritated, Naruto turned around. "Don't underestimate ninjas, you old man. I'm quite formidable and will become a super elite ninja, the Hokage. Remember my name, Uzumaki Naruto." Dazna took a sip of alcohol and scrutinized Naruto from the corner of his eye. "The Hokage is the strongest ninja in your village, right? I don't think you, little brat, can achieve that." Naruto retorted, "I am fully prepared to do whatever it takes to become Hokage, and when I do, even you, old man, will have to acknowledge me." "Humph, I won't recognize you, even if you become Hokage," Dazna replied coldly. Naruto, incensed, was ready to rush forward and teach the drunken old man a lesson. Kakashi swiftly grabbed Naruto by the collar. All right, I've already told you to speak less." Naruto fumed. I must give him a punch to wake up that alcohol-soaked brain of his. Huai'an also grasped Naruto's arm. All right, Naruto. It is truly exhausting. Naruto's energy is perpetually abundant. Kakashi summoned Huai'an, Sasuke, and Naruto. "All right, our first mission is about to commence. Huai'an, you will stay by Mr. Dazna's side for his protection. Sasuke will lead the way, while Naruto will scout ahead. If there are no objections, let us set forth." Dazna appeared to have some reservations, yet Kakashi, with a hand casually tucked in his pocket, offered him no glance. He nonchalantly retrieved a book and began to read, exuding an air of utter relaxation. Dazna opened his mouth, then closed it again, finally muttering under his breath, "So lazy, he-s, just like a middle-aged man." Huai'an, observing his furrowed brows and worried expression, reassured him, "Uncle Dazna, do not fret, our group can certainly protect you. As long as we do not encounter any high-ranking ninjas, our journey should be smooth." Dazna's fingers trembled slightly, and he stammered, "Uh-huh." Huai'an sensed that the man was concealing something. Sasuke approached Huai'an and handed him the new shuriken he had brought the previous day. Huai'an gratefully accepted it, saying, "Thank you, Sasuke." He then handed some money to Sasuke. "It's the feel I'm accustomed to." Sasuke moved to Dazna's left side and acknowledged him with a nod. The two positioned themselves around Dazna as the group set out toward the land of waves, the atmosphere remaining quite mundane. However, as they passed a puddle, the tranquility was abruptly shattered. A sound akin to a sliding wool sliced through the air from behind. Huai'an swiftly reacted, intercepting an oncoming foe with long hair, flipping him with his chakra blade. Naruto, upon turning, was momentarily stunned by a weapon aimed at him, while Sasuke launched a kunai to deflect it, delivering a swift kick that sent the assailant flying. Kakashi, in a rather exaggerated manner, subdued the two attackers with a simple chokehold, neutralizing the threat effortlessly. As the commotion subsided, Huai'an, standing protectively in front of Uncle Dazna, exhaled in relief. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, looked down at Naruto with a condescending gaze. "You're not hurt, are you, coward?" Naruto remained speechless, an unusual moment of silence for him. Huai'an turned his attention to the still-dazed Naruto. Are you all right, Naruto? Kakashi was furrowing his brows, scrutinizing the mist ninja before them. Suddenly, Huai'an gasped. He turned just in time to see Naruto stab a kunai into the back of his own hand. Blood erupted instantly, and Huai'an rushed to grasp Naruto's wrist. Naruto, what are you doing? Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment. Kakashi observed the rapidly healing wound on Naruto's hand, his brows knitting together slightly. With a grimace of pain, Naruto declared, I should be stronger than before. I must continuously complete missions and train in ninjutsu daily. I will no longer run away or hide. Was this his way of awakening through pain? Huai'an sighed. While that sounds impressive, hurting yourself is not right, and it wastes medical supplies. Kakashi gave Naruto a gentle pat on the head, instantly breaking the fervent mood. Indeed. Huai'an administered a simple bandage and then allowed him to contemplate alone. Kakashi turned his gaze towards the rather troubled Dasuna standing at the side and reminded him, Mr. Dasuna, if there are any matters related to the mission, it would be prudent to disclose them to us so we can take precautions in advance. Dasuna frowned, remaining silent. The unease etched on his face was palpable. Even to the oblivious Naruto, they had not yet reached the land of waves when they encountered an ambush by Chunin, indicating that their assigned task was clearly more than merely a C-rank mission. Regrettably, this stubborn uncle remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any information. Huai'an and the others had no choice but to press on with their task. After several days of arduous travel, they finally reached the borders of the land of waves. The group boarded a small boat that had been waiting at the shore, and as they glided across the water, the ferryman wore an expression of grave seriousness, almost exuding an air of excessive tension. Huai'an scrutinized him for a moment, only to have the man furrow his brow and avert his gaze. Mr. Dasuna, who had been visibly burdened with worries, appeared somewhat calmer upon spotting a partially constructed bridge in the distance. Yet, Huai'an did not let his guard down, as he keenly sensed the humidity of the encroaching mist in the air. Discreetly, he gripped 2 shurikens in his hand, while Kakashi lowered his arms. His gaze fixated on the sea where the dense fog began to dissipate, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere. Naruto lifted his head to admire the bridge drawing nearer and exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this bridge is truly magnificent. The ferryman behind them immediately interjected, his tone tense. Keep your voice down. I only dared to venture out due to the fog. If we're discovered, we'll be in serious trouble. Naruto paused, taken aback. Huh? I've turned off the engine and have been rowing by hand. Just stay quiet, and we'll reach the land of waves by following this bridge. The ferryman maintained a stern expression. Huai'an grasped Naruto's arm and shook his head, prompting Naruto to close his mouth, albeit confused. As the group passed through the bridge's arch, the ferryman exhaled in relief. Dasuna, it seems we have not been detected thus far. Dasuna smiled steadily. Thank heavens. Kakashi addressed Dasuna, stating, Mr. Dasuna, before we reach the dock, there is something I must clarify, the identity and motives of those who attacked you. Otherwise, our mission will conclude upon your disembarkation. Huai'an covertly glanced at Dasuna, sharing his curiosity. They had already accomplished a significant portion of their mission, and if they remained uninformed, their task would become futile. Dasuna sighed, recognizing Kakashi's serious demeanor, which indicated he was speaking earnestly. Alas, please listen to me. This mission indeed exceeds your original scope. In truth, there is a very dangerous individual who wishes for my demise. A dangerous individual? Kakashi regarded Dasuna intently. You may have heard of him. He is the wealthy magnate of a shipping company, a man named Kato. Kakashi's eyes widened slightly. Kato? Is he the one from the Kato group? I've heard he ranks among the wealthiest individuals in the world. Indeed, although he outwardly presents himself as the prominent owner of a shipping company, beneath the surface he resorts to the machinations of thugs and ninjas, engaging in unscrupulous dealings that even infringe upon other enterprises and nations. He is a man who would consume others without leaving a bone. Huai'an inadvertently let out a sound. He was aware of Cardo through the whispers of merchants he had encountered. However, he only knew that Cardo was exceedingly wealthy and had an expansive commercial empire, never suspecting he could be involved in such nefarious activities. A year ago, that man had set his sights on the land of waves. With his financial might and brutality, he swiftly seized control of maritime traffic and transport. For a small island nation like the land of waves, controlling sea trade equates to dominating its wealth, politics, and populace. Cardo's greatest concern now lies in the completion of this bridge. Dasuna raised his gaze to the majestic structure. Thus, The man overseeing the bridge's construction is a thorn in his side, Huai'an quietly added. The two ninjas they encountered previously were indeed Cardo's subordinates, Sasuke confirmed. Yet, I failed to comprehend why you concealed this fact during the declaration. Considering the adversary has even deployed ninjas, Kakashi regarded him intently. The Land of Waves is a nation steeped in poverty, devoid even of funds for a lord. Dasna spoke earnestly. Naturally. I needn't mention that I am unable to afford B rank or higher missions. If you conclude your tasks after landing, I would undoubtedly meet my demise before returning home. It matters little. Even if I were to perish, only my 8-year-old grandson would mourn excessively. Huai'an observed his brazen demeanor and discreetly whispered to Sasuke, Sasuke, is he issuing a threat? My young daughter would likely harbor resentment toward the ninjas of Konoha, though of course, this is not your fault. Kakashi nodded, casting a conflicted glance at the equally perplexed children. It appears that to avoid resentment, we must continue to protect you. Dasna immediately burst into laughter. I truly apologize for that. How brazen, Naruto remarked, with no one daring to refute him. After crossing the bridge, they emerged from the dense fog. Arriving in the Land of Waves, where water abounds and houses are constructed amidst it, they arrived at the dock, where the ferry captain bid a quiet farewell to Uncle Dasna before swiftly departing. The group continued toward Uncle Dasna's home. Kakashi appeared somewhat despondent. They had previously encountered a Chunin, but now the uncertainty loomed. Perhaps a Jonin would be dispatched, which was indeed troublesome. His companions seemed distracted, yet Huai'an gazed upon the verdant, fertile land, reflecting quietly. Kakashi-sensei, they are cultivating pomelo fruit here, which requires ample water and rich soil, something Konoha struggles to sustain. Kakashi turned to Huai'an and, observing his untroubled demeanor as he curiously surveyed the surroundings, noticed that his words carried an air of leadership surveying the land. He smiled and remarked, so, are you planning to enhance this area with commerce once the bridge is completed? Dasna suddenly stepped forward. Ah, young master, I have noticed your striking features and graceful demeanor, as well as your remarkable abilities. Might I inquire about your accomplishments? Huai'an chuckled. Uncle, your flattery is a tad excessive, heh. Nevertheless, I am quite pleased by your praise. He straightened his chest. Though I am still young, I have already opened my first beverage shop. Some fruit tea ingredients require a multitude of fruits. During his time in Konoha, Dasna often overheard villagers discussing a renowned beverage shop, with nearly everyone he encountered carrying a variety of drinks and desserts. However, burdened by his own troubles, he only indulged in alcohol and never visited the place. Yet, he was aware of its popularity. Dasna smiled. You have good taste. The fruits we cultivate here thrive in ways that many other places cannot. They are indeed a specialty. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is that so? I shall take a closer look in the coming days. Once you, Uncle Dasna, complete the bridge construction, I can import fresh fruits from here and develop new beverages. There was another idea Huai'an kept to himself, as it felt too distant. He envisioned opening another Qingchuan forest in the Land of Waves, as he adored the living environment there. Through trade, he could provide a means of income for the locals while also generating profit for himself. Dasna initially thought the boy was merely engaging in child's play, but he was taken aback by Huai'an's earnestness. He paused for a moment. Perhaps you should reconsider. As long as Kato remains, the Land of Waves is not a favorable place. Huai'an blinked. All right, I will be vigilant. Kato is a merchant, and surely he cannot monopolize the business. Dasna fell silent, and Huai'an too paused, sensing the truth in Dasna's words regarding Kato's oppressive nature. Huai'an comfortingly patted the uncle's arm. Let us not dwell on this. We should move on. Dasna pressed his lips together. Indeed, Kakashi's earlier dejection was lifted by Huai'an's lightheartedness. Just as they began to relax while heading towards Dasna's home, a shuriken flew towards Dasna. Sasuke reacted swiftly, hurling his own shuriken, and a clattering sound echoed through the air. Huai'an immediately shielded Dasna from behind, warily scanning their surroundings. Kakashi observed the puddles forming on the ground, his steps seemingly casual, yet in an instant, a towering figure wielding a large blade emerged from the shadows of the water. Before Huai'an and the others, this figure struck, severing Kakashi-sensei at the waist, blood instantly staining the eyes of the three. Huai'an felt a mix of confusion and profound shock. It was hard to believe that Kakashi-sensei could fall victim to such a surprise attack. Naruto stood frozen, appearing dazed, as Huai'an noticed the assailant suddenly turn. With a pair of dark, ominous eyes fixed upon Dasna, who was protecting Huai'an, the figure lunged forward, brandishing the large blade directly at Huai'an. In a panic, Huai'an shouted, "Uncle, step back, quickly!" He stepped forward with resolute determination, his gaze unwavering, as a long spear materialized in his right hand, thrusting upward to valiantly block the ninja before him. As he drew nearer, Huai'an noticed the forehead protector tied around the man's brow, a symbol of the rogue mist ninja. The force of the opponent's strength pushed him back a meter. Dazuna, horrified by the grim scene involving Kakashi, collapsed onto the ground. At Huai'an's command, his mind blanked, and he could only flee in a disheveled manner to the side. Naruto quickly regained his senses, immediately creating shadow clones and charging at Zabuza with a voice filled with fury and fear. "You actually killed Kakashi-sensei." Sasuke found himself in another position, and together they effectively blocked the ninja in the middle. While Huai'an wielded his spear in defense, he shouted, "Naruto, calm down. Kakashi-sensei will not be so easily defeated." The spear swept horizontally but was deftly evaded by the man. At that moment, Naruto threw a punch, which failed to inflict any damage. Instead, he was seized by the wrist and flung into the sea. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals, unleashing the fire-style, great fireball technique. The blazing orb was blinding, yet it was thwarted by a wall of water. This man, a mist ninja, was evidently well-versed in water-style techniques, making him particularly adept at countering fire-style. The fire technique proved ineffective. Sasuke exchanged glances with Huai'an, and they swiftly alternated their positions to attack, determined to exhaust this formidable opponent. The man, skilled in both taijutsu and ninjutsu, summoned 3 water clones as he saw Huai'an and Sasuke working in tandem, each clone intercepting them. This tactic was immediately effective. Huai'an and his companions were already of a higher caliber than ordinary genin. However, at this stage of their growth, their chakra had yet to reach a level capable of confronting a ninja clearly at the rank of jonin. Huai'an found himself unable to break free, blocked by one of the water clones. Frowning, he exerted force with his spear to shove the man back, taking a mere 2 seconds to remove 4 weighted rings from his wrists, feeling an immediate lightness. Gripping the spear tightly, a faint red chakra surged through his hands. With a powerful push of his right foot, he launched himself like an arrow, skillfully aiming for the opponent's weak points. The figure before him was merely a clone, lacking the strength of its original. With unwavering resolve, Huai'an executed a series of swift movements, ultimately piercing through the clone's neck with a single thrust. The red tassel of his spear quickly became dampened by water, only to evaporate instantaneously. As the shadow clone disintegrated into a puddle before him, Huai'an glanced at Dazuna, who was still being pursued by the mist ninja in a desperate flight, fortunate to still be alive. He hurried over, utilizing shurikens from various angles to intercept the descending blade of the ninja. The man's expression, already grim, now bore an air of condescension as he regarded Huai'an with palpable annoyance, akin to a disdainful insect. Such words were unwelcome to Huai'an. Did this man wish to provoke a storm, truly believing he relied solely on taijutsu? In Huai'an's hands, a series of hand seals were formed, unleashing multiple gusts of wind that appeared quite formidable. However, in the end, these wind assaults only forced the opponents to retreat a step or two, while the remainder was thwarted by a massive blade. At that moment, Naruto emerged from the depths of the sea, his gaze ablaze with fury, clearly still in a state of rage as he charged towards Huai'an and his companions. Sasuke had already dealt with the shadow clone, standing protectively in front of Mr. Dazna, striving to shield him from danger. Just as that enormous blade surged forward once more, a pair of sinewy hands grasped the oncoming weapon. Huai'an halted abruptly, for the ninja who had appeared was none other than Kakashi. Kakashi gripped the great sword, his demeanor calm as he addressed the ninja before him, the decapitating blade. "You must be Zabuza Momochi of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist." The fearsome-looking ninja smirked. "Enjoying the show, are we?" Kakashi swiftly unleashed a fire jutsu, obliterating the water clone before him. A figure materialized on the bridge, clutching a thrashing golden-haired fox. Huai'an took a couple of steps forward, anxiously exclaiming, "Naruto? How did you end up in their clutches again?" Kakashi interjected, "Huai'an, you and Sasuke must protect Mr. Dazna here. I will take the lead." Zabuza turned his gaze toward Kakashi, Konoha's copy ninja. "Kakashi, I have no desire to be your enemy. If you surrender the one behind you, I shall return the child to you." Naruto struggled defiantly. "Not a chance, you villain." Zabuza chuckled darkly. "Say another word, and I shall snap your neck." Kakashi raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, forming seals with remarkable speed. I fear that would not be feasible, Mudwall. A sturdy, interconnected ring of earth and stone encircled Zabuza's arms and legs, binding his limbs. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto broke free from Zabuza's grip and fell to the ground. Huai'an called out urgently, "Naruto, come here." Naruto, quick to respond, scrambled towards Huai'an, escaping the perilous zone. He halted, turning to glance at Kakashi and Zabuza, both tall figures standing serenely upon the seemingly tranquil water's surface. Then, Huai'an witnessed a spectacular display. Regardless of the jutsu Zabuza employed, Kakashi flawlessly replicated it in perfect synchrony, as if they were one and the same. This duel was something Huai'an had never anticipated. However, while he was filled with awe and curiosity, Sasuke was overtaken by excitement. His eyes fixed on Kakashi's revealed Sharingan, which bore the three tomo. Why? Sasuke furrowed his brow, his gaze tinged with confusion and doubt. Huai'an grasped the increasingly agitated Sasuke, asking Sasuke what's wrong. Sasuke remained silent, his expression betraying a growing skepticism towards Kakashi. Huai'an, captivated by the battle between the two formidable ninjas, paid little heed to Sasuke's unusual reaction. The ninjutsu exhibited by Kakashi was utterly mesmerizing, captivating Huai'an's gaze. It was not until Momochi Zabuza ceased to compete with Kakashi in ninjutsu that their physical exchanges reached such a rapid pace that they nearly eluded the naked eye. Huai'an's grip on the long spear fluctuated, mirroring the ebb and flow of his breath, which quickened and relaxed in tandem with the unfolding battle. The serpent coiling around his neck, Jinchuan, opened its slit pupils and observed the monotonous duel, tightening its embrace. What? Do you wish to join the fray? Your blood is boiling. Huai'an shook his head. I cannot partake in this battle. I can only reflect on how trivial our routine practice before graduation seems in comparison. Observing these two masters duel, I have much to learn. Jinchuan regarded the combatants, finding nothing particularly remarkable. After all, their techniques in ninjutsu, swordsmanship, and Taoist arts were numerous. These skirmishes appeared simplistic, and with a flick of its tail, it could easily overpower them. The world's natural order seemed somewhat feeble. In their physical confrontation, it was evident that Kakashi held the upper hand. He seized Zabuza and sent him flying with a powerful kick. Suddenly, a vast amount of offensive chakra coalesced in Kakashi's right hand, and Huai'an faintly perceived the sound of birdsong. In an instant, Kakashi's figure flickered, and Zabuza was pierced through the chest by a chakra bolt as swift as lightning. Kakashi retracted his hand, and as Zabuza lay on the ground, before Kakashi could deliver the final blow, an extremely thin needle pierced through Zabuza's head, extinguishing his life. Kakashi, alert, turned his gaze toward the source of the needle and spotted a young boy perched on a tree, clad in a mask that denoted the mist's umbu, observing them silently. Upon realizing he had been detected, the boy gracefully leaped down and knelt, saying, I have been ordered to eliminate the rogue ninja Zabuza. I appreciate your assistance, but I must take his body back to the village. Kakashi scrutinized him. Umbu of the Mist, you appear quite young. Are you executing this mission alone? The boy's voice was warm and gentle. Yes, my companions are pursuing another rogue ninja and will join me shortly. Kakashi approached and checked Zabuza's pulse, confirming his demise, and refrained from further conversation, nodding slightly. The Umbu boy carefully positioned Zabuza's body onto his shoulder, nodded to Kakashi, and swiftly leaped away. Kakashi observed the boy's cautious movements, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Naruto wiped the scars on his face and turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi snapped back to reality, facing the three young ninjas, who appeared disheveled. Yet their demeanor exuded a stark contrast to the tranquility they had embodied before leaving the village. He smiled, acknowledging their growth. Kakashi looked at the trio, his brow arching slightly. You three performed admirably, each protecting your employer and comrades in your own way. Naruto scratched his head, recalling that he had genuinely believed Kakashi had been killed, prompting his impulsive behavior. Huai'an secured the long spear behind his back and flashed a triumphant smile at Kakashi, who had performed admirably moments ago. The four of them turned their gazes towards the disheveled figure of Uncle Dazuna, who was awkwardly hiding beneath the bridge. Huai'an's small face wrinkled in concern as he approached Mr. Dazuna, helping him to his feet with a tone that lacked warmth. Are you all right, Mr.? Dazuna took several deep breaths before waving his hand dismissively. I'm fine. Kakashi stepped forward, observing Dazuna with a serious expression. Mr. Dazuna, you've truly attracted formidable foes. Even rogue ninjas from the mist have been drawn to you. Naruto clenched his fists, his brow furrowing. Humph, no matter how powerful they are, they were still defeated by us. Sasuke scoffed, fool. Naruto, stung by the insult, shot back, shut up, Sasuke. Sasuke turned away, clearly uninterested in engaging. Huai'an found their bickering tiresome. Were these two destined to clash whenever they met? With a sigh, Dazuna, his back slightly hunched, urged, let us go. Please come to my home and rest. Huai'an sheathed his spear, while Kakashi glanced at the sky. All right, let us escort Mr. Dazuna home. Sasuke followed, casting a glance at Kakashi's covered left eye, as if he wished to inquire, but ultimately refrained. Ignoring the exchange, Huai'an, feeling famished after the earlier skirmish, retrieved a box of rice balls from his backpack, distributing one to each of his companions while consuming the rest himself. Uncle Dazuna's home was not far from the bridge, and they arrived swiftly. Upon setting down his belongings, Dazuna called out towards the house, Inari, Tamaina, I'm back. Suddenly, the door of the small house swung open, revealing a competent-looking older sister who smiled at Dazuna. Dad, you're back. Her expression shifted to one of hesitation as she noticed the four ninjas standing behind him. Who are they? Dazuna dipped a basin of water to wash his face, replying, These are the Konoha ninjas who escorted me home. Tamaina nodded. So they are ninjas? Even such young children have become ninjas? She scrutinized the well-proportioned white-haired ninja, the strikingly handsome yet aloof dark-haired ninja, and the elegantly fluffy golden-haired ninja resembling a sprite. Noticing her gaze, Huai'an instinctively offered a friendly smile. Tamaina cupped her cheeks in delight. Dad, he is so beautiful. Is he really a ninja? As she spoke, she approached Huai'an, bending slightly to ask, Little one, after such a long journey, are you tired or hungry? Auntie will make you something delicious. Huai'an blinked and glanced at his three companions. Auntie, we are ninjas. And I am already 11, not a little kid. Tamaina reached out to pinch Huai'an's cheek, but the exquisite creature around his neck opened its eyes, slithering up to Huai'an's cheek and blocking her hand. Its golden slit pupils regarded the ordinary woman before it, causing Tamaina to jump back in surprise. Taking a step away, hesitant to approach Huai'an again, Zhen Xian returned to his familiar position, while Huai'an adjusted the collar around her neck. Naruto stepped forward, shielding Huai'an behind him, his gaze filled with reproach. Auntie, please refrain from being hands-on with Huai'an. It feels rather peculiar. Jean Mei glanced at the golden-haired, simple-minded ninja, finding him rather endearing, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Naruto immediately took 2 steps back, exclaiming, I can't either. With a hint of regret, Jean Mei withdrew her hand. Mr. Dazna interjected from the side. All right, enough teasing. Let us tidy up the room. The ninjas will likely be staying for a few days. Jean Mei nodded, saying, You all go sit inside. I'll take care of it. Uncle Dazna suddenly recalled something. What about Iri? Jean Mei sighed. She is still locked in her room, not uttering a word. Shaking her head, she opened the door and went inside. Uncle Dazna sighed, seemingly exasperated with the child. He led everyone into the house, and once seated, Jean Mei served them several cups of tea. Mr. Dazna turned to Kakashi, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance on this journey. Kakashi shook his head. It's merely part of the mission. However, will you continue the bridge's construction? Since Kato has dispatched a Jonin, if you persist, more troubles may arise. Uncle Dazna was busy organizing his tools, with the bridge's design plans quietly resting in the box. Retreat was no longer an option. If they did not break through Kato's blockade, the land of waves would only survive under Kato's control, struggling to make ends meet. Dazna's voice was heavy, laden with the weight of an uncertain future. Kakashi shared his concern. He looked up at Dazna. So, is the project still ongoing? Dazna shook his head. Everyone is terrified of Kato's threats and dares not partake in the construction anymore. Most villagers have resigned themselves to the current situation. It wasn't he always this way? Naruto, curious, asked, Uncle, how was it before? Dazna sighed again. Returning to the land of waves seemed to have burdened him further. Suddenly, a narrow slit appeared in the door behind them, capturing Naruto's attention. He turned and locked eyes with a large eye peering from the darkness. Instantly, he retreated behind Huai'an, pointing at the door's crack, his face pale, a ghost, a child ghost. Huai'an was startled as well, and they clung to each other. Fearful, she exclaimed, that eye is more chilling than Sasuke. There can't be ghosts in this world, right, Kakashi-sensei? Sasuke, sitting rigidly, scrutinized the scene for a moment before relaxing and saying, It's all right. It's not a ghost, but Uncle Dazna's grandson. Huai'an looked earnestly, and indeed, it was just a glum, indifferent little boy. Naruto leaped up. You little rascal, scaring us for ages. He flung the door open, revealing a boy in a fisherman's hat, standing there, regarding everyone with a look of disdain that was hardly characteristic of a typical child meeting strangers. Naruto felt uneasy under the boy's gaze, remarking, "You, kid. Your face is as pale as a ghost, with dark circles under your eyes." The adorable grandson, as described by Uncle Dazna, now exhibited an entirely contrasting demeanor. He gazed at the crowd and declared, "Useless, you should leave at once." Upon hearing this, Dazna intervened. Inaru turned to Dazna and implored, "Grandfather, please stop. The bridge can never be constructed, just like Kaisha." Suddenly, Sumanai appeared, grasped Inaru, and embraced him, saying, "Enough. Inaru hasn't had breakfast yet. Mother will take you to eat." Inaru's words remained unspoken, his teeth clenched, his expression a mask of cold defiance as he was led away by Tsumanai. Dazna furrowed his brow and sighed before continuing. Inaru was not always like this. Ever since Kaisha was executed by Kato, he has been profoundly traumatized, growing increasingly pessimistic and reluctant to express himself, retreating into his shell. It is not only Inaru. The villagers have been similarly dulled, their edges smoothed, unable to learn the art of resistance. "Who is Kaisha?" Kakashi inquired. "The tale is rather long," Uncle Dazna replied, holding a slender fishing rod, seemingly lost in reminiscence. After a moment of silence, as if recalling a cherished memory, he began. Kaisha was a stranger, a brave and kind soul who endeavored to live a good life. He arrived in the land of waves and saved Inaru from drowning, after which Inaru consistently stayed by his side. Their bond was profound, and eventually, Kaisha became Inaru's stepfather. The others listened intently, not interrupting, while the clock in the room ticked away, a reminder of the inexorable passage of time. Kaisha led the villagers in their rebellion against Kato, with Inaru being the most influenced by him. Tragically, Kato's ranks were filled with ruthless thugs and ninjas who captured the leader, Kaisha, and executed him before the eyes of the villagers. Inaru witnessed this atrocity firsthand. How cruel! Huai'an could not help but exclaim. That child appeared so young. How could he possibly endure such horror? The fact that he hasn't lost his sanity is a testament to his strength. Kakashi frowned. Kato, how could he inflict such punishment on ordinary people without remorse? Dazna scoffed. In the land of waves, there are no ninjas. The feudal lord is utterly indifferent to the lives of commoners. We are virtually cut off from the outside world, left to be slaughtered at will. Naruto, filled with fury, declared, "Damn Kato. What does he think the people of the land of waves are?" "Uncle, rest assured, we will protect you until the bridge is completed." Dazna's expression reflected surprise. Huai'an, equally enraged, added, "Indeed, we will ensure your safety. We must witness the bridge's completion." For the people of the land of waves, the successful construction of the bridge represented not merely a means of communication with the outside world, but a spirit of defiance and a glimmer of hope for success following their struggle. Kakashi restrained Huai'an and Naruto, saying, "You two, what are you deciding without consulting anyone?" Huai'an looked up at Kakashi, frowning. "Kakashi-sensei, do you not wish to assist them?" Then he turned to Sasuke. "Sasuke, you will stay here to help them, won't you?" Sasuke replied, "Yes." Huai'an understood that although Sasuke was rather aloof, he possessed a tender heart beneath that exterior. Kakashi sighed, acknowledging, "Since you have decided to stay, your current abilities are insufficient to protect Mr. Dazuna. Let's arrange for some specialized training to enhance your skills within a short time frame." Naruto, ever enthusiastic about any training that could bolster his prowess, immediately turned to Kakashi, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, what kind of training will it be? Time is of the essence. Let us begin right now." Before Kakashi could respond, Naruto's stomach audibly grumbled. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Blushing, Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "Haha, let us eat first before we train." Dazuna nodded in agreement. Indeed, no matter how challenging the task, one must eat first. Kakashi added, "Today has been exhausting. It would be wise to rest well and commence training tomorrow." Huai'an readily concurred. "All right." Kakashi looked at him, questioning. "After consuming so many rice balls, are you still hungry?" Huai'an replied affirmatively. "Yes, I crave something savory. The rice balls were sweet and did not satisfy my hunger." Kakashi observed Huai'an's flat stomach, noting, "It appears you indeed have not had enough." Dazuna's gaze softened as he looked at Huai'an, exuding a paternal warmth. "Child, It is important to eat well. If you can maintain a hearty appetite, you will surely grow as robust as that reckless young lad. Naruto, realizing the comment was directed at him, smirked. Haha, I'm not picky at all, which is why I'm sturdier than Huai'an. Kakashi, bemused, wondered what there was to be proud of. The group enjoyed a hearty meal followed by a restful night. The next day, bright and early, Kakashi led the three of them to the wilderness, ready to organize their training. Kakashi addressed Huai'an. Your abilities are quite comprehensive. Your chakra control is precise. And during our bell test, you swiftly escaped the effects of Genjutsu. I will teach you a few simple illusions, and as for your physical techniques, just continue with your usual training. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with excitement. Great. Kakashi nodded and turned to Sasuke. Your chakra control is also commendable, and with your Sharingan, there is little I can impart. However, your chakra affinity seems somewhat akin to mine, so I will teach you a ninjutsu. Sasuke nodded affirmatively. Understood. Naruto, unable to contain his eagerness, interjected, Kakashi-sensei, what about me? What will I learn? Kakashi regarded him thoughtfully. As for you, your chakra reserves are vast, and your recovery abilities are remarkable. I trust you have already undergone training in tree climbing and water walking. Thus, I will bestow upon you a powerful ninjutsu, as it seems destined for you. Kakashi took a deep breath. I shall not separate my guidance among the three of you. We will learn together here. If you possess talent, you may all grasp it, and even if you do not, it will broaden your horizons. Wonderful! Exclaimed Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm. Kakashi gestured for Huai'an to draw near. Pay close attention to my hand seals. This illusion is called a leaf nose autumn. Huai'an was focused on observing Kakashi's hand seals. But as the technique was demonstrated, his attention was fully captivated. Before Huai'an, a breathtaking scene unfolded as the sun dipped below the horizon, prompting him to murmur, "Ah, it is time once more." His voice, hoarse and aged, led him to a moment of realization. He lowered his gaze, sensing an unusual lethargy in his body. Observing his wrist, frail and weak, his vision appeared somewhat clouded, as if shrouded in a veil of obscurity. A faint smile graced Huai'an's lips. So it is. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the fabric of time, shattering the illusion, and reopened his eyes. Turning to Kakashi, he declared, Teacher Kakashi, I understand now. This is a mental jutsu that alters perception, making me believe I have aged, thus slowing my actions. The illusion proved quite effective. If he could delay even for a second, Huai'an could devise a means to escape or counterattack. Lowering his gaze, he swiftly formed hand seals, and as the technique completed, he witnessed Kakashi momentarily freeze before regaining his awareness. Kakashi smiled at Huai'an, exclaiming, Ah, splendid. It seems your talent for illusion surpasses my expectations. Huai'an returned the smile, eager for what innovative jutsu might come next. Kakashi felt a tinge of melancholy. His student's rapid learning left him devoid of any sense of accomplishment, especially as Sasuke, standing nearby, had already discerned the illusion. Only Naruto remained blissfully unaware, eyes closed, exuding tranquility. Upon Huai'an releasing the jutsu, Naruto awoke, gazing at his two companions who had regained their senses, asking, What is happening? Kakashi felt a flicker of reassurance. Well then, I shall teach you an illusion called Phantom Shadow. Huai'an found himself transported to a realm of black soil beneath a crimson sky. In the distance, a slender figure loomed closer. Summoning a chakra-infused blade, he prepared for the encounter as the ominous specter approached with alarming speed, its arm resembling a dark, blade-like appendage poised to strike. Huai'an's mind fixated solely on neutralizing the threat. Nothing else occupied his thoughts. As he dodged, retrieving his spear, he realized his attacks seemed futile against the specter. Just as he contemplated escalating his efforts, a sudden pain pierced his neck, and he looked down to see Jinshuan, for reasons unknown. He uttered the name of the small dragon that had appeared at his throat. Confusion enveloped Huai'an. How did he know the creature at his neck was a dragon? Locking eyes with the serene, golden-slit pupils of Jinshuan, he felt a jolt of clarity. The fog in his mind lifted, and he recognized he had once more entered Kakashi's new illusion. Instantly, he infused his spear with chakra, and with a swift motion, he incinerated the black specter. Surveying the vast expanse around him, he turned to Jinshuan and expressed gratitude. Thank you, Jinshuan. The small dragon returned to Huai'an's neck, having sensed his turmoil and fervor, finally opening its eyes to behold the boy, who despite his youth, exhibited a fierce intensity, channeling his frustration against a mere illusion. The scene appeared somewhat different from usual. Jinchuan, not wishing to harm Huai'an, merely bid him gently. Given Huai'an's remarkable recovery abilities, he would be restored in less than 15 minutes. Huai'an touched Jinchuan's cool dragon tail and dispelled the illusion. Opening his eyes, he glanced at Kakashi, who was standing nearby engrossed in a book. "Kakashi-sensei," he called. Kakashi turned to him, acknowledging, "That was quite quick, well done. However, you must understand that the strength of the illusion is influenced by the caster. Should you encounter a powerful illusionist, it is not uncommon to meet one's demise within the illusion, so it is advisable to avoid those with red eyes." Sasuke directed his gaze at Kakashi with a scoff. Who else could possess red eyes aside from the Uchiha? Huai'an shot a glare at Kakashi before swiftly changing the subject. "Understood, Kakashi-sensei. Has Naruto fallen into an illusion again?" Kakashi cleared his throat and roused Naruto from the illusion, observing him closely. It seems Naruto is indeed ill-suited for illusion techniques. Disoriented from being chased within the illusory realm, Naruto gasped for breath upon awakening, instinctively struggling to comprehend his surroundings. Huai'an tenderly patted Naruto's head, reassuring him, "It's all right, it's all right." Sasuke stood nearby, arms crossed, his tone pointed, "You truly live up to your reputation." Naruto raised his fist in triumph. Huai'an demonstrated the newly learned illusion technique once more, feeling slightly awkward. Kakashi suggested he simply practice more to become familiar with it. Observing the enthusiastic children, Kakashi declared, "All right, next, I will teach you a powerful offensive ninjutsu. This technique requires a substantial amount of chakra, but is not overly demanding in terms of chakra control. It is of the wind attribute. So I advise others not to overexert themselves." Naruto's eyes lit up instantly. "Huh? I knew I was suited for the most powerful ninjutsu." Huai'an couldn't resist playfully tapping his head, not out of malice, but simply because he found Naruto somewhat deserving of it. Kakashi chuckled. "Now? The technique we will learn utilizes wind attribute chakra for attacks. You are all aware of your own attributes, so I want to reiterate." Swiftly forming hand seals, he executed the wind release, gale palm. As the technique was unleashed, a blade-like wind surged forth, swiftly severing a cluster of trees before them. Its sharpness akin to that of a knife. Naruto gasped in astonishment before exclaiming joyfully, "Wow, I want to learn that." Huai'an looked at Kakashi, slightly taken aback. "Kakashi-sensei, this technique must be at least B rank, right? Is wind release truly this powerful?" He resolved to study it further. Kakashi replied with a smile, "Indeed. This is an A-rank ninjutsu. When you use it, be cautious. This technique can easily spiral out of control, and soon enough, it will be the wind that controls you, not the other way around." Just as Huai'an nodded in acknowledgement, he heard Naruto's terrified shout, "Whoa, help." Kakashi-sensei and in. Turning swiftly, he saw Naruto caught within a small tornado, unable to escape its grasp. Kakashi remarked, "Well, it seems you've inadvertently created a new technique." Huai'an found the situation rather amusing as he called out to Naruto, "Naruto, you truly are remarkable, having created a new technique on your own." Naruto, on the verge of tears, lamented that he merely wished to unleash a hurricane like Kakashi-sensei. Who would have imagined that the chaotic flow of chakra would spiral above his head, transforming the wind blade into a whirlwind? Fortunately, he had not mastered it, otherwise he would have been injured by the very hurricane he attempted to conjure. Huai'an tossed a rope, seizing the opportunity as the wind began to subside, ensnaring Naruto. Together with Sasuke, they exerted their strength to pull the nearly swept-away Naruto back. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Naruto's hair was tousled into a spiky mess, standing on end. Huai'an covered his mouth, resting his arm on Sasuke's shoulder, stifling laughter. This was simply delightful. Naruto puffed up his cheeks in irritation, declaring, "Next time, I will succeed." This technique was a scalable ninjutsu. Once one could release a sufficient number of wind blades, they could form exceedingly powerful chakra blades capable of tearing through space. Kakashi, resting his chin on his hand, spoke earnestly, "Thus, refrain from releasing excessive chakra until you have fully grasped it." Naruto's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Kakashi smiled in response, "All right. You can practice here for a while." Next up is Sasuke. Sasuke was a rather unique child, one of the last two living members of the Uchiha clan. After spending these days together, Kakashi observed that Sasuke's personality was excessively extreme. Despite having friends like Huai'an, he had not relaxed his tightly wound demeanor. The mere mention of Itachi Uchiha would render him cold and impulsive, which was not a favorable trait. Sasuke harbored lofty expectations for strength. Yet his physical constitution was rather ordinary. Only through his special ocular technique could he attain considerable power. However, awakening the Sharingan was a formidable challenge, especially without guidance from family, leaving him in a state of anxiety. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, whose face remained impassive, yet his eyes shimmered with expectation. He smiled and said, "Sasuke, I will now demonstrate a ninjutsu, lightning release. As is well known, lightning techniques are exceptionally powerful and more difficult to control." Although Naruto lacked a lightning affinity, he eagerly approached. "Kakashi-sensei, is this the technique you previously showcased, called Chidori?" Kakashi did not keep them in suspense. Indeed, for those with swift body techniques, this is a formidable and suitable offensive ninjutsu. Sasuke fixed his determined gaze upon Kakashi, awaiting the demonstration. Huai'an had memorized the hand seals for wind release and was now intrigued by the Chidori lightning technique. He had found its destructive power utterly captivating when he had witnessed it before. Gradually, Kakashi began to gather lightning chakra in his hand. The energy waves of the chakra flickered like lightning, dispersing along Kakashi's right arm. It was then that Huai'an realized that this Chidori technique did not require hand seals. Kakashi did not turn around, but stated, "Watch closely. Both chakra extraction and transformation must be achieved instantaneously, swiftly locking onto the target to deliver a fatal strike." Kakashi's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had moved from before them to stand before a colossal tree. The chakra of lightning coursed through his hands, radiating outward, and in an instant, a patch of charred ash appeared at the center of the massive tree before him. Sasuke's eyes sparkled with excitement. This ninjutsu, when combined with the Sharingan, will undoubtedly yield remarkable results. Kakashi withdrew his hand, replying, "Indeed, the incorporation of ocular techniques would elevate it further." Huai'an glanced at Kakashi's arm. "Kakashi-sensei, while gathering lightning chakra, is your right arm unharmed? This seems rather unscientific, considering chakra is intrinsically a rather volatile energy. Concentrating chakra, while simultaneously transforming its properties, is bound to inflict some damage." Kakashi turned to Huai'an, stating, "This is precisely what I wish to address next. The alteration of chakra properties is challenging to master, especially with such aggressive chakra energy. As you begin your training, it is crucial to find a balance. Overexertion may harm your fundamental essence, leaving no room for regret." Huai'an nodded and then looked towards Sasuke, who frowned slightly. "I will not push myself too hard." Kakashi scratched his head. "Actually, Chidori is not its final form. If you wish to advance your studies, you must heed your teacher's words, Sasuke." Huai'an turned to Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you mentioned that Chidori is not its ultimate form. Does that mean ninjutsu can also be improved?" Kakashi gazed earnestly at Huai'an, his words laced with caution. "In theory, yes. However, given your current capabilities, it would be unwise to hastily attempt to innovate or research new ninjutsu. Each technique has been meticulously refined through generations. Any arbitrary alteration, even a slight change in hand seals, could potentially harm your chakra pathways." Seeing the three children staring wide-eyed at him, Kakashi cleared his throat. "Well, once your skills reach the level of a jonin, and you have been exposed to a broader array of ninjutsu and training, you may conduct your own research. At that point, I will not hinder you." Huai'an leaned in, whispering, "Kakashi-sensei, when did you begin developing ninjutsu?" Naruto and Sasuke leaned closer, eager to learn more. Kakashi gently pushed Huai'an's face aside. "Children and their many questions. However, seeing your interest, I shall oblige. Chidori was developed after I became a jonin." Noticing the children's slight disappointment, he chuckled. "All right, go practice what you've learned. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to ask me. Sasuke, you shall train here. I need to observe your progress." As the three children dispersed, Kakashi pulled out a book and began to read lazily. He chose not to reveal that he had achieved jonin status before reaching adulthood. They did not need to know. Children thrive in their own environments. Huai'an first practiced the illusion technique, but without anyone to assist, he was unsure of its efficacy. Nevertheless, he felt a unique intuition guiding him. During his training, he primarily focused on feeling the chakra extraction route through hand seals, which would aid in his understanding. After training for over an hour, Huai'an felt he had made sufficient progress and decided to pause. He glanced at Naruto, who was tirelessly attempting to unleash wind release not far away, and then turned his attention to Sasuke, who was still striving to gather chakra in his right hand over by Kakashi. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Zhen Xian, could you guard me for a while? I wish to experiment with Jinjutsu." If it proves effective, I could train within the illusion as well. Jinxian curled up, offering an affirmative response in Huai'an's mind. Huai'an settled cross-legged on the ground, swiftly forming hand seals. In an instant, he was drawn into a familiar illusion. Yet this time the shadow within showed no intent to attack him. It merely drifted around the space, seemingly oblivious to Huai'an's presence. Huai'an raised an eyebrow. So it truly is possible to enter an illusion. His knowledge of Jinjutsu was limited, and he had not anticipated such an application. He wondered if the formidable Uchiha clan, with their Sharingan, had discovered this method of utilizing illusions. However, maintaining the output of Jinjutsu required considerable mental and chakra resources. Setting aside further thoughts, Huai'an proceeded with his experiment. He focused on the shadow, silently urging it to attack him. The drifting figure momentarily halted, the shadow that represented its head seeming to tilt towards Huai'an. A glimmer of hope sparked in Huai'an's eyes. He had found a way in. Upon noticing Huai'an's form, the shadow promptly turned and charged at him with great speed. Huai'an quickly summoned the wind release he had learned that day, unleashing several gusts towards the shadow. Unfortunately, the offensive power of his wind release appeared inadequate. The shadow merely seemed to brush off the attack and continued its advance towards Huai'an. He quickly thought to himself, "You can't see me. You can't see me." Trying to play along, the shadow came to an abrupt halt right before him, an expression of confusion seemingly materializing on its dark face. Huai'an scratched his nose as the shadow glanced around, turning halfway before resuming its wandering in the distance. Without pausing, Huai'an transformed the oppressive environment into a bright, sunny forest training ground filled with intertwining branches. A smirk crept across his face, for this tranquil training area could serve as a temporary practice space. He began to practice the wind release ninjutsu. It was during his entry into the illusion set by Kakashi-sensei that he realized the ingenious potential of this illusion. It was quite remarkable. The physical injuries sustained within the illusion were mere fabrications, primarily affecting one's mental state. Huai'an was unperturbed by this. In fact, he welcomed the opportunity to strengthen his mind. Previously, he had only focused on supplementing his mental fortitude with medicinal aids, unaware of their actual impact. It was through his exposure to Jinjutsu that he recognized the value of mental attacks. Initially, he had merely sought to extract more chakra. After numerous training sessions within the illusion, engaging in combat with the shadow, and achieving a level of proficiency, he began to learn Chidori. Chidori posed little difficulty for him, as he was already capable of forming a chakra blade, having fundamentally grasped the transformations of chakra's form and nature. Thus, when he listened to Kakashi-sensei's explanation of Chidori, Huai'an was not particularly surprised. The chakra knife emanates a relatively gentle energy, so Huai'an did not perceive a brutal force. At this moment, as he consolidated thunder-type chakra, he began to recognize the chaotic chakra energy, which indeed possessed considerable aggressiveness. The lightning chakra formed by the Chidori left numerous scars upon Huai'an's arm. He decided to first cloak his arm in a layer of green chakra, intending to fashion a verdant armored shield for himself. Subsequently, he gathered thunder-type chakra in his right hand. His arm remained unscathed, yet the control and output of the chakra significantly intensified, requiring Huai'an to maintain a delicate balance between the two types of chakra. Initially, he struggled to master this balance. The protective chakra on his arm frequently mingled with the thunder-type chakra coalescing in his palm, transforming into a bluish-green lightning motif that seemed to soften the nature of the thunder chakra. With this technique, he effortlessly cleaved a large tree embraced by two individuals into two segments. Upon observing his fair and supple arm, Huai'an felt that his offensive capability was somewhat lacking. He then shifted to a different form, merely unleashing the thunder-type chakra while enveloping his arm with a layer of fire-type chakra. In an instant, everything around him faded from view, and he sensed his arm and body enveloped by enormous, cool scales. A resounding explosion echoed in his ears, leaving a buzzing sensation. Shaking his head, Huai'an barely managed to extricate his face from behind the silvery scales. "Huff, huff, Jinjian." Jinchuan responded with a note of confusion, combining thunder and fire. "Are you attempting to create explosives?" Huai'an had merely wished to experiment, without delving too deeply into the implications. Feeling deflated, he found Jinchuan descending from him, having enveloped Huai'an completely, shielding him from harm. Once released, Huai'an immediately approached Jinchuan, inspecting the scales for any damage. Jinchuan flicked his tail, observing Huai'an circle around him like a vibrant little butterfly. Comfortably narrowing his eyes, Jinchuan spoke to Huai'an. With this meager strength, you cannot inflict harm upon me. Huai'an gazed up into the dragon's eyes and nodded. Jinchuan, your scales are truly remarkable. Not a single mark is visible, although they were in a realm of illusion. Any damage inflicted within it was real, only to vanish upon returning to the real world. Jinchuan replied, indeed, my cultivation level far surpasses yours. You would need to ascend at least 3 or 4 tiers to cause any damage to my scales. Huai'an mused, Jinchuan, I believe you are even more formidable than our Hokage. Jinchuan tilted his head. Are you referring to that old man in the hat? Huai'an instinctively nodded, then quickly corrected himself. What old man? That is the 3rd Hokage. Jinchuan appeared puzzled. He is quite weak, merely 3 levels above your current state. Huai'an raised an eyebrow. Really? What about Kakashi-sensei? He is probably 3 levels. His explosive power is quite impressive. His eyes widened in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei is on par with the 3rd Hokage? How remarkable. Zhun Xian pondered for a moment before saying, I can sense a dark power concealed within him. He seems to possess an understanding of certain spatial laws. Huai'an had never heard anyone speak of Kakashi-sensei, yet he was aware that Kakashi possessed a Sharingan. Evidently a person of considerable intrigue. Temporarily setting aside his curiosity, Huai'an watched as Zhun Xian reverted to his original size and continued. The chakra energy you speak of shares a connection with spiritual force. The 5 elements interact in a cycle of creation and destruction, so do not experiment recklessly. If, next time, I am unable to save you, you may earn the title of the one-armed ninja. Huai'an forced a smile, reluctant to retort. He increasingly recognized Zhun Xian's sharp tongue. When he chose to speak, his words could be lethal. And what troubled Huai'an most was that they were often grounded in truth. After training for a while, Huai'an felt fatigued, his chakra insufficient to sustain the illusion. And thus he dispelled the technique. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a pair of dark, phoenix-like eyes staring intently at him. He instinctively recoiled. And upon recognizing the figure, he wearily rubbed his head and said, Kakashi-sensei, why are you here to frighten me? Kakashi replied, I believe it is you who frightened me. Your energy fluctuations were quite abnormal. I almost thought you had succumbed to darkness. Huai'an blinked, wondering if he had inadvertently revealed something during his illusion. Noticing Huai'an's growing unease, Kakashi's lips curled slightly in amusement. Zhun Xian suddenly communicated within Huai'an's mind. Just now, your energy did not leak during the illusion. Zhun Xian was cautioning him not to divulge the truth to the white-haired teacher. Lowering his head, Huai'an's expression softened as he smiled at Kakashi, saying, Kakashi-sensei, you sensed something was amiss, did you not? I was merely practicing ninjutsu and grew tired, so I took a short nap. There's no need for concern. Kakashi narrowed his eyes, discreetly glancing at Zhun Xian, who was quietly encircling Huai'an. Well, dinner is approaching. You should head back, he suggested. Huai'an stood up and patted his legs. All right, where are Naruto and Sasuke? He glanced around but could not see them. They noticed you sleeping here and didn't want to disturb you, so they went to train a little farther away. I will keep an eye on them. You should return. Kakashi explained. Feeling indeed weary, Huai'an nodded. Okay, I'll head back and see if there's anything I can assist with. Kakashi waved his hand, signaling Huai'an to depart. Huai'an turned to give him one last look before leaving. On his way back, Huai'an encountered Yi rushing out of his house, clutching his slightly swollen cheek. Surprised, Huai'an watched him sprint away and turned to Aunt Jean Maina, who had followed him outside. Aunt Jean Maina, what happened to Yi? Should I go bring him back? He inquired. Jean Maina wore a resigned expression but maintained a smile in Huai'an's presence. It's nothing to worry about. He just hasn't figured out what he should do. Give him some time. Considering this small area, he is quite familiar with his surroundings, so there's no need for concern. Huai'an tilted his head slightly and inquired. All right, Aunt Jean Maina, is there anything I can assist you with? Jean Maina shook her head gently, smiling as she replied, No, dear. You've just finished your training. Go wash up first. Dinner will be ready shortly. Huai'an glanced at the unprocessed vegetables behind her and felt the faint warmth radiating from his body. He nodded in agreement. All right. I will wash up and then come to help. Without waiting for Aunt Jean Maina to respond, he dashed into the room where he was temporarily residing. In just 10 minutes, Huai'an completed his washing and changed into a fresh set of short sleeves and shorts. He walked into the kitchen, announcing, Aunt Jean Maina, I'm here to help you with the vegetables. Jean Maina turned around helplessly and saw Huai'an already peeling potatoes with dexterous hands. She placed the steamer she was holding atop the pot and smiled appreciatively. Thank you for your help, Shanzhou. Huai'an focused diligently on the potatoes before moving on to chop the vegetables. Jean Mena watched in astonishment as he skillfully wielded the knife, exclaiming, Shanzhou, your knife skills are impressive. Do you often cook? Huai'an nodded. Since my parents are frequently on missions, I've learned to cook for myself. I'm somewhat familiar with it. The more Jean Mena observed Huai'an, the more she admired him. Though he appeared only a year or two older than Lien, he exuded a maturity far beyond his age. She gazed at his smooth profile and mused, if only Lien possessed half of your sense of responsibility. It would ease my and your father's worries. Huai'an recalled Lien's initial demeanor when they first met, sullen and filled with disdain. Unconsciously, he nodded. Speaking with a maturity that belied his years, Lien is still young. He has room to grow. He will improve in time. Jean Mena could only sigh. Let us hope so. As evening descended, Kakashi and Sasuke returned, yet Naruto and Lien had not yet arrived. Huai'an, feeling a twinge of concern, said, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Lien have not returned. I will go look for them. Kakashi glanced at the darkening sky, nodded briefly, and then spotted a disheveled Naruto, with Lien clutching his shirt tightly. The initial disdain had vanished, replaced with an observable sense of reliance and admiration. Huai'an, curious about the swift change in the children's demeanor within just 2 hours, wondered what had transpired between them. Despite his disheveled appearance, Naruto radiated energy. He noticed the table laden with an array of delicious dishes and rushed forward, exclaiming, dinner time. Lien quickly followed, resembling a small tail. Kakashi interjected, you both need to wash your hands first before eating. Naruto swallowed hard but obediently dashed outside to wash his hands, returning promptly. Lien trailed closely behind him. Huai'an, intrigued, leaned closer to Naruto and whispered, what happened between you two? Why is this child so dependent on you? Naruto frowned slightly. It's nothing. He just kept following me today, watching me train. Huai'an responded with surprise, is that all? Look at him. He is practically leaning on you. Naruto turned his gaze towards Inari, noticing the child's admiring eyes. He shivered slightly but, recalling the boy's previous silence, thought indifferently, let it be. Huai'an smiled, straightened his posture, and acknowledged that Naruto was indeed a soft-hearted child. After the meal, everyone retired to rest. Due to Huai'an's rapid progress in mastering ninjutsu, Kakashi-sensei assigned him a task after just 2 days of practice, to protect Mr. Dazna during the bridge construction. Upon Mr. Dazna's return, he gathered a group of workers to commence the bridge's construction. Although many of them feared retribution from Kato, they forced themselves to partake in the endeavor. After all, if this project succeeded, it would offer hope for themselves and their descendants. If it failed, they would suffer under Kato's oppressive rule. Huai'an eagerly accepted the task, assisting the workers in transporting stones and mixing cement, while also providing them with protection. For several days, tranquility reigned, though Huai'an noticed a few men clad in black suits, furtively observing the bridge. He set minor traps for them, causing their misfortune and scaring them away for days. The bridge was nearing completion, with only the final touches remaining, and Huai'an felt a profound sense of involvement. The newly constructed bridge spanned the 2 banks, its wide surface promising convenient passage for the people of the Land of Waves, liberating them from Kato's maritime monopoly. As Huai'an pushed a cart of cement towards the workers, preparing to return, he suddenly sensed a trace of murderous intent in the air. He quickly looked up, and a chakra-infused metal knife appeared in his hand, allowing him to deflect the fine needles that had been shot towards him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were made of ice. Immediately, he called out to the bewildered workers, everyone, take cover. We are under attack. Dazna reacted swiftly, urging his fellow workers, quick, hide. Just as they moved a safe distance away, 2 familiar figures emerged from the thick fog on the opposite side of the bridge. Huai'an felt a sense of foreboding. The anticipated confrontation had finally arrived. One assailant was a tall, brooding figure with a fierce gaze, none other than Zabuza, whom they had thought perished. The other, more slender and masked, was indeed a member of the Mist's Umbu. Huai'an internally chastised himself for being careless, while maintaining a calm facade as he urged Dazna, step back. Uncle Dazna, quickly find Kakashi-sensei. We cannot hold them off alone. Dazna promptly responded, hurry, seek out the ninja master. The workers behind Dazna, witnessing the 2 advancing adversaries, felt a rising tide of fear. Their voices trembled as they exclaimed, Dazna, Kato's men have come. Dazna steadied himself, declaring, do not fear. We must protect the bridge we have built. Siki, you must go find that white-haired ninja. We cannot contend with them. The middle-aged man named Siki, appearing haggard yet resolute, replied with a heavy voice, Very well, I shall return with help at once. Huai'an felt an unsettling sense of vulnerability. The prowess of his opponent, Zai Buzhan, was formidable. Despite having sustained injuries that might have diminished his strength, he was not someone Huai'an could easily contend with. Particularly concerning was the youth accompanying Zai Buzhan, whose presence exuded an undeniable aura of competence. The slender ice needles that had pierced Huai'an's body were certain to inflict damage upon his meridians. Huai'an sheathed his chakra blade and drew forth his long spear. Although it had seen only a handful of battles, its integrity had already diminished to at least 25%. After this encounter, its condition was bound to deteriorate further. Zhinshuan, rising from Huai'an's neck, spoke within his mind, I will assist you. Huai'an tightened his grip on the spear. Zhinshuan, you are awake. Yes, Zhinshuan replied. You cannot overcome both of them. A bead of sweat trickled down Huai'an's forehead. Such a stark conclusion before the fight had even commenced felt like a blow to his confidence. Your injuries are not yet healed. Can you manage? Huai'an inquired. Zhinshuan assessed his strength and nodded. I can draw upon a portion of my energy. I will hold on until your teacher arrives. Huai'an acquiesced. Very well. Which part do you require? Here it comes. In the mere span of a sentence, a colossal blade swept towards them. Huai'an reacted swiftly, retreating, while Zhinshuan expanded, wrapping himself around Zai Buzhan's executioner's sword. At that moment, Zhinshuan's form stretched to approximately 5 meters in length, his horns appearing more pronounced, and his silver scales glistened with a layer of moisture, resembling crystal. Huai'an watched in astonishment as Zhinshuan adeptly entangled Zai Buzhan's assault, rendering him defensively reactive. Zai Buzhan furrowed his brow, staring at the imposing figure before him. What is that? Zhinshuan, disinterested in conversing with anyone other than Huai'an, especially those he deemed inferior, struck the executioner's sword repeatedly with his tail, utilizing sheer physical strength to render Zai Buzhan powerless to resist. Techniques directed at Zhinshuan failed to dislodge even a single scale. Meanwhile, the youth behind Zai Buzhan approached rapidly, evidently intent on providing support. Huai'an stepped forward to block his path. Your opponent is right here. The youth, towering over Huai'an, wore a mask that concealed his features, leaving Huai'an unaware of his appearance. He spoke in a tone that was surprisingly gentle, devoid of menace. Step aside. I do not wish to harm you. After a brief silence, Huai'an replied earnestly. Neither do I. Why not retreat? This way, we can avoid injury. However, before he could finish, furlong needles grazed his cheek. Huai'an swiftly retreated, gazing at the youth, who held 4 gleaming silver needles between his pale fingers. This individual possessed an infinite arsenal and excelled in ranged attacks. Yet, Huai'an was undeterred. He lunged forward with his spear, closing the distance while evading the ice needles, sweeping his weapon with the grace of a dragon. The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The youth, a skilled ninja, could form hand seals with a single hand, unleashing techniques with remarkable speed. Just as Huai'an evaded a barrage of ice needles, he found himself once again confronted by a torrent of water techniques, rendering his counterattacks feeble. Huai'an, too, was inevitably pricked by a few needles, his body feeling somewhat sluggish. Gripping his spear tightly, he once again approached the masked youth. The spear swept across the ground, striking sparks, as the two engaged in combat, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and sand. At the moment the steel needles were shot forth, Huai'an seized the opportunity, unleashing a newly learned wind technique, a hurricane, which obliterated all incoming ice needles into fine powder. Gritting his teeth, he pondered the efficacy of the masked man's illusion techniques. While contemplating this, he swiftly declared, Illusion, Phantom Shadow. Upon releasing the jutsu, Huai'an retreated hastily. Looking up, he discovered the youth before him ensconced within an icy mirror, seemingly untouched by the illusion. Without hesitation, Huai'an advanced and struck the icy mirror with his spear, only to be rebounded a few steps back. Just as he was about to continue his analysis, a chilling sensation coiled around his waist, pulling him away from the icy mirror. In the spot where he had just stood, a somewhat damaged large blade crashed heavily to the ground. Thank you, Zhinshuan. Huai'an sighed in relief, realizing he had been oblivious to the presence of another person attempting a sneak attack, a clear breach of martial ethics. Your teacher has arrived. I shall leave the rest to him. With that, Zhinshuan shrank and coiled around Huai'an's neck, offering no further response. It was for the best that Jinchuan remained uninvolved in the world's affairs. Thus he merely restricted the assailant with the large blade from besieging Huai'an, applying pressure without committing to lethal force. At that moment, Kakashi indeed arrived before Huai'an, shielding him. He turned his gaze toward the two adversaries, stating, "Well done, Huai'an." Huai'an smiled. "Of course, Kakashi-sensei. Not only do I stand in their way, but Jinchuan also held off Zabuza." Kakashi had initially perceived a vague, enormous shadow enveloping Huai'an, fearing for his safety, but upon arrival, he found nothing beside him. He thought it might have been an illusion or some formidable entity. Observing the apparent injuries sustained by the two adversaries, he acknowledged the remarkable prowess of the silver beast beside Huai'an, truly a formidable summoning spirit. "Thank you, Jinchuan, for protecting my disciple and Mr. Dasna," Kakashi said, feeling no qualms. A disciple with means of protection was a source of joy. Nonetheless, the two foes before them needed to be dealt with swiftly. At that moment, Sasuke and Naruto also arrived. Upon seeing Zabuza, Naruto exclaimed, "Nani? That man is not already dead." Sasuke scoffed, "Fool, the masked ninja opposite is his accomplice. He never died." "Huh," Naruto responded. "Indeed," Kakashi concurred. "It seems we have been deceived." Huai'an nodded. "Yes, the youth beside him wields powerful ice shield ninjutsu." Kakashi turned his gaze toward the two mist ninjas. "Understood. I will confront Zabuza, Naruto, go to Mr. Dasna's side and protect the workers, providing assistance from the periphery. Sasuke, assist Huai'an in combating that youth. He likely possesses the rare bloodline of the ice shield." Upon hearing Kakashi's arrangement, the three immediately took their positions. Although Naruto felt somewhat discontented about being assigned to protect Mr. Tazuna, he regained his confidence upon hearing Kakashi-sensei emphasize the importance of his role, which not only involved safeguarding the workers, but also providing assistance from the sidelines. With arms crossed and chin slightly raised, Naruto addressed Uncle Tazuna behind him, declaring, "Uncle Tazuna, you can all hide behind me. I will protect you well." Mr. Tazuna suppressed the whispers of doubt from behind and responded as steadily as he could, "All right." As they conversed, Huai'an and Sasuke had already encircled the young boy. Sasuke's speed complemented Huai'an's strength. The two alternated between offensive maneuvers while providing mutual cover. For a moment, a delicate balance was maintained among the three. Kakashi and Zabuza seemed to hold a slight advantage, likely due to Zabuza's prior injuries still hindering him. Or perhaps the damage to his weapon had diminished his offensive capabilities. Huai'an thrust his spear forward, piercing through the boy's clothing and tearing away a piece. In that fleeting moment of escape, Sasuke unleashed a fireball. Just as they intended to charge forward, mirrored surfaces that reflected no figures materialized around them, effectively entrapping them within. Quick to react, Huai'an and Sasuke positioned themselves back to back. Huai'an tentatively struck the icy surface, which yielded only a layer of ice flakes, significantly thicker than the ice he had previously attacked. Suddenly, the mirrored surface revealed the boy's silhouette, each one appearing as a flawless replica, indistinguishable from the others. As Huai'an observed, all the figures extended their right hands, ice needles glinting between their fingers, suggesting they were about to be pierced like hedgehogs. "Sasuke, be cautious. Not all of them can be real. We must catch his tail," Huai'an warned. "First, we need to identify which mirror he is in," Sasuke replied. "Agreed." No sooner had he spoken than several needles shot out from a nearby mirror. Huai'an instinctively shielded Sasuke with his body, spinning his spear to deflect the incoming projectiles. Seizing the moment while the arms protruding from the icy surface were still extended, Huai'an released his spear, the tip embedding itself into the ice before falling back into his grasp. The mirror before them instantaneously returned to its original state, and Huai'an frowned. He escaped. As Huai'an contemplated their next move, a new barrage of ice needles flew towards them from an unexpected angle, and this time, Huai'an could not deflect them all. Despite Sasuke's assistance, several needles struck Huai'an, sending pain coursing through his nervous system. Sasuke, too, were a couple of needles. Huai'an had every reason to believe that if they did not swiftly neutralize the boy behind the ice shield, they would end up like hedgehogs themselves. Sasuke gazed at the figure in the mirror, his eyes unexpectedly revealing a single tomo. He focused intently on the mirror directly opposite them. Following his gaze, Huai'an looked closely and realized that the person in that reflection was no different from the others in the nearby mirrors. Sasuke addressed Huai'an, instructing him to wait for his arrangement. Due to their long-standing familiarity, Huai'an refrained from questioning him, simply replying, "All right." In an instant, the shuriken in Sasuke's hand shot toward the mirror across from them, where a figure appeared to be somewhat perplexed. The figure's upper body surged forth from the mirror, unleashing a flurry of ice needles toward them, prompting Huai'an and Sasuke to swiftly evade in opposite directions. Just as Huai'an prepared to charge forward, the youth emerging from the mirror retreated once more. Huai'an remarked, "His movements are too swift. He can emerge from any mirror in an instant. It's utterly unpredictable." Sasuke glanced toward Huai'an and whispered, "The third mirror to the southeast." In that moment, Huai'an locked eyes with Sasuke's single Tomo Sharingan. An eerie sensation of being ensnared by a dark force momentarily delayed his reactions. It was the first time he had witnessed Sasuke activate his eyes, and the atmosphere felt markedly different. As Huai'an processed this, he thrust his spear toward the designated ice surface. The sensation of piercing flesh confirmed that he had indeed captured someone. 2 crimson droplets of blood trickled from the mirror, and as Huai'an prepared to pursue, the masked youth suddenly emerged from the mirror, seizing the spear from his grasp. Determined, Huai'an held onto the spear with one hand while delivering a punch with the other. In the instant the mirror shattered, the youth's figure disintegrated into fragments. Realizing this was yet another clone, Huai'an spun his spear to shield himself from the shards, retreating while grasping the weapon tightly. Suddenly, Sasuke called out, "West, right 2." With a swift flick of his sleeve, Huai'an dashed to his left, sweeping his spear across. Once again, the mirror shattered, yet the youth did not appear. Huai'an's gaze darted around, and upon spotting any emerging figures, he immediately thrust his spear toward them. As time wore on, he felt the strength of the ice shield before him waning. Perhaps a few more strikes would lead to their capture of the youth. The sound of rushing wind behind him heightened Huai'an's alertness, and he spun his spear to deflect the incoming ice needles. Concurrently, the sounds of combat arose from Sasuke's vicinity, and in the brief moment Huai'an turned his head, he noticed Sasuke had sustained numerous injuries from the ice needles. Rushing forward to assist, Huai'an observed the youth had seemingly abandoned the ice surface, now ensnaring Sasuke, leaving Huai'an with little opportunity to intervene as the two engaged in a physical contest. Huai'an shouted to Sasuke, "Can you handle this?" Sasuke furrowed his brow and replied tersely, "Yes." Sensing the standoff, Huai'an directed his attacks toward the mirror before him. The enclosed space felt stifling, and he could feel a sense of suffocation creeping in. He resolved to destroy all the mirrors while the youth was preoccupied, reflecting on the ninjutsu he had inadvertently developed during his time in the illusion. He sheathed his spear and summoned his greatest strength, conjuring an irregular long blade of wind chakra within the palm of his hand. Energy coalesced as if concentrated within the blade. Huai'an gazed at the mirror before him, inhaling deeply as the long sword in his hand lay horizontally across his path. The immense fluctuations of energy caused his hair to dance, with even some short strands being severed. Huai'an steadied himself, executing a sweeping strike. The long sword collided with the mirror, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent his body tumbling. Several mirrors before him shattered into fine powder, dispersing into the air. Seizing the moment, Sasuke struck the youth behind him with a punch, propelling him 2 miles away. The mirror formed by the ice shield dissipated instantaneously. Huai'an turned back with a smile towards Sasuke, who raised an eyebrow in response, while Naruto's voice echoed from across the way. "You two finally emerged. I was about to lose my mind. This mirror is just too tough." Noticing Naruto's clenched right fist, blood seeping from his knuckles due to the assault on the icy mirror, Huai'an tilted his chin slightly, exclaiming, "Huh, we are truly impressive." Sasuke disregarded the two behind him, gripping his kunai as he approached the boy lying on the ground. With a single punch, he shattered a quarter of the boy's mask, revealing a delicate visage beneath. Huai'an glanced at Kakashi, who had taken a commanding position, then turned to the workers who were anxiously watching them from a distance. He and Naruto began to stride towards Sasuke, and upon seeing the boy's face, Naruto gasped. Huai'an inquired, "What's wrong?" Naruto scratched his head. "This person looks remarkably like the sister I encountered." Huai'an looked toward the boy, who appeared drained of any will to resist. "Do you recognize him?" Cautiously, Naruto approached, examining the boy with downcast eyes. "Yes." Blood trickled from the side of the boy's head, and one eye peered out from beneath the mask, devoid of emotion, presenting a tranquil appearance. Huai'an furrowed his brow slightly as the boy murmured, "I have lost my value as a tool. Please help me end this life, which holds no worth without Mr. Zabuza." Upon hearing his words, Naruto immediately countered, "How can a person's worth be reduced to that of a tool?" Life is not something to be dismissed. My life holds no significance to anyone. Only Mr. Zabuza has given me purpose. Please, grant me death. The boy's gaze dimmed as he implored Naruto. Naruto's brows knitted together as he regarded the boy's frail form, falling silent. Huai'an stepped forward, gently patting his shoulder. Naruto turned to Huai'an, and then, he resembles me. He continued, without the friends in the village, Irika-sensei, or Grandpa Third, I too might have become a mere tool, meaningless to anyone. Huai'an shook his head. That possibility does not exist. Everyone acknowledges you. You are a comrade, a friend, a part of Konoha. Sasuke, standing to the side with his kunai raised, remarked, it seems you still possess some spirit, nearly making this fool feel depressed. Such emotions do not suit him. Naruto retorted loudly, I am not a fool, Sasuke. The three encircled the boy, contemplating how to address his plight. The youth before them suddenly propped himself up. Lifting his gaze towards the trio, I apologize, but Zabuza-sama needs me. Seizing the moment of their bewilderment, he dragged his weary body and dashed out of the encirclement, vanishing from their sight in the blink of an eye. Could he still employ the body flicker technique? The trio turned their eyes towards Kakashi, only to witness the boy who had disappeared moments ago now standing between Kakashi and Zabuza, a Chidori piercing through his form. Kakashi, astonished, looked at the boy who shielded Zabuza from harm. As he withdrew his hand, he met Zabuza's expression of shock and disbelief. The large blade in Zabuza's grasp had been sent flying, and the shuriken aimed at Kakashi had been evaded. The boy's body had reached its limits. Yet he still spoke softly. Zabuza-sama, Haku is no longer of value. I can no longer follow you. His frail form collapsed to the ground, appearing utterly devoid of breath from a distance. Zabuza stood aside, gazing at the boy lying on the ground, and solemnly remarked, Haku, well done. You two useless fools. You have yet to deal with this group. A slick, sharp voice called from the opposite side of the bridge. As a gang of men clad in black suits approached with an intimidating demeanor, the workers behind them suddenly cried out in panic. It's Kato. Kato has arrived. The trio remained motionless, merely lifting their eyes to the short, rotund middle-aged man leading the group. Huai'an scrutinized him closely. Aside from the dazzling array of rings adorning his fingers and his impeccably polished shoes, he could discern no trace of the aura of a successful businessman. Naruto frowned. This guy looks so annoying. Indeed, Sasuke replied. The two, rarely in agreement, found common ground in their disdain for the man. With his beady eyes and rotund belly, a sinister gleam emanated from his gaze. It was hard to expect a normal person to regard him favorably. Kato approached Haku's side, his shiny shoes reflecting a textured luster. His sharp, gleaming eyes cast down upon the boy lying on the ground, a sneer curling at his lips as he forcefully kicked him several times, even stepping on Haku's pale cheek, continuously belittling him. Useless trash, worthless, what kind of ninja are you? This behavior inflamed the tempers of the witnessing ninjas, including Huai'an. Naruto, in a fit of rage, charged forward, shoving Kato away. You, get lost. As Naruto seemed intent on landing further blows, Kakashi, with a cool demeanor, stepped forward and gently raised his hand to restrain Naruto. They were ninjas, employed by the daimyo, and Kato, as a wealthy merchant, was not to be trifled with. Confronting him directly could spell trouble for Konoha. Regrettably, such matters were comprehensible only to adults. Young ninjas like Huai'an, who had grown up in the peaceful environment of Konoha, had yet to encounter significant figures and remained unaware of the true status of a ninja. All they possessed were youthful bravado and an innocence that placed dignity above all else. In this moment, they simply did not understand. Naruto struggled against Kakashi's grip, his gaze shifting to Zabuza, who stood motionless, his expression as perpetually grim as ever. He shouted, Hey, are you just going to stand there while your comrade is being insulted? Zabuza's arms lay broken, leaving only his body upright. He regarded the indignant Naruto and the raucous Kato with a heavy, somber voice. As a ninja, this is his fate. Naruto could not comprehend this. All he knew was that the young man had nearly sacrificed his life for Zabuza. Even in his final moments, he had been protecting him. Yet now, he was being humiliated. Huai'an's gaze fell calmly upon the boy sprawled on the ground, his eyes devoid of luster, and for some inexplicable reason, a weight settled in his heart. You bastard. Despite being on opposing sides, Naruto felt compelled to voice his support for him. Zabuza glanced at Naruto, inhaling deeply as he looked skyward. It's snowing. Perhaps, if I had taken you with me earlier, the outcome would have been different, Haku. His eyes held a touch of sadness and helplessness, causing Huai'an to perceive his fatigue, as if he were weary of this life. He addressed Naruto, "Kid, lend me a kunai." Naruto hesitated for a moment, yet, slightly irritated, he pulled a kunai from behind and tossed it over. Zabuza caught the offered weapon and swiftly maneuvered past Kato's numerous subordinates, his gaze unwavering and his assault direct. He looked at the terrified Kato, bearing a sinister smile. "Though I am in disarray, Haku is not someone you can trample upon." When Kato's throat was slit, he never imagined that his disdain for ninjas would lead to his demise. At that moment, workers and villagers, who had gathered unnoticed behind him, stood armed with tools, confronting Kato's men across the bridge. Leading them was Inari, wielding a small wooden weapon. His earlier gloom entirely vanished. They advanced fiercely against Kato's stunned subordinates, who were taken aback by Kato's sudden death. Upon witnessing Kato's demise, the villagers, initially hesitant, immediately joined the fray, brandishing their weapons and charging at the men in black. The villagers executed a coordinated assault against the group of black-clad figures, defending their homeland and firing the first shot of resistance. They believed that, in the future, should they encounter such situations again, they would not fear standing up against oppression. To endure without resistance meant only to suffer. To resist, however, offered a glimpse of hope. Naruto and Huai'an joined the villagers in their counterattack, primarily engaging the enemy while ensuring the villagers' safety, until the last of the assailants was subdued, prompting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. Even Inari, who had previously kept his head down and wore a pained expression, was now beaming with joy, a reflection of the newfound freedom and confidence. The first snowfall of winter fell upon this impoverished little nation. The snowflakes washed away the sins of this place, cloaking the good-hearted in a mantle of purity. Zabuza lay upon the bridge, gazing at the spot where the boy named Haku had been, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Kakashi stood above him, observing, "Do you regret it?" Zabuza chuckled softly. "We are different, Kakashi. He is destined to bear all of this. Otherwise, there would be no hope left for their village." Kakashi inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to accomplish?" Zabuza sighed heavily, his gaze unwavering from Haku's lifeless form. With great effort, he expressed, "I hope you will lay Haku's body to rest in a place where sunlight graces it. As for me, anywhere will suffice." After a moment of silence, Kakashi replied, "Understood." Zabuza managed a faint smile and wearily closed his eyes. Subsequently, with the demise of Kato, leadership faltered, leading to an unresolved conclusion, which was perhaps a blessing in disguise. The great bridge in the land of waves was completed. Huai'an also fostered a good relationship with the local farmers, ensuring a stable supply of flour for the future. Though this endeavor might take several more years to fully realize, and for now, it remained a modest undertaking. The people of the land of waves needed time to recuperate. The group gathered for the bridge naming ceremony, and to everyone's surprise, it was named after Naruto. As Uncle Tizuna believed Naruto embodied courage and perseverance, a spiritual symbol that delighted Naruto immensely. He insisted on taking numerous photos with Huai'an by the bridge, and upon returning to the village, there would certainly be much to discuss. However, observing the gratitude and admiration in Yi's eyes directed at Naruto, Huai'an couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to the story. Yet, who truly cared? Everyone was immersed in the joy of newfound freedom. Huai'an was also elated. Their mission had been successfully accomplished. After bidding farewell to Mr. Tizuna and the others, they set off back to Konoha. Their return journey was swift, and upon sighting the familiar gates of Konoha, the three children were filled with joy. Sasuke maintained his composure, while Huai'an and Naruto were less restrained, dashing forward to greet the two ninjas guarding the village gates. Huai'an called back to Kakashi and Sasuke, "Teacher Kakashi, Sasuke, hurry up, we're back in the village. Let us go for barbecue." Naruto enthusiastically chimed in, "Barbecue, barbecue, and ramen at Ichiraka tonight." Kakashi, appearing quite laid back, yawned, "Well, we must first report to the Hokage's office to submit our mission before we can celebrate." Huai'an leaned closer to Kakashi, suggesting, "Teacher Kakashi, how about treating us to a barbecue today? We've been through quite a bit these past few days." Kakashi scratched his head, glancing at the true treasures of the village, and with a smile, he relented. "All right then." Naruto immediately exclaimed, "Oh, thank you, Teacher Kakashi." Huai'an joyfully pulled Sasuke along. "Come on, let us get our mission done so we can enjoy a good meal." Sasuke stumbled slightly from the tug, but showed no anger, while Kakashi leisurely followed the three. Upon their arrival, The third Hokage was busy reviewing documents. Seeing the trio enter, he hurriedly cleared the table, exclaiming, "Ah, you're back." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, stood tall and smiled broadly as he addressed the third Hokage. "Grandfather Third, we successfully completed our mission," he rambled on, his words tumbling out in a haphazard manner, leaving the third Hokage somewhat bewildered. The Hokage's gaze shifted to Kakashi, silently urging him to intervene. Kakashi stepped forward, gently covering Naruto's mouth with his hand, and gestured for Huai'an to present the mission scroll to the third Hokage. Huai'an approached and handed the scroll from his waist to the esteemed Hokage. As the third Hokage unfurled the scroll, his brow furrowed deeper with each line he read. It was surprising to discover that Zabuza Momochi had resurfaced in the land of waves, employed by a merchant like Kato. Kakashi, maintaining a composed demeanor, remarked, "Indeed, I was equally astonished, especially as he was accompanied by a young ninja possessing the Ice Shield bloodline limit." The Hokage continued reading. Noting the demise of Kato and the liberation of the people of the land of waves from the oppressive mountain looming over them, the situation had ultimately resolved favorably. He surveyed the three children standing behind Kakashi and commended, "Your performance this time was commendable. You perfectly assisted your Jonin teacher, exhibiting bravery and composure. Well done." The trio exchanged glances, and Kakashi nudged Huai'an forward, compelling him to speak. Reluctantly, Huai'an responded, "We still have many areas to improve upon, and we will strive to do better in the future." The third Hokage, noticing Naruto's fervent spirit as he clenched his fists, smiled and remarked, "Your task was fraught with uncertainties due to the client's misreporting. Initially, your mission was rated as C rank. However, with the involvement of ninjas, the current difficulty level has evidently diminished." Huai'an looked at Naruto, his eyes inquiring whether their mission rank would rise, considering the C rank reward of 30,000 Ryo. With higher tiers promising even more, Naruto envisioned the wealth at his fingertips and inadvertently grinned foolishly at Huai'an. Uncomfortable, Huai'an averted his gaze. The third Hokage, oblivious to the exchange between the two children, continued, "Your mission was executed excellently. We will reassess the task rank, and your rewards will be distributed subsequently." Kakashi had no objections, understood. As they exited the Hokage's office, Naruto eagerly turned to his teacher, "Kakashi-sensei, what rank do you think our mission will ultimately achieve?" Observing the glint of avarice in Naruto's eyes, Kakashi surmised his true inquiry. "Based on my extensive experience, I would estimate that our mission rank could reach A rank at the very least." Naruto's eyes widened in delight. "Wow. That means our reward could amount to 150,000 Ryo. We can indulge in so much ramen and pastries." Huai'an mirrored his excitement, thrilled at the prospect of a financial influx. Kakashi watched the trio, refraining from mentioning that their rewards were sourced from the client, who was rather financially constrained. Yet, seeing their jubilant expressions, he chose not to shatter their blissful illusions. "All right, let us go enjoy some barbecue." "Yes," Huai'an and Naruto exclaimed, leading the way. As they passed by the Kyakuwa forest, they noticed a bustling queue outside, the lively atmosphere undiminished. Huai'an immediately recognized that his shop was thriving. Huai'an addressed the three individuals behind him. "I shall fetch a few drinks from the shop. Do let me know your preferences." Sasuke replied, "Grapefruit tea." Naruto chimed in, "Orange heart." Kakashi added, "Milk tea, please." The trio swiftly expressed their desires, and Huai'an responded with a cheerful thumbs up. "You all head to the barbecue restaurant. I shall return shortly." Kakashi and the others were well aware of Huai'an's fondness for Qingchuan Forest, and they understood he would want to check on it upon his return. They nodded in agreement and made their way to the barbecue restaurant. Naruto clasped his hands behind his head. "Let us hurry. We should get the meat cooking so that when it arrives, we can dive right in." Sasuke merely nodded. Following their recent mission, the bond among the three had evidently strengthened. With Huai'an acting as a lubricant, they had navigated numerous tasks together, although most were D-rank missions. The relationship between Sasuke and Naruto had improved to the point where they no longer regarded each other with disdain or silence. Their communication was now quite normal. As they walked ahead, Kakashi trailed behind, observing the positive transformation in the two, hoping for no unforeseen complications. Huai'an, preoccupied with his own thoughts, dashed swiftly into the shop. The villagers recognized him and greeted him warmly. "Little boss, you're back. It seems Qingchuan Forest is launching new products." Huai'an smiled and responded, "Yes, I'm back. Thank you for your support of Qingchuan Forest. There will indeed be new offerings." He waved goodbye to the villagers and greeted the staff, requesting their assistance in preparing the beverages ordered by Kakashi and the others. He then hurried to a counter, where, once shielded from the villagers' view, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Turning to Uncle Murakami, who was busy, he said, "Uncle Murakami, I have returned." Murakami looked up in surprise, his eyes lighting up with joy as he set down the ledger. "Little boss, you're back. How did the mission go?" Huai'an nodded. "It was flawlessly executed. And I have submitted the mission report to Lord Hokage. How is the shop doing? Are the raw materials sufficient?" Murakami nodded. "It's fortunate you returned. The shop has been thriving this past month, and the raw materials are adequate. I've also hired someone to plant the new seeds." Huai'an replied, "That's wonderful. I have brought some new seeds as well. Once I return home, I'll check on the supply fields." Murakami nodded in agreement. "That would be splendid. The plants you cultivate seem far more vibrant than those tended by others. It's quite remarkable." Huai'an scratched his head. "Is that so? Perhaps it's because I have always enjoyed tending to flowers and plants since childhood, making me somewhat familiar with them." His light-hearted banter elicited laughter from Uncle Murakami. After a moment, Murakami looked at Huai'an and said, "You arrived a bit late. The staff's wages have already been disbursed this month, and I have also withdrawn my own from the account. Here is the ledger. You should take a look. It will surely astonish you." Huai'an raised an eyebrow and took the ledger. "Thank goodness you were here, Uncle Murakami. Otherwise, the employees might have thought the boss disappeared, leaving them in debt. They certainly would not think this way. The leftover fruits we have daily are quite cherished by them. And everyone remarks on how generous the young boss is towards his employees." Village chief sighed. It was his first encounter with such a management model. Where in Konohagakure had there ever been such positions or such generous treatment? This was a stroke of luck that one might not encounter for many years. After practicing the Changle formula, Huai'an found that his mind had become clearer. In simpler terms, he learned things more swiftly and had a better memory. Previously, scrolls would take him 2 or 3 readings to comprehend, but now, after just one glance, he grasped the essence of the task. Therefore, when he picked up the account book, he swiftly perused it, and upon seeing the final balance, Huai'an exclaimed, "We earned over 2 million taels in just a month. That's remarkable." The village chief shook his head. "Not quite. Our reputation is stellar. The fruits are fresh and delectable, loved not only by the villagers, but also by many merchants from afar who inquire about sourcing from us to sell in other villages. However, I have declined their requests, intending to discuss it with you upon your return." Huai'an nodded. "That sounds reasonable. If they are of good character and won't artificially inflate prices, then, Uncle Village Chief, you can decide." The village chief nodded. "I know quite a few merchants. I will speak with them later." Huai'an agreed. Yes, indeed. He thought of his teacher and friends waiting for him at the barbecue shop and decided not to linger on the matter. He said to the village chief, "Uncle Village Chief, if there is anything, you can contact me through this. I will receive the messages." With that, Huai'an took out a paper crane from his pocket, a communication talisman he had crafted based on the comprehensive guide given to him by Zhen Xian. The village chief held the tiny crane, somewhat puzzled as he was unfamiliar with its usage. Huai'an smiled and demonstrated, addressing the paper crane, "Uncle Village Chief, how is the shop?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the little crane soared into the air, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before the village chief. The village chief watched in astonishment as, at Huai'an's gesture, he took the crane in his hand. A clear voice emanated from the crane, "Uncle Village Chief, how is the shop?" The village chief's eyes brightened as he looked at Huai'an. "What is this?" Huai'an chuckled, "Just a little invention of mine." The village chief regarded Huai'an with the awe of a genius. This could play a significant role in a ninja's mission. Huai'an touched his nose. "It's still in its infancy. I can only create a few, and each can be used only 3 times before turning to ash. Moreover, it consumes a considerable amount of spiritual energy." The village chief frowned. "Indeed, in that case, it may not be very practical." Noticing the village chief's slight disappointment, Huai'an continued, "But don't worry too much. Uncle Village Chief, I will conduct further research. Perhaps I can develop more in the future. Once I achieve greater mastery, other ninjas may truly benefit from it. Currently, the methods of message delivery among ninjas are undeniably slow and inefficient." Huai'an glanced at the shop, observing its smooth operation, and a satisfied smile graced his face. He hurried to the barbecue restaurant, carrying juice and some delightful desserts gifted by the kitchen staff. As Huai'an entered, he spotted 3 individuals seated at a table across from him, grilling meat. He approached and settled beside Kakashi-sensei, saying, I've arrived, and here's the juice you ordered. He placed the juice on the table. Kakashi presented a platter filled with an assortment of grilled meat before Huai'an, stating, "We've already had our first round. You should start with this." Naruto eagerly grabbed the juice, taking a sip and exclaiming, "Wow, this is delicious." Huai'an smiled, replying, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I also brought some post-meal desserts that we can enjoy later." He picked up a pair of tongs and began grilling some meat, the sizzling sound filling the air with an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. After finishing the meat on his plate, he took a large gulp of juice. Noticing that everyone was waiting for food, his curiosity piqued once more. He turned to Kakashi-sensei, observing that he hadn't removed his mask even while eating. With a courteous gesture, Huai'an opened the juice and pushed it toward Kakashi, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, please drink up. I asked the staff to add plenty of special ingredients to it." Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." And then, under Huai'an's eager gaze, he revealed a small gap in his mask, allowing his rosy lips to press against the straw without fully removing it. Huai'an glanced at the two across from him, signaling, "Did you see that?" Sasuke cast his eyes down, while Naruto shook his head. Huai'an grinned at them, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, one of our staff members is quite fond of you and made a charming little cake cup. Let me show you." Kakashi replied, "Let us eat first." Huai'an shook his head, insisting, "No, we'll have barbecue and other pastries later, and besides, Kakashi-sensei, you're treating today, so of course, the experience will be different." Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he chimed in, Yes, Kakashi-sensei, you go ahead." With a smile, Huai'an retrieved the cake cup, which was adorned with shimmering leaves and flowers. He took a spoonful, saying, "Come on, Kakashi-sensei, a big bite." Not allowing him to decline, he thrust it towards Kakashi, who had no choice but to lean back and protest. All right, just put it down, I'll eat it myself." Doubting him, Huai'an recalled the gap he had just made in his mask. Huai'an earnestly suggested, "Kakashi-sensei, why not remove your mask while eating? It's quite inconvenient to wear it." Kakashi instinctively touched his mask, replying, "I'm used to it. It's quite convenient." Huai'an leaned closer, adding, "But Kakashi-sensei, if the cake gets stuck to the mask, that would be unfortunate." Naruto eagerly agreed. Yes. Kakashi glanced at the 3 pairs of sparkling eyes, realizing they wanted to see his face while he ate. He raised an eyebrow and pretended to place his hand on the mask, feeling the atmosphere shift as the 3 of them seemed to hold their breath in anticipation. With one hand, he swiftly retrieved the cake from Huai'an, and in the blink of an eye, he turned back, donning his mask once more, and casually handed over the empty cake cup he had already devoured. Huai'an gazed at the cake cup in his hand, then looked up at Kakashi, whose mask was firmly affixed to his face, with a look of astonished confusion. "Kakashi-sensei, where's the cake? Did it fall? Why is it empty?" He even leaned down to search the ground, and the 2 others across from him shared similar thoughts. Truly perplexing. Sasuke could no longer contain himself. Kakashi, with a slight smile, replied, "It's all good. I tend to eat rather quickly." Absurd. Just then, a fresh batch of grilled meat was ready. Huai'an placed the cake cup in the nearby trash bin and forced a smile. All right, let us eat the grilled meat before it burns." Huai'an watched as Kakashi elegantly and swiftly stuffed the grilled meat into the corner of his slightly open mouth. Huai'an felt a bit overwhelmed. Surely, it didn't have to be like this. "Kakashi-sensei, your privacy is well protected. I wonder if, after you marry, your wife will ever have the fortune of seeing your face." Huai'an grinned. Kakashi returned the smile. "It's still early. Once I've guided you all to safety, I can think about retirement." Naruto, with a piece of meat in his mouth, exclaimed, "Huh?" Kakashi turned to him. "I can't let you all out just yet. I wouldn't feel at ease." Huai'an took a hearty bite of meat and boldly suggested, "Kakashi-sensei, can you at least let us see your face under the mask? It would save us the trouble of not recognizing you when you eventually remove it." Kakashi pondered for a moment. "That could be arranged, but only when you all become Jonin. Then, I'll allow you a glimpse." Huai'an looked at him skeptically. "Really? But why only Jonin?" Kakashi replied with utmost confidence. "Because at your current level, you lack the strength to compel me to remove my mask." After the meal, Huai'an returned to his training with renewed fervor. Sasuke, lost in thought, suddenly wore a much darker expression. During this journey to the land of waves, Huai'an had shown not only in taijutsu, but also in ninjutsu. Naruto, once the underachiever, had also performed admirably, his learning curve rapidly accelerating. It seemed they were all growing stronger at an astonishing rate. Sasuke could feel his own strength increasing. Yet it was still insufficient. That man would only grow stronger. How could one evolve more swiftly? Huai'an placed a piece of meat before Sasuke, interrupting his reverie. Sasuke, eat up. If you don't, Kakashi-sensei and Naruto will finish it all. Naruto immediately protested. No way. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and leisurely remarked, well, I was just thinking. Why don't we let the person who eats the slowest treat us? Wouldn't that be more entertaining? Naruto quickly caught on to his ulterior motive and bluntly asked, Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to avoid paying? Sasuke snapped back to reality, finishing the piece of meat Huai'an had offered him. Let us block Kakashi-sensei's escape. Naruto promptly positioned himself to Kakashi's left, while Huai'an swiftly grabbed his right arm. Sasuke, retrieving a kunai, fixed a steely gaze upon him. You want to get away? Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. If only you would apply such agility against an enemy, I would be far more pleased. Huai'an lightly touched him and effortlessly retrieved a saving certificate. He hastily sat across from Kakashi-sensei, raising the certificate in his hand. Kakashi-sensei, please do not be an untrustworthy adult. For the past few months, you have promised to treat us each time, yet you left us stranded. He added, in our eyes, you have lost your credibility. Kakashi's eyes brightened, fixating intently on his prized possession. All right, I shall pay this time. I assure you, you will not face this alone. Huai'an, skeptical, placed the saving certificate beside him and urged his two friends, Sasuke, Naruto, let us eat quickly, then we shall let Kakashi-sensei settle the bill. Kakashi obediently remained seated. All right, take your time eating. This time, I will definitely keep my promise. Huai'an nodded. Good, but I shall hold on to your saving certificate for now. Kakashi, resigned, acquiesced. Naruto, having caught a glimpse of Kakashi-sensei's saving certificate and the string of zeros, exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi-sensei, how can you be so wealthy yet so stingy? He failed to comprehend the mindset of the affluent. Huai'an, though somewhat wealthy himself, did not behave like a miser, hoarding wealth without expenditure. Kakashi, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, One must provide for their family. Being single requires careful budgeting. You three should cultivate this habit from now on. Absolutely not, the trio chimed in unison. Kakashi chuckled. There's quite a rapport among you. Youth truly does not grasp the myriad woes of adulthood. Huai'an scrutinized him. Kakashi-sensei is not pitiful. I have seen you emerge from the bookstore several times, clutching a book and emitting an odd laugh each time. Naruto, intrigued by this, turned to Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi-sensei, what kind of books do you usually read? Kakashi momentarily paused, and Huai'an sensed a certain tension in him, as if he had been caught in an embarrassing predicament. Just ordinary philosophical books, conversations between people, you wouldn't understand, Kakashi replied ambiguously. Naruto, losing interest immediately, did not pursue the matter further. Huai'an, having just savored some grilled meat, found his appetite whetted. The four of them finished their meal of grilled meat and dessert, and this time, Kakashi dutifully paid the bill. As they exited the restaurant, Kakashi announced, This mission has concluded. We have a week of rest ahead. Take good care of yourselves, and we shall embark on our next mission afterward. With that, he swiftly departed. Huai'an turned to Sasuke and Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto, I must return home now. You should also head back and rest. We shall meet again in a week. Sasuke nodded. All right. Naruto agreed. Yes, I need to go home and tidy up. I can finally enjoy a peaceful sleep. The three of them dashed off in different directions. Upon returning home, Huai'an immediately heard the sound of weeding in the yard. He rushed inside and spotted a tall man standing in the courtyard. It was his father, Yamashiro. Excitedly, Huai'an called out, Dad, I'm back. Without hesitation, he ran a couple of steps and leaped onto his father's back. Yamashiro's voice, filled with warmth, resonated from below. All right, I know you're back. Do you still consider yourself a child? Put in a bit more effort. Dad, you're almost on the ground. Huai'an nudged his head against his father's back. I'm not putting in any effort. Dad, you can definitely carry me. His father set the lawnmower down, grasped Huai'an's legs, and spun around with him. Haha, Dad. Let's run. Huai'an exclaimed joyfully, bursting into laughter. His father obliged, running about while carrying him, finally managing to amuse his little darling. Today, Mountain Mother was also at home. Upon hearing Huai'an's voice, she hurried out and saw him full of energy on his father's back, which reassured her. He had returned from his mission, looking unharmed, which was a relief. Seeing the father and son engrossed in their play, Mountain Mother returned inside to steam a basket of dumplings, just the flavor Huai'an adored. In recent days, whenever she was home, she prepared some food, always hoping that Huai'an would return to enjoy a warm meal. The food from a few days prior had been consumed by Mountain Father and herself, so thankfully today, as offerings were all fresh. After another run to the back mountain, where they caught a few rabbits and tested Huai'an's skills, Mountain Father felt quite satisfied with his son's progress. The evening soon approached, and as Huai'an savored his favorite meal, he shared tales of his journey with his parents. He refrained from mentioning any excess ninja attacks, focusing instead on the scenic landscapes and delectable food he encountered along the way. Mountain Mother listened with delight. It seems the land of waves is quite nice. Perhaps we should travel there next time. Mountain Father agreed, and Huai'an nodded enthusiastically. Yes, the newly constructed Naruto bridge is magnificent, and the islands in the water are lush and vibrant, perfect for you to fish anytime, Dad. Mountain Father gave a thumbs up. That sounds great. After some time, I'll prepare an extra fishing rod. He continued while eating. By the way, I noticed your gun is somewhat damaged. It seems you'll need a new one. Huai'an nodded. Yeah, I bumped it against something hard. I think it won't last for more than a couple more uses. Mountain Mother suggested. Should we custom order a new gun from the ninja tool shop? Mountain Father shook his head. The shop likely lacks the materials right now. If possible, it would be better to have one crafted in the land of crafts. The craftsmen there are undoubtedly the pinnacle of skill in the ninja world. Huai'an, having never heard of the land of crafts, was intrigued by his father's words. Dad, I want to go. Mountain Father smiled and nodded. All right. Recently obtaining chakra metal has been difficult. I'll gather some to enhance your gun. It should last until you come of age. Really? For Huai'an, this was an unexpected delight. Yes, although the craftsmen in the land of crafts may be somewhat taciturn, their skills are exceptional. It would be best for you to see it for yourself. Mountain Mother agreed. Hearing this, Huai'an's interest grew even more. I really want to visit the land of crafts. We should plan a trip together. The weapon exhibition hall there is fascinating, and children tend to love it, Mountain Father suggested. Mother in the Mountains had no objections. However, the task would have to wait until their vacation. Huai'an felt quite pleased. After finishing their meal, the three exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Upon returning to his bedroom, Huai'an thoroughly washed up and then lay down on his soft bed, infused with the warmth of sunlight. Despite having been away for a month, his room remained pristine, and the bedding was fluffy and soft. It was evident that Mother in the Mountains had taken the time to air out the blankets and tidy the room. With a deep sigh of relief, Huai'an remarked to Jinchuan, There's no place like home, is there? Jinchuan, are you awake? Jinchuan replied, I am. Huai'an continued, I owe you much for your support in the Kingdom of Waves. Jinchuan responded, We have a mutual contract. Although you face trouble, I remain unharmed. However, finding another with spirit of your caliber for healing would be a challenge, so no need to thank me. We are allies in this. Oh, Jinchuan, you are quite the stickler, Huai'an said with a hint of exasperation. Jinchuan fell silent for a moment before inquiring, How is your study of talismans progressing? The mere thought of it brought Huai'an downcast. I've only been at it for a few days. The strokes for the talismans are exceedingly difficult to master. Jinchuan questioned, Didn't you express a desire to learn? Have you now given up? Huai'an quickly shook his head. I haven't given up. I'm still diligently trying to draw the cleansing talisman with my spiritual energy. I believe I am close to making some progress. For Jinchuan, everything came effortlessly, including cultivation, so he could not comprehend Huai'an's struggles. Noticing Jinchuan's silence, Huai'an too fell into quiet contemplation. After a moment, he decided to rise and practice, feeling that he was on the verge of breaking through the chi refinement stage. The following day, Huai'an diligently engaged in his routine training. In his home training ground, he practiced his spear techniques, completing over 5,000 repetitions until just past 9 in the morning. After breakfast, he settled at his desk to practice drawing talismans. The talisman paper and ink were special materials Huai'an had procured from the premium system, as they were not available in the ninja world and thus quite costly. While practicing drawing talismans, Huai'an used ordinary paper for sketching, and fortunately, his artistic talent was commendable, making drawing relatively straightforward. The primary challenge he faced was that his spiritual energy would often dissipate when he attempted to channel it onto the talisman paper. Jinchuan had previously mentioned that talismans should be drawn in one continuous stroke. However, Huai'an always felt a sense of dissonance when releasing his spiritual energy, which is why he remained stuck on the simplest of talismans. The comprehensive talisman manual was something Huai'an had discovered during his time in the Kingdom of Waves, and he had only had it in his possession for about half a month. Jinchuan remarked that a genius talisman master could learn the simplest talismans in just 2 days. Huai'an thought to himself that he was no genius, but as a top student, he would never concede defeat. Once again, Huai'an pulled out the talisman paper and pen, set them aside, washed his hands, and offered a sincere bow, though he was unsure to whom he was bowing. Nevertheless, he went through the motions. Picking up the talisman pen, he focused intently, recalling the appearance of the cleansing talisman in his mind, and slowly began to draw upon his spiritual energy. Gathering it at the tip of the pen, with a steady wrist, he skillfully delineated from left to center and then to the right, expending his spiritual energy rapidly in the process. Huai'an had to simultaneously memorize the strokes while striving to release an ample amount of spiritual power. Although his wrist felt somewhat rigid, he managed to release the energy with a commendable steadiness and speed. As he concluded his strokes, a subtle wave of spiritual energy began to emanate from the lines on the talisman paper before him, an experience he had not sensed in his previous numerous attempts. A premonition stirred within Huai'an. It appeared that this time, he had succeeded. Jinchuan, resting atop the soft mat on the table, glanced at the talisman in Huai'an's hand and remarked, "Not bad." Hearing these words from Jinchuan filled Huai'an with reassurance, prompting him to inquire repeatedly, "Jinchuan, have I truly succeeded? Is this the genuine success?" Jinchuan responded, "The talisman contains a wave of spiritual energy. If you concentrate, you should be able to perceive it as well." Huai'an nodded, "Indeed. I felt this wave towards the end, so this is the mark of success. I must try a few more times. I still have plenty of spiritual energy left." Jinchuan chose to ignore him further. Having witnessed his success, he resumed his meditative rest. Seizing the moment, Huai'an quickly extracted more talisman papers and set them aside. After his initial triumph, he felt as if he were under divine guidance, and he successfully crafted 5 cleansing talismans in quick succession, finally satisfied with his efforts. He took the talismans and made his way to his family's training grounds. After completing his morning training, Huai'an had not yet tidied up. Several weapons lay scattered across the floor. He released a cleansing talisman, and in an instant, the marks on the floor vanished as if swept away by the wind, leaving it pristine. However, the effect did not seem pronounced enough, so Huai'an resolved to test it on other items. He returned the weapons to their rack and went to his bedroom, where he found some clothes that had yet to be washed. He employed another cleansing talisman, and miraculously, the dust and stains on the garments were instantly eradicated. Huai'an's eyes widened in delight. "Wow, how practical. I will never have to wash clothes again." He glanced once more at the talisman in his hand, feeling that it bore a resemblance to the explosive talismans sold in the market. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that explosive talismans utilized chakra energy, while the ones he was currently using relied on spiritual power, which felt inherently gentler. With renewed enthusiasm, Huai'an hurried back to delve into the compendium of talismans, eager to continue mastering the simpler spells. After a day of diligent practice, it was as if a light had suddenly dawned upon him. He effortlessly sketched several varieties of simple talismans. His confidence swelled, and he felt invincible. Yet, as he attempted to draw a fire talisman, the paper exploded unexpectedly. Fortunately, Jinchuan, having enlarged his form, shielded Huai'an's face, or else he would have been left with a disfigured visage. Huai'an instinctively raised his hands to protect himself, while Jinchuan's body firmly shielded him from harm, causing the table before them to shatter into splinters and one of the walls in the room to collapse. In the nearby house, Huai'an's mother was resting when she heard the commotion. She promptly rushed over from the living room. "Anan," she called. Huai'an shook his head, peeking out from behind Jinchuan, feeling a bit sheepish. Mother." His mother glanced at Jinchuan, who towered over her, momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. In the mountains, Mother Shan focused her attention on Huai'an, furrowing her brow as she circled around Jinchuan to grasp Huai'an, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you uninjured? I heard a tremendous noise just now that startled me." Huai'an shook his head. "I am unharmed. Jinchuan protected me." Jinchuan flicked his tail, shrinking back down as he climbed onto Huai'an's body. The mat he had been sleeping on was now in ruins due to the explosion. "What did you do? How could you cause such a loud explosion?" Mother Shan, relieved that he was fine, inquired. Huai'an replied, "I was drawing talismans, and then it exploded." Mother Shan frowned at him, slightly perplexed. "I am not well versed in these matters, but you must be cautious and take proper precautions, or your father and I will not permit you to continue these experiments." Huai'an nodded obediently, and Mother Shan affectionately ruffled his hair. "All right. Let us refrain from any further activities today. We should repair the walls of your room. Okay. At this moment, Huai'an realized that he felt somewhat fatigued, as if the spiritual energy within him had been entirely depleted. No wonder he had been unable to summon any energy when drawing the talisman. The nearly completed fire talisman had exploded instead. It seemed that for future practices, he needed to prepare some defensive measures, such as learning defensive talismans and purification talismans. The damage to the room was minor, with only one wall and a corner affected. That very day, Mother Shan repaired the walls, even arranging for a new desk for Huai'an. Several new soft mats for Jinchuan were also provided. As for the black stains on the floor, Huai'an proudly showcased a cleaning talisman, which swiftly returned everything to cleanliness. Mother Shan's attention was finally captured by the talismans Huai'an had drawn. This talisman looks promising. Huai'an looked at her and promptly produced a small stack from his pocket, handing it to her. Mother, this is for you. It can clean clothes, kitchens, and various messes. Mother Shan accepted it. Oh, how impressive. Huai'an immediately gave a thumbs up, grinning. Everyone who has used it says it works wonders. Mother Shan gently tapped Huai'an's forehead. Thank you. Huai'an nodded. You're welcome, Mother. There will always be some for you when needed. With a tender and loving gaze, Mother Shan looked at him and gently tousled his hair. After several days of studying and practicing at home, Huai'an's old spear was completely rendered useless. After a brief respite, they resumed taking on tasks. This time, it was a simple D-rank mission to clean the river of debris. Upon reaching the riverbank, Naruto immediately sprang into action, employing his wind techniques to lift the refuse, while Sasuke assisted with a fire technique, leaving the area spotless. Kakashi glanced at the three young ones. All right, this task is complete. Next, go help Grandma Doozy deliver flour. Naruto sighed. These tasks are so easy, one person would suffice. Huai'an nodded and suggested after some thought. How about we play rock, paper, scissors? The loser does the task, the first one goes, and the second round, they won't participate. So we take turns. Sasuke agreed. Sounds good. Naruto concurred. All right. This way, the three of us can undertake missions without all needing to be engaged. Although none of us are particularly keen on D-rank tasks, the village unfortunately lacks available C-rank missions. After a week of relentless assignments, Huai'an and his companions received an astonishing announcement. The Chunin exams are approaching. As the leading Jonin of Team 7, I am well aware of your capabilities and therefore recommend that the three of you participate in the Chunin exams. Hold your questions for a moment. Kakashi interjected upon noticing Naruto's eagerness. The Chunin exams require teams of 3. If you feel inadequately prepared, you may decline to participate. Kakashi leaned against the bridge support, speaking gently. Of course, I want to participate, Naruto exclaimed, feeling a surge of confidence. Becoming a Chunin is a significant step closer to becoming Hokage. I will also participate. Sasuke replied succinctly. Is the Chunin exam exclusive to our village? Huai'an inquired with curiosity. Kakashi shook his head. Ninja from various nations will partake in this Chunin exam. Not just those from Konohagakure. This assessment will also evaluate your growth over this period. Understood. Kakashi continued now. Focus on preparing for the Chunin exam and do not worry about missions for the time being. Many ninja from different countries will gather in Konoha, so be cautious and avoid impulsive actions. He offered a few warnings, particularly to Naruto, who was the most reckless among them. Huai'an and Sasuke, being gifted and relatively composed, reassured Kakashi. We will keep an eye on Naruto, Huai'an assured. All right, we shall dismiss for today. You are to participate in the assessment 2 weeks from now, Kakashi concluded. Understood. The three responded in unison. Huai'an turned to Sasuke and Naruto. How do you plan to train? If you wish to spar, we can arrange a session. Naruto's eyes lit up. Great. Can I train with you in? Of course, Huai'an replied, seeing it as an excellent opportunity to help Naruto with his theoretical knowledge. Sasuke frowned. I will train alone. Noticing Sasuke's firm determination, Huai'an didn't insist. All right, but make sure you eat well. You seem to have lost weight recently. Should I continue bringing you meals? Sasuke declined. No need. I am eating properly, so you need not worry. Huai'an felt he could only trust half of Sasuke's words and decided to send him some dried fruits for sustenance. Shall we all head home for now? Yes. Upon returning home, Huai'an began to gather fruits from his space, filling 2 large bags. He also prepared 2 bags of assorted nuts and snacks, delivering 1 portion to Sasuke and another to Naruto, ensuring he didn't neglect either. However, he inadvertently overlooked Naruto's insatiable appetite. That afternoon, when encountering Shikamaru, Choji And Ino at the training ground, Naruto boasted about the food and fruits Huai'an had given him. Later that day, Huai'an found himself unexpectedly visited by Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino at his home. Huai'an, with a bewildered expression, welcomed the three into his home. Ino-chan, Shikamaru, Choji, what brings you here? Ino stepped inside, replying, we came to see you, my dear little brother. Huai'an sensed an inexplicable cadence in Ino's tone, as if she were hinting at something. He racked his brain, pondering how he might have offended her, yet found himself at a loss. Shikamaru sighed, it's been ages since we last saw you, so we decided to check in. Choji, ever the honest one, added, it's Naruto. He was boasting at the training ground about the fruits you brought him, which led to a brawl with Kiba. He mentioned that you all are participating in the Chunin exams. Huai'an realized it was typical of Naruto to stir up trouble. He emerged from the kitchen, bearing a platter of freshly washed fruit. That's right. Shikamaru, aren't you all participating? Asuma-sensei must have recommended you. Shikamaru, as nonchalant as ever, replied, what a hassle. Ino, brimming with confidence, declared, of course. We've undertaken numerous missions these past few months, significantly enhancing our skills, which is why Asuma-sensei recommended us. This trial will showcase the prowess of various ninja villages, she continued. Choji nodded in agreement while munching on a bunch of grapes. Huai'an smiled, that's great. We can have fun together again. Shikamaru remarked, in the Chunin exams, we'll likely become rivals. This isn't child's play. Huai'an understood this well. That's fine. We can gauge each other's progress. Shikamaru, with your laid-back attitude, I might just advance to Chunin before you, Huai'an asserted with supreme confidence. We will surely defeat you. Ino retorted as she playfully ruffled her brother's hair, reminding him of his place. Yet, Huai'an remained unperturbed. Ino-chan, it's easy to talk now, but when you face Sasuke, don't falter. Ino's cheeks flushed. I wouldn't. I have principles. Choji paused mid-bite, sensing that such a scenario was quite plausible. Shikamaru took a bite of his apple and remarked, I hope this Chunin exam concludes swiftly. Huai'an couldn't resist cupping Shikamaru's face, playfully squeezing it. Shikamaru, you need to stay alert. We're representing Konoha. Your negativity will only invite scorn from other villages. Shikamaru groaned. By the way, Ino-chan, have you received any C-rank missions lately? Huai'an turned his gaze to her. Ino nodded, arms crossed. Indeed, we recently undertook a rather intriguing escort mission. That is wonderful. It's been a month since we had a C-rank mission, Huai'an said, filled with envy. Choji looked at Huai'an. I remember you returned from the land of waves after a month. That must have been quite an experience. Huai'an nodded. Yes, it was quite fruitful. Kakashi-sensei taught us several jutsu we hadn't encountered before. Asuma-sensei imparted some techniques and combat strategies as well. By the time the Chunin exams arrive, we will certainly impress you. Ino agreed. Her interest piqued, absolutely. Huai'an shared her enthusiasm, feeling exhilarated by the prospect. One can witness a plethora of ninjutsu and ninja techniques. This time, he is determined to refine his offensive skills and elevate his prowess. After dining at Huai'an's residence, the group departed. Huai'an felt an exhilarating rush, rendering him unable to sleep. Jinchuan, what do you think the Chunin exams will be like? Will there be many formidable opponents? Jinchuan replied, with your current level, as long as you surpass the chi refinement stage, your strength will significantly increase. No matter how powerful others may be, they become inconsequential in the face of greater strength. All right, I must break through the chi refinement stage before the Chunin evaluation, Huai'an thought, filled with ambition. After a moment of reflection, Huai'an continued. The knowledge I am acquiring is too eclectic. I no longer need to advance my medical ninjutsu, for I have mastered it sufficiently. It merely requires more practical application. Jinchuan listened silently. I am also diligently practicing ordinary ninjutsu, yet during my recent journey to the land of waves, I found the lethality of basic ninjutsu lacking, feeling somewhat insipid. Currently, my most powerful advanced technique is lightning release, while wind release holds some destructive capability. As for sealing techniques, I only know a few simple ones. Many others remain incomprehensible to me, indicating further study is necessary. I must also enhance my taijutsu, as its efficacy is paramount. When one's speed and strength are formidable, opponents cannot even approach. In practicing the Chong-Lu Ju, I can sense an increasing accumulation of energy within my body. The technique shows great promise. The ability to harness boundless natural energy surpasses the limitations of one's own spiritual and chakra energy. The study of talismans is equally impressive, possessing greater potency than certain ninjutsu. Huai'an rambled on about various subjects, having attempted everything accessible to him, aside from his innate bloodline, and would release Kekkei Genkai. Jinchuan remarked, "The growth potential of Chang Lu Ju is substantial. You should focus on internal cultivation. External forces are merely temporary." Huai'an pondered for a moment. "Yes, I concur. I wish to continue honing the Chang Lu Ju and my spear techniques. The remaining time will be devoted to practicing talismans and ninjutsu, while I will set other pursuits aside." "Very well, you may decide for yourself," Jinchuan replied nonchalantly, having lived for so long that he did not share Huai'an's sense of urgency. "Once you surpass the Qi refinement stage, your lifespan will extend to at least 200 years, granting you ample time. There is no need to push yourself further," Jinchuan stated calmly. 200 years? Then I shall become a long-lived elder. Huai'an mused, envisioning himself at over 200, feeling as though he would be unable to walk. After breaking through the foundation establishment stage and entering the golden core stage, your appearance will stabilize, and the notion of aging will cease to exist. Jinchuan glanced at Huai'an. "Wow, splendid. I can remain eternally youthful," Huai'an exclaimed, clenching his fist, resolute in his commitment to diligent practice. Jinchuan paused for a moment. "When your lifespan exceeds its limits, and your parents and loved ones have aged, will you harbor regrets?" Huai'an fell silent. "Can my father and mother cultivate alongside me?" Jinchuan remained quiet, having yet to encounter anyone among those he knew possessing the aptitude for cultivation. Huai'an rested his chin upon the bedpost, poking Jinchuan with his finger. "But I do not wish to abandon my cultivation, though a sense of melancholy envelopes me. I shall remain steadfastly by my parents' side until their last breaths. In this world, who can claim to be immortal? Perhaps I too may meet my demise in the pursuit of my duties. An extension of life does not equate to invincibility. True strength must be cultivated within oneself." Jinchuan gently swatted away Huai'an's fingers, acknowledging the truth in his words, then continue to train and grow stronger. Huai'an nodded, his gaze sincere as he asked Jinchuan, "Will you always be by my side?" Jinchuan closed his golden, translucent eyes and replied, "Focus on your training." Though no answer came, Huai'an sensed an unspoken truth. In his youth, Jinchuan had forged a bond with him due to his grave injuries, and as Huai'an matured, it seemed Jinchuan's own wounds were healing as well. He understood that, akin to a premium system, Jinchuan did not belong to his world and would inevitably depart. Quietly, Huai'an nestled closer, seeking comfort in Jinchuan's cool presence, and soon succumbed to slumber. After a considerable wait, Jinchuan finally opened his eyes to regard the sleeping cub before him, letting out a resigned sigh. His form elongated slightly, revealing a tall figure clad in a dark robe adorned with golden patterns, trailing to the ground. His silver hair brushed against his ankles as he gently lifted Huai'an, placing him upon the bed and covering him with a small blanket. Huai'an slept soundly, unguarded in the familiarity of his surroundings. Jinchuan reverted to his original form, curling up beside Huai'an to rest. Upon awakening the following morning, Huai'an swiftly cast aside his sorrowful musings, determined to embrace the present moment. After completing his daily training and delivering a document to his mother in the mountains, he resumed his meditative practice. Bathed in sunlight, Huai'an reveled in the sensation of spiritual energy coursing into his body, the flow within him accelerating. The previous expansion of his meridians bore fruit, and he felt as if his body were a vortex, fervently gathering spiritual power. Striving to contain the surging energy within, he gradually coalesced it into a liquid form, feeling as though he were a vessel swelling with power. This session of meditation extended over 2 days, culminating in a soft pop, reminiscent of a barrier breaking. Immersed in his practice, Huai'an perceived distant thunder rumbling in the sky, while Jinchuan coiled beside him, gazing upward, oblivious to the world beyond. Huai'an dedicated himself to condensing the expanding energy within him into a liquid state, until at last, the final remnants solidified. When he finally emerged from his trance, he noticed the ominous clouds that had gathered above were now dissipating. As he slowly rose, a stiff sensation coursed through his body, stretching his legs and body. He remarked on his rigidity. Jinchuan opened his eyes. "It is only natural to feel stiff after 2 days of training." Huai'an replied, "Ah? Have I gone 2 days without food?" Jinchuan, exasperated, responded, "Is that all you can think of? You have reached the foundation stage. Your body should not feel hunger." "Haha, I knew I could do it," Huai'an said, moving his limbs with newfound vigor. Though he did not feel hunger, it was essential for one to eat. Huai'an rubbed his stomach, By the way, is mother at home? I hope she isn't worried about me. Huai'an glanced at Zhenxuan, who was seated to his left. No. She has gone on a mission, Zhenxuan replied. That is good to hear. The next time I break through to the golden core stage, you must find a secure place to cultivate. Interruptions during cultivation are most detrimental. The consequences can range from falling into madness to severe meridian rupture, Zhenxuan cautioned. Huai'an listened intently to Zhenxuan's words, nodding earnestly. All right, I understand. Next time, I shall select a safe location and set up a barrier. I will wash up first. And then we can go out to eat, Huai'an suggested. Zhenxuan did not partake in the local cuisine, thus made no reply. Huai'an did not press the matter and, after freshening up, promptly took Zhenxuan to a ramen shop named Yao. Huai'an lifted the door curtain and cheerfully called to Sanpu at the counter. Sister Sanpu, I would like a bowl of Yao ramen. Sanpu smiled and replied, Huai'an, you're here. Very well, please take a seat. I will be with you shortly. Huai'an settled into his usual spot. A pair of unfamiliar individuals seated to his far left glanced at him, whispering, Is he the famed Huai'an from the mountains? The top graduate of the Konoha Ninja Academy? The man, adorned with a grass ninja headband, regarded Huai'an with a look of scrutiny and disdain. He still looks like a good little boy. The female ninja across from him displayed a cold demeanor, seemingly uninterested in Huai'an, her voice raspy and unpleasant. Enough, don't stir up trouble. Huai'an rubbed his ears, feeling somewhat troubled by the heightened sensitivity of his senses. Zhenxuan, the noise outside is quite chaotic. Could you perhaps dampen it? Zhenxuan transmitted a mantra into Huai'an's mind. Master this mantra, and you shall control the scattered perceptions. Huai'an immediately examined the mantra in his mind, then drew forth a small amount of spiritual energy. As he invoked the incantation, a tranquility enveloped his mind. Finally, he was spared from the cacophony of gossip. Turning his gaze towards the two foreign ninjas, he soon locked eyes with a pair that radiated malice and intimidation. Huai'an furrowed his brow, refusing to divert his gaze. Surely, he did not believe that his larger stature made him superior to Huai'an. In defiance, Huai'an glared back fiercely, even raising a fist. The male ninja chuckled, slicing his hand across his neck in a gesture of challenge. Huai'an was unperturbed, pointing downwards and making a gesture that signified his inferiority. The male ninja, clearly perturbed, leaped to his feet, while Huai'an smirked, tilting his head, waiting patiently in his seat for him to approach. Hey, don't stir up trouble, the raspy voice chimed in again. The female ninja's back turned to Huai'an, obscuring her expression. Only the male ninja, wearing a frustrated countenance, resumed his seat, confirming to Huai'an that he lacked the audacity to instigate conflict. Everyone in the shop witnessed this exchange, and a teacher from the Ninja Academy approached Huai'an, shielding him from the prying eyes of the others. With a smile, he inquired, Huai'an, how have you fared since graduation? I see your aura has strengthened considerably. In the presence of a Konoha teacher, Huai'an refrained from exhibiting any provocative behavior. He cast aside thoughts of the two individuals and turned to his teacher, Ms. Muxia. During this period, I have been engaged in task training and have made some progress. Excellent. I have heard that you will also be participating in the Chunin exam this time. Make sure to perform well. We will all be there to cheer for you. Ms. Muxia replied. Indeed, we will do our best, Huai'an said confidently. Ms. Muxia glanced back at the seats behind her and noticed that the two ninjas from the grass village had already departed. With a sigh of relief, she advised Huai'an. Shanzhong, there will be many foreign ninjas in the village over the next few days. Exercise caution and avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, if they provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with determination. Understood. After a few more words of concern, Ms. Muxia took her leave. Following a hearty bowl of ramen, Huai'an finally felt his stomach at ease. After strolling around the street and checking on his shop, he returned home to continue his training. Having reached the foundational stage of his cultivation, Huai'an distinctly felt his spiritual energy had become more abundant. Previously, he could draw 20 simple talismans in a day. Now, he could produce double that amount. As he expended more spiritual energy daily, nearing his physical limits, his recovery during meditation became significantly quicker than before. After exhausting himself with training each day, Huai'an would turn to reading. He had only reviewed the knowledge acquired at the Ninja Academy once. The rest of the time, he immersed himself in his compendium of talismans. Even if he could not yet draw them, he thought it wise to commit them to memory for any potential future dangers. Every morning, he trained at the Konoha training ground alongside Naruto, and after their training, they would engage in sparring sessions. Huai'an found the prospect of fighting Naruto quite unappealing, as Naruto was a physical powerhouse. Given that sparring was not meant to be taken to the extreme, whenever Huai'an managed to pin Naruto down, he would quickly bounce back up like a perpetual motion machine. Huai'an felt that fighting him was truly exhausting. Just hearing Naruto's voice made him reluctant to venture outside for training. However, he found joy in studying and reviewing. During these moments, Naruto was exceptionally well-behaved. While Huai'an sat diligently poring over his books, Naruto fidgeted impatiently beside him. Huai'an glanced up at him and remarked, "Are you suffering from hyperactivity? These are the topics I have summarized. While they may not appear on the exam, they will certainly lessen your study load." Naruto tugged at his hair in frustration. "But I can't understand any of it." Huai'an was at a loss. "You managed to memorize so many hand seals. You can surely remember these questions too." Just like reading a story. Naruto's expression turned incredulous, his face scrunching up adorably. Stories aren't this difficult to read, unlike the ones Kakashi-sensei enjoys, which even have illustrations. Curiously, Huai'an inquired, "Have you seen Kakashi-sensei's book?" Naruto rubbed his nose sheepishly. "Of course. I even saw him reading it while having a nosebleed. He must be reading something inappropriate." Huai'an was intrigued. "How do you know that?" Naruto smirked. "Well, remember when I showcased a bit of my seduction technique in front of the third Hokage?" He turned red and had a nosebleed, his eyes going blank. Kakashi-sensei, with a similar expression, undoubtedly harbors unhealthy thoughts. This was the first time Huai'an realized that Kakashi had evaded his attempts to sneak a peek. "Do you know what book he was reading?" "Intimate Paradise." Naruto twirled a pencil and remarked. Huai'an chuckled awkwardly. He had seen that book at the bookstore, which minors were prohibited from purchasing. The owner had mentioned that it was quite popular, evidently even among the elite shinobi. It would be best to steer clear of this topic to avoid leading anyone astray. Fortunately, Naruto wasn't too fond of reading, so he wouldn't be curious about the book's content. "All right, you should focus on your studies. Remember as much as you can," Huai'an encouraged. Naruto looked pained. He would rather train in the wilderness, striking wooden posts, than read. He rested his head on the table, glancing at the book for a while, his complexion growing haggard. Initially, he thought it would be pleasant to train alongside Huai'an, but had he known, he would have followed Sasuke's lead and trained alone. However, he recalled the various delicacies Huai'an had prepared for him. Rubbing his belly, he decided it was best to study diligently. He didn't want Huai'an to look down on him. After 2 hours of relentless study, Huai'an finally released the exhausted Naruto, who had slumped over the table. "All right, no more studying. Let us go eat." Upon hearing the word food, Naruto's eyes sparkled with renewed energy. "Yes, yes, let us eat." He carelessly tossed the book aside. Huai'an collected the book and led Naruto to the kitchen. "Today, I'm making braised fish, spicy chicken cubes, and frying some small fish." Naruto nodded eagerly. "Yes, yes. I also want fried sweet potato balls." Huai'an rubbed his temples. "All right then. You handle the fish while I prepare the sweet potato balls. Leave it to me." Naruto promised earnestly, taking the fish from the basin and heading out. Huai'an busied himself, and by evening, the two enjoyed a delightful meal together. For 2 consecutive weeks, despite the mounting pressure of his studies, Naruto had gained 2 pounds. However, his craving for Huai'an's culinary skills had diminished. It wasn't that he was tired of eating, but rather he was truly reluctant to study alongside Huai'an any longer. With only a week left until the exam, Huai'an advised, "Naruto, do not become too complacent. You must persevere until the end." Blinded by the allure of freedom, Naruto paid no heed to any admonitions regarding his studies. "Yes, yes, understood." Huai'an sighed. "All right. We'll conclude for today. You may head home. Starting tomorrow, we will train separately." Naruto immediately grabbed the food package Huai'an had prepared for him and dashed out. "Okay, I'm off. See you at the exam next week." Huai'an waved goodbye, observing Naruto's hasty retreat, pondering, "Am I a devil? He runs so fast." Jun Xian witnessed the entire process of Huai'an tutoring Naruto and felt frustrated that the child was proving difficult to teach. The little rascal, Naruto Uzumaki, was quite the handful. Yet, this temporary teacher was no pushover either. Huai'an felt no sense of wrongdoing. He merely lamented that Naruto's selective learning was exceedingly narrow, unable to engage with subjects that didn't pique his interest. Their time together was indeed a trial. Fortunately, they would not need to study together any longer, granting Huai'an more time to manage as he pleased. Due to the Chunin exam, Huai'an spent countless sleepless nights honing his skills. He was relentless, practicing diligently regardless of day or night. eagerly awaiting the opportunity to showcase his talents during the exam. After an exhaustive night of training, Huai'an hastily prepared himself and had a meager meal. The rigorous training over the past few days had significantly enhanced his offensive capabilities, resulting in the destruction of all the spare long spears at home. He now found himself in a state of distress, as his progress in spear techniques rendered his weapons increasingly unwieldy. The ninja tools available for purchase in his village did not include the unwieldy long spear, making him a rare case in Konohagakure. The shopkeepers were equally troubled, unsure of what materials could be utilized to create weapons that were less prone to damage. Pure metal was certainly not an option, as it would merely serve as a target. However, they had limited stock of durable materials, leaving Huai'an with no choice but to rely on simple wooden long spears for the time being. He felt a sense of urgency, fearing that he would be ill-prepared on the battlefield without a suitable weapon. Just as he was grappling with his concerns, his father, Yamashiro, returned from a mission, bringing an unexpected surprise. The sound of his father's footsteps was unmistakable, and at home, they both felt more at ease. However, the heavy steps of another individual accompanied him, exuding a strong scent of rust and accompanied by labored breathing that reached Huai'an's ears. A wave of unease washed over him as he turned to see his father supporting a hooded figure hastily entering the courtyard. "Father?" Huai'an exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward. Yamashiro quickly grasped Huai'an's arm, urging him, "Anin, quickly, take a look at this person. He is gravely injured." Without further ado, Huai'an sprang into action, swiftly maneuvering to open the door to a relatively secluded guest room. "Father, let him lie down here. I will fetch the medical kit." This guest room resembled more of a surgical chamber, housing many of Huai'an's collected medical instruments. Typically, it served as his experimental space, rarely allowing anyone else inside. This, however, was an exceptional circumstance. Yamashiro nodded. "All right, hurry." He carefully laid the injured individual on a small platform, cautiously removing the hood that concealed the person's form. The first sight revealed an indescribable visage, followed by a body marred with blood. Upon entering with the medical kit, Huai'an was immediately captivated by the intricate patterns adorning the face of the person lying on the bed. Golden red lines traced across the forehead and cheeks, strikingly unique. But Huai'an did not linger on them. The figure had previously been obscured by the hood and coat, preventing a full view of their physique. Now, as Yamashiro removed the hood, Huai'an noticed that the person's limbs were stained crimson, and their abdomen had been grievously punctured, exposing the struggling organs within. Yamashiro could only manage basic bandaging, lacking the skills to perform medical ninjutsu. Although it is rather peculiar that Father Yamamoto chose to bring such an extraordinary individual into our home rather than taking him to the Konoha hospital. This is not the moment for inquiries. "Father, this man is gravely injured. His wounds are adhered to his clothing. I will need to carefully detach the fabric surrounding his injuries," Huai'an remarked while checking the man's pulse and assessing his condition. Father Yamamoto, having assisted comrades in treating wounds before, promptly retrieved scissors and tweezers from Huai'an's medical kit. "All right, I shall handle it," he responded, setting aside his own concerns. Huai'an donned gloves, intending first to address the wounds on the man's abdomen. Despite the less-than-ideal circumstances, there was no time for hesitation. Huai'an employed chakra manipulation to staunch the bleeding. Fortunately, the puncture to the abdominal cavity was situated slightly lower, sparing the kidneys from severe damage. After a thorough examination, he skillfully used a chakra scalpel and chakra threads to suture the damaged area. The wound, roughly the size of a fist, was beyond his ability to stitch, so he utilized chakra techniques to heal the surface injuries. Internal damage would require gradual recuperation, but externally, the wound appeared to be mended at last. Wrapping the injury in bandages, he proceeded to tend to the man's limbs. During his treatment, Huai'an discerned that the abdominal injury was inflicted by a bare-handed assault, while the wounds on the limbs bore the mark of another's doing. The stark distinction indicated that the abdominal injury had been delivered with lethal intent, whereas the injuries to the limbs seemed to have been aimed at obstructing the flow of chakra. It was evident that the man's meridians had been severed by a chakra blade. Frowning, Huai'an noted that this individual's medical ninjutsu appeared more advanced than his own, executed with precision and decisiveness, leaving him curious about the identity of the assailant. As Huai'an reconnected the man's meridians, the night wore on. His concentration was intensely focused. He dared not allow any lapse in attention, for any misalignment in the meridians could lead to grave complications. Father Yamamoto stood by, gently wiping the sweat from Huai'an's brow and cheeks. Observing that Huai'an seemed to be concluding his efforts, he inquired, "How is he?" And in? Huai'an nodded affirmatively. "The bleeding has ceased and the wounds have been sutured, but he is quite severely injured. Given his condition, he will require at least 3 months of rest." Father Yamamoto sighed in relief. "As long as we have saved him, we can manage. However, he will need to remain here with us to recuperate." Jinchuan had been roused by the acrid scent of blood when Father Yamamoto returned with the injured man, subsequently drawn to the peculiar patterns etched across the man's face. Now seeing Huai'an finish his work, she inquired telepathically, "Who is this man?" Huai'an, uncertain, could only turn to Father Yamamoto for clarification. "Father, who is this individual?" Father Yamamoto carefully moved the man to a makeshift bed and gestured for Huai'an to step outside. Glancing back at the still sleeping figure, Huai'an followed his father out. Once outside, Father Yamamoto wearily sank onto a bench in the corridor, gazing up at the waning moonlight. He is Sato-kun, the late son of the village chief from the Land of Crafts. Other matters were not disclosed by Father Yamamoto. However, considering that the late village chief Sato has passed away and his only surviving son is injured and has fled, it is not difficult to deduce that significant events have transpired in the Land of Crafts. Huai'an furrowed his brow and scrutinized Father Yamamoto. "Father, you are not injured. Are you?" Father Yamamoto shook his head. "I am fine. They have not yet resorted to harming the ninjas of Konoha." Huai'an glanced at the somewhat fatigued Father Yamamoto. "Father, you should rest. I will take care of Mr. Sato." Father Yamamoto shook his head. "No need. I can watch over him. You have the Chunin exam in 2 days. So do not trouble yourself with this matter. The crux of the issue is that Huai'an cannot intervene in this situation. By the way, the journey to the Land of Crafts was not without its rewards." Father Yamamoto perked up a bit, smiling as he looked at Huai'an. He produced a scroll from his person and slowly unfurled it, revealing a red-tasseled silver spear. Huai'an gazed in awe at the spear before him. It was slightly longer than the one he had previously wielded, with a silver handle intricately adorned with strange threads and a sharp, glinting spearhead. Under the moonlight, the red tassel resembled a splash of crimson in an ink-painted scroll, exuding an air of mystery and danger. "Father, what is this?" Huai'an asked, captivated by the spear. Father Yamamoto smiled, then spoke with a hint of gravity. "This is a spear crafted for you by Chief Sato, and it is his final masterpiece." Huai'an's brow furrowed slightly as he looked at Father Yamamoto. "This?" Father Yamamoto handed the spear to Huai'an. "It is all right. It was made specifically for you. He also used a rare material that can absorb chakra, and its strength surpasses that of your previous spear by a considerable margin. See if it suits you." Huai'an carefully accepted the spear, and as it entered his grasp, a cool sensation surged into his arm, causing it to momentarily feel heavy. This spear was at least 5 times heavier than his previous one. For a moment, Huai'an found it difficult to adjust, contemplating removing the weighted rings on his wrists. As soon as he did, his arm felt significantly lighter. Without regard for the late hour, Huai'an brandished the spear, executing a fluid series of movements, only to have the ornamental rockery in the courtyard shatter under the force of his strike. Father Yamamoto gazed in astonishment at Huai'an, who was still retracting the spear, feeling a mix of shock at his son's destructive power while maintaining his composure as a father. Regaining his breath, Father Yamamoto's voice came out slightly hoarse. "Remember to buy another piece for the rockery, otherwise your mother will be upset." Huai'an, whose heart had been racing with excitement, suddenly paused. We're doomed. This was specially selected by Mother Yamamoto from the sculptor's shop, and it fits perfectly with the house. It has been in place for at least 5 or 6 years. Father Yamamoto, equally anxious, saw his son struck speechless and promptly patted Huai'an on the shoulder. "Do not worry. We will quickly buy another piece to remedy the situation." "All right, father. I will go first thing tomorrow morning," Huai'an replied eagerly. Although Mother Yamamoto would not resort to violence, her stern demeanor and sharp tongue could make their lives quite uncomfortable for a month. The two individuals hastily approached to gather the scattered stones. In a bid to erase all traces, Huai'an crushed the already fragmented rocks into powder and concealed them beneath the flower bed. Once the task was complete, the father and son exchanged glances, both grinning slightly. Huai'an then glanced at the long spear, ultimately satisfied as he stored it within his spatial realm. His father, residing in the mountains, had long ceased to be surprised by Huai'an's ability to summon the spear at will. In his youth, Huai'an possessed the talent to conjure objects out of thin air, a child's little secret. Fortunately, Konoha had a sealing scroll for weapon storage. ensuring Huai'an's abilities did not draw undue attention. Rather than succumbing to slumber, Huai'an chose to sit beside his father, meditating quietly. He rose intermittently to cool down Sato Kun, who was feverish inside, and to brew medicine for him. Early the next morning, without wasting a moment, Huai'an finished his father's lovingly prepared meal and promptly set out. The carving shop not only sold various artificial hills, but also crafted wooden furniture, a unique offering in Konoha. However, the number of artificial hills was quite limited. As many villagers had no need for them, only families with courtyards sought to embellish their homes. Huai'an's mother was one such individual, possessing a fondness for flowers, flowing streams, and mountainous landscapes. Huai'an ran swiftly, arriving at the shop before it opened. He had to wait beside the storefront, pondering with his head bowed. Just then, a swift gust of wind rushed toward him, and he instinctively drew a kunai, deflecting the shuriken that flew toward his head. The kunai's momentum remained unabated, only to be halted by a shower of sand. Huai'an looked up to see 3 figures before him, 2 men and 1 woman, 2 tall and 1 short. The man on the right had his face obscured by purple markings, making his features indistinguishable. He wore a black bodysuit and carried an object nearly as tall as himself, shrouded in fabric, rendering it invisible. On the left was a beautiful woman dressed in a light, form-fitting outfit that allowed for ease of movement. Her back adorned with a massive fan, exuding an air of elegance and prowess. However, the one who truly exuded danger was the boy standing in the middle. He appeared remarkably distinct, with a charming and delicate visage, yet dark shadows encircled his eyes, suggesting a lack of restful sleep. His striking short red hair framed a pale face, marked by a vivid red character for love on his right temple. He bore a gourd on his back, significantly larger than himself, from which the sand that had just attacked Huai'an was released. This boy, roughly Huai'an's size, possessed a gaze as frigid as ice. The look he cast was not that of a human, but rather reminiscent of a beast, filled with a cruel ferocity. In the stillness of the early morning Konoha village, 3 evident outsiders launched an attack against him, clearly a provocation. Huai'an slowly rose to his feet, addressing the trio. "Do you have business with me?" The oddly dressed man on the left scrutinized Huai'an from head to toe. "Are you from the Yamashiro clan?" Huai'an furrowed his brow in response. "Why do you ask? It appears rather unimpressive. I have heard that the Byakugan and Sharingan of Konoha are exceptionally powerful. Yet, the intelligence report indicates that a certain young genin named Yamanaka Huai'an has graduated at the top of his class." The individual's gaze bore a sense of appraisal and inquiry. From his countenance to his limbs, it seemed less like he was observing a person and more akin to scrutinizing a flawless artifact. Indeed, his visage was strikingly captivating. The female ninja to the right cast a lingering glance at Huai'an, arms crossed. "We have just arrived in Konoha. It would be prudent not to stir trouble. A mere assessment of Konoha's strength should suffice. It appears to be of little concern." The impudent boy in the center merely glanced at Huai'an before continuing on his way. Huai'an's keen ears picked up their casual disparagement of him and Konoha, revealing a brazen arrogance. "You just assaulted me without an apology and now intend to leave? Is that not rather inappropriate?" Huai'an calmly addressed the 3. "You seem unscathed, yet excessive entanglements are not advisable," remarked the individual adorned with purple markings, arching an eyebrow at Huai'an. A subtle smirk graced Huai'an's lips. It was apparent they held him in contempt. "You choose to disregard civility, do you?" His expression turned frosty. In an instant, a metallic chakra blade appeared in his hand, his movements fluid and swift, as he closed the distance to the most insolent individual. A strike with the back of the blade aimed to send the individual flying, yet a barrier of sand materialized before him. Another surge of sand assailed his head from behind. Evading the blade, Huai'an delivered a powerful kick, sending the person hurtling away with equal force. Simultaneously dodging the sand spear's assault from behind, Huai'an retreated. "Sand ninja?" The red-haired boy in the center cast a disdainful glance at Huai'an, his lowered gaze exuding condescension that was quite discomforting. It was the first time Huai'an encountered such malevolent scrutiny. The boy raised his right hand, and more fine sand erupted from the gourd at his back. The sand spread like the legs of a spider, and as he clenched his palm, it surged towards Huai'an like hounds on the hunt. Huai'an remained alert, skillfully navigating through the grains of sand, evading each assault with precision. Observing the deep impatience reflected in the boy's dark-circled eyes, he unleashed even more fine sand from his gourd. Huai'an resolved to show him a lesson: water release, great waterfall technique. The fine sand that rushed toward Huai'an clashed with the torrent of water he summoned. The ninja flanking the red-haired boy, the male ninja, exhibited a sense of pride and entitlement as he watched Huai'an being overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the female ninja seemed uneasy, furrowing her brow as she observed the red-haired boy. Their positioning indicated that the two flanking ninjas regarded the central boy with a sense of superiority. As the red-haired ninja launched his attack on Huai'an, they refrained from intervening, suggesting that Huai'an was indeed the prey of the red-haired ninja, with the others hesitant to step in. Sand binding coffin. The deep, gravelly voice carried a chilling calmness. Huai'an sensed an ominous shift beneath his feet, as the ground seemed to ripple, gradually engulfing his legs in a sensation akin to sinking into a quagmire. An intangible pressure enveloped him, instilling a sense of peril. Without hesitation, he employed the instant movement technique and the clone technique, swiftly escaping to the safety of a nearby tree. Before his departure, Huai'an set a fire talisman at his original position, which detonated with a resounding explosion, shattering the sand that had been manipulated as if it were a living entity. Seizing the opportunity amidst the rising smoke, he drew forth his spear, which gleamed in his grasp like a silver dragon, radiating an indomitable brilliance as he launched an attack against his opponent. Before him, a wall of sand instinctively rose to intercept Huai'an's strike. Frowning, he was taken aback by his adversary's swift reaction. Yet, undeterred, he seized the chance for close combat, relishing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of thrusts, stabs, and sweeping strikes. Huai'an's strength was formidable. Even as some of his blows were deflected by the sand, they nonetheless compelled his opponent to retreat. The man's face contorted into a peculiar smile, a blend of delight and cruelty, leaving Huai'an with an unsettling chill. His body trembled with excitement. And after his next strike shattered the sandy defense, his opponent froze in place. Two sand ninjas, who had been observing from the sidelines, now appeared visibly alarmed, calling out, "Gara!" Huai'an was perplexed by their sudden trepidation towards their comrade. As he pondered this, an astonishing sight nearly caused his eyes to bulge from their sockets. Before him, the red-haired youth's right arm grotesquely transformed into a bloated, beastly claw, his body slightly hunched, as if preparing to pounce, like a wild animal. "What in the world? A monster?" Huai'an exclaimed, inadvertently striking a nerve. The two sand ninjas glared at him, indignant. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Meanwhile, the beastly boy lunged towards Huai'an with astonishing agility, his clawed arm extending to nearly twice his height, effortlessly snapping the branch on which Huai'an had been perched. With no choice but to leap away, Huai'an's skirmish attracted a throng of curious villagers. The creature seemed singularly fixated on Huai'an, directing all its attacks towards him. "This is perilous. You must leave at once and seek refuge in the square," he urged the onlookers. The destruction wrought by this beast was alarming, and Huai'an was at a loss as to how their confrontation had escalated to such life-and-death stakes. Fueled by indignation, Huai'an wielded his spear and unleashed a thunderstrike, which struck the youth with a blinding flash. A piercing roar erupted from the beast's throat. With a sweeping motion, Huai'an sent the creature crashing into the adjacent woods, shifting the battleground into the trees. Just as he prepared to press his advantage, a familiar languid voice halted his advance. "Ah, my beloved disciple, what mischief are you up to?" A heavy, warm hand rested on Huai'an's shoulder, and he turned in delight to see his teacher, Kakashi. The expression on his face changed in an instant, and with a tone of grievance, he said, "Kakashi-sensei, I have been bullied." Huai'an pointed towards the already standing boy across from him, along with two timid companions standing at a distance. It was them. "I had gotten up early to buy something, and for some reason, they threw shurikens at me. Oh, my three friends from the sand village. I wonder why you chose to attack my little disciple." Kakashi inquired lightheartedly, directing his gaze at the trio. Among them, Gara did not spare Kakashi a glance, but kept his eyes fixed on Huai'an. Only the relatively composed female ninja spoke up. "We merely wished to engage in some exchange with the top student from Konoha. We meant no hostility." Standing beside his teacher, Huai'an felt emboldened. If you intended to exchange, why not even introduce yourselves, and instead resorted to attacking me?" The female ninja was momentarily at a loss for words. She had intended to provoke, but had not anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. As she pondered how to navigate the situation, a tall ninja suddenly appeared, restraining Gara's arms. "Gara, now is not the time for sparring." "Master Maki," the female ninja exclaimed, surprised at the arrival. The boy named Gara scoffed, his gaze piercing into Huai'an, who was tugging at Kakashi's arm. With his teacher's restraint, his arms reverted to their original state. He seemed to possess substantial autonomy. After casting a glance at his teacher, he focused on Huai'an, Sand Ninja, Gaara. After stating his name, he turned and departed, completely disregarding the mess he left behind along with his two companions. Huai'an expressed his dissatisfaction. What does that mean? Just stating his name suffices. He did not even apologize. Hey, it was I who attacked you. Why are you seeking Gaara? Remarked the male ninja with stripes on his face. Huai'an ignored him, instead listlessly brushing his fingertips along the tip of his weapon. You, Kankuro, do not stir up trouble, the sand ninja instructor admonished. He then turned to Kakashi. This incident is our fault. We should not have approached an esteemed ninja without proper introduction, as it startled the young ninja from Konoha. It was not quite a scare, Huai'an interjected, displeased at being portrayed as a helpless child. Kakashi chuckled softly. Indeed, he was not frightened. It is simply that my disciple tends to strike rather hard. I hope you do not mind. The sand ninja smiled. Not at all. I hope this Chunin exam allows the children to continue their unfinished exchange. Kakashi remained noncommittal. As the three prepared to depart, Huai'an quickly remarked, that Gaara of yours. He has damaged the walls of several villagers and a few trees. You must take responsibility. The ninja in front turned with a cold gaze. Kakashi pulled Huai'an behind him, blocking the view of this jonin, and said with a smile, what my little disciple says holds much merit. After all, the homes of the villagers and the trees are innocent. Of course, if only the exchange had not taken place in the middle of the street. Konoha has many training grounds. The sand ninja, Maki, replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Very well, compensation will be arranged shortly. Kakashi smiled and waved his hand. Yes, thank you very much, Maki. Huai'an also peeked out from behind, meeting the unfriendly gaze of the female ninja. He had always been magnanimous towards girls, offering a friendly smile that momentarily startled her. As he watched the trio depart, Kakashi pulled Huai'an aside and inquired, what transpired? Huai'an, feeling quite vexed, expressed his bewilderment at the unexpected trouble he found himself in. I did not instigate anything. Teacher Kakashi, you know me well enough, he replied, somewhat disgruntled. Very well, I merely wish to understand the situation, as I must report to my superiors shortly. The Chunin exam has yet to commence, and engaging in private skirmishes is strictly prohibited. With a furrowed brow, Huai'an recounted the events of the morning. I reiterate, I was unaware of anything. I was merely waiting for the proprietor to open the shop when three strangers assaulted me. Huai'an felt no sense of wrongdoing in this matter. Kakashi, at a loss for words, recalled how just yesterday these three had stirred discontent among a group of children at the training grounds, and he had been grateful that Huai'an had not been present. Now, it seemed like gold that shines regardless of its surroundings. This bright little head had attracted the attention of the small boss. All right, I understand, Kakashi said, amused by Huai'an's displeasure. He affectionately ruffled Huai'an's fluffy hair, akin to petting a proud cat. No matter, you performed admirably today, but exercise caution when facing that boy named Gaara. Our assessment indicates that his strength is on par with elite genin. Curious, Huai'an inquired. Then what about me, Naruto, and Sasuke? What ranks do we hold? Kakashi patted his head, asking, what do you think? Huai'an chuckled. We are not weak. Though uncertain of their standing, Huai'an had indeed held back during his encounter with Gaara. By the way, Teacher Kakashi, how can Gaara's arm transform? What kind of jutsu is that? After transformation, his strength increased several-fold. He is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. The one tail, Kakashi simply stated. Huai'an paused, wondering if it was akin to Naruto. Yet, that boy seemed to regard everyone with disdain, creating an aura that discouraged any approach. Focus, do not dwell on such thoughts. Prepare well for the Chunin exam, Kakashi advised, aware of Huai'an's contemplations, though such matters were not for children to ponder. Understood. Huai'an clenched his fist, suddenly feeling a twinge of guilt. Shaking his head, he resolved not to dwell on it, trusting that things would unfold naturally. Kakashi had further matters to address, so he imparted a few reminders to Huai'an before departing. Huai'an resumed his wait in front of the carving shop until it opened. Setting aside his speculations, he meticulously selected a piece that, while not vastly different in texture from the previous one, boasted a bolder style. Delighted with his choice, he placed an order. The shopkeeper, equally pleased, promptly dispatched someone to deliver it to Huai'an's home in the mountains, and Huai'an accompanied them back. Having resolved this matter, Huai'an chose to remain indoors, wary of encountering provocations from other ninja villages that might tempt him to retaliate. Nevertheless, His battle with Gaara that morning had imparted some valuable insights. As he confronted Gaara's sand-based ninjutsu, a sense of helplessness engulfed him, leaving him perplexed about which technique to employ. Taijutsu, under his defense, lacked the necessary offensive power, while his ninjutsu was not as inherently advantageous. Huai'an pondered how he might achieve victory in their next encounter. He sensed that Gaara, much like himself, was not exerting his full strength, with both parties holding back. Yet Huai'an found himself revealing more of his hidden cards. Jinchuan suddenly interjected, with sheer force, one can break through all methods. Your spear has already penetrated his defense. As long as you strike with greater speed and power, he will be of little concern. Furthermore, Huai'an possesses numerous simple talismans. If he disregards martial ethics and bombards Gaara with them, he could ultimately wear him down. You have too little experience in actual combat, your sensitivity to danger is lacking, and your adaptability in the heat of the moment requires improvement. Huai'an nodded earnestly. Jinchuan, you speak the truth. I plan to embark on a journey for training after the Chunin exams, to traverse countless miles and grow through experiences. Lost in thought, Huai'an was interrupted by his father, Yamanaka, who rushed in from the corridor, calling out urgently, "Anin, hurry, come with me." Huai'an immediately stood and approached his father, inquiring, "Father, has Mr. Sato awakened?" Aside from this matter, he was unaware of his father's urgency. Yamanaka nodded, then shook his head. He seems to have awakened, yet remains in a state of tension. As they walked, Huai'an remarked, "That is understandable. We must first help him stabilize." Yamanaka asked, "What medicinal herbs are needed?" Huai'an replied, "None. I learned from Dr. Sukikage that chakra needles will suffice." Upon entering another small guest room, Huai'an found Sato Kuin with his eyes closed, a network of veins visible on his forehead and neck. He paused. "Father, something is amiss. It appears he has fallen victim to Jinjutsu." Yamanaka furrowed his brow. How has the situation grown so complex? Deciding to cast a dispelling Jinjutsu himself, Huai'an observed as Sato Kuin's breathing gradually relaxed and his facial expression softened. Fortunately, the Jinjutsu I employed was not too strong. Huai'an noted. Feeling somewhat weary, Yamanaka had initially intended to take Sato Kuin to meet the third Hokage once he regained consciousness. However, he now deemed it prudent for Sato Kuin to rest while he reported the situation. Coming to a decision, Yamanaka asked Huai'an, "How long until he awakens?" Huai'an examined Sato Kuin's injuries. "He should be fine by noon." Yamanaka nodded. "Good. You stay here and tend to Mr. Sato. I will seek the third Hokage. This matter requires his attention." "All right, father, go ahead. I will take good care of him," Huai'an assured, offering his father a reassuring glance. Yamanaka then departed. This issue needed swift resolution. Otherwise, the Chunin exams could be delayed. Yamanaka harbored concerns. The timing of these events felt too coincidental, with individuals from other nations converging in Konoha while turmoil erupted in the neighboring land of crafts. In the courtyard, Huai'an practiced with his spear, remaining vigilant about the condition of the individual inside. When noon arrived and Sato Kuin had not yet awakened, Huai'an proceeded to the kitchen to prepare lunch. The atmosphere was tranquil until a sudden thud echoed from the inner courtyard, prompting Huai'an to hastily set down the knife in his hand and stride towards the backyard. Upon passing through the archway, he beheld the man who was supposed to be sound asleep, now precariously perched on the wall. His movements were sluggish, punctuated by occasional grunts of pain, a testament to his cautiousness. Yet, the keen senses of a ninja, especially those of Huai'an, were unparalleled. Every sound and motion fell keenly upon his ears. With arms crossed, Huai'an pondered the man's bizarre decision to clamber up the wall immediately upon awakening, seemingly oblivious to the potential aggravation of his injuries. The meridians in his arms and legs had only just been reconnected, and now he was exerting himself, as if fearful he might lose the ability to use his limbs altogether. Huai'an raised his gaze, his tone calm, yet laced with an air of villainy. "Mr. Sato, this is quite inadvisable. If you attempt to undergo surgery on your arm's sinews again, it will undoubtedly affect the dexterity of your wrists and ankles in the future. I recommend you descend. We have matters to discuss." At the sound of Huai'an's words, Sato Kuin halted his ascent, slumping down beside the wall. Upon looking up, he was met with the sight of a striking young boy who did not appear malevolent. Sato Kuin's apprehensions began to dissipate, and he inquired, "May I ask, did you save me?" Huai'an shook his head. "Not I." Then, with a playful glint in his eyes, he added, "It was my father who brought you back." Sato Kuin, weary from his ordeal, remained seated, wary of using his limbs due to the previous excruciating pain. Huai'an approached him gently. You should rest. Your body's meridians are not yet healed. Sato-kun looked up at Huai'an, whose deceptive countenance and gentle speech left him defenseless. He sighed. Do you know me? Huai'an replied, Indeed. He extended his hand, and a gleaming silver spear materialized within it. This is a weapon crafted for me by village chief Sato. A look of confusion washed over Sato-kun's face as he reached out to touch the silver spear. Recognizing the familiar material he had previously unearthed and polished in the mountains. The intricate patterns on the spear were unmistakably those of his father's craftsmanship, though he had never seen it during his father's lifetime. With a heavy heart, Sato-kun lamented, This is indeed made by my father, though I never witnessed it while he was alive. Huai'an spoke softly, My father had village chief Sato forge it a few days ago. I did not anticipate the ensuing events. Sato-kun lowered his gaze, his fist clenched tightly. It was them, as he seemed on the verge of revealing some hidden truth. Huai'an quickly interjected, Mr. Sato, let me assist you to bed. We can discuss everything once you have regained your strength. Before Sato-kun could fully comprehend, he found himself lifted effortlessly into the air by the small boy, who seemed to carry him with ease. The words of protest he intended to voice were lost in the moment. Gaze directed towards the bright sky, Sato-kun felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as though it might crush him. Huai'an gently placed him on the sickbed and proceeded to reapply the necessary medication and bandages. After completing all these tasks, Huai'an turned to Sato-kun, whose face was slightly flushed with embarrassment. Mr. Sato, please rest here for a moment. I prepared some nourishing porridge for your stomach. You may have a little to settle your appetite. Sato-kun nodded gloomily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Huai'an went to the kitchen and filled a bowl with food, making his way to the backyard. Unin. Huai'an paused, looking towards the source of the voice. Father, Lord Hokage. You have arrived. Mr. Sato had awakened and was now resting in the room. Huai'an quickly relayed the information. Mr. Yamashiro took the food from Huai'an's hands, inquiring, Is this for Mr. Sato? Yes. He needs to replenish his energy, Huai'an replied. Mr. Yamashiro patted Huai'an's shoulder gently, saying, Anin, you have worked all night. Go and rest. I will handle things from here. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looked at Huai'an with a gentle expression. Indeed, Huai'an, take a good rest. You have faced quite a bit of fright these past few days. I hope it won't affect your Chunin exam. Huai'an smiled. Lord Hokage, I am fine. I will give my all in the Chunin assessment. I heard from Kakashi about your performance this morning. You did splendidly. The third Hokage warmly praised Huai'an. Mr. Yamashiro, unaware of the events of the morning, watched the two with a look of confusion. Huai'an smiled shyly. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I still have much to improve upon. I will strive even harder in my training. Father, there's nothing to worry about. You should go check on Mr. Sato. I have already changed his bandages, and he seems to be in good spirits. Huai'an wished to divert Mr. Yamashiro's attention from himself, thus shifting the conversation. As anticipated, Mr. Yamashiro did not inquire further, seeing that Huai'an appeared normal and unhurt. Go rest now. Mr. Yamashiro intended to resolve matters concerning Sato before inquiring about his son's situation. Huai'an politely nodded to both and departed. Feeling hungry himself, Huai'an first ate before returning to his room to rest. He lay on the bed, while Zhenxian descended from Huai'an's body and coiled beside him. Huai'an sighed. Zhenxian, why does it seem so chaotic these days? Zhenxian, with his eyes closed, responded. Practice your spear techniques a couple of times, then rest. Huai'an snuggled closer, his cheek resting against Zhenxian's cool scales, finding it quite comforting. I feel so exhausted. Today's training was beyond my limits. Zhenxian remained still, allowing Huai'an to cuddle and seek comfort. I feel like I will encounter many formidable individuals this time. Huai'an murmured as he closed his eyes. Zhenxian waited for a while, but when he did not hear any further words from Huai'an, he opened his eyes to find the boy had fallen asleep against him once again. With a resigned sigh, Zhenxian skillfully rolled Huai'an up and placed him on the bed. Once he had settled the boy comfortably, Zhenxian reflected on his years of recuperation, feeling as though he had merely been caring for a child. His own body was nearly healed, and Huai'an's wood spirit body had greatly benefited his recovery. The bond between them allowed Zhenxian to better absorb the spiritual energy that Huai'an emitted. In a while, he would need to devise a way to leave this world, for he did not belong here. His cultivation could not advance in this realm. This is quite normal, as he is an outsider, and the natural order here is reluctant to bestow its blessings upon him. Jinxuan calmed his mind and continued to mend his hidden wounds. Huai'an slept soundly until evening and, upon waking, ventured into the dimly lit backyard, only to find that Sato, the third Hokage, and his father from the Yamanaka clan were absent. He first tidied up the laboratory and then noticed a note in the living room, written by his father, instructing him to take care of himself over the next few days, as Sato had been relocated. The note concluded with a supportive remark, Huai'an, good luck in the Chunin exams. Huai'an folded the note and prepared a modest meal for himself. After tidying up for the night, he resumed his training, practicing his spear technique twice, and then working on the Changelju, learning some new hand seals. Fortunately, the techniques bore similarities in execution and hand signs, allowing Huai'an to grasp them swiftly. An entire night of training left him invigorated. Despite professing a lack of anxiety about the upcoming Chunin exams, he felt quite the opposite. Over the past month, he had scarcely visited his own shop, only receiving a share of the profits from Uncle Village, which offered him a fleeting sense that his world extended beyond the Chunin assessments. He felt a sense of loss, realizing too late that the exams were imminent. With his spear in hand, he practiced diligently, counting and reciting theoretical knowledge simultaneously. The much-anticipated Chunin exams approached quietly. The village buzzed with activity, with an influx of people from all walks of life. Fortunately, the village's security team maintained order, preventing any conflicts from arising. After a night of earnest training, Huai'an rested well and was greeted by his two friends at the assembly. Sasuke, Naruto, you've finally arrived. Sasuke nodded affirmatively, while Naruto beamed brightly. At last. Let's make this a memorable experience. Huai'an glanced at him, remarking, you certainly have a lot of energy. Have you memorized the exercises I gave you? Naruto quickly deflected. Hey, isn't that Shikamaru over there? Shikamaru, over here. Huai'an knew he hadn't studied. Shikamaru arrived with Ino and Choji, observing that most of the Konoha ninjas stood together, while those from other villages gathered in distinct groups. Ino, looking at Huai'an with amusement, remarked, Huai'an, I heard you've been quite intense with your training this past month. Neglecting your shop, as Uncle Village mentioned. The surrounding friends scrutinized him, seemingly assessing the fruits of his labor. Huai'an chuckled awkwardly. All right, Ino. Haven't you also sought special training from your uncle? Ino immediately felt the piercing gaze of Sakura beside her, who stood tall and declared, I will definitely pass the Chunin exam, so putting in some early effort is only right. Shikamaru, looking dejected, stood beside Huai'an. All right, the exam is about to start. Let us head to the classroom. Yes, let us hurry, Huai'an responded, catching the sound of teeth mocking him, prompting him to glare in annoyance. Fortunately, once they settled into their seats, the others were too preoccupied to dwell on trivial matters. In the classroom, a formidable and fearsome ninja stood with arms crossed at the podium. The aura of menace and bloodlust surrounding him was palpable, clearly indicating that he had witnessed violence. Merely his presence rendered many of the younger ninjas mute. Huai'an and Sasuke exchanged a few hushed words, and upon Sasuke's nod, Huai'an obediently settled behind Naruto. Although somewhat intimidated by the ninja on stage, Huai'an instinctively surveyed his surroundings once seated. The ninjas were acutely sensitive to gazes. Some responded to his inquisitive glance with polite smiles, while others, more indifferent, averted their eyes, treating his scrutiny as inconsequential. There were also those who glared at him with malice, as if wishing to tear him apart, appearing rather unstable mentally. Huai'an recognized two of the sound ninjas he had previously encountered. One, a burly figure, remained as menacing as ever, while the other, an eerie female ninja, scarcely acknowledged him. Her cold demeanor and rigid features instilled a sense of dread in Huai'an. Make no mistake, it was not the thrill of attraction. He dared not observe too closely. Upon shifting his gaze, he encountered a pair of vacant, panda-like eyes filled with obsession, prompting him to look away first. Soon, the classroom was filled with aspiring ninjas. The towering figure at the podium surveyed the room, his voice resonating with gravity. Is everyone present? A proctor standing beside him promptly affirmed, everyone is here. They had previously received information about all attendees, and after a quick verification, confirmed that all were accounted for. The questioning ninja, his head wrapped in patterned cloth, bore deep scars on the exposed skin, remnants of past peril that were evident to any observant eye, despite having healed. I am the chief examiner for the first round of your Chunin exams. Without introducing himself, he cast a condescending glance over the assembly and continued. Put away your ulterior motives. Should any proctor catch you cheating, your scores will be nullified. and you will be disqualified from subsequent assessments. At this pronouncement, the classroom fell into an even deeper silence, each individual harboring their own thoughts. He said no more, merely issuing a warning before signaling the two assistant proctors to distribute the examination papers. Observing the examiner's cold demeanor, Huai'an felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon receiving his test paper, he took a deep breath and skimmed through all the questions to gauge their scope. Seeing the content of the exam, Huai'an couldn't help but glance at Naruto, for the questions were evidently beyond the prescribed syllabus. Without a broad range of knowledge, he doubted he could answer them adequately. The material reviewed prior to the exam covered only a fraction of what was required. If Naruto aimed to pass, he would need to answer every question correctly. As time elapsed, a few students were expelled from the examination hall for cheating, their dejected faces filled with complaints as they departed. Huai'an watched them leave, a sense of unease settling in. How could the examination be so merciless? It seemed designed to prevent anyone from succeeding. Huai'an focused his gaze on the podium, where the proctor's eyes swept across the classroom like searchlights, casting a meticulous glare. As he surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly noticed two ninjas who appeared to be out of place among their fellow genin, fidgeting anxiously. They were engrossed in their writing, as if they possessed the answers all along. A revelation struck Huai'an. The examination would not lead them to a dead end, indicating that precise answers must exist within the examination hall. They needed to discern who among them was the mole and acquire the correct answers from that individual, which was essentially a test of their intelligence-gathering abilities. Upon this realization, Huai'an glanced back at the chief proctor and began to comprehend his initial statement. As long as they were not caught cheating, they would not forfeit their eligibility for the exam. This implied that it was an examination that permitted collective deceit, albeit with a need for sophistication in their methods. As Huai'an pondered this, many astute candidates around him began to catch on. He observed a long-haired youth employing his Byakugan to scrutinize the test paper of a covert ninja. Ino, too, utilized her mind-body switch technique on Sakura, clearly placing her faith in Sakura's commendable theoretical scores. Other ninjas also began leveraging their strengths to extract information regarding the exam questions. When Huai'an lowered his gaze to the exam paper once more, he noticed a slight commotion to his right. Turning his head, he was met with a crimson eye, his fingers freezing in place. Surrounding the eye was a swirling mass of sand, which roamed about before darting from behind Huai'an to the back of a mole ninja. He distinctly observed the ninja's hand tremble as he wrote feverishly. In front of him, Naruto had begun scratching his head, and Huai'an could only suppress his rising anxiety, offering Naruto an apologetic glance before hastily scribbling on his own test paper. Once he had finished, Huai'an immediately attempted to use the mind-body switch technique on Naruto. A peculiar occurrence unfolded. Just as Huai'an sought to inhabit Naruto's body, a surge of red chakra energy repelled him. A sharp pain shot through Huai'an's head as he realized that the small fox within Naruto's body was unwilling to allow him entry. Naruto, sensing something amiss, instinctively turned his head, but the proctor's voice rang out. No whispering. Faced with questions he could hardly comprehend, Naruto tugged at his hair, his tousled blonde locks becoming even more disheveled. The thought that his struggles could jeopardize Huai'an and Sasuke's participation in the Chunin exam filled him with dread. Huai'an felt the urgency as well. If he could not employ the mind-body switch technique on Naruto, the latter's test would be doomed. Just as he contemplated alternative ways to assist Naruto, he spotted a familiar face sitting to Naruto's right. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga, the gentle girl who had long admired Naruto's endearing nature. He noted her occasional glances towards Naruto, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she subtly nudged her test paper in his direction. Even from his seat in the back, Huai'an could discern the young lady's affections. Huai'an's eyes sparkled with excitement, recognizing the fortuitous opportunity before him. The examination paper lay at hand, and he was confident that Naruto would seize it well. As the exam time surpassed the halfway mark, Shikamaru, using his shadow manipulation technique, completed his paper, while Sasuke, aided by his Sharingan, also finished his. Huai'an, seated behind Naruto, kept his eyes wide open, noticing that Naruto had yet to put pen to paper. This fellow hadn't even glanced at the answers presented by those beside him, prompting a sigh of concern from Huai'an. He wished he possessed a shadow manipulation technique or could conjure an eye to assist Naruto, yet regrettably, such feats were beyond his capabilities. Everyone showcased their talents. Aside from those caught engaging in rudimentary cheating who were promptly expelled from the examination hall, most had completed their answers and ceased writing. The chief examiner, standing at the podium, surveyed the room with piercing eyes, seemingly capable of perceiving the thoughts within their hearts, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure, particularly towards Naruto, the student lacking in knowledge. Huai'an observed Naruto, fidgeting restlessly in his seat. While he pondered how to assist Naruto, the chief examiner spoke. I trust that those remaining in this classroom are all exceptionally talented individuals. There are merely 15 minutes left. However, there remains one final question, which I shall personally present. The specifics are unknown to the others. The chief examiner cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze upon the seated students, his voice grave. The forthcoming question may very well determine the trajectory of your entire lives. Should you choose to answer, and answer correctly, you will all pass this initial assessment. However, should even one of you opt not to answer, your trio shall immediately forfeit your qualifications and may only await the next opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams. If you choose to answer but respond incorrectly, the individual who errs shall be barred for life from participating in the Chunin exams. What does this mean? Questioned an older ninja, incredulity etched on his face. Huai'an noted that this ninja was one of the undercover agents. Were they engaging in a form of deception? The implication was clear. Those who chose to answer and failed would remain Genin for life, with no chance of re-entering the Chunin assessment. After a pause, he added, thus, opting to forego this assessment is not a disgrace. You may return to fight another year. Upon hearing these words, pressure surged within the room. Which village's ninja would travel such a distance merely to face elimination? They all aspired to succeed. Yet could they truly bear the weight of their entire future resting on a single assessment? Huai'an's heart raced with anxiety. On one hand, he felt that such immense authority could not possibly reside with the chief examiner. On the other hand, he feared the possibility of this scenario becoming reality. Should they forego this examination, opportunities would still remain. However, participating and failing would condemn them to a lifetime as genin. Silence enveloped the classroom, gradually eroding the resolve of some ninjas who, under the watchful eyes of their comrades, raised their hands in defeat, announcing their withdrawal from the assessment. Among them were two undercover ninjas who also chose to depart. This scene left those still seated in a state of inner turmoil. Huai'an watched as the chief examiner, seemingly confident in their anticipated abandonment of this assessment, furrowed his brow. Naruto's forehead was glistening with sweat as he anxiously pondered not to burden Sasuke and Huai'an, all the while knowing that if he chose to answer the question, he would inevitably falter. His furrowed brow was so tense it could crush a fly. Huai'an felt a twinge of concern, fearing that Naruto might end up as a mere genin for the rest of his life due to their decision to answer. Sasuke sat quietly, his mind torn in turmoil. Ordinarily, he wouldn't consider the circumstances of others. Yet, when he thought of Huai'an's radiant smile and Naruto's foolish demeanor, he realized he couldn't bear the thought of causing them distress. Huai'an and he still had a chance to answer the final question correctly, but Naruto was different. If he chose to stay and respond, he would be relegated to a lifetime of being a genin. As Huai'an and Sasuke wrestled with the dilemma of whether to raise their hands to forfeit, the orange figure before them suddenly raised his right hand high. With a resounding slap, his palm met the table, capturing the attention of the entire classroom. Huai'an looked up in astonishment at Naruto. The orange-clad figure, resolute, declared, "Even if I remain a genin for eternity, I can still become Hokage. I will continue with this examination." With that, Naruto crossed his arms and plopped back down in his seat, exuding an air of confidence as if he were merging with the very chair itself. Huai'an stared incredulously at Naruto's back, her lips unconsciously pressing together. She was not surprised by Naruto's behavior. Rather, she understood him completely. After all, Naruto was the embodiment of relentless determination. His words seemed to instill courage in the classroom. Indeed, even if they were to remain genin forever, their perseverance and dreams were still attainable. Moreover, to withdraw from the Chunin exam due to hesitation would be utterly disappointing. The atmosphere in the classroom lightened, as if being a genin for life was not such a grave matter after all. The remaining students visibly strengthened their resolve. Are you sure no one wishes to withdraw from the examination? Even if you must remain genin for life, you harbor no regrets? The proctor, observing the seated genin, spoke with a hint of derision. Huai'an scrutinized him closely, sensing a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction in his demeanor. His inquiry appeared to pressure them to act swiftly. "Hurry up," posed the question. Naruto, already feeling insecure about his fate as a genin, was further unsettled by the proctor dragging out the time. The proctor glanced at Naruto with a hint of exasperation, noticing that no one had yet chosen to leave. He shook his head, revealing a rare smile. Now, I declare that all students who have chosen to remain are passed. The announcement reverberated through the room. What? What does that mean? The ninjas in the classroom whispered among themselves in confusion. Congratulations, you have provided a perfect answer to the final question. The proctor's fierce expression softened, a rare gentleness emerging. I hope your upcoming assessments proceed smoothly. But before he could finish, a wall behind him was suddenly kicked open. A spirited woman with her hair styled in a half ponytail burst through the wall, a trio of colorful dumplings precariously held between her lips. She donned shorts and a lightweight collared shirt, her gaze towards them brimming with an enthusiasm that bordered on unsettling. Wow, Ibiki, your initial assessment was rather lacking. How come there are still so many left? The kunoichi remarked as she munched away. Ibiki, with a cross emblem adorning his forehead, turned to Akatsuki Mitarashi, Red Bean. You arrived too early. This segment is far from over. Oh, but I heard you say it was concluded before I entered, she retorted playfully. All right, children. You are about to embark on the second round of assessments in the Forest of Death. Depart. Those who arrive late will be disqualified. Mitarashi Red Bean announced with a cheerful tone, her voice light and buoyant. With a wave to Ibiki, she dashed towards the exit. The genin seated in the dilapidated classroom were momentarily bewildered. It seemed they had indeed passed the first round, and the second was already commencing. Sasuke was the first to rise, glancing at Hiyori, who promptly nodded and urged Naruto. Naruto, let us hurry. Still basking in the euphoria of his inexplicable success in the first round, Naruto exclaimed, Hiyori, I passed. Hiyori smiled as she grasped Naruto's arm. Yes, you did. But we must hasten, otherwise, we'll lose our chance in the second round. Naruto shook off his stupor. Right, let us go, let us go. After barely securing his place in the first round, he was determined to seize this opportunity. The trio surged ahead, awakening the other ninja, who followed closely behind. Behind them lay the exam papers, merely inscribed with names, which Naruto dismissed. He was unconcerned about the proctor's musings upon discovering an empty sheet. As the group gathered outside the Forest of Death, a metal fence separated the ominous woods from the training grounds and the daily lives of the villagers. Standing beyond the barrier, Red Bean watched the tardy ninja approach with a frown of discontent. Time's up. Those arriving now will face disqualification. She pointed casually at the remaining participants. It seems there are still quite a few lingering. Ibiki certainly knows how to challenge me. Despite her words, the mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth sent shivers down their spines. Currently, we have 28 teams, and I possess 14 Heaven Scrolls and 14 Earth Scrolls, which will be randomly distributed among the teams. Each group must acquire a pair of scrolls and navigate through the Forest of Death to reach the central tower within 5 days to pass the assessment. Mitarashi Red Bean explained briskly. However, any team caught peeking at their scrolls or failing to progress due to death will be immediately eliminated. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison, and Red Bean smiled. Then, I wish you all great success. With that, several teams swiftly claimed their scrolls and entered the Forest of Death, eager to establish their strategies. Hiyori held an unopened scroll, and Sasuke nodded at her. Let us move. Hiyori agreed. Noticing Naruto's fixation on the scroll, Naruto, let us head into the Forest of Death first and find a suitable place to settle. Naruto surveyed the various teams surrounding them and noticed that none had unrolled their scrolls, realizing that it was impossible to ascertain which team possessed which scroll in advance. They would have to venture into the Forest of Death and devise a strategy from there. Sasuke led the way, while Huai'an waved at their comrades from Konoha before following suit. The trio found themselves in the middle of the pack, as several teams had already entered before them. After a swift dash, they finally located a spot nestled against a large tree, where they paused to catch their breath. Each took responsibility for a different direction, and upon completing their reconnaissance, they shook their heads in unison. After a moment's hesitation, Huai'an spoke. Actually, we can communicate. This atmosphere feels as though we are clandestinely meeting. Sasuke nodded, affirming, there's no one in my vicinity. Naruto chimed in. I haven't spotted any teams nearby either. Perhaps they chose a different route? Huai'an countered. Let us not remain complacent. First, we should ascertain whether our scroll is a Heaven Scroll or an Earth Scroll. Naruto nodded in agreement. Huai'an retrieved the scroll and glanced at it. They have acquired a Heaven Scroll, so they only need to gather an Earth Scroll. We have two options. 1. We can lay an ambush here to lure other teams. 2. We can take the initiative and strike. Both options bear their respective advantages and disadvantages, Sasuke stated calmly. Huai'an looked to the sky. Having just completed the first phase of their examination, they were immediately ushered into the second stage without a moment's respite. They had already been running for nearly 2 hours, and the afternoon sun hung overhead, with no time for lunch. With 5 days remaining, there was no need for undue haste. They could afford to wait at this location. I choose option 1. Let us remain here and observe the situation, Huai'an declared. Moreover, we have several days ahead of us. Even if we hastily make our way to the central tower, we might still encounter teams that arrive before us. After all, many teams were faster than us earlier. Huai'an's greatest concern was the Sand Ninja trio, who had departed before them. Naruto, having listened to their analysis, could not help but agree. All right, we shall wait here, for I am rather hungry as well. Perhaps I can find some wild fruits. Huai'an raised his hand. I have some soldier pills that will sustain us for a time. These were provisions he had set aside for missions, but unexpectedly, they were now useful for the Chunin exams. Naruto was disinclined to eat the soldier pills, and Sasuke frowned, clearly unimpressed. After all, the two young masters had grown accustomed to being spoiled by Huai'an, rendering the bland soldier pills unappealing. After contemplating, Huai'an suggested, if you refuse the soldier pills, I shall search for wild fruits. At that moment, as Naruto seemed ready to speak, Huai'an added, you don't possess my knowledge of flora? If you return with inedible fruits, it would be a wasted effort. Naruto frowned, eager to venture out and reluctant to remain with Sasuke. Observing the discontent on both of their faces, Huai'an rubbed his head in frustration and proposed, then, Naruto, why not fetch some water? All right, Naruto readily agreed. Sasuke quietly added, I will set up some simple traps around here. Remember the markers I leave behind. The three individuals reached a consensus and subsequently went their separate ways. Given the nature of the assessment, Huai'an chose not to employ spatial tricks. While extending his perception, he scanned the surroundings for any familiar wild fruits or vegetables. Now at the foundational stage of cultivation, his sensory abilities had intensified, enabling him to perceive within a radius of 100 meters, as if he had conjured a rudimentary map in his mind. This development did not bode well for the approaching ninjas. Huai'an gathered a variety of wild fruits and some herbs. As for the creatures in the Death Forest, sensing danger, they remained hidden in their burrows, reluctant to reveal themselves. After collecting a small pouch of supplies, he paused, having sensed a group of ninjas advancing in their direction. Without delay, Huai'an retreated back to their temporary campsite. Sasuke, a team is heading our way, he informed. Sasuke furrowed his brow. How far out? Huai'an pondered briefly, about 500 meters. Sasuke looked at him in astonishment. You can perceive that far now? Huai'an blinked, yes. Sasuke refrained from further inquiries and immediately concealed their traps. With Naruto still absent, Huai'an hoped they would not cross paths. A sense of unease washed over him as his right eye twitched, foreboding potential misfortune. That fool, Sasuke remarked, let's hide. He doesn't have any scrolls, so there's no need to worry too much. Indeed, observing Sasuke blend into the foliage, Huai'an nestled himself among the branches of a large tree, and they both fell silent. The only sounds were the rustling leaves and the distant chirping of insects. As expected, shortly after they concealed themselves, a young female ninja emerged from a nearby path. Twirling a kunai in her hand, her gaze sweeping across the empty space before her. Two male ninjas followed her, one appearing to be of a similar age to Huai'an. Wearing black-framed glasses and sporting gray hair. Most notably, he bore a large object concealed beneath a cloth on his back. From Huai'an's perspective, it appeared to be a sword. This marked the second time he had encountered a ninja wielding a blade. The other male ninja appeared more mature. After surveying the area, he threw a shuriken towards a specific spot. A simple grass shuriken net sliced through the air, only to be countered mid-flight by the water technique of the female ninja in front. Simultaneously, a thorny grass net came hurtling from behind them. Huai'an had a clear view from his vantage point above. The gray-haired ninja, who had been standing still, reached behind him and drew forth the large sword concealed beneath the white cloth, cleaving the approaching grass net into fragments. Who could it be? At that moment, Naruto unexpectedly returned, oblivious to the encirclement, akin to an unsuspecting little rabbit. Upon hearing Naruto's voice, Huai'an realized trouble was imminent. He exchanged a glance with Sasuke, signaling that he would deal with the sword-wielding ninja while Sasuke confronted the more seasoned one. Sasuke nodded. But their brief communication was interrupted as the ninjas below unleashed their jutsu upon the unwelcome Naruto. Naruto, deal with that female ninja, Huai'an instructed. The three had developed a tacit understanding during missions. As soon as Huai'an spoke, the others promptly sprang into action. The sudden attack took the gray-haired boy by surprise as Huai'an's strike met his large blade, and he felt the resistance. Oh, quite strong. The boy, astonished, looked at Huai'an, having never encountered such a cheerful opponent. In that moment of distraction, Huai'an swiftly swung his chakra blade towards the back of the boy's hand, the blade spiraling around his wrist, neatly slicing it open. With the boy's grip slackening, his weapon clattered to the ground. Huai'an seized the opportunity, kicking the large blade away and swiftly subduing the boy, pinning him down. Now, tell me, what scrolls have you taken? The gray-haired boy struggled fiercely, his face reddening. But he was utterly overpowered by Huai'an's strength. Let me go, he gasped. Not a chance. You attacked us first, and unless you hand over the scrolls, we won't let you go, Huai'an replied, searching him, but alas, the scrolls were not on his person. Humph, that blondie can't possibly defeat Kage. The gray-haired boy still had faith in his companions. Huai'an turned to the girl who was grappling with Naruto and his shadow clones. Kage, is that your companion's name? Is the scroll on her? The girl remained silent, clearly confirming Huai'an's deduction. Without further ado, Huai'an struck her, rendering her unconscious. On Sasuke's side, the ninja was already being thoroughly outmatched, and it appeared their struggle was nearing its end. Huai'an then informed Naruto, Naruto, the scroll is with that girl. Naruto perked up. All right, let's retrieve it. Huai'an stood aside, satisfied to see the girl surrounded by a swarm of Narutos, relentless in their assault. He acknowledged her resilience, but unfortunately for her, Naruto was a physical powerhouse with an abundance of chakra. Soon, the girl found herself at a disadvantage, her body and face marred with injuries, as Naruto showed no mercy. Gasping for breath, she glanced at her unconscious companions, realizing they had bitten off more than they could chew. Just as the blonde was about to land another punch, she quickly made a decision and exclaimed, the scroll, I'll give you the scroll. Just let us go. Naruto's fist was a mere centimeter from her eye when she uttered those words. Had she been a moment late, she would have been struck. Naruto furrowed his brow and looked at her. Produce the scroll, no tricks. As he spoke, he sent 2 shadow clones to encircle her. Sasuke approached, dragging along his companion, while Huai'an brought over the gray-haired boy. Honestly, we just started, and we've already attracted attention, Huai'an remarked. The female ninja gritted her teeth. They had merely stumbled upon the trail of these individuals and had intended to test their skills, never anticipating such swift failure. The girl indeed had no ulterior motives. She retrieved the scroll from her ninja tool pouch, and when Naruto examined it, he too discovered it was a heavenly scroll. He frowned in disappointment at Huai'an, and then, this is also a heavenly scroll. Upon hearing his tone, the female ninja realized they were also in possession of the Heaven Scroll. If you possess the Heaven Scroll as well, then there is no conflict between us, is there? Huai'an took hold of the scroll and retorted, what do you mean? You attacked us and now you expect us to spare you? Their best plan was to eliminate the 3 of them here. Otherwise, they would only be causing themselves trouble. Furthermore, you would be wise to forfeit the examination. Your companion will likely need medical attention. Huai'an gestured towards the gray-haired ninja he was holding. What have you done to Huai'an? The female ninja couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with sharpness. Huai'an waved his hand dismissively, no need to panic. It's nothing serious. This ninja brother of ours will be unable to use his right hand for the next few days. The female ninja sighed, realizing that the trio before her had no intention of letting them go, and decisively declared, very well, we concede. She retrieved a smoke bomb from her gear, preparing to launch it into the sky. Huai'an restrained her, wait. We cannot allow them to be eliminated here, or our position will be revealed. Sasuke suggested. There is an open area to the southeast, not too far from here. We should take them there. Agreed, Huai'an nodded, leading the 3 away from their temporary stronghold as he observed the female ninja silently release her smoke bomb. Before long, 2 masked ninjas arrived at their location. Huai'an and his companions concealed themselves, listening as the masked ninjas announced, from Kirigakure, Yamaki-ko, Shaharakuma, and Huajin Quan. They choose to withdraw from the competition and request to be escorted out of the Death Forest. Huai'an couldn't help but reflect on their peculiar connection to Kirigakure as he lay hidden among the branches. I will remember you, Leaf Ninjas, Yamaki-ko remarked, unable to resist adding that line. It was truly embarrassing for the second round of the Chunin exam to end this way. Naruto glanced at her. Why remember us? Will you come back next year? This year, they might just ascend to Chunin. He then turned to Sasuke and Huai'an. It's a pity we couldn't gather all the heaven and earth scrolls. Huai'an shook his head. No worries, it's only the first day. There will be more opportunities ahead. The strength of their small team was commendable, as long as they did not encounter the leading figures from their own village or the trio from Sunagakure. They would likely pass the examination. After some exertion, Huai'an placed the wild fruits he had gathered on the ground, and the three found a nearby shelter, kindling a fire within the cave. The temperature in the Death Forest varied greatly between day and night, and they needed to maintain their bodily agility to prevent becoming stiff from the cold. The following day, the trio continued their advance. For reasons unknown, they encountered no other competing ninjas along their path, not even their companions from the Leaf Village. Although Huai'an occasionally sensed other ninjas within his range of perception, he refrained from taking risks, choosing instead to wait for a better opportunity. In such a vast forest, it was certain that someone would eventually cross their path. As the competition reached its midpoint, Huai'an resolved that if no one approached them today, they would take the initiative. Otherwise, they risked a disastrous turn of events. At the break of dawn, the trio consumed a modest meal of wild fruits and military rations before hastening towards the central tower. Unlike previous days, the weather was shrouded in dense fog, which had enveloped the forest since morning, accompanied by a chilling breeze. Each of the three assumed responsibility for a different direction, standing guard against potential threats. After progressing a short distance, Huai'an raised his right hand and murmured, "There are people ahead." "How far?" Sasuke inquired without hesitation. "Approximately 200 to 300 meters, Huai'an replied. Naruto, brimming with eagerness, exclaimed, "Let us go seize the heaven scroll. The food has been too monotonous. I don't wish to linger in this deadly forest." The trio stealthily approached, and before they reached their destination, the sounds of combat reached their ears. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and whispered, "Let us hide." They concealed themselves not far from their objective, perched atop the treetops, their bodies camouflaged by the foliage, making them difficult to detect. "Is that Ino?" Huai'an squinted, recognizing Yamanaka Ino and her companions. Turning his gaze, he also spotted a Kimichi Choji locked in confrontation with a robust male ninja. "Grass ninja?" Sasuke noted the headbands atop their foreheads. "Shall we assist?" Naruto asked, his enthusiasm palpable as he surveyed the scene. "Let us wait a moment." Huai'an frowned, observing the situation. At present, there were only 2 grass ninjas, and one more had yet to appear, which seemed suspicious. Shikamaru manipulated his shadow imitation technique, controlling the other ninja, while Ino charged forward, her kunai slicing downwards, only for the ensnared ninja to transform into a wooden log. Instantly alert, Ino scanned her surroundings, while Choji utilized his expansion technique, his form doubling in size as he landed a powerful punch on the opposing ninja, gripping him by the throat. Suddenly, a series of rapid strikes from a hidden grass ninja assailed Choji from behind. Without a moment to spare, Huai'an unleashed a gust of wind to thwart the ambush. The assailant was sent flying, and Choji was inadvertently caught in the blast, prompting Huai'an to sheepishly cover his eyes. Sasuke swiftly shielded Ino from the concealed grass ninja's attack, while Naruto charged forward to assist Choji. The grass village ninjas appeared to prefer underhanded tactics rather than direct confrontation, leaving Huai'an with a dismal impression of them. With his notable swordsmanship, he deftly maneuvered, his blade leaving a trail of afterimages as he engaged the nearest grass ninja, who barely managed to parry a few strikes before Huai'an struck him down with the back of his blade, sending him crashing into a sturdy tree. Without needing to glance, Huai'an knew the foe had succumbed to unconsciousness. He twirled his blade, casting a glance at Choji, who, undeterred by Huai'an's imposing presence, managed to incapacitate the retreating ninja with Naruto's help. On Sasuke's side, with Shikamaru and Ino's assistance, they subdued their opponent as well. From one of the stealthy grass ninjas, Huai'an procured a scroll. "It's the Earth Scroll." "Shikamaru, what scroll do you possess?" With a sigh, Shikamaru rubbed his forehead. "We can't use it. We too have the Earth Scroll." Ino leaned in. "What a pity. After all this effort, it turns out we all have the Earth Scroll." "What about you?" Naruto's eyes brightened. "We happen to have the Heaven Scroll." And heh. He glanced at Huai'an, who smiled back. "We happen to have 2 Heaven Scrolls here." Jinnya looked over in surprise. "Then we have everything we need." Huai'an handed the other Heaven Scroll to Jinnya, while he tucked away the Earth Scroll. "Perfect. We won't have to search for other teams tirelessly." Akimichi Dingji bumped his fists together. "Shikamaru, surprised by the turn of events. Gazed at the overcast sky, pondering that it wasn't due to the weather. He turned to Huai'an and the others. Now our two teams have gathered the scrolls. The most crucial task is to safeguard them and reach the endpoint. Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, urged, "Let's hurry over. We can pass the exam today." Huai'an looked at the optimistic Naruto, shaking his head. Sasuke remarked, "Is your head merely for decoration?" Dingji explained to Naruto, "At this moment, there will surely be ambushers near the finish line. Rushing over now would only lead us straight into their trap." Shikamaru nodded. "So from here on, we must remain steady and wait for the final push." Naruto, disappointed, lamented, "I want to eat barbecue, earth pot chicken, and lotus leaf pancakes." He rattled off a list of dishes, most of which Huai'an had previously shared with them. Indeed, after 3 days of bland meals, the mere mention of these foods made everyone's mouths water. Just as Huai'an was about to offer some comforting words, he heard Sister Jingye chime in. "Dingji, hey, wipe that drool away." Dingji wiped his mouth. "I'm so hungry." Shikamaru surveyed the group. "All right, if we form a 6-member team, we should be able to pass. What are we waiting for? Let's all go together to the endpoint," they agreed. Sasuke turned to Huai'an. "Huai'an, what are your thoughts?" "I have no objections. Let us give it a shot and clear this as soon as possible," he replied. After a brief discussion, everyone was in accord, deciding to conserve their energy and set out together in the evening. They paid no heed to the few ninjas lying on the ground, swiftly relocating to a different spot. Once settled, Huai'an took Shikamaru to search for food, as their knowledge of the outdoors surpassed that of the others. Although Sister Jingye was capable, she was the only girl and had been injured previously, so Huai'an opted not to bring her along. Naruto and Dingji went to find a water source, while Sasuke and Sister Jingye set about constructing traps at the camp. Shikamaru, though lacking in spirit, always managed to devise the optimal solution when tasked. Huai'an regarded Shikamaru as the most intelligent among the young ninjas of Konohagakure. After surveying the vegetation, Shikamaru advised Huai'an, "Don't stray too far, the fog is thickening." Heeding the warning, Huai'an quickly gathered a sufficient amount of wild fruits and mushrooms before retreating. As the two made their way back, a slithering sound akin to that of serpents echoed beside them. Huai'an immediately halted, and at that moment, Jinchuan opened his eyes. In a cool, melodious tone, he warned, "Someone is approaching. Danger is imminent." Huai'an's gaze darted around, yet he could not detect any presence. This indicated that the newcomer possessed superior stealth capabilities. "Snakes? 1 o'clock ahead," Jinchuan remarked, directing his attention toward the source. Huai'an promptly unsheathed his spear, not daring to delay as he rushed forward. With a thrust, he dislodged a piece of tattered cloth. Suddenly, a slender figure darted toward his chest with alarming speed, moving like a fleeting shadow, rendering Huai'an unable to discern or evade it. His body seemed to lose control, awkwardly rolling aside, just as the elongated serpentine shadow was unexpectedly struck away by Jinchuan's tail. Jinchuan's true form was strikingly beautiful and exerted a suppressive effect on creatures beneath his rank. Animals like the deer, Chihuang, and others from the woods would tremble and freeze at the mere hint of Jinchuan's presence. Huai'an suspected that Jinchuan ranked highest among animals, exuding an aura of dominance that cowed others into submission. The serpentine shadow now lay exposed before them, and Huai'an positioned himself behind Jinchuan to get a better view. Shikamaru approached, visibly shaken, and asked, "Are you all right?" "Is that Jinchuan?" "I'm fine, thank you, Shikamaru. I appreciate you pulling me back with your shadow just now," Huai'an replied, his gaze shifting to Jinchuan. "Indeed, Shikamaru, you haven't seen Jinchuan in his enlarged form, have you?" Shikamaru shook his head, staring at the towering spirit before him, feeling an inexplicable pressure merely from gazing at Jinchuan's physique. Whether it was fear of the colossal creature or Jinchuan's innate aura of authority, he could not tell. Retracting his gaze from Jinchuan, Shikamaru gasped, "Is that a snake person?" Huai'an too noticed the figure opposite them, now cocooned after being struck by Jinchuan. The long, dark hair cascaded almost to the waist, obscuring much of the face, yet an ominous aura emanated from him, sending chills down Huai'an's spine. Most unsettling was the long serpentine tail adorned with brown and black spots, appearing quite sinister. The figure's tongue flicked out from the corner of his mouth, disproportionately long, as it slithered around, seemingly wiping away the blood from his lips. Huai'an furrowed his brow, goosebumps rising across his skin. The figure's eyes were golden vertical slits, accentuated with purple eyeliner. If not for his gaunt features and pronounced jawline, Huai'an might have mistaken him for a woman. I didn't expect to encounter such a surprise here. Little ghost, is this your spirit beast? The figure showed no fear of Zhenchuan. Instead, his gaze fixated on him as though intent on skinning him alive. When his eyes turned towards Huai'an, he initially aimed to eliminate the surrounding ninjas. But he hadn't anticipated encountering someone formidable. The malicious scrutiny in his gaze made Huai'an feel physically ill. Zhenchuan, also possessing vertical pupils, usually regarded Huai'an with a gentle demeanor, which, while not excessively soft, was a stark contrast to the menacing presence before them. Yet, Huai'an found something vaguely familiar in the figure's hoarse, indistinct voice. Zhenchuan's voice echoed in his mind at that moment. Those are the two ninjas you encountered at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon hearing Zhenxian's words, Huai'an finally recalled the two individuals in question. Because one of them had been facing away from him previously, he had not recognized them at first. Are you here to seize our scroll? Huai'an noticed the person's gaze fixating once more on Zhenxian and instinctively took a step forward, slightly spreading his arms to shield Zhenxian behind him. Zhenxian lowered his eyes toward Huai'an, his tail curling protectively around him, forming a circular barrier. The serpent man across from them chuckled. A scroll? Indeed, there is such a matter. Shikamaru tugged at Huai'an's sleeve, cautioning, something feels off, be careful. Huai'an sensed the oddity as well, and it appeared that the target was not the scroll of heaven and earth, which was rather peculiar. What scroll do you require? What scrolls do you possess? The individual, sword in hand, tilted his head at an unnatural angle. Huai'an found the display somewhat disconcerting and turned to Zhenxian, his irritation beginning to mount. What was this person trying to achieve? Was he deliberately toying with them? Just as Huai'an gripped his spear, preparing to strike, he heard Shikamaru emit a soft grunt. Turning around, he saw Shikamaru frowning, having just severed a small brown snake with his hand. It's not poisonous, is it? No sooner had he spoken than the adversary lunged at them with his sword, exclaiming, this simply won't do. How can one expose their back to the enemy? The current generation of Konoha truly seems to be declining. Summoning technique. A towering serpent emerged beneath him, charging toward Huai'an like a unleashed husky. Zhenxian frowned at the grotesque creature, discerning that it lacked an inner core. It was merely an ordinary beast that had cultivated intelligence, its aura heavy with bloodlust, likely having consumed many lives, foolishly allowing itself to be controlled by humans. Disgusted, Zhenxian expelled a bolt of purplish-black lightning, which pierced through half the serpent's body. Had it not been for its quick evasion, it might have blown his head apart. The serpent, seemingly intelligent, glanced at Zhenxian after being wounded, its body stiffening. With its gaze submissively lowered, it looked up at Zhenxian, recognizing he had no intention of attacking. It immediately coiled up and directed a commanding gaze at the long-haired man it had thrown to the ground. Orochimaru, I have sustained severe injuries this time. You must provide me with sufficient offerings, or you know the consequences. After delivering its hollow threat, it dared not even glance at Zhenxian and vanished in an instant. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, his expression one of uncertainty as he regarded Zhenxian. That previous strike had resembled the tailed beast bomb. Yet the injuries on the snake had not ceased spreading. Instead, they continued to emit electrical energy from within. This summoning beast was indeed of a higher lineage than the myriad serpents. Orochimaru's gaze shifted toward Huai'an, who was shielded by Zhenxian. This summoning beast appeared to share a deep bond with the youth, offering its assistance without the need for a transaction. Unlike the myriad serpents, this beast was even stronger, a fact that sparked envy. The entire sequence of events transpired swiftly, yet Huai'an did not look back. He merely handed Shikamaru an antidote pill without casting a glance over his shoulder, the earlier attack having tousled his golden hair, yet he remained unfazed by the danger. Due to Zhenchuan's formidable strength, which surpassed his own by an unimaginable margin, Huai'an felt the weight of his prowess ever since he progressed to the foundation establishment stage. Zhenchuan frequently offered him guidance, allowing Huai'an to sense that his aura was at least 4 levels above his own. Shikamaru, startled, instinctively accepted the antidote pill, confirming its safety. However, Orochimaru? Was he truly one of the legendary Sannin? An S-rank rogue ninja? He had returned. Unbothered by titles, Huai'an turned his gaze to his opponent. He glanced up at Zhenchuan, who nodded in approval, signaling that he could proceed. Nodding in acknowledgement, Huai'an swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a torrent of fire at the long-haired ninja across from him. Seizing the moment while retreating, he ascended the earthen wall that had been constructed to block the flames. The long spear danced through the air as it clashed with the grass-cutting sword in his grasp. Orochimaru, increasingly alarmed by the boy's decisive strikes and extraordinary strength, could see that his spear technique was honed through relentless practice. If left to develop, he would undoubtedly blossom into a formidable force, reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang. With time, this spear would become a weapon that would haunt his enemies' dreams. Contemplating the future, Orochimaru silently manifested a snake clone. In an instant, Huai'an sensed an anomaly. Relying on instinct, he hurled a shuriken, severing the roots beneath him and striking the tail of a small snake, which promptly fled. Huai'an, sensing that something was amiss, aimed to throw another kunai. However, the ninja before him suddenly elongated his neck, extending forked serpentine tongues toward his face. Acting reflexively, Huai'an fired a shot while performing a hand seal to release a flurry of needles. As he retreated, the ninja swiftly dodged but continued to advance relentlessly towards him. Shikamaru, unable to intervene, remained behind Jinchuan, feeling the weight of his imposing presence, which made him hesitant to breathe too deeply. The long neck twisted and coiled around his spear like rubber. With astonished eyes, Huai'an instinctively retrieved a sealing talisman from his waist and slapped it onto the ninja's head. Mere inches away, with a resounding clap, Orochimaru found himself immobilized, perplexed as to why the boy had merely affixed a piece of paper to him. He had intended to cast a curse mark on Huai'an, allowing him to control his body while simultaneously commanding his summoning beast, which was indeed remarkable. Not wishing to draw near this ghastly creature, Huai'an capitalized on Orochimaru's immobilization. Summoning a chakra blade in his left hand, he pierced through his body, crimson blood spilling forth. The long-necked head was severed. How ironic, to falter in such a manner. Orochimaru staggered, his head spinning as blood flowed before him, his elongated neck reverting to its original form. Huai'an remained vigilant, watching him closely, those sinister eyes fixated on Huai'an, as if intent on etching his visage into memory. Huai'an suppressed his discomfort, swiftly drawing forth his spear. Just as he began to retreat, the ninja before him suddenly smirked darkly, as if having achieved a nefarious objective. He glanced at Jinchuan, who stood behind Huai'an, uttering ominously, "We shall meet again soon. Do strive to grow." With that, his body staggered, and in an instant, the golden slit of his eyes reverted to the mundane black orbs, radiating sorrow and despair as he gazed upon Huai'an. In astonishment, Huai'an stepped forward instinctively, only to halt abruptly. The lower half of the ninja's body began to morph into legs, collapsing onto the ground. His features softened from sharp angles to a gentler visage. Huai'an crouched down, his eyes wide with confusion. "Who are you? How did you suddenly transform before me?" The spear in his grasp trembled as the fallen ninja coughed blood, his pallor alarming. Life seemed to be siphoned away from him, leaving him frail upon the earth. He grasped Huai'an's wrist, pleading, "Help. My companion has been replaced." Jinchuan, sensing no imminent danger, shrank himself and cast a cleansing spell, neatly settling upon Huai'an's shoulder. "Run," he uttered. Huai'an, filled with uncertainty, advanced upon hearing this. "Are you saying you are from the Grass Ninja Village? Your identity has been swapped?" Forbidden techniques, he wields forbidden arts. Alert the higher-ups. There is danger. The female ninja's breath ceased with her final words. Huai'an turned to Shikamaru, his expression bewildered. "Shikamaru, can we trust her words?" Shikamaru furrowed his brow, scrutinizing their surroundings. "Signal the alert, and hand this body over to the Leaf's Jonin. Interrogate her to extract information from her mind." Huai'an hastily retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, launching it swiftly. The two of them awaited reinforcements while gathering intelligence, preparing to submit their findings together. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 Jonin from the Death Forest arrived. Shikamaru stepped forward to negotiate, while Huai'an examined the traces left behind. Jinchuan communicated within his mind. That individual was cunning. He merely occupied another's body through some technique. He has since departed. It resembles the soul-snatching practices of the cultivation realm. Jinchuan found it astonishing that someone in this world could achieve such feats. How formidable. This is not the work of a righteous individual. It is sorcery. A path of wickedness. Jinchuan frowned, concerned that Huai'an's curiosity might lead him down a dark path. "Yes, I understand. Next time we encounter such a situation, speak not a word but engage directly." Huai'an clenched his fingers. After Shikamaru clarified matters and watched the overseeing ninja depart, he sighed, a touch of melancholy in his demeanor. Huai'an approached. "What troubles you?" Seeing Huai'an's natural demeanor and relatively good spirits, Shikamaru found it hard to believe. The once pampered little son had grown remarkably fast. Indeed, one must strive or risk being left behind. Shikamaru sighed again.